Over to Bain, jump shot won't go, tip by Vitazzi won't go. Denver's got the numbers, it's 4-on-1. Murray, 3 in transition. Let's go! 32-7 run Denver. Johnson bounce pass on the wing over to Jokic and they clear out for him. He's 1-on-1 with Vitazzi. Spins on him, beat him badly. Layup is up and in. Stolen by Valanciunas. Front court Pickett, no look, Jones. Dumped it reverse side with the right arm. 110-91 Denver. Timeout Orlando. Spencer Jones. Cross court pass over to Cam Johnson and a 3. Yes, finally. Big bucket there, 124-115. And the Denver Nuggets are going to win game number 6 in a row. 5 seconds left to go in Denver. 3, 2, 1, Horn. Jamal Murray on fire in the second quarter. Scored 20 points in the period. Jokic with another triple-double in the game. Denver comes from behind, wins game number 6 in a row. They beat the Orlando Magic tonight by a final of 126-115.
When I'm with you, just a little bit of magic. Gotta hold on you. Quick, how many members of the Cars can you name?
Rick Ocasek, and that's it.
Hey, very good. I'll keep going. Who is Rick Ocasek married to? It was
probably some model.
It was a supermodel. Paulina Porcenikova. Porkina, what's her facer?
Bless you.
He's married to her. Ben Orr would be another significant member of the band The Cars back to the 80s. And if you're hearing this song and you're in Stranger Things, a Demogorgon is about to, kill you. Gotta hold on you tonight. Yeah, the Magic, a team that the Nuggets don't see all that often, came to town. It was like, boo. And it was like, the Nuggets were like, we got to try tonight, huh? There's no doubt. There was a lot of hemming and hawing by David Adelman to try to get everybody's attention that this game was going to be hard, and nobody was buying it until it was like, we're losing. We're losing to the dumb Magic, who are okay. I mean, they're an okay team. They're not as great as they were being hyped up to be, but they're okay. And then the Nuggets poured it on 43-22 in the second quarter, and they ran away with it. And Jalen Pickett played. Jalen Pickett played and played pretty well, actually, as Peyton Watson was out. So that was wild, man, in terms of a starting lineup. You're missing, God, it's crazy. The players you're missing, and you're still winning. Julian Strawther came back, which was cool. He only played 6 minutes, but he's slowly coming back. But no Peyton Watson, no Aaron Gordon, no Christian Brown, no problem. And Jalen Pickett had, a good chunk of time, 24 minutes. And David Adelman said after the game, that's the best game he's had all year. And if that's the best game he's had all year, it may be the best game of his career. Hit 3 3-pointers, 3 for 6, including, let it be known, in history, he hit the bucket on the assist that Nikola Jokic became the biggest assist leader in NBA history, passing Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. That's it. So every assist moving forward will be just continuing a record that Jokic holds. Jokic told our own Scott Hastings after the game, this is what when I drink beer and tell my children stories on the porch. And does anybody have any doubts Nikola Jokic's future will include a lot of beer sitting on a porch talking to his kids? I have no doubts about it. His kids may be in their 50s, and he'll be sitting on a porch drinking beers, looking at horses. I passed Kareem. No, I doubt he ever brings it up with his kids. But
at that point, though, will he have buried the hatchet with Taco Bell? Will he be eating quesadillas with his kids?
Fun moment yesterday. Did you see it, the video? So I'm not exactly. I'm going to assume it was the Denver Nuggets social media team that they put a box of quesadillas, like little table, and then a box, and it just was like, try one. And it was a quesadilla right in front of Jokic as he's walking by the hallway. Like, oh, that's funny. Kept walking. Did not try one. It's an interesting marketing campaign by Taco Bell, who discontinued the quesadilla a few years ago, and now they're bringing it back. Steve, maybe our own Mark Springer, who ran a sort of marathon where he ran the Taco Bell 50K. I mean, it's more than a marathon, actually, if you understand your K. And you had to eat at a variety of Taco Bells. I think he was at it for like 7-8 hours. That's an interesting concept for a marathon, that's for sure. But, yeah, I'm not even sure what's in a quesadilla.
It is a burrito that's wrapped in a quesadilla. Occam's razor is exactly what you think it is.
Exactly what it is.
It is just
right?
a burrito.
Don't overthink it.
Not at all. It is a bog standard burrito, but the tortilla is a quesadilla.
Yeah.
So it is a quesadilla. And by the way, I never ran any ultra marathons like Springer, but I went to CU. Let's just say I studied botany in my free time, and I lived up the road from a Taco Bell. So if you have any Taco Bell questions, I can gladly answer them. I was a big fan of horticulture.
Is this what you
junior and senior years?
Is this what you were telling your parents when you were wasting their money studying botany? Is that what you would say?
Wasting their time and money. I ended up here, so.
Well, I currently have a child, an adult child, who's at CU these days. I think botany is being studied to this day at CU, Steve. I do not think the study of botany has decreased.
Big horticulture fan in the McKee family, huh?
Not even shy about talking about it anymore. Doesn't even try to hide it. Like, those days are just gone. The sneaking around or, not talking, whatever. By the way, and I don't have the full, maybe you can actually help me on this, Steve. Apparently there's going to be a lot more power outages today because of dangerous winds, and I think it's going to be sort of in that area. So if you're on but I'm not exactly sure what time and exactly what locations, but it's probably in that, Arvada 93 Golden. How's our guy Vic Lombardi doing, man?
Actually, it's funny you should say that. Perfect transition. So yesterday in the group chat, here, I need to set the mood here.
Okay.
We get a text from Moser, and he sent a tweet from
number 38
from the city of Golden.
Oh, okay.
And
okay.
They said that beginning at 5 a.m., there will be one of these preemptive power shutoffs for the city of Golden.
Oh, wow.
You should not anticipate power coming back on Friday, and all residents should be prepared to be without power possibly through the weekend and into Monday. So he sent that to our group chat, and he said, hey, Vic, I'll see you in studio tomorrow. And then Vic said, and I quote, F that. If I'm not on the show, blame the wind.
All right.
So we're going to learn today if Vic Lombardi has a radio signal at his house.
Well, that ramps right up there with enthusiasm when a liner was read. Mark Moser will be at number 38, and his quote was, the hell I am. By the way, Mark Moser was at number 38 last night, hosting the Flip Cup final championship match.
Oh, yeah.
For some adult dodgeball league. That's what Mark Moser was doing with our great friends at Tullamore Dew. So let me just this is a fun little story here. So Mark's thing is, up yours, Vic. I don't care that you had to work last night doing an excellent post-game show. To recap, Vic, by the way, splendid. wearing like the mock turtleneck with the jacket. He needed like a smoking jacket and a pipe to complete the fit last night on Altitude TV. So Moser is basically, so this is fun. We can tease this for the next 50 minutes. 303-504-0925. Does Vic show up? We could just do a poll here, Steve, if we wanted to on the old Twitter.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
You can do an instant straw poll. With working last night on Altitude TV, doing an excellent job. Knowing that there's going to be I guess there'd be a power outage right now. So hold on. Is the power out in Golden right now or not?
The city said that they were targeting a shutoff at 5 a.m., so it is possible.
So technically it should be done now. You'd still have your phone, so you could still have your... So is Vic So Vic would have to be like driving in right now if he's going to be here. Theoretically, right?
I guess, man.
I guess. Should we get Vic on the phone?
Does he have a phone signal? Does he have power?
Well, your phone's oh boy. I am in the land of stupidity here. Theoretically, your phone's charged. It's a battery, right? Duh. So your phone should be okay. Your phone should be affected. Like your charge would be affected. But certainly Vic wouldn't have his luxurious home studio available. God, can I ask a really idiot question right off the bat? And thank you for listening, by the way. He could have a generator, though, couldn't he? At home, he could have a backup generator.
He says that he's not going that route. That's too much work. It's too much money. Just quit making him jump through
whatever.
hoops.
So if there's
this is basically what he said.
Generate this. If there's wind and I can't get there and there's XL power outages, because I don't want our town of Golden to be like Paradise, California, the focus of the story, The Lost Bus, with Matthew McConaughey driving it through flames. We don't want that in Vic's neighborhood. Vic's just like, forget you. All right, well, I'm curious if it's straw poll. I don't know.
Is this how uncompelling the Magic are as an NBA franchise? That we're just talking about Vic and his lack of power instead of actually talking about an actual basketball game that the Nuggets won?
Nelly, your criticisms, your subtle criticisms are hold no water here. If you want to compare the dynamic of Mark Moser against Vic Lombardi, the compelling nature of that relationship, if it's not for that relationship, what kind of show do you actually have? So when I can find a rip in the cosmic tear between who had the worst night last night, Vic having to work on TV and no power in the morning, or Moser hosting a flip cup event in Rhino, I am going to sink my teeth into that context.
Well, the only reason I asked is because I was listening to Kreckman and Lindahl on my drive home yesterday after you guys did your baton handoff segment. Yes. And they were saying, does anyone actually know a Magic fan? Have you ever met a Magic fan in the wild? Because they're one of those franchises that just seems like they kind of exist. And every time they come to town, you go, oh, the Magic fan is showing up to the arena tonight. You know how there are some teams like that?
Yeah, well, listen, I think there were probably several people with Paulo Banchero tattoos yesterday. Now, I have never met a Magic fan in the wild, as you so eloquently put. But yeah, nice win for the Nuggets. Compelling topic with Vic and Moj, who's coming in. And we now know, we definitively know who the dumbest person in the NFL is. Talented, really talented, but super dumb. Like, it goes beyond just you're a little naive. It goes to you're an idiot. And we'll get into probably the best NFL game of the year. And I have a story of fantasy football woe that, again, nobody will give a crap about. Nobody cares about your fantasy team.
Couldn't care less.
Yeah, I got you. All right, it's the appetizer. It's a potpourri of hosts. Steve, I understand you did a wonderful job yesterday, and Springer and Dan Tanner, and but it's me here to suffer through the next 45 minutes. But yeah, we'll go through the dumbest person in the NFL coming up next.
After reviewing the play, the quarterback threw a backward pass, which was recovered in the end zone by the offense. It is a successful conversion.
That is the craziest ever.
Craziest ever.
Okay. First of all, let me tell you. It's DMac here, your pal. So we're all the baton's being handed off for this hour until Brett gets back. And then Brett will be back shortly. Boy, Brett, it's glorious time with the kid, new kid, but there's been a lot going on. Ain't no doubt about that. But yeah, so today I hold the baton. Nelly carried it with courage yesterday. Springer, Dan, we're all taking care of business. Matt Smith, more of a permanent fixture there with Moser and Vic. We'll be along in a little bit. But I really do love the 6 o'clock hour in particular because you guys are awesome, man. And you guys are the heart and soul of any radio station. I've worked in radio for a long time, including mornings for 20 years. And the folks that are up and listening and active at this time, you guys are it, man. You guys are it. Really appreciate it. So I'm seeing here from Pat, back when they had Hardaway and Shaq, there were Magic fans. Well, that was quite a while ago. I'm in Golden right now. It looks like there's some things with power and some things without. All right, that's you're somebody who likes the phrase "a rip in the cosmic tear." That would be with Moser and Lombardi. What about cell phone towers? Well, that's a good point. If there's no power, that's right, Steve. I don't know.
I'd hope they'd have backup generators. Like I think we have fail safes for this radio station because if they cut the power,
I was just going to ask exactly.
If they cut the power to Lone Tree, I mean,
right?
We still have a backup reserve. I'm assuming.
Yeah. I mean, we're in a. I guess we're on the we're on the fringe of 470. You know what I like? The fringe of like where the winds would become whipping in. I have no idea. But what am I talking about? Because it wouldn't matter where our building's located. It matters where our tower is. Like I've ever been out to the tower. Steve, you ever been out to the radio station's tower?
I actually went to our old transmitter. I don't know if we still use it, but
why would you ever be out there?
Because I went to help one of our old engineers. He needed a hand with some stuff, and this was around COVID days when we were all just begging for stuff to do, man. It's not like there were any sports happening. So I went up there and just I was like the kid watching his dad fix the car engine. I just held flashlights and like moved boxes. I did nothing of substance, which is how it should be when we're talking about equipment that important.
I'm going through the Shot Mazda text line here. The power is out in Boulder. Okay, that sucks. Hope you guys are doing all right up there, the best you can. How about this from Josh? Vic is stuck in his garage without power. Well, that would be the old man moment of all time for Vic Lombardi, who talks about being old left and right. And, like, I hate it because I don't feel old, and we are the exact same age. But Vic has a knack from, like, just wanting to be the old man from Up.
I'm an old man without a prostate.
And looking progressively more like that dude, by the way. All right, anyways, we're glad that you're listening. We appreciate it. Thank you. Now, I will tell you this. Puka Nacua has got to be in the spectrum of talent to brains of players in the NFL. There has got to be the biggest gap in that metric held by Puka Nacua.
Relative to
how intelligent you are compared to how good you are at football. Now, on this scale, if you can picture, wow, it looks like I'm doing 6'7" right here. Look at that. It's like 6'7". The level of playing ability by Puka Nacua is extraordinary. Maybe somebody had him in their fantasy playoffs. Help me out. How many points did Puka Nacua get you? By the way, I have Matthew Stafford, who was awesome for fantasy, not that you care. To lose to Vic Lombardi in fantasy in the playoffs sucks. Okay? Because Vic's playing the, I don't know, and I don't care, and what's really happening, and what's this, and what's that. That's all a charade. Vic clearly knows what he's doing. He was probably burning the midnight oil to figure out how to beat me last week. And for him to poo-poo it like, I just beat DMac. Because, who could beat D? It's so easy. It's whatever. I'm not buying that game up. Anyways. Puka Nacua on the football field. Yeah, somebody text in, or I don't know. His fantasy points must have been ridiculous. 12 catches for 25 yards, including 2 touchdowns, along with 58 on 16 targets. My God. Wow. So football, amazing. Okay. Let's just talk about what appears to be raw intelligence. Almost zero. Now, I don't know if you want to just talk about intelligence or common sense. Or can you lump that together? I don't know. So maybe intelligence, like maybe he's super smart. But in terms of life intelligence, this guy's bulb is as dim as any of all time. So he goes on with Aiden Ross. And if you don't know who Aiden Ross is, he's an IRL streamer in real life, which goes on for hours and hours and hours. And Aiden Ross, if you know anything about him, survives and thrives on controversy. And that's his mission in life. And I wasn't aware that he would pay guys to be on with him, but apparently he does. And how the guys like Aiden Ross and Mr. Beast are billionaires still escapes this feeble mind of mine. But he goes on with Aiden Ross, and it's like a disaster. He's doing hand gestures that are anti-Semitic that he had to apologize for.
Which he said he was going to do as his next touchdown celebration.
Yeah.
They were coming up with dances, and he said, I'm going to do this dance, and claims he didn't know what it was.
Yeah. Now, I can roll with him on that. Like, because he's not very bright, obviously. So, hey, bro, if Puka Nacua tells you he doesn't know something, believe him. But the other thing he does is he rips the refs. Now, I actually agree with him on this one when he says the refs are more or less blowing their whistle and throwing flags because they want to tell their lawyer friends they did something during an NFL game. But do you realize how stupid that is as a player to say something like that about the refs? Okay. So not only does he have Aiden Ross and company showing up at the Rams facility after all this other garbage is going on, he's ripping on the refs. So there's Sean McVay, and that was a amazing game yesterday. Amazing. And I feel for our KSE coworkers. Like, that game was locked down. It's 30-14. You got a 16-point lead in the fourth quarter. And you're doing this in Seattle. You're the Rams. You look great. Nacua's killing it. Stafford's killing it. Stafford threw for 457 yards with 3 touchdowns. What? Clear MVP. Bo Nix is in the conversation, but way down. Clear MVP. And here comes Seattle. God, Sam Darnold, man, tip of the cap, bro. It had a rough beginning of the game, but it ain't how you start, my fine feathered friends. It's how you finish. And he finished like a champ. So it was remarkable. So they get the first touchdown. Now it's 30-22. Okay. They get the second touchdown, which was unreal. With plenty of time on the clock, by the way. And both teams had the ball where a field goal would more or less have done it. So it's not like the game was over. Like, the Seahawks would have had another chance to get the ball back. So even if the 2-point conversion went against them, there were still ways for the Seahawks to actually win the game in regulation. There was. So it wasn't like this blown 2-point conversion, which wasn't blown, by the way. The backward pass I'm talking about, It wasn't the finishing moment of the game. So to assume the Rams would have still just hung on to win is being a little presumptive. But I do understand Sean McVay's point. Like Sean McVay just was apoplectic after the game because of, well, two things. One, he doesn't understand the rule, which is a bummer for Sean McVay, I guess. And I'll explain the rule in a second. Two, it was like the inquisition by the media muggles about Puka Nacua and what Puka Nacua tweeted. Are you ready for this? And you got to realize this is a guy who's been dealing with controversy all day, had to apologize for his, unknowingly knowing about the anti-Semitic gesture, all that. Puka Nacua, for whatever reason, thought it was a good idea to tweet something ripping the refs after the game. Tweeting it. Not just saying it, not just grumbling about it. No, I got to get my phone and tweet it. And his tweet was, "Can you say I was wrong? Appreciate you, Stripes, for your contribution, LOL." Which he immediately had to delete. So Sean McVay's up there, furious about a rule he doesn't understand and getting barraged with questions about Puka Nacua's tweet that came out like 5 seconds ago from a guy who had to apologize. And it was like, well, are you distracted? And I got the sound here, but so we'll start with, now let me just tell you what the rule is, okay? Terry McAuley, one of these ref guys, ex-ref guys. And listen, I'll tell you this. I didn't know this was the rule, but I'm not paid millions of dollars to know the rules. I may not be a smart man, Jenny, but I know what rules are. So apparently on this backward pass, and it was a backward pass, so it's no different than a handoff. It's a fumble. The ball definitively went backwards, not forwards. Not by a lot, but it did. So it's a backward pass, and it gets deflected. The rule says, according to Terry McAuley, when a backward pass is ruled forward and incomplete, replay can reverse if there is a clear recovery in the immediate continuing action, which there was by Charbonnet, right? Like there was nobody around the ball. And Charbonnet picked it up. Is that how you say his name, by the way, Charbonnet?
Charbonnet.
That is a great name, isn't it? That makes me want to drink.
Did you ever watch the show Brooklyn Nine-Nine?
No.
Well, there's a cheap wine in that show that is called Charbonnet. It's like a knockoff. And so every time I hear his name, I just think it's like a bad wine. But yeah, he was in a great example last night. Like you said, play to the whistle, boys.
Well, but here's the trick. Here's the trick here. The whistle did blow before he picked it up. But what Terry McAuley's saying, it doesn't matter when. Here's the rule that people don't know. And I didn't know either, okay? But again, I'm not paid to know it. It doesn't matter if the whistle blows if it's clear who the ball was going to go to in that situation. Meaning continuing action, if it's not factored in by stoppage of the whistle, then it continues, whether the whistle blows or not. So in this particular circumstance, the ball was really at Charbonnet's feet. Nobody was around him. Nobody else was competing for the ball. And the blowing of the whistle didn't stop action enough that somebody else could have gone after the ball. The fact that Charbonnet just picked it up was just a good habit. And the fact that he was already in the end zone, the ball was laying at his feet. And the truth of the matter is they got it right. They did get it right. Now, when they got it right, it doesn't really matter. The ball had not been kicked off. So what? It took a little time to go. Kind of like this offsides rule in the NHL. Like they just let the action go and they go back and look at it. And while that might be frustrating to some people, I'd rather a play just sort of continue and go on and you can correct it. You realize like scoring in the NBA happens all the time where like a three-pointer is converted to a two-pointer way after it happens. It's just not as dramatic as that particular moment. So this, by the rule, was absolutely the right thing to happen. So, all right, let's get to some of the sound here. Here's Sean McVay on that 2-point conversion.
What I was referring to is that I've never quite seen anything like what happened on the 2-point conversion where you're lined up to kickoff. Then they say it's a fumble because they had the clear and obvious recovery. Now you tack it on, you make it a 30-30 game. Very interesting. Didn't get a clear explanation of everything that went on just because of some of the timing of it. They were trying to be able to do that, but that's the thing that I've said. I've never seen anything or never been a part of anything like that, and I've grown up around this game. I'm not making excuses. We don't do that. I don't believe in that. It doesn't move us forward, but we do want clarity and an understanding of the things that we can do to minimize that when we rejected the 2-point conversion.
Well, I'm sorry, Coach, if you don't know the rule. I mean, whose fault is that? I think Sean McVay is a great coach, by the way. I like him a lot. But it's not the referee's fault that you don't understand the rule. So there's that. Here was the ref's explanation.
After reviewing the play, the quarterback threw a backward pass, which was recovered in the end zone by the offense. It is a successful conversion.
That is the craziest ever.
Craziest ever.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it's the craziest ever, if you've never seen it before, if it's never happened before. The rule is covered. It is a rule. So whether or not you're familiar with it, it doesn't even matter. And by the way, there was plenty of time left. I think the Rams may have had offensive possession of the ball twice after that happened. So it's a bummer, but I mean, you are being a little whiny right there. You are, Rams. So the Rams go to overtime. They march down the field, and you don't think they got a little lucky when the interception by the Seahawks, which could have been an interception, is ruled the ball hits the ground, which it did, by the way. It did. So that was the right call, too. So you were assisted by the same mechanics that kind of you think screwed you over. What you can't account for is your moron player who was great on the field, but afterwards had to apologize again.
Just a moment of frustration. After a tough, intense game like that, just thinking of the opportunities that I could have done better to take it out of their hands. Just a moment of frustration.
What specifically was the tweet comment?
Just the opportunities that we didn't take advantage of. Some of the moments that we put in the officials' hands, I just felt like we could have executed to not put ourselves in those situations, and I know that's something that we'll improve on.
What moment felt like it was in the officials' hands?
Just some of the 2-point extra plays and some of the opportunities where our defense had executed, make them snap it one more time. But
I'm a moron. That's what I am. But yeah, I'm not that. I'm not a smart man, Jenny. But I know what Twitter is. Meanwhile, McVay's trying to deal with this. His blood is boiling. We just lost. I mean, that was a hell of a play by the Seahawks, down a touchdown in overtime to come back, and they had some cojones, man, going for 2. You could have rolled with the tie. You could have. You could have just rolled it, and there's Eric Saubert, ex-Bronco. Eric Saubert, you get a gold star if you remember him on the Broncos. Catching the, what was he, the 9th option on that play? Catching the 2-point conversion from Sam Darnold. Awesome game, man. I mean, it was so great. But here is McVay, who now has to deal with all the Puka Nacua tweets. Like, what? I'm sorry, what did he do?
Was it like a distraction this week?
No, it wasn't a distraction at all. Did you think his play showed that he was distracted? I didn't think so either. He went off today. He didn't. And you know what? And I apologize for. You know what? I love this team. And man, when you put out as much as our group does, and you care so much about something, and you come up short, it's incredibly disappointing. But as it relates to just the things that you're asking, we always want to make sure that we handle ourselves with class, learn from it. I'll put my arm around him and continue to educate our guys. I love this team. I love his heart. I think he's going to continue to grow and mature. And I'm going to be there right there with him to continue to help do that.
That might be a record for a dude to have to apologize twice in one day for things that were completely under his control. Meanwhile, he balls out on the field, 12 catches, 225, 18.8 per with 2 touchdowns. That is a round day for Puka Nacua. One of the muggles was like, "Hey, you're on the edge of a new contract. Are you worried about it?" I was like, "Son, do you see my numbers? I really can probably do anything here. What a game. Congrats to the Seahawks. Our own Chad Brown, by the way, who's on this show all the time, Steve. See what Chad Brown was doing yesterday, by the way?
I did. Well, actually,
pretty cool, right?
We usually have Chad on every Thursday at 8:30 on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. And yesterday I texted him and I said, hey, can you still come on today?
Yeah.
And he left me on red for like 20 minutes, which he never does. So I texted him back and I said, we could reschedule if need be. And then immediately he replied and he said, oh, thank God, I'm flying to Seattle because I'm waving the 12th man flag tonight. Like, I got to reschedule the interview. And I went, here you go, Chad.
So are you talking to him today?
Yeah, we're gonna chat.
Well, that's even better, don't you think?
Yes, so we get to chat with him today.
Oh, that's great.
At 8:20 or 8:30, still ironing out some of the specifics. And we'll ask him about, he was in the building for that amazing game.
He was, and he was raising the Seahawks flag. That's former non-Bronco Chad Brown. I give Chad a hard time all the time because everybody just assumes he was on the Broncos. He wasn't. But people are, details. So what a night last night. Really solid win by the Nuggets overall. A great football game. All the twists and turns of that game, just awesome. Start to finish, and Puka Nacua just not that smart. And it leads us to what probably is the next best game of the NFL weekend. Hard to beat that. Two teams in the same division who both have 11 wins battling for first place. Okay, you got us on that one. That goes to overtime with all the drama on Puka Nacua. Game of the year right there. The second best game of the weekend probably is happening at Empower Field. And I'll tell you who's going to win that battle with the Jags and the Broncos in a second. And we'll see who shows up with no power, limited power, flip cup night. I mean, the drama with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane is next level. And we're here for all of it here on 92.5. Sunday in Power Field. The first place Denver Broncos take on division-leading Jacksonville in a battle for the ages.
Bo Nix is especial.
Who will come out victorious? Will you feel good about this one? Tune in Sunday. Bo Nix and Trevor Lawrence.
We don't have any clowns.
Broncos will win this game 27-26. That's my prediction. So I got them not covering the 3.
My mom thinks we'll win.
I got them close on the over is 43, something like that. So I got them I guess I got them easily covering that. And it's going to be, listen, I'm doing Altitude After Dark on the old digital. You can see it with me and Coach Sanford on YouTube. Like and subscribe. Thank you. It's a Bud Light Football Friday.
And by the way, one plug for that Altitude After Dark. I was listening to one of your episodes. I think it was last year after the last Broncos game of the season, after they got bounced by the Bills.
Okay.
And I forgot that it's only an internet show. So I tuned in, and a little bit of your Boston started to come out, and you were talking about bleep this and complete one bleep and pass. And my producer brain went, oh no, DMac!
Oh my God.
DMac! Oh, wait, we're just on Twitter.
We are. It's not a, well, that particular episode might have been a little bit more saucy. But yeah, there's we don't overdo it though. We don't overdo it. But if it slips out, it slips out. We don't curse on purpose, but if it's a natural part of our conversation, it happens. It's on the old internets. Yesterday, though, if you go back and watch the show, spoiler alert, I do have the Broncos winning, but by the skin of their teeth, my friends, by the hair of their chinny chin chin. What Trevor Lawrence has done in the past month, and granted, except for the Chargers, it's been mostly against garbage teams. But most of the time that he's cut these teams up, it's in the first half. And there's no looking back. And the Chargers defensive backs, as Sean Payton detailed, can catch the ball. They don't drop. They can catch it. So turnovers have been unbelievable for them. Now, what's remarkable is that they're the most penalized team in the NFL. Broncos are second. However, our own Coach Sanford did a little research, good for him, by the way, and he found out being penalized does not equate to losing games, and that the vast majority of playoff teams right now are amongst the highest penalized teams in the league. And the reason for that is simple. They are taking more chances. They're a little bit more aggressive. And teams are trailing against those teams, so there's more opportunity for pass interference. Think about that for a second. You're more likely to be called for pass interference if you're winning a game than trailing in a game. Okay, never really thought of it that way. But that's what, and so to Jacksonville's credit, they've been winning and winning big early and often over the course of the past month. So whether or not these teams are garbage, you still got to throw it, catch it, score it, blah, 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 blah. And they've been doing it as good as anybody in the NFL. And Trevor Lawrence has been balling out. Now, the Broncos do just tend to wear teams down once it gets to the fourth quarter. And until somebody proves they can beat this version of the Broncos in Denver, which they haven't this year, then I'm going to roll with the Broncos. I just think it's going to be really close. And I think Jacksonville is by far the least respected team, good team in the NFL. It, like Sean Payton pointed out, it's a small market team, and he wasn't trying to be mean about that. He was just being accurate. Meaning their market is so small, you don't see a lot of attention going towards Jacksonville. It's not worth it. There's not enough people there for all the networks and these big national talking heads to even bother with Jacksonville. So to me, they are unbelievably overlooked and dismissed. And I think they have a lot of weapons. They have Trevor Lawrence playing great. and a pretty significant defense in terms of takeaways. So I got the Broncos winning on a Bud Light Football Friday. I'll be back at noon to hash it up a little bit more with Tyler and Scott. I am very curious how the next 5 minutes are going to go, Steve. Like, who's going to be where? I'm very curious about it. Is it Flip Cup boy Mark Moser? Is it Vic Lombardi without power and golden? Find out next right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Over to Bain. Jump shot won't go. Tip by Batazzi won't go. Denver's got the numbers. It's 4-on-1. Murray, 3 in transition. Let's go! 32-7 run Denver. Johnson bounce pass on the wing over to Jokic, and they clear out for him. He's one-on-one with Batazzi. Spins on him, beat him badly. Layup is up and in. Stolen by Valanciunas. Front court Pickett, no look, Jones. Dunked it reverse side with the right arm. 110-91 Denver. Timeout Orlando. Spencer Jones. Cross-court pass over to Cam Johnson and a 3. Yes, finally. Big bucket there, 124-115. And the Denver Nuggets are going to win game number 6 in a row. 5 seconds left to go in Denver. 3, 2, 1, horn. Jamal Murray on fire in the second quarter. Scored 20 points in the period. Jokic with another triple-double in the game. Denver comes from behind, wins game number 6 in a row. They beat the Orlando Magic tonight by a final of 126-115.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Good morning. Good morning,
Good morning. Good morning. Good happy Football Friday to you. Even though we started off with some Nuggets, I think it was appropriate because Nuggets are 20-6, dudes. Matt, 20-6.
Pretty good.
See,
That's
20
franchise history.
See, one side has 20.
Mm-hmm.
That's 10 times 2.
How about the other side?
Oh, it's just a little 6. A little baby 6. And by the way, of those 6, 4 of those should be on the other side.
Good morning, Vic. How you doing, man?
Hey, how about Louis
Yeah.
trying to, I don't know, scare me into coming into the studio this morning by sending a social media post claiming that my power would be out?
I wish it was fake. That would have been better. I wish I had the creativity to come up with something and Photoshop that and be like, hey, power's going to be out, man. You should be in studio. But unfortunately, that was real. Your power's not off, so apparently the city of Golden didn't cut it all at 5 a.m. like they said they were going to.
I live in the Golden area code, but not Golden proper.
Maybe that's where you got lucky. Maybe your
So
neighbors.
if they've shut it down in Golden, that's their issue. That's their problem.
Vic lives, how do I describe it? He lives in this tiny pocket of its own thing, of his own peeps. It's just this tiny little pocket. Now, they may be attached to Golden, but they're not really Golden.
I see what you're saying. Is this like one of those family compounds where like the grandparents live on the other side of the ranch, and if you need anything, you just take the ATV
No, it's a regular.
over there?
It's a regular
Koresh
neighborhood.
started this compound.
Yeah,
We've been here since.
You were?
By the way, today, before we get rolling with sports, and we have a lot because it's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Our buddy Chris Bianchi reminds us very high fire danger today, record heat, 80 to 100 mile an hour winds, and a very dry air mass. Be very smart. Winds will be strongest until 6 o'clock. Boulder's just going to get hammered today. I mean, I've got a lot of friends up there that have lost power, and they haven't had it for, like almost 2 days now, and they were told yesterday it's not going to be back on until Sunday. So if you're one of those folks affected, I feel for you because he had to dump everything in the fridge, get to a hotel. It's not fun, but at the same time, you'd gladly do that in lieu of, God forbid, some sort of awful fire, which, by the way, there's one raging in Yuma, which thoughts to everybody out there who is fighting that and affected by that for sure.
My cousins will go 5 days without power where they live, and they live less than a mile from me.
That's crazy. That's unbelievable.
5 days in a row.
Yeah,
stay safe, everybody.
Our thoughts are with you for sure. By the way, Nuggets, Broncos, and Avs since November 2nd, a combined 45-2. 40 wins, 5 losses, 2 overtime losses for the Avs.
It's amazing.
Isn't that crazy? Just think about that for a second. There's been 47 games between the 3 teams since November 2nd. They've straight up won 40 of them. Isn't that nuts?
It's stupid.
I mean, that's really crazy, man.
It's stupid. I mean, I defy you to find another run like this in any other city with the main 3 teams playing at the same time. It doesn't happen.
You know what? You may be right. This may be like an all-time run for a city. Because I couldn't even think of a contemporary. Maybe like the Red Sox, Celtics, and the Patriots. Maybe there was a congruence there at one point
I
in
could
time.
think 2 teams. I understand 2 teams going at it, but 3 of them?
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's unbelievable. So Nuggets last night rally back. It was 40-29, Vic. Magic were leading. And then David Adelman called the timeout. I believe that was the score.
I will give you what took place last night and how they turned it on. They were down 14 points with 6:19 to play in the second quarter. Okay?
Yeah.
Reference that.
Yeah.
Halfway through the second quarter, they're down 14. They then proceeded to go for the remaining part of that quarter on a 35-7 run. So they're down 14 halfway through the quarter, and then they go to halftime up 14. Boom.
Boom. Like you wouldn't believe. Jamal Murray just unconscious, okay? 7 of 8 from the field in the second quarter. Finishes the first half with 23 points. Just another feather in his, all-star resume cap. So, look, man, no Peyton Watson last night. Tim Hardaway Jr. was sick coming into the game. Julian Strawther played again, got back into action, and we saw Jalen Pickett.
I was just going to say, we had a Jalen Pickett sighting, not just a sighting.
Played well.
But Jalen Pickett played a lot of minutes, and he played well. Good for him. And again, Vic, when we talk about the depth of teams Oklahoma City, if you employ your depth a little bit more, maybe you'll find out that you have some pretty good depth too.
David Adelman called it Jalen's best game this season, best game since last year in Sacramento, and I'd have to agree with him, not because he just scored 9 points. He had assists. He finished with 7 assists, and he ran the team, and he scored those points in the clutch. They were important points. So
right.
Good game for him. Listen, you're going to have to lean on your bench players, and every team is doing it. Orlando wasn't fully healthy. Hell, they're missing 3 key players. So it's not just the Nuggets these days. Every team's got issues. You're going to have to lean on these guys. And one thing's for sure, one thing we've learned, this Nuggets bench is so much better than it was a year ago.
Oh, it's ridiculous. I mean, look, Cam Johnson may not be producing at the level that Michael Porter Jr. is in Brooklyn, and credit to MPJ. He's had a great start to the year in Brooklyn, so much so that Brooklyn's trying to use him as leverage maybe in an early trade and get some assets back for him, because I don't think even they believe that can continue. However, what you did in the process was you opened up some spots and you created some flexibility. So you could bring in a guy like Jonas Valanciunas, right? So you could bring in a Tim Hardaway, who after an off night Monday against the Rockets, I thought played well last night, Vic, and as well as Valanciunas off the bench.
Yeah, they mixed and matched the lineups a bit last night because there were guys in and out that hadn't played together for a while. But I look at Jonas Valanciunas, he only played 13 minutes.
Just right? So efficient.
So, and he scores 10 points in those 13 minutes, 5 rebounds. Do you understand the efficiency of those numbers?
Yeah, it's crazy.
With as little time as you get to play, and in that little time, you don't waste any time. You just score. You do your thing. So the fact that the Nuggets have that, hey, by the way, guys, tomorrow, 3 o'clock, it is going to be a war. The Houston Rockets, trust me, they're still stinging about that loss the other night. They're coming back to town. They lost again last night in overtime to New Orleans. That's 2 straight L's for the Rockets in overtime. They're going to be mad. They're going to be out for blood.
Yeah, they led big in New Orleans last night, Moj, and then they choked late. And so
he's right, though. Their post-game reaction after the last game,
yeah,
they were steaming. I think that they were it's so much steaming that they let it get away from them last night. They're steaming.
Yeah, they are. And, I'm watching that game, the Nuggets game, and they're down, would you say, 14?
14.
And you guys put a graphic up on the broadcast. Denver, 1 of 10 from 3. Orlando, 8 of 15 from 3. And you're like, oh, well, that's why. Orlando's got Anthony Black knocking down threes. Everybody they bring off the bench is hitting threes. No Franz Wagner last night. And then all of a sudden you look up, and at the end of the first half, Denver's 8 of 20 from 3, and Orlando's 8 of 19. And you're like, what? How did that happen? That's
Isn't
how
it
that
funny
thing
how the
flipped
3
on its
ball is
head.
the great equalizer?
Always
it's the
is.
great equalizer. I'll give you an example what kind of an equalizer it is. So last night, just Jamal Murray alone, 7 of 12 from 3.
Right.
Okay, he's making his threes this season, and he's doing it at a ridiculous level. I interviewed Dan Issel before the game.
Okay.
Dan's going to be there Saturday. He's going to be our featured guest on our pregame show.
Well, that's awesome.
And I was asking him about the 3 ball and what he thinks about the 3 ball in today's game. Dan took part in the highest scoring game in NBA history back in 1984. The Nuggets and Pistons played in the game, and I believe The final score was 186-184, I believe. Highest scoring game in NBA history. And he said to me, do you know how many threes were made or how many threes were attempted in that game? Attempted. What do you guys think it is?
I think it was 4 or 5.
4.
4. And I think
attempted.
I think only 2 were made.
Attempted threes, 4. Last night, Jamal Murray, threes made, 7. I mean, look at what the three ball has done to the game. But it doesn't mean necessarily you score more. It just means you score differently. He just referenced that game and said, listen, we scored. We scored plenty. We just didn't rely on the three.
Yeah. And Jokic last night, not his best overall game. He didn't have the wrist taped up, and then I think he aggravated again, and then he came back out with a pretty big wrap around it. So clearly, I mean, we know he's been fighting through that for the better part of the year.
Was it his left wrist?
Yeah, it was his left wrist, yeah.
It always is his left wrist, dude.
Well, no, because last year it was his right wrist.
Yeah, it was his shooting hand last year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's right.
I was watching old footage of Joker from 9 years ago.
Yeah.
He always had his left wrist taped up. He always had the left wrist.
Moser, I know your wrists bother you often during the year, and you don't tape yours.
I know what he's getting.
What
at
Moser
there.
is he talking about?
I know what he's getting.
I don't know what he's
It's all
talking
right.
about.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, drunk takes is right. By the way, Jokic, another triple-double. Ho-hum, 13 of 26 games this year. 50% of their games, he's had a triple-double. Just unbelievable.
Surpasses Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, most all-time assists in NBA history by a center. And, you know, it's almost when everybody talks about it, no centers had more assists and greatest passing big man ever. Listen, it's almost insulting to say greatest passing big man. Don't use greatest passing player. He's going to be down as one of the top 3 greatest passers ever. Big man, small man, large man, fat man, doesn't matter.
I think he is the best passer ever. Maybe not as far as like a Stockton guy just on a pure volume of passes, but as far as creativity, ability, execution, and fundamentals, quite frankly, like there's sometimes he'll get loose with the handle, and in the first half it was sloppy.
Yeah.
I think it was at one point Orlando had 10 points off of Nuggets turnovers early in that game.
Easy ones too.
Right, yeah. And so, it was just a lack of focus, getting themselves into the game, but when he wants to, when they're really trying to take care of the basketball and value the possession, man, he's as good of a passer as I've ever seen. It's just as simple as that. I mean, the creativity. I watched Moser was saying, with Yokmas the other day, some of those old highlight films were kind of circulating the timeline of his passes. Yeah, I mean, even that first year, man, he's throwing everything behind his head and he's whipping it around. And
I think that's it's a subjective honor. There's great passers. I mean,
LeBron,
Magic Johnson had just as many, right? Magic Johnson was amazing as a passer. I mean, and you could even go to guys who didn't have as many but were creative passers. Jason Williams.
Sure, absolutely. Jason Kidd.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
There were some guys in there that were very creative.
No question. But again, for a center, I mean, where does he rank right now for us? All right, pop quiz, or I guess temperature check, better than pop quiz. Where's he at all-time bigs for you right now?
Well, there's Wilt.
Yeah.
And then there's Joker. And that's my list.
It feels like that is the list. When I watched Hakeem in his heyday, he was so good. I mean, he was so dang good. It's got to be Joker though. It has to be right after Wilt.
Yeah, I still think Wilt changed the game more than any big man that's ever lived. And granted, he played against guys my size.
Sure.
He played against 5'8" Italians.
Yeah. But I will say, as far as an all-time skill standpoint, it's going to come down to rings for him. If he wins at least one more, I think he's in the conversation, and you can really make the argument. With only one, it feels like it's going to be hard. However, from a skill standpoint, there really hasn't been a more talented big that's ever played the game. I'm pretty confident in saying that.
Somebody on Twitch just mentioned Bill Russell, and Bill Russell's often overlooked, right?
Sure.
But he played in that same
Bill
era
Russell
with
was
Wilt.
I guess Bill Russell was the first. George Mikan might have been the first, but Bill Russell was really the first ultimate forever big.
What do you have, 9 rings or 11?
Bill.
I think
the difference with
11,
Bill Russell.
9 as a player, 2 as a coach.
Okay.
Yeah, and as talented as he was, nobody's disputing his talent. I mean, hell, he was unreal. He also was surrounded by so much talent, it was insanity. It was a treasure of talent in Boston.
Yeah.
So it's not apples to apples here.
No,
okay?
that's true.
It's just not. It's not even close. He went to a team that had multiple All-Stars on it. Nikola Jokic is still looking for his first All-Star teammate, and this could be the year.
Oh, it's going to be the year. I mean, if Jamal Murray doesn't make the All-Star team, we all ought to storm the NBA head offices. The level he's playing at right now, I'll put it up there with any of his best basketball in his career. Even as good as he was in the playoffs the year they won the title, he has been dynamite right now. Even Jokic after the game was shocked. He was like, oh, he hit 7 threes? Wow. Jamal's just playing consistent on a nightly basis as somebody you can rely upon. And in fact, Vic, in my opinion, tell me what you think, but he's covering up for a lot of their injury issues right now. We'd be talking about that a lot more if Jamal wasn't playing at this level.
Jamal Murray is doing exactly what they'd hoped he'd do in the offseason. This, when we talked about can he start the season the way he ends the season? Yes. Can he play at the level that he played in the playoffs a couple of years ago? Yes. Can he stay healthy? Yes, knock on wood. He's done all of it.
Yeah.
He's the reason the Nuggets, despite missing 2 starters and a key reserve last night, and missing those 2 starters for a month now, they're off to their best start in franchise history.
It's crazy. Chime in on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925. It is a Bud Light Football Friday. Folks, we're giving away tickets to Sunday's Broncos Jags game. Head over today to Three Dogs Tavern in North Denver starting at 3, and you can enter to win. Bud Light is giving away VIP tailgate passes and tickets to the game. While you're at Three Dogs Tavern enjoying Nate and Andy's show, you can enjoy $4 pints, $12 pitchers, and $3.75 bottles of Bud Light. See you at Three Dogs Tavern at 3. Sounds nice on a Friday afternoon.
Shockey, our boy Shockey, I'm going to pat you on the back, my friend. The other day, he sends me one of those maps and says, what part of town is this? You know this town. I said, that's North Denver.
Mm-hmm.
He was referencing Three Dog Tavern.
Oh, so he needed the local knowledge.
He wanted to make sure that he didn't call it what I hate. You know what? We're not going to call it that.
Matt, Vic doesn't do the neighborhood names. There's no Low-High, Highlands, Rhino, Lodo, Soto, Sopa. Yeah. There's none of that.
That comes from transplant. Sorry.
Sure.
But I don't do
Actually,
that.
It comes from real estate agents who are trying to fancy up these different areas.
Yeah.
So it's just all Denver is what you're saying.
So that's why Shockey asked me. Shockey out of the blue says, what part of town is this? I said, it's North Denver.
North Denver.
So good job, Shock.
There you go. Coming up on the other side, Jags and Broncos this weekend. Massive game. But last night, arguably the best Thursday night football game of all time. We'll discuss.
After reviewing the play, the quarterback threw a backward pass, which was recovered in the end zone by the offense. It is a successful conversion.
That is the craziest ever.
Craziest ever.
Crazy times. Can you imagine how different it would have been if they would have made that decision?
Yeah.
Something
Life is
else.
funny.
Life is funny. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Brett's still welcoming baby number 2 and getting settled at home.
He's probably working on number 3.
At this point?
Number 3's probably on the way. Dude's been gone so long.
That's a quick turnaround. That'd be
That was
a quick
terrible
turnaround.
call, by the way. If I'm a Rams fan, I'm livid over that. Not the reason they lost. I thought that was stupid. That goes against
2-point conversion?
Yeah, that goes against the spirit of the game. Everything about that call is dumb. You have to hit the forensics file to determine how far backwards it went. It was a bang-bang play. Everyone on the field stopped playing. When everyone on the field stops playing, I think that pretty much tells you what it is, nerds.
Last night, Seahawks with an incredibly impressive victory as they moved to 12-3, the only other NFL team at 12 wins, joining the Broncos. The Rams, man, they look good. They had a big lead there heading into the fourth quarter. Seattle was 0-172 all time when trailing by 15 or more entering the fourth. And they rally back and take it in overtime, becoming the first team in NFL history to win a game in overtime on a 2-point conversion.
Crazy.
How about that?
Crazy. Well, Washington had that chance earlier this season, and the Broncos foiled them.
They sure
right now,
did.
the Denver Broncos and the Seattle Seahawks are the top seeds in their respective conferences.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me.
How about this one? Yeah, the Seahawks and Rams season split. This is nuts. So they played 2 games this year. The point spread in both of these games, the Rams scored 58, the Seahawks scored 57. Total yards, Rams 830, Seahawks 829. That's how dead even that matchup has been this year.
Somebody, I said last night, I said, what a football game. Best of the season in the NFL. Great game. And then somebody subtweeted me or quote tweeted me, however you do it, responded and said,
sure,
well, the Broncos would have beaten either of these teams easily because their defenses are crap.
Seattle's defense is not crap.
Hang on a second. And I didn't respond. I'm not taking the bait.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, listen, I'm not going to be Charlie Tuna here. Okay, and take the bait. Both those defenses are actually pretty damn good. It's that both offenses are unbelievable.
Well, the Seahawks ran the ball really well last night. They kept gashing the Rams.
Because they can. That's why, because they have both teams have the ability to do that. And they do it with more diminutive backs than you would perhaps think.
Well, maybe the Rams do, and I thought that was the difference in the game is Seattle, 25 carries, 171 yards on the ground. They averaged 6.8 per tote. It was the Rams, 39 carries, 124 yards, just 3.2. That they really committed to the ground game last night. They were without Devontae Adams, who injured that hamstring last week. We'll see what happens with him. The crazy part is LA puts up 37, and he doesn't play last night. I'm sitting there in the second half as they've got a giant lead, 30-14, thinking to myself, this is the Rams without Devontae Adams? Oh, oh boy. I mean, because they're playing well at the right time. Stafford, how about this? Almost 460 yards through the air and 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, no sacks. He's got the MVP locked up now. I mean, even in a loss.
And listen, despite that silly call, Vic, and I agree, was it a backwards pass? Was it not a backwards pass? Everybody stops. The ball's just laying at the goal line. Dude just picks it up. Touchdown. Or, conversion. It was really silly. Either way, though, the Rams get the ball first in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, the Rams had only themselves to blame.
They
for the
drive
loss.
down the field and they score a flipping touchdown.
I'm just talking about that call, though. It's dumb.
Okay.
It's a dumb call. It's dumb. I mean, the ball traveled, 3 yards before it was hit a helmet? I mean, come on. What are we doing? And you're going to determine that it went backwards by what? You put a ruler on top of the game film? I mean, come on. It's stupid.
He was right on it in the booth right away before they even called for the review. They were right on it in the booth. So, yeah, I'm with you. It was just one of those freak moments where, you throw it off somebody's helmet, it bounces forward, and Zach Charbonnet just finishing the play and picking up a football is maybe the difference in the 1 seed in the NFC
He didn't even
West.
finish the play. He just picked up the ball.
But that's what I'm saying. That constitutes in that moment finishing the play.
Well, listen, the Rams only have themselves to blame because, you put up, look at Matthew Stafford's numbers. He threw for 457 yards at 3 TDs.
Wild.
Puka Nacua had 12 catches, 225, 2 TDs on my fantasy team.
Dude,
that's ridiculous.
Whoa. No wonder you're winning. You have Puka Nacua?
I do.
Oh, good.
Do you have Stafford too?
Someone's got to take the Twitter machine out of his hands, by the way.
Hey, Nelly, do you have that clip? Do you have that clip from DMac? Because Vic was accused of being something this morning. Yeah, Vic was accused of being something this morning. And now that you brought it up, Vic, I feel like it's important to address.
Yeah.
DMac, tell me if this is sour grapes or there's some substance to this complaint.
By the way, I have Matthew Stafford, who was awesome for fantasy, not that you care. To lose to Vic Lombardi in fantasy in the playoffs sucks. Okay? Because Vic's playing I don't know, and I don't care, and what's really happening, and what's this, and what's that. That's all a charade. Vic clearly knows what he's doing. He was probably burning the midnight oil to figure out how to beat me last week. And for him to poo-poo it like, I just beat DMac, because, who could beat D? It's so easy. It's whatever. I'm not buying that game up.
First of all, what the hell is a charade?
It should be a charade.
I believe it's a charade.
I believe it's a charade.
I believe it's a charade.
He said it in a fancy way.
He did.
Moj, you know me better than
That's
anybody
all
else.
a charade.
Moj, do you think I invest more than 3 seconds in this fantasy stuff?
He says you're sandbagging. That's what he claims.
I'm going to ask Moj. Moj, can you tell the people?
Let me.
I don't know how to turn on the app.
I like let me put it this way. I like DMac's tenor. I like the tone. I like his attitude regarding Vic and fantasy.
Calling him a fraud.
I like all of that, and I respect all of that.
Yeah.
You're talking to my guy all wrong. It's the wrong tone.
Well, I need to tell
tone.
I need to tell DMac though that Vic really is just friggin' lucky.
Yeah,
that's what he is. I've seen Vic get lucky at times in my life, and I cannot believe the fortune that he. That puck that you scored at the shootout.
Oh, I threw a mean slap shot from the red line.
It was the luckiest shot of
full wind up.
Just shut up.
And that piece of board they have up there with the tiny little slit.
Sure,
it's a little game and you win stuff.
Yeah.
So these guys tried to do it. They couldn't even hit the goal mouth. I go up there and this is full.
Okay, shut him off. Shut him off. Thank you. Vic is just lucky. He's just a fortunate. He's walking around with a horseshoe buried somewhere in his rectum. Excuse my language.
Matthew Stafford becomes the 4th player in NFL history to have at least 8 games with 3 passing touchdowns and 0 interceptions in a season. Guys, he's got the MVP locked up, but this is even crazier. The Rams last night are the first team in NFL history to lose with 500 or more yards, no turnovers, and 3 or more opponent turnovers.
Okay, I didn't watch as closely as you guys did because I was obviously doing the Nuggets.
Yeah.
If you give me those numbers, if you say this is what Stafford produces, what Nacua puts out there, and what the offense, how the hell do you lose that game? Can you explain to me?
Yeah, they also gave up. Okay, they gave up a punt return for a touchdown.
Okay,
the Rams. I'm here to tell you. I don't know how else to say this. I know the Seahawks won the game. The Rams are a better football team than Seattle is by this much, but they're a better football team. They got. Do you want to say unlucky? Oh, you create your own luck. They did it to themselves. They gave up a punt return for a touchdown. They got the whole 2-point conversion thing went against them. Whatever, man, whatever. I think the Rams are a better team.
By all the metrics, you're right, Vic. If you were to just put a blindfold on and just read somebody these numbers, they'd be like, oh, yeah, LA won. It was incredible. It was an incredible performance, and really it was what Seattle was able to do on the ground. And as Moj mentions, it was the quick turnaround of the Rashid Shaheed touchdown. LA
That's
goes
all
up.
A charade.
Rashid charade. All right, let's transition here as Jacksonville heads into town on Sunday for what is a huge matchup for your Denver Broncos. Denver leads the series 8-7. Okay, they've won 4 of the last 5 matchups against the Jags. If you'll remember, do we remember when the last time Denver played Jacksonville was?
Do you remember the September?
Do you remember the last time they played the Jags?
Well, I think it was when we had Mark Long on last. Nelly, if I'm not mistaken.
That was in Jacksonville.
Yes.
And the Broncos went in there and did what, Moj?
What did Mark say they're going to do?
The Broncos should come in here and beat that ass.
And that's exactly what they did. That had to be 2022? 21. Help me.
22.
Okay, see, there you go.
But wasn't that the London game?
Which one?
2022.
Was it?
I'm pretty sure that was the sunglasses at night for practice game. That was high knees at the airport, wasn't it? Wasn't that the big bomb to KJ Hamler from Russ down the stretch?
Oh, right.
Right. It was jolly old.
Right, it's just London, right?
How do you remember that so vividly?
Yeah, he looked at
Why?
it. He doesn't
Because-
remember
Because
Jack.
I remember Russ bringing his headphones and wearing his sunglasses out to the field and us ripping him to shreds for just being a boner. Quite frankly.
Those of you who can remember things that vividly, it's a skill that I do not possess.
In that game, Travis Etienne, 162 scrimmage yards. So he got him pretty good last time, and he's rolling right now. And the big difference, in my opinion, in Jacksonville's turnaround is just how well he's playing. He scored 9 touchdowns in their last 6 games. We heard Sean Payton talking about what they did to Green Bay's offense. If you ask me, gentlemen, I think a big key to this game is making that offense one-dimensional. You got to take something away. So it'll be up to Vance Joseph to figure out what that is. And I don't know if it's going to be that easy because Jacksonville's offense is rolling. They've scored over 25 points in 7 straight games. Vic.
Yeah, they've scored 35, 27, 25 is the low, 36 and 48. I mean, they are rolling, so much so that they just said to Jacoby Myers, "Hey, do you want 60 mil?" And he said, "Yeah, you know what? I'll tell you what, 60 mil sounds pretty good. Let's do that." Okay, sounds good. I mean, everybody's happy right now in Jacksonville.
Let's see what they're doing here.
No, I agree. You ain't seen a defense like this.
Yeah, let's see what they do with pressure. Because go back and look at the numbers from that Green Bay game. Jordan Love never faced that kind of pressure, and it affected him, especially late. Guys were in his face late, forcing him to throw the ball just a tad early. That interception he threw to Patrick Surtain, that's caused because pressure got to him before he wanted to really throw it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So bring it on. Hey, by the way, has Trevor Lawrence always had that hair? Because I saw our own version of Trevor Lawrence last night. He sat on my lap in the postgame show. Did you guys see who showed up on the postgame show?
No.
Marty O was at the game last night. And he took a seat on my lap for the final segment. He's gained a few pounds, Moshe. A few LBs. He was heavy.
Do I have the opportunity to rip Vic real quick?
The floor is yours.
First of all, Marty O's gate blew over.
When you want that to when you want to do that, you just tell me at any point in time.
Here we go. I got a text last weekend. "Hey, listen, I'm going to be in town at the house. My gate blew over. I don't have any tools. Can you help me?" I said, "Sure." So I go over yesterday, and he had to go pick up a bed or something, so I just put his gate back up. I'm going crazy and putting his gate back on. And all this.
So you brought your drill bit out and all that stuff?
Yeah, then we sat in the house and talked for a while. Great to catch up with him. So I get this text. This kills me. This absolutely kills me. He said, "Hey, I saw Vic." He goes, I'm going to go see Vic." I said, "Okay, great." Oh, I got to find it.
What could be so good about this text?
He goes,
he looked just like Trevor Lawrence. That's the only reason I bring it up.
He's got the hair. There's no doubt about it. But
all his facial features look like Trevor Lawrence. That's how I know he's not my child.
Okay. So he goes, "I went and said hi to Vic on the set." And he asks me, "Hey, do you remember Chris Dempsey?" And I'm going, what does he mean by that? He goes, "I don't know what he means by that." He goes, "I only talked to Chris Dempsey after our show and before his show every day for 3 years."
I don't remember.
Every single day for, hey, do you
I don't remember.
Well, you're
I
an
don't know
idiot,
everybody's
dude.
relationship. I introduce people. You know the worst kind of people? The people that don't introduce others. I introduce people to people. I'm a connector.
Vic, they literally saw each other and talked to each other every day for 3 years.
I can't assume that. When I'm with somebody and I know somebody else, I introduce them. That's the respectful
Chris
thing
Dempsey?
to do.
Yeah, I know his blood type, Vic. That's how close we are. I mean, you're a moron.
Instead of saying thank you, thank you,
okay.
I may have forgotten his name, I get this.
That's all a charade.
On the Shot Mazda text line, wrong show, but no dumb question. Thought you can't advance a fumble forward. It wasn't technically advanced forward. It was recovered, and it was recovered in the end zone. So that's why it worked.
And it was a backwards pass.
Right. So it's technically like a pitch. It would be as if you were on a toss sweep, tossing the running back the ball, it applies the same. If the ball bounces forward, somebody jumps on it, you're not advancing it. You're just recovering the football. Yes,
Matt,
Vic. Yes, sir.
Somebody on the Twitch feed said, if this had happened and the Broncos benefited, I wouldn't be whining about it.
100%. Oh, I wouldn't be.
I would. No,
Why would you? Why would
I
you
would
be
still
whining?
be whining about how dumb a rule is it when, first of all, nobody knows what the rule is. Everybody's standing around. That's number one. Number two, the players stopped playing. Use common sense. The players stopped playing. Dumb.
I don't
Dumb
care.
to award a team 2 points.
I don't care.
The play was foiled. It was foiled at the line of scrimmage. The end.
They blew the whistle, so the guys stopped. But it doesn't matter if the whistle's blown if the ball is technically still live, which that is where a lot of people are.
Oh, really? Because they
in
blew the
gray
whistle
area.
They blew the whistle last week when Troy Franklin got supposedly tackled, and he waltzed into the end zone. Why doesn't that count as a touchdown?
It's fair enough, but it's because they ruled him down. I think that would be why.
The whistle blows. So when players hear the whistle, they stop.
Yep.
So in one account it's okay, in the other account it's not. No, it's stupid.
Well, I think
Fix
what's gonna happen is they will address. It's a charade. I think what's gonna happen is they're gonna address it this offseason. I don't think there's any way they can't. But still, I mean, what a wild turn of events. And what a very, very significant play at the end of the day. We'll get back to the Broncos certainly here coming up. Got some interesting numbers to dive into as it is a Bud Light Football Friday on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. We are live from the Backus and Shanker studios where their passion is justice.
Here's one.
Yeah.
Can Vic introduce Brett to Moser when he returns? You're such a maroon.
No.
We have a huge weekend of sports coming up.
Tra-ra-ra-boom-die.
One of the best slates of the year is on deck, and we will give you some of our picks for the very first round of the college football playoff next.
Let's go.
You know what I've learned about Mark Moser, Vic? And it's wild. Look, everybody has their own taste in music, okay? But Moj is like anti-millennial music for it's pretty much like an exclusivity. Like all
Nelly,
millennial music is just like not good to him, which is crazy.
What is millennial music?
It's this crap. Nelly, stop it for a second, would you please?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like me to do it?
I don't know if I want you to do it, but I think I don't have a choice.
And then
Yeah.
This is me, all right, yeah. It's all right. It's just crap, man.
Moserman, this song in particular, though, specifically talks about smoking crystal meth and knocking boots a lot. I mean, this song's more metal than a lot of the stuff you claim to like.
Dumb. It's just, and I like to go, and then right, and don't you know? No, it's just flipping terrible, man.
I didn't realize it meant that much to you.
Hi, it's all right. And these dudes are like from they're like from Oklahoma City, and they like right. I sing like this, right? Yeah, a bunch of idiots.
Moj, what's the difference between this and Duran Duran?
Please stop. Yes, please stop.
Don't you ever disrespect Duran Duran?
But what's the difference?
Yeah, I'd like to know.
It's all the same damn thing.
I'd like to know.
You're weird.
This stinks, and Duran Duran.
It's Third Eye Blind, man.
Yeah, they stink. Anyway, sorry.
Oh my God. Oh, by the way,
I got it.
The numbers are in. This is by far, unequivocally, the most watched NFL season of all time. Somehow the sport continues to grow in popularity. The new numbers are out.
Remember what I told you about these numbers in Nielsen? Calm down.
Mm-hmm.
Nielsen redid the way it measures games.
Okay.
So every number Nielsen provides for you moving forward is going to break a record of some sort. Okay. So this is.
So it's just
take it with a grain of salt.
So it's whatever. Okay. All right, well, then I won't pay attention to it.
It really is. I mean, they even admitted as much. It's a new way to process the information. Where in the old days, I mean, it used to be very archaic. Now they've gotten with the times a little bit, so of course they're going to break records.
Tonight is the beginning of something special. Anybody got a guess? Anybody got a guess?
Wait, tonight's the beginning of something. Oh, it's a college football playoff. The first time it's all 12 teams and blah, blah, blah.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
Lioness? What did you say?
What did you say?
What did you
it's
say?
A show on Paramount.
Oh, I know. I love it. That's why you caught my attention.
Yeah, it's supposed to be coming back sometime. I'm waiting for it to.
Yeah, nobody cares about that.
You guys watch Fallout on Prime? Did you see the first season? The first season was great. The second season just came out. I can't wait to break into that, hopefully a little bit this weekend.
Matt, this is a KYP moment. Fallout's based on a video game, and Vic doesn't do cartoons. That's a dumb question.
You know what? He might have if you didn't say that, because it doesn't feel like a video game. The show's great. It just got unbelievable reviews. Anyway, whatever.
Moj doesn't watch television, so don't ever mention shows to him.
I won't do it. Although I've got a couple that I think he would love. I've been thinking about it. That's one thing I pride myself, recommending shows to my friends. I don't take any recommendations, but I'll give them. All right, so tonight it's Alabama and Oklahoma at 6 o'clock on ABC. It's the start. Here we go. College football playoff, the first expanded playoff. This should be an interesting game because Alabama just got smacked against Georgia in the SEC title game, and here comes Oklahoma. And John Mateer, who's been banged up this year with Brent Venables. Brent Venables' birthday yesterday, by the way. I know everybody cares about that. What do we think here? I mean, it's a 1.5-point line. Oklahoma's a 1.5-point favorite.
Well, are we doing lay it down today? Are we going to lay some stuff down?
Of course, we're going to lay it down.
Okay, well then I better shut up.
Okay, so you want to hold off? Okay.
I better shut up because this is part of my lay it right down.
I would love to see Oklahoma win by 50. It's not going to happen because I don't think either team is really that good. I think both benefited from playing in the SEC and both played tickly fight with each other. I don't think either team's that great. I don't think either team's going to have a chance to win at all. So, yeah, Alabama can go in there and win. Sure. I'm not that impressed with either team.
Well, if you'll remember earlier in the year, Oklahoma went into Tuscaloosa and won 23-21, and they won on a late field goal. It was their defense that won that game.
Their defense has been winning games all year. They have their offense is so substandard. It's not that good. They've got some they got some return men, and they got some guys who can go.
Right.
But other than that, they're not that. It's nothing there. There's nothing on that roster that
Nelly,
scares you.
Screw it. Screw it.
Yeah. We're just going to milk one after another
Go from the beginning. Just hit. Just. Go to the very front. All right, you ready? All right, we're doing it. All right, let me explain something to you. Because you guys don't know Jack. Hey, Vic, when's the last time Alabama lost to the same team twice in a season?
The last time Alabama lost to the same team twice, I don't recall. Is it Texas?
Matt, do you recall the year?
No.
1893. 1893. And the only reason Bama should have won that first matchup, but the running game was crap. This started out Bama -1, and it went to Oklahoma -1.5. Bama's getting 1.5 on the road in Norman. Fact of the matter is, they should have won game number 1. If Ty Simpson can handle the pressure, and he's been a little bit sketchy as of late, but I feel like Alabama, embarrassed in the SEC title game, lucky to get into this playoff.
They shouldn't be in the playoff.
Okay, but they're gonna make the most of it, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, handle the pressure. And he was sacked 4 times in game number 1, which is they're going to avoid that this time around. I'm taking the Crimson Tide.
I like it, actually.
And I'm going to take about 87 leftover Aaron Gordon bobbleheads. Okay?
Boomer Sooner ain't built for the playoff like this.
I'm gonna put them on the black market. I'm going to take that bread, walk up to Janice at the window and say, Janice, Bama ain't lost to a team twice in a season since 1893. I'm getting 1.5. I'm taking that AG money. I'm going to lay it down. Okay.
Lay that down.
Thanks, Bear. Okay, that's all. I had to do it. I can't let you guys talk about it when I have it as one of my picks.
That's fine. I appreciated it. You were itching, and you needed to get it off your chest, and I respect that. Tulane and Ole Miss on Saturday. This is going to be a fascinating matchup. Zach Retzlaff, who was BYU's quarterback last year, who CU played in the Alamo Bowl last year, was essentially kicked off the team because of an improper relationship, even though it really, it wasn't technically an improper relationship. It was just a premarital relationship at BYU, which constitutes an improper relationship.
They got rules.
Yep, they got rules.
Abide by their rules. Every school's got rules.
No question.
Some, you know what? Some schools' rules are more stringent than others.
Those belts they give you at Notre Dame are pretty bulky, aren't they?
Which
year do you? Oh, you had bridles.
Do you guys know what parietals are? No. I think they still exist. You know what parietals are, Moshe?
I can't say that I do.
Nelly, you ever heard of parietals?
Parietals?
Parietals, they're called. They're called parietals.
Language of origin? Could you use it in a sentence, please?
Spell that, please.
You're not allowed to have the opposite sex in your dorm after 7 p.m.
Oh, well, there's a lot of places that have that rule. Yeah, there's tons of places that have that rule.
What, does that make you better than us or something?
No, I'm just telling you.
You think you're better than me?
I'm not. Every school has rules, and kudos to a school that upholds those rules. That's all I'm saying. You may not believe in them, but if you break the rule, you break the rule.
I like how Pat. And the only reason Bama lost twice in 1893 is because they lost half the team to scarlet fever.
And NIL.
Dysentery, right?
But Tulane and Ole Miss should be interesting because Retzlaff leaves BYU where they make the Big 12 title game, but he takes Tulane to the playoff instead. So it'll be fascinating to see what they can do because they got their teeth kicked in the first matchup against Ole Miss.
If this was a regular old bowl game like they used to be, regular bowl game where one team missed out on, let's say Ole Miss is number 6 in the country, but they missed getting into the playoff. Mm-hmm. They're down. They're bummed. They don't. Then you take Tulane. You take the points, 17 and a half, and you'd say, okay, well, that sounds pretty good because they're jacked to be there.
Right.
Well, there's a lot on the line. This is a playoff. Okay, this isn't just a regular old silly bowl game in Oxford, Mississippi. This is for the playoff. You advance on. So Lane Kiffin gone or not, I think the Ole Miss is going to have some serious pride, and I think that they're going to roll over Tulane.
Can I give you my opinion on the underdogs, JMU and Tulane? James Madison's going to play Saturday night. Here's my opinion. Do I love the underdog in this country? You're damn right. This country's built on the underdog. I mean, you will not find a bigger Rocky Balboa fan than myself.
You like that movie?
Shut up. So here's the deal. I love the underdog story.
High five. Good job.
I pull for the underdog. I root for the underdog. Mm-hmm. This is stupid. Let me tell you why. The underdog can come up and bite you one time, regular season game. You're playing in the NCAA basketball tournament, first round, second round. Sure, underdogs rule. It's fun. But in a 12-team format with the 12 best teams in the country, well, 10 because the other 2 are not, you got no chance. No chance. What is less than 0? Whatever is less than 0 is the chance of Tulane and JMU winning this thing.
Steve,
so,
hit it!
If that's the chance, why are we here?
All right, my second lay it down since Vic is just going crazy on it. I can't resist. Vic is so right. Oregon minus 21.5 in a blowout. They're going to destroy James Madison.
Lanny's going to put 50 on them.
They're going to win by 173.
Lanny may put 100 on them.
You take every piece of your bread and you go to Janice again and say, Janice, it's friggin' James friggin' Madison. This is the Oregon Ducks we're talking about, and Dan Lanning has no conscience. Dan Lanning has no soul. He will hang 80 on those clowns. You take all your bread and you go, hey, Janice, Oregon Ducks minus 21.5. Lay it down!
Well, from a discussion about the underdogs, on the other side, it's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's talk about the overdogs because they're back in action on Sunday. Broncos and Jags coming up. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. It is a Bud Light Football Friday, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Broncos and Jags this weekend in what is a huge matchup for both teams. Playoffs on the line for Jacksonville. They need to win. They need a Houston or Indy loss to clinch the playoffs this weekend. And for Denver, if the Broncos win and the Cowboys beat the Chargers in Dallas, there's the AFC West wrapped up before Christmas, which sign me up for that. I'd love to see that. But I will tell you, Jacksonville's on a 5-game win streak too. They have won 6 out of their last 7. And, you know, I'm not going to go so far as like DMac did to tell you that this is a tougher matchup for Denver than Green Bay. But when you do dig into the numbers over the last 3 games, despite playing lower quality of opponents, this Jacksonville team, Vic, they've been red hot. They've been red hot. They really have.
They have, but, I mean, again, it's not like they've been beating the likes of Buffalo and Kansas City. Not that Kansas City's any good. They've been beating teams that legit are falling apart at the seams.
Sure.
I mean, who's the starting quarterback for the New York Jets last week?
Brady Cook, rookie out of Missouri.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I listen, Vic, I don't disagree with you. The Broncos, though, in their win streak have some wins.
You could say the same thing
against junk.
Sure.
The
Yeah,
Jets
you could say the same
stink.
thing.
The Giants stink. The Raiders are awful, and they beat them twice.
Yeah.
So, Kansas City, obviously, we didn't realize at the time they were falling apart.
Look, I'll just tell you this. Jacksonville is 7-2 against the AFC. It's the best record anybody has against the AFC. So I'm with you. It's not just the last 3, though.
Uh-huh.
They've been good against it. You know this? They've got a scoring margin of plus 96 against the AFC. They've outscored the rest of their AFC opponents this year by almost 100 points. I know it's been some bad teams. The point is that they're at least finding some consistency, which for Jacksonville has been few and far between in Trevor Lawrence's entire tenure.
And, Vic, they're putting up a lot of points against those teams. Even in a loss, they put up 29 at Houston.
I'm not telling you to be scared, but we should acknowledge they're playing some good
football. To score
football.
29 against Houston is pretty damn good.
I acknowledge everything you guys are saying. I mean, this team can bite you. I mean, I'm looking at their schedule right now.
Mm-hmm.
My God, they beat the Rams 30. They lost to the Rams 35-7. They lost to the Seahawks 20-12. Those are 2 good teams, right?
Sure.
Correct.
We call those good teams.
Yes,
Well, they're not just good teams; they're very good teams.
They lost to the Texans. Texans are a good team, right? That's a good team.
Absolutely.
They got punched right in the mouth.
They also beat the Texans.
But the one, I think their best win, and the one that makes me go, okay, that Chargers win. They beat the Chargers 35-6. They didn't just beat the Chargers.
They spanked them.
I don't know what to think of them. I'll ask you guys this, though. What's a tougher opponent in your mind, Green Bay or Jacksonville?
I thought it was Green Bay.
I'm going Green Bay, too, although I don't think it's that big of a margin between the two.
Same type of opponent, right?
Agreed, yeah. I don't think they're all that dissimilar.
All right, so all what makes me feel at ease, if the Broncos can do it against Green Bay, why couldn't they do it against Jacksonville?
Oh, they definitely can. I'm not saying that they can't. Please don't misunderstand.
Sure, no, I get it.
Yeah.
By the way, are we supposed to get wind through Sunday? Because that could factor here.
No, I think when I looked ahead to the future, you're tight with Bianchi.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Chris.
No. It's supposed to die down.
Yeah, I saw 5 to 10 miles per hour, Vic, and a high of like 60. Like it's going to be. You couldn't ask if you're going to the games last weekend and this weekend in December.
Ideal.
You couldn't ask for better weather.
The one thing I will say about the Jags team, though, is they're going to be as desperate as any Broncos opponent all year. They have to have this win. They're 1 game up on Houston. They're competing for the division. If they lose, guess who Houston has? They got the Raiders at home this week. That's automatic dub is what that is. I know you like to say big-time dub. That's a big-time and automatic dub. Vegas going to Houston.
Big-time win.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, and what's Houston favored by? 14.5?
Exactly.
Rarely do you see a spread in the NFL of like 14.5.
And are you going to think about laying it down? Because if you were ever going to lay down a double-digit point spread against what a lot of people are calling the number one defense in the NFL, it seemed like it'd be the time to do it.
Damn it, Steve!
Again?
Again? Oh my God! We're getting commandeered.
All right, that's all there is to it.
Mm-hmm.
Look, yes, and I have one more. I hope you don't hit my last game because I need to save it for 9:20. You're killing me. The Raiders, Vic, the Raiders are so terrible. I mean, they're really, really, really bad.
I'm just dancing on all those hot
I've got
spots
Houston. I can't believe I'm saying this in the NFL, but it's the truth. I've got Houston minus 14.5, and that ain't even enough. They're going to win by 22.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I don't know how you could take the other side in that game. Yeah. All right, Nelly, that's good.
Thanks, Dave. All right, thanks, Dave.
Down.
All right, so that's all good. The point is Jacksonville has to have this game because if not, there probably goes their grip on the AFC South. They've got to have this one. They're going to throw the kitchen sink at you.
100%. And they're not dumb. Vic, they realize that Houston's got a freebie this weekend. They realize that the Raiders stink and Houston's going to – that defense is going to maul the Raiders. So they have to stay ahead. I mean, that division has suddenly become incredibly competitive. I thought in the early season – I'm like, oh, my God, Daniel Jones is back. He's a real human, and now Indy's going to run away with it. Oh, not so fast, baby.
I don't know why you're so riled up about this, Mose. You're the one who thinks that the Broncos need to lose at some point.
I have once they have everything wrapped up, because they'll destroy the Chiefs on Christmas Eve or Christmas night. Excuse me. Lay down against the Chargers.
It's just there's no logic behind
there's
it. Because,
none.
Really lay it down.
No, there's none. There's
no
zero
logic.
because you can't win 17 games in a row in the NFL. You can't.
But I mean, in a meaningless game that means nothing, that's when they're going to gain perspective by losing a meaningless game.
I don't know. No, okay. I just don't want to have I don't want to have 14 wins in a row going into the postseason.
Well, I think Legwald made the best point yesterday. Losing Week 16 certainly doesn't improve your Super Bowl odds.
Agreed. No, I completely agree. The logic in me says you can't win 17 games in a row in this league.
So
it's too damn good.
We know that they've got an offense that's been potent lately. They've got some really good weapons on the outside. They just yesterday gave Jacoby Myers a brand new 3-year, $60 million deal. Did anybody have a better trade deadline than Jacoby Myers, leaving the wretched mess of Vegas and finding his way to Jacksonville with $60 million in his pocket?
I know. Worked out the other thing we're not considering is all these tiebreakers that you're going to have by the end of the year. If Jacksonville wins this game, and the Broncos were to trip up one more time, I mean, they could go from top seed to 4 seed pretty easily.
And if Jacksonville wins, they throw their hat in the ring for the 1 seed because they're going to be right there too. Absolutely. And so I'm curious, are you more – let me just ask you. I'm more along your lines of thinking, Vic. It's like it's the Jags. Let's see them come in here to Denver and win a game like this against this defense before I'm going to crown them. However, I think what they do present is a challenge defensively as well. They've got a top 10 scoring defense, and they're second in the league in takeaways. And look, they're plus 10 in takeaways. They've created 26 this year. The Broncos are still in the negative in that category.
Is this, by the way, what the Broncos win streak's at 11, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the Jags win streak is at 5.
Yes, sir.
It's the last time you remember 2 teams with these kind of win streaks this late in the season. 11-5 going at it.
It's very appealing. If I was just a football fan out there living in Greenbow, Alabama.
Greenbow?
No, that's a fictional town that Forrest Gump is from.
Got it. Okay. That one went right over my head, but I appreciate you telling me.
No problem. All right, let's say I'm living in Sioux City, South Dakota.
Okay.
I would very much like to see this game. I mean, these are the kind of games that networks, I don't know, they must just beam with excitement when they get games like this, which surprises me. Is this not a flexible game?
Well, I was looking at that.
So what's the story behind that?
You've got Pats at Ravens on Sunday night. You've got 7-7, 11-3. So I think that it's 11-3. Yeah, 11-3. So are you going to flex that out? I mean, you might as well not, because in the afternoon, the only other interesting game on Sunday is Steelers at Lions. That's the only other one that really matters.
Plus, Fox and CBS can also, they have choices to keep certain games.
Yeah.
Fox wants, this is a Fox game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it is. It's a Fox game.
They don't want to give that up whatsoever. I wouldn't blame them.
If it approaches, I mean, game of the week is the one we saw last night. I mean, good luck topping that.
Yeah, it's not going to get better. Yeah, that is maybe one of the first times that Amazon Prime's actually gotten their money's worth out of that Thursday night deal.
You know, Vic, you were talking about it earlier about, I guess it was earlier this week. Everybody thinks, Trevor Lawrence and that offense, they do this and that, da-da-da. But look at the Broncos and Bo Nix, and you're right about that. All things being equal, I don't understand why this spread is so low. I mean, I think the Broncos should be a 5 or 6 point favorite in this game because that defense, again, to me, when you get down to the measurables, the Broncos' defense always outweighs everything. You could have a team come in here with an unbelievable offense. Let's say the Rams came in, and their defense is pretty good. To me, the Broncos' defense always outweighs however good your offense you think it is, however good you think your defense is, however good your running game is, whatever. The Broncos' defense, to me, always outweighs everything.
Well, what you need to do is I'm watching Trevor Lawrence stand in the pocket and just deliver, right? I'm watching him against these other teams just do it. Okay, subtract a second from that delivery, and that's the Broncos' defense.
It makes a big difference. Yeah. Makes a huge difference.
And we've gone through the numbers. I went through the numbers yesterday. Trevor Lawrence, I think Jordan Love's better than Trevor Lawrence, personally. I'll take Jordan Love over Trevor Lawrence. What do you guys?
Okay, you know what? Overall, Vic, you may be right. But in the last 5 weeks,
he's been on fire.
I don't know how to tell you that Trevor Lawrence has hit another gear.
How about this number? Can I give you one more number?
Yeah. We thought that Bo Nix hit another gear last week, and he did. It was awesome. Trevor Lawrence is already in that gear, Vic, and he has been for a couple of weeks now.
Yeah.
More than a couple of weeks.
Somebody made a great point on the text line, Vic, on the text line. They probably wouldn't flex the Broncos to Sunday night either because they have to play that Thursday game, and every hour counts. So that could impact when
100%.
they play.
Yeah, so how about this? In the last 3 weeks, again, we understand quality of opponent, but Trevor Lawrence responsible for 10 touchdowns and no turnovers the last 3 weeks. It is the first 3-game stretch in his career without a fumble or an interception in a 3-game stretch. I mean, that's unbelievable.
Liam Cohen, he might be, some of these guys might be miracle workers.
Back-to-back games without a sack. Earlier this week, Sean Payton talked about what kind of a challenge this Jacksonville defense presents. Let's take a listen to it.
Well, you see the punch-outs, and then I would say, generally speaking, in those zone coverages, they rush the passer real well. So if you're hurried into zone coverage throws, eyes are on the ball, and it's different when your eyes aren't, when you're playing man. Let's be real specific. There are some weeks we play corners that can't catch. And so when you throw at a corner who can't catch, you can get a completion, an incompletion, or a pass interference. I would say they have very good ball skills in the secondary. But a corner who can't catch, we're going to throw jump balls to. The downside or the risk drops dramatically. And so they have really good ball skills.
They do. What do they have, 18 total interceptions this year, if I'm not mistaken?
I believe so, yeah.
So they're a real ball-hawking defense. And because they play that zone, he made the point earlier in the week, and I think it's worth pointing out again. They've got 7 sets of eyes watching the quarterback.
Right.
Okay? And then the even if they go with a standard pass rush, they send 4 guys. Those guys are pretty good, and if they don't get a sack, and they're not a super high-volume sack team, but they're a good pressure team. And they do their jobs well. They force you into things you don't want to do. And if you got 7 set of eyes watching the quarterback and where he's going with that ball, that's what allows these guys to jump routes, get picks, force turnovers, so on and so forth.
We had John Franklin Myers on our pregame show yesterday, and he said something. He said he's never played in a locker room where the guys were so tight, where the culture was so good. And he went on to talk about why. And as I'm listening to him speak, who's the one guy on that defense that still hasn't gotten paid?
JFM.
Exactly. And he's talking like that.
Yeah.
This dude hasn't gotten paid, and he's talking about the culture and how tight they are. That speaks volumes in my book.
Did you ask him about his high school?
Yeah. I said, how does a team in Texas go 0 for 40 in high school? His response was, through hard work.
I love that
Another
guy.
texter.
I love that guy.
What's crazy is this game's a regional game, so it's only going to be on the Denver and Jacksonville regions and for a few random areas. It's not a national game.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, all football eyes will be in those regions are going to be on this damn game.
Somebody else calling you out, Moser, for screwing up where Sioux City is.
Isn't it in Iowa?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Sioux City's in Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Sioux Falls. God dang it.
Yeah. More with the geography class next, as we're going to be joined by fellow
I'm
student.
the king of geography, man.
We're going to be joined by fellow student Chad Brown. We'll see if he can point where things are on a map too.
After reviewing the play, the quarterback threw a backward pass, which was recovered in the end zone by the offense. It is a successful conversion.
That is the craziest ever.
Craziest ever.
Our hearts can beat as one. Ooh.
Just for you,
doubt.
Chad.
There's
Just for you, Chad.
There's no doubt that Chad Brown got down to some Billy Ocean at some time.
No question.
No doubt in my mind.
Chad Brown joins us now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Chad Brown joining us now from Seattle. Isn't that right, Chad?
You are correct. I am at the Seattle airport after watching an epic Rams-Seahawks game last night. The football nerd in me just embraces the fact that I've seen the 3 top teams in football in the last 4 days with these own 2 eyes right here. So, yeah, I'm a lucky man.
All right, so you watched Green Bay Denver last week. You called that game. Last night you're calling that. Is Denver as good as those other teams? Do you think that this is a Super Bowl ready squad from what your eyes have seen?
I would say yes. The consistency of the offense in the games against the Packers makes the conversation a little bit different. If the offense had been waiting till the fourth quarter as they were doing earlier this year, I would say no, the Rams and the Seahawks can put up a little bit more points, are more consistent offensively. But now that the Broncos are rounding their way into some good offensive shape, I think they can go punch for punch with either of those teams, and both those teams, in my opinion, are the 2 best teams in the NFC.
Chad, really cool for you to wave the 12th man flag last night. I think it's a pretty good honor. I'm glad the Seahawks brought you back, and obviously you provided the oomph in overtime. I just think these 2 teams are 2 of the best. I mean, either one could go to the Super Bowl, in my opinion. I think the Rams are a slightly better overall team, but Seattle was at home, and that crowd was insane. I know how Sean Payton has gotten the Broncos to where they are, but how has Mike Macdonald gotten the Seahawks to where they are, for crying out loud?
Well, obviously, he's a great defensive mind, and so that's why he was hired from the Baltimore Ravens, because his ability to take very complex defenses and simplify them, that's what allows the Seahawks to be so successful defensively. Yeah, they got some great players as well, but really his schemes are based around a pattern like you would do if you're calling a pass route offensively. So that way various defenders can run the same blitz, but it could be a cornerback this time. It could be a safety the next time, or an outside linebacker the time after that. So he's created this very easy to follow system that allows him that success. And so he does some things on the offensive side of the ball. They want to run the football, of course. They want to have some consistency in the pass game, as you do need on third down in the NFL. He's done some football 101 over there without being too complicated that allows his younger team to go out and be successful.
Chad Brown is our guest. Chad, we were having the debate a little bit earlier, and I'm curious to know where you fall into this conversation. Is this a bigger test against the Jaguars for the Broncos, or was last week against Green Bay a bigger test?
I think they're about the same. Jordan Love was playing the best football of his career going into that Broncos game. Trevor Lawrence is playing the best football of his career going into this Broncos game. The Packers were on a win streak. The Jacksonville Jaguars are on a 5-game win streak. The Packers are scoring lots of points. Jacksonville is almost scoring 33 points a game. So there's so many similarities. So the test feels like it's about at the same level between the Packers and the Jags. And the Broncos have to find a way to be consistent, to step up, and as the best teams do this time of year, play their best football. This is the time of year where you don't want to stub your toe. You don't want to come out flat. So after the emotions of last week's game against the Packers, do you have more in you? Do you have more football passion? Can you bring it out again to match the level that Jacksonville is going to come with?
Chat, how are the Broncos able to force so much pressure to change a game and change a quarterback's thinking? Does it start up front? Is it the guys in the trenches? Because, they may not be the biggest names. I know Zach Allen's a name, but every guy they throw in there seems to work. Is that where it begins from your eyes?
Well, I think it begins at the fact that they recognize that Denver's a altitude city. And so while it's difficult for opponents to come in, it's also difficult for the home team as well. So the Broncos do more substitutions defensively than a lot of teams do.
They do.
I know guys, Zach Allen plays a lot of snaps for a defensive lineman, but they substitute so many guys. So when you're able to continue to roll in fresh guys, we think about the Broncos offense wearing down the opponent's defense. But with those substitutions, they even substitute in the secondary. So with those substitutions defensively, they're able to roll out fresh pass rushers. They're able to roll out fresh DBs to the point where in the fourth quarter, the other team, as we saw with the Packers, the offensive line can't sustain that pressure. And those receivers in those 2-minute drills, those 4-minute drills, trying to come back and win the game like the Packers were doing last week, didn't have enough oomph to create separation from the fresher Bronco defenders.
That's such a good point. I'll hear, tackle made by Owazurike. I'm like, oh, he's in there. Malcolm Roach with a quarterback hit. I'm like, oh my God, these guys are getting to. Hey, that being said, let's go to the other side of the ball real quick because Sean Payton pointed out the Jags prefer zone. But with that front four getting that pressure on the quarterback, he goes, there are 7 sets of eyes on the opposing quarterback from Jacksonville, and they jump routes. They do a great job. If a team plays zone really, really well, what kind of problems will that present to Bo Nix, and how does he defeat that?
Well, if you're a zone defense, you have an opportunity, to your point, to see the quarterback. So you can prevent the longer quarterback runs because you can see him leave the pocket, as opposed to when you're in man coverage and your back is turned. You can see him throw the football. Jacksonville's got a lot of interceptions because they see the ball released. That's a advantage of the zone defense. You see the ball being released. Now, of course, every coordinator, anybody who's ever drawn up plays from an offensive perspective, there are certain plays that are just zone beaters. And so you have an opportunity to dive into that. And Sean Payton certainly has got an entire half of his playbook that is based around beating zone defense. But for Bo Nix, this is critically important. Because, yes, they're going to see you release the football. The opportunity on third down for you to escape the pocket is not going to be the same as it was against some of these zone teams. And you're going to have to be incredibly accurate because the defensive backs are going to get a far better break on the football when you release it as opposed to a man team.
Chad, our guy DMac was talking to Sean Payton after that Packers game and asked him where Bo is along the journey of being a second-year quarterback. He compared it to a half marathon, and he said he's about at mile marker 4. Why is he not further along, and would you agree with that assessment?
I think that's a harsh but fair assessment from the reality of things. So often, coaches are, a bit afraid to say something that could be viewed as negative, particularly about their quarterback. But Sean Payton's seen the progression and growth of so many quarterbacks. And so while Bo Nix is playing some of the best football, particularly last game, of his career, I think from a growth overall standpoint, there's a long way that he can continue to grow. And so this mile marker assessment by Sean Payton, I think Bronco fans would love to hear, well, yeah, he's halfway through or more down the line than where he is. So therefore, we are in this perfect Super Bowl window. We've got our guy. I think we still have the guy, but he's going to need the support of the rest of his football team. He's not capable of winning a playoff game by himself. At this point, he needs the help, and that's what Sean Payton's talking about there. So, Bronco fans don't look at that through a negative lens. Look at it as there's still so much growth to come, and this guy will be that $250 million quarterback who can win games by himself. But that's a couple years down the road still.
Chad, switch it up. College football question: are you cool with the James Madisons and Tulanes getting in the Final 12?
No. I'm not. I know Nick Saban's catching some heat, and I know from a March Madness perspective, people love the Cinderella story. There's no Cinderella in football. If you are smaller, if you are slower, if you don't spend $7 million a year on beef for your training table, you ain't gonna win.
No.
So yes, there's just too much physical difference here, and so.
It's stupid. It's field day. It's participation trophy. It's everything I hate. It's pink ribbon crap. Listen, you can win a game in the NCAA tournament field of 64 if you're a small school. I get it. It's fun to watch, but you're not winning 4 games. James Madison is not winning 4 games to win a national title. It's not going to happen.
This is why I believe we should have a tiered system, and the James Madisons and the Tulsas and the Tulanes and everyone else, the Toledo Green Wave, all the T teams, they can compete for their Tier 2 national championship. But Tier 1 needs to have, instead of James Madison, Notre Dame should be in there. That's how this should work. Teams that have a legitimate opportunity of winning the Tier 1 national championship should be in the tournament. And everyone else can play in their Tier 2 or Tier 3.
And so there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, so all fan bases can be happy that their team won a national championship, but to expect James Madison or Tulsa or Tulane or Toledo to be able to compete up here at the tops is just a ridiculous notion, no matter how you measure it, from the number of analysts you pay, from how much NIL you've got, again, or to how much beef you serve at training table. The difference between the top teams and these lower teams is just so massive, they cannot possibly win.
Chad, I totally agree with you. And I don't take offense to what Nick Saban said because that's reality. And I'm going to lay it down. I have Oregon minus 21.5, and it ain't going to be that close because Dan Lanning has no soul. He's going to, if he can win by 50, he's going to do it. And I get that. That being said, until the powers that be come out and say, you know what, all you hopers and dreamers, you're not part of the big boys. Until they actually say that and do it, I like the fact that these teams have at least an avenue to get in there to help their cause, even if it's not even reality. I get it.
Do you think James Madison, though, I agree with Chad's take. If you gave him a second tier for a national championship and James Madison won the Tier 2 championship, would they be less proud? Would they be less proud of that?
Well, no, because they're delusional. They think that they're better than they really are.
But see, Chad's right. It's like high school football. There's a reason there are 5 classes. Lyman won 28 championships in the state of Colorado. Lyman ain't beating Cherry Creek. It ain't happening.
I know. I agree with you, but until the system is in place, got to give them their shot.
Oh,
Why?
man, I don't think you gotta. Now, I think the playoff is going to expand to 16, and that's going to make it easier to say, hey, you don't get your automatic bid because you won this lower division. We're going to bring in the top 16 teams that is clear from the eyeball test, not based on some division or conference that you play on. The top 16 teams. That's probably the cleanest way to handle this until we can develop this Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 system that I've been proposing for about 5 years. And I think we'll be there, hopefully within the next 5 years. So that way, every fan base can truly be excited that they have an opportunity to win the championship at their level.
Yeah, but I mean, you think people? Well, listen, I know it's FCS, but are people at South Dakota, jacked up about winning?
Moj, have you seen the ticket prices for Montana State?
Are
you crazy?
This is
state rivalry. Everything to them.
Agreed. I agree. Yeah. But why do you think my idiots at Sac State
because you guys don't
are trying
football.
To go D1?
Because you're in Sacramento. Who the hell watches football there?
Okay.
Go surfing.
Now you're just being insulting. And I'm driving to Golden. Chad, I'll talk to you from Golden.
Hey, Chad, you and I, just me and you. All right. I'm getting this text now from someone says, you guys don't know what you're talking about. College is still important. These are 18, 19, 20-year-old kids.
No.
Let me tell you something.
No.
When you pay the players, that word kid, just erase it from the record book.
Out the window.
It doesn't mean kid anymore. This is a business now, Chad. It's a business.
It's a business with kids, just as there are child actors, and there are certain rules governing that's different than adult actors. And I think as media folks, we should recognize while this is semi-pro football, these are still kids up there. So I know certain things have changed because some of these kids drive Rolls-Royce SUVs, but at the same time, they're still kids. So they don't pay their traffic tickets or their parking tickets, and they get a boot on their Rolls-Royce SUV. So they're still children, and they need to be looked at through that lens sometimes. And so some of this harshness that has come with this new era of college football, I think that is lost. So I understand what you're saying.
Would you rather watch Texas, Oregon tomorrow night or Oregon, JMU? What would you rather watch?
I'd rather watch Notre Dame and Oregon. Yeah,
I'm leaving Notre Dame out of it because everybody thinks this is based on the most competitive games at the highest level. If JMU wins this game, I'm not even going to say what I'm going to do.
If JMU wins the game, it'll be the greatest upset in college football playoff history.
Yes. Yeah, and that will only add more fuel to the fire of bringing in these lower level teams that we know ultimately have no shot of winning the national championship. So, yeah, I again, the Cinderella story, it's going to happen from time to time, but we have to take it on the larger aggregate here of the ability for a lower level team to beat a top 10 football team. Yes, it's just not going to happen. There's just not enough depth. There's not enough talent, and particularly on the offensive defensive lines, there's not enough size, skill, and speed.
Last thing for you from me. I'm watching Nate Landman just ball out last night, playing great football. When he was at CU and his knees were getting torn up, I'm like, man, this poor guy, I know he's a player, But is he ever going to be able to overcome all of that? What did you see, and what are you seeing out of that linebacker for the Rams? And it's just on a personal note, I'm happy for him that he's playing so well and so healthy.
We always talk about toughness in football, and that's such an important ingredient, particularly if you're going to play a linebacker like Nate does. But to overcome and persevere in injury situations, to come from a time at the Colorado program where there wasn't producing a lot of pro guys, to leave Atlanta and get to the Rams and a new opportunity and be able to seize that opportunity. I happened to be walking by the Rams locker room right before the game kicked off and saw Nate and had to pause and run into the Rams locker room and just hug him and tell him how proud I was of him and what a great accomplishment this has been for him. And so his ability to go back to seize the opportunity. In the NFL, you're going to be given opportunities. And do you just kind of roll with it, or do you seize it and grab it? He seized it, and now is one of the most important players on one of the best teams in the NFL. It's a tremendous story of perseverance and toughness and want to that I knew was always within him. He's had to overcome a few injuries to get there.
All right, buddy. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Always great to catch up, and I'm glad you had a great night waving that 12-man flag last night.
Well, it was awesome, but the fireworks last night sometimes barely compare to the fireworks between Moj and Vic when I get a chance to do this call.
You agreed with me, just so you agreed with everything I just said.
Hey,
so I appreciate that.
Is it still raining there, by the way?
The rain stopped. It's great and dreary, as you would guess.
Yeah, we were there. We were there earlier this week, and we got poured on, and one of the scariest flights in the world headed there. Dude, we dropped.
Hey, he's about to get on
I know
the plane.
he's going to be fine.
Easy now.
He's a good flyer.
Moser's trying to tell you to go get some Dramamine with a bottle of water. Yeah. All right, Chad.
I'm a tough flyer. See you guys. Have a good one.
All right, we'll talk to you next week, buddy. It is a Bud Light Football Friday on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. On the other side, Nuggets, huge win last night. And Jamal Murray at this stage, can we say it definitively? Jamal Star. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. More next. Follow along on the Safeway Twitch stream. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started now at Safeway.com or on the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Last night at Ball Arena, quite the show from your Denver Nuggets. 126-115, they rally back and hammer the Magic. Jamal Murray, brilliant once again. 23 points in the first half. An absolute Murray flurry to end the second quarter. And Denver just keeps rolling. It's the best start in franchise history for the Nuggets, Vic. And one guy that we didn't get a chance to talk about yet, but we should, was Cam Johnson, because he put up 19 and 11 last night without Peyton Watson.
Yeah, Cam was, I thought, extraordinary in doing the little things last night. He did a lot of the little things that added up, and I thought he hit a key three late. I don't know if you guys watched that game closely, but nervous moments at the end. Orlando cut it to 6, I believe.
Yep.
And Cam made the big bucket to make it 124 to 115.
Yeah, and that was because if you weren't nervous, you weren't watching the same game. They couldn't get anything going offensively, and all of a sudden Orlando's right back in it, and Cam shut the door. So, again, the Nuggets are getting great play from guys when some of the main guys are hurt. They've gone a month, guys, a month without CB and AG. 2 critical members of the starting 5. And last night, on top of that, you add the loss of Peyton Watson. And despite all that, they're off to their best start in franchise history. They're 20-6. That's commendable.
I don't know the answer to this. There was a movie called Silver Linings Playbook, right? Is that about football?
I guess.
Yeah, well, that's Bradley Cooper and what's her name?
Robert De Niro and Jennifer Lawrence.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it about a playbook, or is that just like
guy had a gambling
It's a metaphorical playbook.
Well, let's get our own little metaphorical Silver Linings Playbook here.
Okay.
Aaron Gordon's out with a hammy.
Wait, you've never seen the movie?
It's a great movie.
Watch crap like that.
Oh, it's a really good movie.
You're referencing a movie that you've never seen.
Are there fighter planes in it?
No, sir.
It's a good movie.
Is John Wick wasting people?
No,
You'll
sir.
love the end of the movie. They go ballroom dancing.
Down Russian mafia.
No Jason Bourne.
Okay, well then I'm not.
The ballroom dance scene is enough to watch the movie. It's beautiful.
It's really good.
Made me cry.
It is really good.
I don't even know what friggin' show I'm on anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know where I am.
This is what happens.
Am I in some alternate universe right now?
Yeah. Okay.
Man, I'm looking at
give me
the ugliest goatee in America and a guy talking about ballroom dancing?
That's all a charade.
All right, hang on.
Yeah, Silver Linings Playbook, the Nuggets for me.
Okay. AG's out for a long time. CB's out for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And Cam Johnson, to start the season, is like, okay, where do I fit in all this? Where do I belong? How do I do my thing that I don't have to do as much as I did in Brooklyn, but how do I work with these guys who are a damn fine team? It's allowed him to get in, get more PT, but find his game, understand the Denver Nuggets, understand where he's going to be. And when those guys come back, I think he's going to be in a much better spot mentally and understanding how the Nuggets operate overall as a team than perhaps he would have been. It may have taken him a lot longer to get there, talking about after the first of the year and so on. But when you're at plus 27 last night and you're as efficient as he was and, chiming in with 19 and 11, that's a damn good player, Vic. And it just makes you see that this trade was a pretty good trade in more ways than one.
Evaluate the rest of the trade. Evaluate the tentacles on that trade.
Agreed. And
Tim Hardaway Jr., Bruce Brown, Jonas Valanciunas. That's all part of the trade.
Out of that apron, absolutely.
This is David Adelman last night on the display that we saw yet again from Jamal Murray.
Yeah, and I thought we got him shots out of our stuff. We got him on some rip screens where they didn't want to switch people onto him. He got a naked layup one time, got a 3 another time. Nacua was super unselfish during that time. He set great screens for him. One in particular on the other side of the court from me. It was just kind of a drag screen, and guys were smart enough to clear out that corner and get out of his way, which puts them in coverage, and he took advantage of it. So, he was on a heater for sure.
So much of the NBA now is about the screen game. He just referenced it 4 times in that soundbite. Screen this, screen that. It really is. Where you place your screen, who places the screen, what do you do with the screen, how many screens. I've never seen more screen-oriented offenses than today in the NBA, ever. Everything's about the screen. Yeah, some teams play that outside, everybody just sit out, no screens at all. But the Nuggets are a heavy screen team.
I think a lot of it is because the athleticism of your average NBA defender now. It's tough to shake a guy one-on-one and break him down in isolation. And in years past, and certainly the way basketball used to be, it was much more motion-oriented offenses, right? Guys cutting, moving without the basketball. And now you're seeing a lot of ISO scoring and really trying to focus on your superstars. It's more about your two lead dogs. Like, for instance, Nuggets are down 14 in the first half. They clawed back into that game with the two-man game with Jokic and Murray playing the pick and roll. That's how they did it.
Well, and they also did it because they made their threes. They
Sure.
were horrible shooting threes in the first quarter, and then all of a sudden threes were falling left and right.
But what happens when you start working that two-man game? Everybody starts sinking, everybody starts sagging, and then you got open shooters and Cam hitting, right? I mean, and Jamal was fantastic. There was a stretch where he had 18 points in 4 minutes. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, he was Murray flurrying last night.
He
Hey,
was great.
Louis, you just saw something that I saw, and we reacted the same way. Tim Bontemps, who works for ESPN, does his quarterly MVP straw poll.
Mm-hmm.
I wish he would stop doing that.
Yeah, I know. That one was...
I know Tim, and the message is just stop doing this.
What happened?
Well, they just put out there that if the MVP were to be voted on today, and I know we've been there, done that with the MVP thing. It's just still ridiculous because he says that if the MVP were to be voted on today, ESPN's writers would vote Shea the MVP. Which
Not
I
ESPN
think,
writers. He took a media poll from all the NBA voters.
Oh, excuse me. I thought it was just ESPN writers. That's
No,
insane.
These
Vic.
are NBA voters that he reaches out to, and he does it quarterly until the final poll is taken. But the reason I don't like it, it's very much like the CFP crap we saw every week, right? It's these meaningless polls that you put out there. And what I think it does, you know what I think it does? I think it messes with people's heads, and I think
it's the
affects
psyche of
the
it.
decision.
It's because these are Matt, believe it or not,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people in these parts or in this business like that, they're followers.
They're sheep.
They don't stand on their own convictions. You know what? Nikola Jokic is having the best season, one of the best seasons in the history of the game.
Damn near a 30-point triple-double.
Oh, well, Steve in Sacramento thinks it's Shea, so golly, I think it's Shea too. That's how they operate. Stand on your own damn convictions. We do that on this program every single day. Hey,
Even when you're wrong.
I'm not going to argue
that. Do I
that.
get called
Listen,
a dummy? Absolutely, I get called a dummy. I don't care. I'm telling you what I think.
It's impossible to argue that Shea, Joker, Shea. It's just impossible. It just depends on what your flavor is and what style of basketball you prefer, all that. And I get it. You're going to win that argument with many of us. You're going to lose it with folks in OKC, whatever. It's fine.
I'd like to delve into that conversation since you brought it up. I wasn't going to.
Yeah.
But how on earth, even from an objective perspective, when we're talking about the most valuable player to their team, Shea hasn't played in over half the fourth quarters in OKC's games this year.
They don't need him.
They don't need him. He's not the most valuable player.
It depends on what your definition of valuable is, I guess. That's why it's
collective.
stupid.
It's not the best player on the best team.
Yeah.
It's the most valuable player in the league. Nikola Jokic is averaging a career high in rebounds. He's averaging a career high in assists. I'm just saying, this is I think it's the most points per game he's ever scored.
Yeah.
So
he's actually improved on a season in which he set records.
So you tell me the guy who's leading the league in total rebounds and assists and his best three-point shooting percentage of all time, who's already a three-time MVP, he ain't the MVP this year? No.
Well, I mean, again, you're preaching to the choir here.
No,
you're talking about a gentleman who, in the decade of the 2020s, is the leader in the NBA in points, the leader in rebounds, and the leader in assists.
Just what are we doing? I just don't understand it.
9366 has just two words, and this applies. It's jury tampering.
Yeah, don't do these polls.
It's jury tampering. It's exactly what it is.
I begrudge Tim Bontemps, and I know he's just, this is great clickbait, and I don't want to insult him. It's not clickbait. He's doing hard work here.
He got us.
But at the same time, this is stupid. I mean, it's December, and you're putting these polls out there, and somebody just described it as jury tampering. You're affecting the results. Somebody in this poll, there's a media member out there, according to Tim Bontemps, who voted Nikola Jokic fourth in the MVP race.
Who did?
There's a human being that exists that put him fourth. I want to know who this person is.
I'm sick of these mutants. I am sick
I want to know
these
who this
freaking
person
mutants.
is, because you should not only be not allowed to be in the media, you should not be allowed to watch basketball ever again. I want you listening to jazz flutists all day. You cannot watch basketball again.
Yeah, where's my man Jeff Driscoll? Where is he?
I think that's perfectly fair. I really do.
Hey, Jeff Driscoll, former Broncos quarterback. You probably didn't realize that. Great
Can you
great
imagine
jazz artist.
looking at this game, the sport of basketball, and saying he's the fourth best player in the league right now? Fourth.
No, I can't. Although Wemby was trying to make that argument. Wemby said that Jokic may be the best offensive player, but he had Shea and Giannis ahead of him.
You know what? I can't wait to stick it right up Wemby's 7'7" stick hole.
With the
you know
little
what? I
baguette right up
listen, I cannot wait until Nikola Jokic abuses him.
Yeah, with Vic's putter?
Listen, he's a wonderful player, and he's going to be an MVP in this league and already is a superstar. You got the guy here on the block. You got the guy that everybody wants to be. All the big men now want to be this guy. They want to. You got dudes being drafted who are patterning their games after Nikola Jokic.
Whatever his name is, Bontemps, last name Bontemps.
Tim Bontemps.
Tim Bontemps.
You know what the best thing about that is? I don't even know who that is.
All right. Who said that?
Shout out Moach.
That was last year, Malone talking about the results.
Oh.
I just stop with these quarterly polls, stop with these straw polls, because all this does, again, is it gets people in a tizzy, and there's no reason. Just wait till the end of the season, measure the entire season. Things change. This is not an indie race. We're not at the quarter poll. We're not doing flags.
Or just get it right. Use your eyeballs.
But that's subjective.
Stop being biased.
That's subjective.
Okay. All right.
There's no more
down my
objectivity.
sword.
It's a territorial sport now. It's a regional sport. Do you think people are going to wait up on the East Coast to watch a lot of these games?
That's a fair point, too. That is a fair point, and I understand it. Speaking of somebody on the East Coast, on the other side, we're going to welcome the Associated Press's Mark Long onto the show to break down Broncos and Jags this weekend. He covers the Jags down there in Florida, and we'll get his insights on the game. Stick around. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Well, I think the only way they win is they got to play a completely clean game and then have, Denver basically trip all over itself. And that's, to me, the only way it's going to happen is if the Jags are, +3 or +4 in the turnover battle and doing a couple of things like that. There's no other way. There's a talent disparity between the Jags and every other team in the league. The Broncos should come in here and beat that ass. I mean, that's the bottom line.
Joining now on the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. It's the AP's Mark Long. Good morning, Mark. How you doing?
That guy sounds like a genius.
Yeah, Mark, that was it was I was looking back. That was over 4 years ago. I think that was September of 21. And the Broncos won 23-13, but you were right on the money. The Jags were in a bad way at that point, and oh my goodness, 4 years later, it's a totally different story, is it not?
Yeah, no doubt about it. This team is, I don't know if they're quite legit yet. I don't want to say they're legit, but they're getting it done. You can't look at what they're doing defensively with the turnovers, and offensively, Trevor Lawrence looks like he's hit his stride and really figured some things out with Liam Cohen. And, they're certainly a force to be reckoned with. I don't know how well they'll do this weekend, but, this is a playoff team, and it's not a fluke.
Cohen done to turn things around, exactly.
Yeah, I think it says more about what the previous staff didn't do, right? I think it was just a bad staff. There was dysfunction in the building between the general manager and the head coach and the assistant coaches. I mean, this was a team last year, by the way, that had the offensive coordinator and the offensive line coach did not talk. They refused to talk to each other. So imagine trying to put together a game plan for Trevor Lawrence and these guys with two offensive coaches who just hate each other and can't be in the same room together and just refuse to speak up to each other, and the head coach allows it. I mean, that's the level of dysfunction that we're talking about here. Go back last year, early, week 1, they lose last season. Travis Etienne fumbles going into the end zone, or it would have been a beatdown at Miami. They end up losing at Miami, and then the following week they lose at home to Cleveland, a pretty pedestrian Cleveland team. Doug Peterson comes in the locker room, throws his visor down, and starts pointing fingers and telling the offense they owe an apology to the defense. So this is just two examples of the level of dysfunction that this franchise was dealing with last year. After that game, by the way, general manager comes into the media room with a PowerPoint presentation to defend his rookie draft picks. So that is what we're talking about. You're talking about pointing fingers and just doing all the stuff that NFL franchises aren't supposed to do. Any franchise. It's just a complete no-no list, right? And that's what was happening in Jacksonville. So you get Liam Cohen in, and he's automatically, head and shoulders above the previous regime because he's not dysfunctional. And he comes in and it's all new and it's fresh and they're all on the same page. So I think we're seeing a little bit of that this team was talented last year and this talent's starting to play to its potential. Now then, with that said, we can get to this, but they've made a ton of moves that, they're just unafraid to kind of maybe mix things up a little bit.
Mark Long of the Associated Press down there in Florida is our guest. Mark, you just talked about the previous regime defending their rookie draft picks. Well, clearly your number one draft pick is of great interest to us here in Colorado as we watched Travis win the Heisman last year and for the last 2 years in Colorado. After he went down, what was the transition? Because, man, it felt like from outside looking in, he has that huge game in London. They've got the bye week, and when they're coming back, he's set to be corner one and wide receiver one. He was going to be Travis in the NFL. How did they adjust to that, and what is the organization's tone around Travis?
Yeah, they're excited to get him back. He's working out every day in the facility really early. But I will say this. I do believe, I don't think anybody in the Jags organization will admit it, I believe that Travis Hunter was a problem for the franchise. And not because of anything talent-wise or attitude, anything like that. It was because I think he's hard to get him. It was just very hard for them to plan to get him involved every single week. It was a lot of attention and a lot of detail as to his usage, trying to get him caught up on defense, trying to get him caught up on offense, all of that, trying to find a place for him, having everybody around him kind of work him in on offense and defense. And I think it was a lot. It was a lot to ask for a rookie first-round pick to be thrown in like that and asked to basically play 80 or 90 snaps a game, both sides of the ball. So I do believe that his absence has been a catalyst in some regards for what this team has done. They go out and trade for Jacoby Myers. Jacoby Myers has been fantastic. They make a trade. They trade trade for Greg Newsome at cornerback, get Monteric Brown healthy. Those two guys have made plays. So, it's not that it takes away from how they view this guy, how they view Travis Hunter, or what they think he can do. They still are 100% convinced he will be a star in this league and play both ways, but it's going to take some time, and I do think it was taken away from maybe everything else they were trying to get accomplished with a completely young and first-year staff.
So this was the first year for James Gladstone as general manager. Do you think he made a mistake giving up the value he did to move up and get Trav?
No, I don't think he made a mistake. And obviously, when you look at where they're at 10-4, and you could make an argument that they should be sitting here at 12-2. They got a bad call on Travis in Cincinnati early in the season, and if they make one play, they beat Houston. They blow a 19-point lead in the fourth quarter, or they're sitting here with a 7-game winning streak and 12-2 without those two plays. Bad call on Travis Hunter, PI, and just make one play against Houston, and this is a little bit different team. I don't think they made a mistake. I do think it's surprising probably that they are where they are, given they're not getting anything out of their first-round pick. They gave up a second-round pick to get him and a future one, and they're not getting anything out of their third-round picks. So when you look at what they're getting from that standpoint, it hasn't been great, but it just goes to show you that there was talent on this team. It just needs to really be harnessed a little bit.
Oh, Vic, sorry, I thought you were going to go there, Vic.
I thought Matt had a Matt clearly is.
He already did his follow-up. It's all good. Hey, Mark, I'm curious as to how you or other people view the Denver Broncos. 12-2, number one in the AFC. What's the tone of, I guess, maybe even Jags fans or whatever? Do they look at the Broncos as for real?
It's interesting you say that. I think there's been some talk about Denver and New England, right? Both of them are, they're on these crazy win streaks. Are they both legit? Similar to what I think how people view Jacksonville. Are they legit? I think Denver's been fantastic in the fourth quarter, just wearing teams out late in games, whether that's a completely stingy defense, whether that's the ability for them to run the ball here, in crunch time, especially, with Nick's doing things with his legs, a little bit of all of that, right? But I think it starts and stops with that defense, getting it done, wearing people out. They're a very physical team on both sides of the ball, but I think Jacksonville thinks it can come in there and be equally physical, and that's kind of the one thing I think they would point to is that a lot of teams, it's not – maybe it's Denver, but a lot of it's, these teams just wearing down. They do not think they're going to wear down, and they think that Denver's going to be in for a four-quarter fight because this team – it's kind of what this team does.
Well, we can think that all you want, but look at Denver's fourth quarter resume. That's all I'm saying. Look at what they've done in the fourth quarter against teams, and altitude plays a part in that. They pick up the pace, and they substitute on defense like crazy. So they use a lot of bodies. Mark, I prefer this interview, though. I like it better when we just sort of stare at you and don't say anything. So if you want to, just take the time, answer any question you have for yourself here in the next couple minutes. Go ahead.
I don't have any questions for myself. Listen, I think Denver's fantastic. I love watching Denver. I was bought in on Denver before anybody. I drafted Bo Nix and R.J. Harvey and Cam Sutton and Evan Ingram on fantasy teams. I thought this was going to be their year. Now, again, I thought they would be a little bit better offensively than they were early in the year, and I think I dropped Evan Ingram, and I think at one point I dropped Harvey, and then or at least put him on my bench. But they're fun to watch.
Yeah, what's up with
Absolutely
Evan Ingram? I mean, we thought we were going to get the old Joker status role that Sean Payton's been looking for, and he's had a couple big games, but largely, it's been that kind of season.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think this is one of those games where if you're Denver and you're listening to your players, you got to get this guy some touches. This is against the team that gave up on him, the regime that gave up on him. A lot of friends. He's still got a lot of friends in that locker room, a lot of friends on that sideline. If you're going to do right by your players, and I think Sean Payton's a little bit of a players coach, I think you try to get him involved. Hey, how about this one? I'll throw this one at you. I don't know this for a fact, but I don't think there's a lot of love lost between these two coaches.
Why?
Wow.
And it has to do with who is the player the Broncos traded late in the preseason. The kid to the New Orleans Saints.
Devon Vele.
Devon Vele, the wide receiver.
I think they came out. I think Sean Payton came out and said the Jags were in on Vele publicly, if I remember correctly. And I don't think it sat well in the organization. And I'm not just saying, Colin, I don't think it sat well in the organization that Sean Payton publicly outed the Jags were looking for a receiver.
Okay, so a little inside dope got dumped by Payton allegedly, and they're like, hey man, if we're going to talk to you about guys, don't be putting our business out there.
Yeah. So what did the Jags later do? They go get a receiver.
They turned around and they got Tim Patrick, right?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
They end up trading for Tim Patrick, and then they turn around and trade for Jacoby Myers. And actually, those are two of the best moves they've made all year because they got guys like Brian Thomas Jr. had, complete trouble handling the ball early, catching the ball. De'Ami Brown was just a waste of a free agent acquisition, $10 million. But they've basically now changed Brian Thomas Jr.'s role a little bit and certainly benched De'Ami Brown. He doesn't even really play much at all anymore. And Patrick's been phenomenal from a trustworthy standpoint. Jacoby Myers even better. They obviously signed him today to a 3-year contract extension worth $60 million with 40 of that guaranteed. So, those moves, all of that really turned out to be huge for the Jags and a real reason why they're at the points that they're at right now.
Well, let's look at Mark Long bring up something that we just sort of glossed over and wouldn't think of that maybe rubbed Liam Cohen the wrong way. Hey, I got it here, Mark. Ready? Quote, as Broncos head coach Sean Payton recalled, Denver wasn't actively shopping Vele. However, they received calls from 3 teams, 2 of which were serious, as Payton put it. Well, that factors in, Payton said, of trading Vele to the Saints. And Jacksonville, ultimately, it's the best compensation. And when it became a 4 and a 7, that was certainly something that I think George and I became a 4 we do. Okay, so he did throw them out there. He didn't
mention the other team, right?
And he didn't mention the third team, no. He's talking about the 2 serious teams, the Saints and the Jags, yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. So, Jag staff are wearing around. They got their sweatshirts on this week. Some of the staff members, and it says Duval, which is Duval. This is Duval County. Duval versus all y'all. So they're not going to. They're coming into this game with a little bit. They feel like they have something to prove. I think there are people in the building who also are questioning why this game isn't a national game. Why is this? It's still a regional telecast, regional broadcast. It's like this is a really big game, and for it not to get, they thought it was going to get flexed to Sunday night. It did not. I think it's Buffalo. Is it Buffalo, New England?
I think it's because the Broncos play a Thursday nighter, and they don't want to mess with Sunday night and then Thursday night. It's too soon.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, but from a Jacksonville standpoint, they're going to look at it as a slight, and that's who they are, right? They want that. They're playing into that. Liam Cohen, he's a really good communicator, and people rave about his post-game speeches, pre-game speeches, And one of these things is he wants his guys to have a chip on their shoulder. So any kind of fuel he can find or manufacture, he's going to do it. And, something like this, hey, you guys weren't even considered for Sunday Night Football or whatever. Even if it's true, false, whatever, they're going to use it and maybe try to keep that team playing on edge.
Hold on. That's right. Jacksonville is the team. Your general manager there for the Jags, isn't he like 13 years old? He's that young fella.
He's 15. He can drive the learner's permit.
Yeah, it's James Gladstone.
Babyface James Gladstone.
He's sharp, though.
He is.
He's sharp. He's a sharp kid.
He's very sharp.
Knows his stuff.
Thinks differently than a lot of teams. They've got the Rams model in play. Like, they're not going to go to the combine. Mm-hmm. They're not going to go to the Senior Bowl. They're not going to bring in top 30 visits. Very much of a Rams model here. They think a lot of that stuff is flawed and only can ruin your eval by, getting in a situation where people have practiced and prepared for those kind of scenarios. And they're like, well, that's really what matters is what the guy's putting on tape.
Mark, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks for the detailed breakdown. Great stuff.
Yeah, I feel like we were all over the place on that one.
Yeah,
that's this show, buddy.
That's join the club, baby.
Yeah, that's
how we roll.
Keep me on track, man. Come on.
That is the Associated Press's Mark Long joining us to preview Broncos and Jags. I guess I would say best of luck to your Jags this weekend, but I don't really care. I hope they come in and then get smacked, Mark, quite frankly.
Should be a great game, though, Marky. Thanks so much, brother.
There you go. All right, guys.
Talk to you.
Live from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly.
I like that guy.
I like that guy, too. What he said, you perceive it as a slight. What popped into my head was, because you're using a bunch of big words that I don't understand, I'm going to take it as a sign of disrespect.
That's right. That's right.
right. Yeah. Now watch your mouth and help me with the sale. One of my favorite scenes in the history of the cinema. But because I don't understand the schedule flexing and all that kind of thing, we're going to take it as a sign of disrespect.
I think it's a good move organizationally. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
just saw that.
Thanks to Mark Long for joining us and Chad Brown a little bit earlier. Some great guests on a Friday edition of Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Kaner's still out getting settled with the family with baby number 2. Matt Smith filling in for him for just a little bit. So we got a couple of things to get to. I do want to swing back to Nuggets, and we're going to get back to them. Moj will lay it down. That's coming up in just a few minutes.
Man, how many times can I really lay it down during the course of a program?
Buddy, this is your program. You've got to muster up the energy on a Friday.
A lot of laying it down.
And
muster it up.
Why don't you talk to the fine people at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? They can help you lay it down as many times as you need, brother.
I reckon. Hey, my last one, I'll give you a little bit of a hint.
I don't need one. Save your hint.
I've come around. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, you've come around. That's all you're going to give us. Okay. All right. He's come around, folks, just so you know. By the way, Avs back in action tonight. Feels like it's been a little bit. Moj got back on Tuesday, or I guess Wednesday morning early.
Work.
Yeah, from Seattle. And now they host Winnipeg tonight.
You know what, Spark Plug? Hang on a second.
Okay.
You know, every single weekend for the past 2 months, I've been doing back-to-back games on the road, or virtually, right? Mm-hmm. For you to have the gall and the audacity to say that to me, to look me in the face and actually utter those words, that's beyond the pale.
You've rendered him without speech.
It's ridiculous.
Which is really
If you
impressive.
had worked my day yesterday, you wouldn't be in. Your back would be breaking.
Go ahead.
I got nothing.
Okay. Well, the Avs are hosting Winnipeg tonight, which should be really entertaining. Winnipeg, I mean, look, we all know Connor Hellebuyck was the Hart Trophy winner last year. You know, shouldn't have been, but he still was. Hadn't had that great of a start this year. He's been banged up and now back into the lineup, Moj. But here come the Jets, who we were supposed to be taking seriously in the NHL Central, but all of a sudden are starting to be left behind.
Yeah.
Well,
how fleeting is that?
It's hard, man. The Avs, I look at the Jets as maybe where the Avs were last year. I mean, the Avs had some big injuries to start the season. All they were trying to do was just tread water until they could get guys back, right? Mm-hmm. Then all of a sudden you find yourself in mid-December and you're like, damn, man, now we've got to make up all of this ground. Now, again, when you're talking about overall and when you have a Hellebuyck between the pipes, you can make up ground. Don't get me wrong, you can. But they are currently, let's see here, they're 5 points out of a playoff spot, but they've got to climb over 3 teams to do it, okay? And that's what makes it difficult because when these 3-point games start to figure in, it feels like you're putting out twice the effort and getting just a little bit better.
They're not making the playoffs. They're 15 points behind Minnesota right now.
Yeah, but as far as the wild card is concerned, they're only 5 out. They could get the wild card.
I guess they could. We'll see. Yeah. We'll see. They're going to have to play better hockey much more consistently, though. But for the Avs, they have been playing that good hockey very consistently. How many in a row is it now at Ball?
It's 11 in a row at home. 11? 12?
I think it might be 12 at home.
Yeah, I mean, they're 13-0-2 at home. Somewhere right around there.
We're spoiled, man.
We really are.
Spoiled.
Yeah, we really are.
I mean, you got to admit it. Sometimes you have to look in the mirror. I tell my kids all the time, look in the mirror and just say it to yourself, I'm spoiled. Say it 3 or 4 times straight and convince yourself.
I am with you.
And we as Denver sports fans right now, in the last 2 months, what else do you want?
Right.
Yeah.
What else do you need, Cupcake?
I talk to my people around the league. Do you want keys now or do you want keys later?
You know what? I'll take them now.
Okay.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
So I talk to my peeps, right? I get peeps.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody they look at the Avs like, pfft. I guess maybe kind of the way that we look at Oklahoma City. It's an inevitability. They're just,
yeah.
You know, there's no inconsistencies. You know, maybe on a game-to-game basis, listen, Seattle played really, really good early on the other night, that kind of thing. But people just believe this Avalanche team is a wagon, hence the Colorado wagon. This season, you want a simple key, Vic, and it's not always easy, but the Avs have beaten Hellebuyck in the past, obviously postseason included. The Avs are 22-1-5 when they score 3 or more goals.
22-1-5.
22-1-5. And so out of all of their games, let's see, it's 2, 3, 4. There's only been 5 games this year where they haven't scored 3 or more goals.
So they have 1 regulation loss in which they've scored 3 or more goals.
That is correct. And that was in Long Island. That was on the island when they lost 6-3.
That was last week.
I'd like to see this power play keep clicking. Can I throw a key in the key? Can I have a tiny key?
By all means,
a mailbox key.
Get your key on.
Hey, power play. I mean, pucks on net. That was the difference between, in my opinion, the power play the last couple of games as opposed to maybe the previous 5. It was a lot less of the cross-ice stuff, a lot less of the looking for everything at the bumper, the slot passes. McKinnon ripping it from the circle, right? Kale throwing it on net through traffic. That's the type of stuff I think they need to build a little bit of momentum on the power play. It's been working for them. Nelson crashed the net. Becky crashing the net. Get to the net front with Gabe, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what I want to see tonight.
Nelson with Marty, it was a great shot by Nate off the pad. Marty fans on it.
Yeah.
Goes right to Nelson and just buries it in the back of the net. Power play goal. So they've now connected in back-to-back games on the power play, which is pretty dang good. So, or 3 straight, I think. Let's keep it going.
Let's keep it rolling.
Louis there is way too analytical for my taste. My interest in this game is simply I want to see Pionk.
Oh, you'll see Pionk. Neil Pionk. Yeah. That's pretty good.
So, Brett and Vic, I got to tell you.
Okay,
Brett
explain.
And Vic.
Oh, did we stumble across another inside joke here?
Well, no, it's just that every time we play the Jets, and of course he came to the Jets from the Rangers in the trade that sent Trouba to New York, and now Trouba's long gone and in Anaheim and so on and so forth.
Yes, sir.
But every time the Avs play the Jets, these two sound like a gaggle of geese for like 20 minutes. Pionk! Pionk!
That's funny. I like that.
It's not that funny. It's not. Yeah, he even scored one time. It's not that funny.
Made my night.
I don't think it's that funny.
It's kind of funny.
I think it's
okay for the 253rd time though in a row.
No,
is it funny?
That's a good point. That's a good point. Find a new angle, Vic. That's what he's trying to say. The keys to the game are powered by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection service and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the Plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Tune in for the Avs tonight from Ball as they look to stay hot against the Jets. Coverage on 92.5 starts at 6:30 with the pregame show powered by Ramos Law.
Colorado Wagon. Colorado Wagon.
All right, now let's chop it up. Let's do it. It's that time on a Friday. We got some good stuff to get to. I can't wait to hit some of these. All right. As a play-by-play broadcaster, which I know you are, one Mark Moser, have you ever had a horrible hot mic incident like we experienced last night in Philadelphia from their broadcast team?
Sometimes the Flyers get a sense of urgency when they're playing from behind. Now they're going to take the TV timeout. We'll take it as well. 7 gone in the third. It's 3-2 Buffalo on the Philadelphia Flyers Broadcast Network.
Give it to me, Timmy. This is Tim Saunders. Give it to me, Timmy.
Wait for it.
Pump it up, it up, it up, it up.
Wait for it.
While you're down there, would you mind me?
I think we're still on the air, Tim.
All right, that's good now.
Oh, that is so good. No, we're not, are we?
Wait, no, we're not on the air. Are you serious? That's what would happen, folks, just so you know, if we kept the microphones on in the back of the Shanker Studios for one more second than we were actually on the air. Yeah.
We would be fired within a week. Moser would be fired within a day.
Hey, Vic.
If the mics were left on. And sometimes they are. I don't know if you guys remember the early days of this show. We had issues with audio on Twitch. People heard everything.
We had...
would you mind me?
Yeah. We had... He asks if I've ever been caught in a hot mic moment, Vic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but not like that. Not where they forgot to go to break back at the studio.
That's bad, and that's not his fault. That's on the production crew.
We have this.
What the holy
right,
Moser.
That was during the playoffs and the loss to Dallas in the bubble.
I'm of the opinion when the mics are off, when the broadcast. Listen, and follow me on this one. Tell me if I'm wrong. All right, so your professional job is over. It's now a timeout. People go to the bathroom, grab something to eat. An announcer. You should be able to say whatever the hell you want.
Let me explain. It's before the game. I mean, it's numerous things have happened. But in the television world, we have this thing called the back hall, which if you don't shut something off in the truck, it just beams to a satellite and all over the globe. And it's not supposed to, but, things happen from time to time. One time I was complaining about seagulls. And this is after I had my McMuffin stolen in Vancouver by a flying rat. Right out of my hand walking down the street. Just the dirtiest bastard in the world.
Let's wrap this up.
And I was talking about seagulls, and I said, blank them, and where do they live anyway? They don't live in a tree. You got to live in someplace, and they live at the dump. And I went on, but I had a couple of colorful words regarding seagulls. That somebody, I think in Sweden,
took offense?
Just watching it. This is an hour and a half before the game.
Yeah.
And for some reason, the truck is open to the world, and I don't know how. Yeah. And somebody in Sweden caught it and clipped it and sent it out to the world.
You should not
be
all
over
liable
social
for that.
media.
No, that's cheating. That's AI. It's like, what am I thinking right now? What if we had a speaker in my brain? No, that's not right. I should be able to think what I want.
They miss you. They miss you, Moj.
I don't know. I think that's clip. Did anybody remember that clip? The seagull clip of
Somebody
me talking about
on the text line said that was the best hot mic ever. Said Kiefer also had a pretty good one, too.
We've had some hot mic stuff over the years.
I don't think Kiefer's hot mic was hot. He just said it.
Oh, he just said
maybe.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a difference between a hot mic and just saying something during the broadcast.
The fact Timmy Saunders, though, is a great dude and a great broadcaster. He's the radio guy for the Flyers. Great dude. It's not something like.
That's so funny.
Wasn't that good? That was one of my favorite hot mics.
Did he get in trouble?
I don't know. I haven't heard yet.
While you're down there, would you mind me?
Did he get in trouble?
I don't know
the result of this?
I don't know.
Hit it one more time.
I guess I should text him, but he's probably got a billion texts.
Yeah, you should text him for sure. Maybe
while you're down there, would you mind me?
Oh my God.
Who's he talking to?
I don't
have
know.
no idea. That's amazing.
I'll ask him when I see him. Then when the Flyers come to town, I'll ask him.
My God.
Oh, that's so good. All right, moving on here. I think we're getting there, guys. I think finally, after 20 whatever years.
Hold on. Do you think that's worthy of being fired? I'm going to ask our listening audience.
I guess you should know that you're not.
Because a lot of you are saying yes. I'm like, are you kidding me? Really?
No,
you're going to take a man's job for saying that? Big deal.
So mine was. Play the Jabara one more time, if you would, Nelly, please.
Yeah, but yours was not offensive. You just cursed. Big deal.
Yours is.
Holy. Don't compare yours to what he said.
Right.
Wait, that was live?
That was during a stream. It was a stream. And I was actually, we were over at the Kane Studios, and we were doing a stream during a playoff game. It was COVID, dude. It was
Shockey said that dude was suspended 2 games.
Wow, Timmy Saunders suspended 2 games?
Yeah, that's not right, man.
Oh, my God. That's so funny.
Do you all agree with me? Or am I off base?
I'll tell you this. In Philly, he's already a legend in Philly. He's going to be a bigger legend in Philly.
So if the bulk of the people are laughing about it, why do they bend the knee to this and suspend him 2 games? Why?
Because they don't want to feel a wrath or
wrath of what?
I don't know, Vic. I don't know. It's Philly.
What? He got 2 games?
Yes, I'm asking our listening audience. Should he be suspended, punished? What is the result of that?
While you're down there, would you mind me?
I think we're still on the air, Tim. And he goes, listen, play the rest of that, please, Nelly.
Yeah, play
I think we're still on the air, Tim.
No, we're not, are we? That's absurd. Somebody says, give that man a raise. I agree. I absolutely agree.
Sorry, are we?
No, you're fine. It's absolute. I didn't realize he got a 2-game suspension. That's ridiculous. Do we need some sort of peaceful protest to stand in unison with our broadcasting brethren? Is that what needs to happen?
I mean, the fact is, look, take it with a grain of salt. He's already a legend. He's gonna be legendary.
All right, if he's suspended, whoever's in charge of the audio that allowed that, they should be suspended.
That's the guy who should have gotten suspended. 100%.
Whoever didn't do their job in the truck, and all apologies because our people are the best. But if you're going to suspend the announcer, then you got to suspend the person that allowed that to be heard.
Oh my God, that's so funny. I heard that and I almost spit out my water.
You know what? I don't do anything in the booth anymore. This was probably 10 years ago. I'm not.
What are you talking about? Your partner drank your spit.
That was an accident. No, but one time the producer said something in my ear. And this is like before the game or way before the game. Yeah. And I turned around and I flipped off the camera, and somebody like in Finland caught that, and they cut that up and they sent it out on the interwebs.
Well,
and I'm
you
like,
gotta
I
be
can't.
careful, man.
The game doesn't start for an hour and a half. How is Finland seeing me?
Give it to us one more time, Nelly. One more time, please, please, please. Oh my God, that's so good. This is the Philly.
While you're down there, would you mind?
I think we're still on the air, Tim.
Yeah, you are, Tim. You are, Tim.
No, we're not, are we?
Hey, we're gonna lay it down on the other side. So stay tuned. Moser will hit the ones that he's already given us, and he will tell us the ones he hasn't on the other side. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on Altitude Sports Radio 925. Wrapping up on a Bud Light Football Friday. Thanks so much for being here. All right, guys, Broncos and Jags this weekend. Vic, I'd like to start with you. Let's go around the room here, quick around the horn. What do we think?
I've never seen a Broncos team as confident as this one. Well, never's a bad word. In 10 years, I haven't seen this level of confidence. And I think Jacksonville's also confident, but they will learn firsthand how physical, how fast, and how suffocating this Bronco defense is. I think it'll be a close game. It'll be another great game. I think the Broncos win by 3.
Yeah, what's the final score, though? Do you have any?
I don't do that. Just they'll win by 3.
I'm good with that. I'm plenty fine with that.
I think it's going to be a fun game. I think it's going to be a really fun game. 31-26 Broncos.
Sign me up.
I'm giving 4 touches and a little Will Lutz. Boop. 4 touches and a boop.
Hey, if it's as fun as last week, man, that was fun, right?
That was a
you
blast.
had fun watching last week.
F-U-N fun.
Yeah.
That was an absolute blast.
P-H-U-N-N fun.
So the line on this game has moved from 5.5 down to 3, and now it's back to 3.5. So the Broncos.
I never saw a 5.5.
It jumped right away. Yeah, it jumped right away.
Because when I have open here, it opened at -2.5 Broncos.
VegasInsider.com.
Who's that? Well, who's that?
They're the official odds makers.
Drug taker.
They've got everything.
Okay.
Just telling you.
Whatever
They're the
say.
best.
Whatever.
They're the best. You can see
It
where the
comes from
line's
a
open.
site called Bro Bible by a guy named Slice Bread.
All right.
Okay. Look, I'm along your lines of thinking here. Broncos aren't giving up the bait to Jacksonville. Jacksonville might test them a little bit. There may be some shaky moments, much like there were against Green Bay. You're down in the second half by 9. You give up the double dipper on both sides of halftime, and then here comes Bo Nix. I think it's going to be more from the outset. I really need to see Denver limit what Jacksonville does on the ground and with Travis Etienne and force Sunshine to beat him. If Trevor Lawrence is going to come in here in December, late, with everything on the line and beat you, I want to see it. And you know what? Jordan Love tried to do it when the Packers got too aggressive, and what happened? He gave up the farm. Patrick Surtain and Riley Moss got him. Trevor Lawrence has not committed any sort of turnover in 3 weeks. It is the first 3-game stretch of his career that he hasn't turned the ball over. That ends this weekend. Broncos force mistakes. I've got Broncos by 7 or more here. I think Denver's the better football team. I don't think Jacksonville's ready for the smoke that Mile High City is about to give them on Sunday, quite frankly. So give me the Broncos.
That's a hell of a breakdown.
You're welcome. Now, would you like to break it down?
A little last thing.
Yeah.
If the Broncos are who I think they are,
Yeah.
they cover and then win.
You know what's amazing?
31-26.
I think all our tunes are different if the offense doesn't explode the way it did last week. Right. How you win matters. Win matters. And they showed us they can win with offense, and that changes our tenor moving forward. It just does.
It totally does.
I like Bo when the games get bigger.
All
and
right,
this is
Nelly.
a big game.
One more, Nelly. Let's do it. Nail it. Oh, good talk.
There it is.
I've already done my
for the third. Wait. Bring the energy you would as if this was the first time.
I can't. I've already done it twice.
Damn.
Vic's got his knife out. Okay, that's great. Vic's ready to go into battle with the Persians.
Just for the clip on social media, give us one. Yeah.
All right, here we go. My previous picks, Bama plus 1.5. You guys started talking college football, and I couldn't let it go. Yeah. Oregon is going to slaughter JMU. My other NFL pick was Houston at minus 14.5 against the Raiders. That ain't even enough.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to cover. So it's Houston minus 14.5. My last one, here's where I've come around, guys. I can't get all excited and crazy because I've already done this a couple times today. But I guess I've come around to the Tyler Shuck train.
Shuck it up.
Yeah, shuck it up, man. Count me in on the Tyler Shuck because maybe this guy is actually a better quarterback than I gave him credit for or even thought he could possibly be. The big, tall geek out of Louisville. But he's playing great. And you know what? Aaron Glenn is probably fearful of him this week. I think he probably is. Kellen Moore, by the way, is saying this kid's composure is unbelievable. Look, the Saints have been upsetting teams, and they've been playing some actually decent football, and the Jets are awful. It's only a 4-point game as far as I can tell. You got anything different than that? What do you got?
No, that's the same I got.
Okay. I have it as a 4-point game. So take the Saints and just lay it down.
Oh, sorry. I got Saints -6 right here. Saints are now 6-point dog.
Well,
Would you still lay it down?
Pretend we did this on Wednesday.
Okay, yeah. We're pretending it's
Saints
Wednesday.
Saints -4.
Yeah.
I guess all the smart money has gone on the Saints this week anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Because that opened it. There you go.
Yeah, there we go.
Bear,
we
what do you
got
say?
there. We
Bear,
got there eventually.
Bear, what would you do, Bear?
Lay that down.
There's a hot mic from my wife. Okay.
Is that your wife?
Yeah, it's my wife.
That's hilarious. I didn't
Lay
realize
it
that.
down.
All right. Is Louis allowed to?
Yeah, give me the Lou, the lucky Louis loss of the week because you lose every week.
Yeah, dude. Have you won one of these?
No. He did last week.
No, I did not. We had the team ride last week. Both of the lucky Louis picks of the week have lost on game-winning last-second field goals.
That's true.
Absolute heartbreak in the lucky Louis pick of the week, but not this week, gentlemen. I am here to tell you. I took all of Ethel's money out of her purse last week. Poor woman. I just,
Poor Ethel.
Poor Ethel,
Can't pay
really.
the heating bill.
Really. And she had a Ring camera installed in the backyard. Yeah. Well, tonight, I'm going to break that Ring camera. I'm going to go back in there, take whatever's left out of the piggy bank, because tomorrow night, the Green Bay Packers roll into the frozen tundra of Soldier Field, which may not be where the Bears ever play the Packers again because this franchise is dumb. But what's going to happen on Saturday night, let me tell you, it's the Bears taking the NFC North, taking Jordan Love, snapping him in half, and leaving his cold dead remains on the field because Chicago wins the NFC North. Lay it down. Lay it down.
Too emotional.
That's an emotional pick. Yeah, that's an
Bears.
emotional pick right there.
You have to be unemotional about this.
I am.
We are unemotional.
That was an emotional.
I am the
emotional being pick.
I am the most objective observer either one of you two who have ever seen, and for
That's true.
you to imply otherwise is
Let me
just
show
so
you
disingenuous.
This is objective.
Okay, go ahead.
Oklahoma tonight will host a very, very pedestrian Alabama team, and Oklahoma's not that good either.
Mm-hmm.
And it will be a boring game. There will be no fireworks because neither team is capable of fireworks because neither team scares anybody. And Oklahoma will morass its way to a 14-point victory. So whatever line is in that game, I don't even know what the line is.
So you're going against me. It's Bama's getting 1.5.
Yes.
Vic, I already told you, the last time that Alabama lost to a team twice in the same season, and yes, by the way, they play teams twice because the SEC title game, was 1893.
When's the last time a team lost 3 times and made the CFP?
Never.
Please, Mo, she's
Okay,
doing
when's the last
this
time a
objectively.
team got blown out twice and made the CFP?
You sound pretty damn emotional.
When's the last
to me.
time a team got blown out in its own conference tournament championship game and made the CFP? When's the last time any of that happened?
Yeah, Moj.
You know what this
When's
is?
the last time?
You know what this is?
What's that?
This is Notre Dame pissed offness. That's what it is.
Not emotional.
No, not at all.
I'm not.
He's not.
I'm not emotional.
Telling him he's emotional. I'm with you. I got your back, Vic.
It's me, Mario.
It's me, Mario.
Mamma mia!
I hope I didn't just let me just say this. If the Packers win on a game-winning field goal for the lucky
dead.
Louis pick of the
Totally
week,
dead.
just knife to I'm taking Vic's knife that he's got.
100%.
Grab me the big knife.
Chrissy, give me the big knife!
All right.
I love that.
Wrapping it up on a Friday. It's about that time. You ready, guys?
I tell you, I won't do it.
You tell you won't do it.
Funny.
All right, Nelly. It's time for Drunk Takes.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
Welcome to Drunk Takes, where we take clips from throughout the week, slow them down to half speed, and makes us sound like we're hammered. Nelly, what's up first?
While you're down there, would you mind me?
I think we're still on the air, Tim. No, we're not, are we?
Would you mind?
That's just so good, dude.
All right, Nelly.
So funny.
Then as soon as it hits, he's like stunned and he leans forward and then he starts and he starts, and he starts running into Brent Burns' arms is what he did. He goes in like a dog, that got its foot caught in the door.
That was Moser last night at number 38, by the way.
Good.
Fresh off that Tullamore.
Was talking about Mason Marchment getting popped hard by Josh Manson. The third one was the worst, and he just fled the scene, man.
Nelly, you better have. You better have. Did you pop him right in the beak? All right, what's up next?
You're making out with your dog on air.
No, he's just giving me love.
He's just giving some kisses, man.
I just saw you guys exchange pleasantries there. I don't say that. I saw that.
What's the problem with kissing your dog? You got a problem?
Just right on the face and the mouth like that.
You don't do that?
I don't want to go down this road. You know what dogs do with the mouths, right?
That's a good one.
It was pretty gross.
Yeah. I went back and I saw the clip on social media because they clipped it.
Rick's a good boy.
Rick's butt was literally right in your face.
That was
and
later.
You didn't even skip a beat.
That was later, yeah.
That was really funny.
Poor Rick.
That was good stuff. All right, Nelly.
I think he's like at mile marker 4, taking the Gatorade. They give you the goo at mile marker 9, and that was like rocket fuel. It was needed.
Gotta love to get the goo at mile marker 9.
I really thought he was like at mile marker 7. The fact that he's at a 4 is crazy to me, but okay.
I mean, can you imagine? Dynasty. Where's Malone? Dynasty. All right, next up.
You take every piece of your bread and you go to Janice again and say, Janice, it's friggin' James friggin' Madison. It's friggin' James friggin' Madison.
Oh my God.
Who's Janice? Are you talking about Janice Funds?
No, Janice is the woman working the window at the sports book. Yeah. Listen, man, I think this is. Listen, J-Mo's going to just get worked. J-Mo's out. Sorry. Dan Lanning has no conscience. He's got no heart. He's got no soul. He's a soulless football coach. He will hang 100 on him if he can.
Our grand finale for Friday.
To do whatever it is you gotta do.
The dog's butt is in your face and you're talking on the radio.
Dog almost choked him out.
Yeah. The hell are we doing here? The dog's butt is literally right in his mouth.
That was the funniest part. That was the funniest part. Is the dog got off your lap and got hooked on your headphone cable, almost choked you right out.
God,
that was hilarious.
Crazy.
All right. That'll do it for us on a Friday. Thanks for listening along for another week. Huge Broncos and Jags game this weekend. Looking for 12 in a row, folks. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
While you're down there, would you mind me?
Darnold's stepping up under center. First and goal from the 4. His running back is Charbonnet. I formation behind him. Takes the snap. Takes the handoff to Charbonnet. Looking at the end zone. Firing in the back of the end zone. Caught for the touchdown. Jackson Smith in Jigba. And we've got a 1-point game with 3:13 to go in overtime. Darnold standing on the left hash. Takes the shotgun snap. 3-step drop. Looking, firing over the middle, and it's caught by his tight end, Eric Saubert, the guy that no one expected. And the Seahawks walk it off and soar to the top of the NFC West with a 38-37 overtime win tonight here in Seattle.
Jokic has done that already. He's got 7 right now, so he beats Kareem's record for most assists by a center all-time in NBA history. Ty Jones, three-pointer, jumper won't go. Rebound tipped by Pickett, grabbed by Cam Johnson. Johnson has it, dribbles down to the wing, throws back behind him over to Pickett, back over to Jokic, back over to Johnson, and a 3. Jumper's good. The leading assist getter by a center of all time is Nikola Jokic. That's 8 for him in this basketball game, but more importantly, Denver's on an 18-4 run to tie the game up at 51.
Wild night last night. Nikola Jokic becomes the all-time assists leader in NBA history for centers. The Nuggets win their 6th straight. Jamal Murray, another 30-point game. If that dude isn't an all-star this year, I don't know how he becomes an all-star in his career. And to pair that game, a come-from-behind against Orlando with a monster run in the second quarter for Denver, we get to pair that with what was, without a doubt, the game of the year in the NFL.
Gosh, it was good. It had everything.
It had everything. It had pregame craziness and stupid decision-making from Puka Nacua. It had an all-time Puka Nacua receiving game with 225 yards, 2 touchdowns.
That dude's like, I'm not fully certain that Puka Nacua is actually a human being on multiple fronts. He's a weird cat. Off the field, he's doing some weird things, and so is his family. And then in the midst of all of this controversy, he's on a generational 3-4 game run.
It took him 90 seconds to get to his phone and tweet out that the referees were real excited to make those types of calls in last night's game. The most bizarre 2-point conversion of all time, but we'll get into that in a sec.
Have you ever seen a game-tying point grabbed so nonchalantly in the end zone as that one was last night?
Sure haven't. We will get into what happened between the Seahawks and the Rams, but we start with what happened in the Mile High City last night with Nikola Jokic, his 13th triple-double of the season. The Nuggets have won 6 straight. They're doing all of this as hobbled as humanly possible, right? Missing 2 legit starters, 3 without a doubt rotation pieces in their starting lineup. Like, it's what they did in the second quarter was unbelievable. They erased, Coach, a 14-point deficit in 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, but it does because you have the best player in the NBA right now. Nikola Jokic, I believe, as he continues to pile up all of the accolades of even passing Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, like, how cool is that?
Adelman talked about it in his post-game presser of when LeBron passed Kareem for the most points, it put into perspective what Nikola is doing in terms of passing him in assists, right? It is the pantheon of all-time greats in the NBA. He does it in 789 fewer games than Kareem did. 789 games is like a damn career. Now, when you think of the greatest centers of all time, most of those guys, and the NBA, when it comes to the greatest of all time, it is a longevity club. Like, you get over 1,000 games. Most of these guys have played 1,000, 1,200, 1,500 games at the center position. But 789 games for most players in the league is well above an entire career. And that's the difference between him and Kareem in assists.
But it just also shows that in 789 fewer games, that Nikola Jokic has done something that no other center has ever done in the history of the National Basketball Association. And even more than this assist record for a big, what it is proof of concept that he has entirely changed the way a big is going to operate in the National
100%.
Basketball Association for forever. And there are going to be players in the current National Basketball Association that are going to also surpass Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Problem is if Nikola Jokic doesn't abandon the Mile High City for carriages and horses in his native homeland, then he's going to make this such an untouchable record if he plays for 5 more years. But you look at the NBA right now, some of the ball distributors, the big Victor Wembanyama, how he can distribute the basketball. Alperen Şengün, the way he can distribute the basketball. There are some very advanced bigs with regards to how you move the basketball.
Here's Joker with Scotty after the game.
You became the all-time NBA assist leader for centers in the history of the game. Does that mean anything?
Yeah, I mean, I always say those things are something for after career. I think the legacy for after career that I'm going to look back and on the porch drinking beer and telling lies to my kids.
Telling lies to my kids. He's definitely a one beers guy.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, it's with the emphasis on the s.
All of the greats, when they're in the middle of doing this, or the vast majority of the greats, have that type of outlook. I'll enjoy it later. I will enjoy it when I'm 50, when I'm 60, when I'm 70, and when my joints hurt. But right now, it is about the day in, the day out, the process. There's certain players that go, oh, I didn't know that record was coming up. I didn't know that I was passing that today. And you kind of go tongue-in-cheek, you sure? You sure you didn't know that record was coming up here? You know who's one of them right now at the end of his career in the NFL is Von Miller. Von Miller knows exactly how many sacks he needs to get to DeMarcus Ware, how many sacks he needs to pass Michael Strahan.
Problem is he needs some playing time.
Right, he needs playing time, and father time has already come for him. Von right now is going after the stats so that he can stay in the top 10 long after he decides to hang up his cleats. So when Nikola looks at this and goes, yeah, I didn't really know it was coming up, I do believe him.
I do too. It's consistent with everything that Nikola Jokic is all about. Nikola Jokic is the prime example when you're talking to young athletes of be where your feet are and be concerned with the task at hand and really don't get too caught up on what's behind and what's ahead. That's who he is. It comes across with his unique personality as kind of, aw shucks. Oh, whatever. I don't really want parade.
It comes across as uncaring to some people. It comes across as a guy who doesn't appreciate the history of the game, and I think it couldn't be farther from the truth.
No, it's not that. I think that he's the kind of player that loves basketball, does love his teammates, he loves his native land, he loves his family, but he doesn't love all the things that maybe American culture values. The records, the bling.
Yeah, he's not a point at me guy.
He's not the.
He isn't a blingy guy.
He isn't Puka Nacua. He
Right.
doesn't come with diamond-studded encasing for his basketball shoes every game. And I think it's actually
He'd be less likable.
It makes him. I'd say for some of American culture, and I'd say a lot of NBA culture, the way the NBA has been covered for years. I think the NBA culture hasn't really known what to do with him. But here in Denver, we know exactly what to do with him. And that's enjoy him, appreciate him, and realize that every single opportunity that we have to watch this unbelievable basketball player play, you've got to really cherish it.
The thing that I loved the most, and it's been happening over the past couple of games because Scotty is dressing up in very festive suits.
We are in Scotty.
Scotty looks.
Yep.
You guys know Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, like the old school claymation?
The one that looks like KFC.
He's
like
Sam the Snowman.
It's Sam the Snowman looked like the KFC man, Colonel Sanders.
Right. Burl Ives is the narrator of those films, and Sam the Snowman was made to look a little bit like Burl. Scotty looks exactly like Sam the Snowman in the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer
It's actually the
claymation
first
films.
thing that's put me in the holiday spirit this year.
Because there's no snow. It's not cold.
Not even kind of. Our white Christmas is all of our trash cans being knocked over. And the white trash bags being all over the front
because
yard.
of the wind.
Because of the dang 85 mile an hour dang wind gusts. Stop it.
Scotty is the only thing that's getting me in the spirit. I've watched Home Alone and Home Alone 2.
I'm having a hard time, Raj.
We kick off.
I told
our
Anne-Marie
holiday.
yesterday, I don't have it this year.
I know. We kick off our holiday watching with those two films. Then what I get into is the Muppet Christmas Carol. And then I get into a Netflix animated movie. And Scotty and I share a deep love for this film. Klaus on Netflix. All-timer. And it's one of the new ones.
Is it not Claus?
I think it's Klaus. I thought it was Klaus.
Okay.
I have no idea. Klaus or
Tim,
Klaus?
Tim Allen?
No.
Oh,
You're thinking of the
new
Santa
one.
Claus.
I'm having Klaus is the newer one.
Klaus
last
is like
3 years?
It's like an animated Netflix movie
Last
about
3 years, right?
a postman. Yes.
Okay.
It's fantastic.
Really good.
If you haven't watched it, you have to.
And
You're thinking of Tim Allen, the Santa Claus, which is one of the greats.
Fantastic film.
Can't get me in the mood. You know who can? Scotty Hastings.
Mm-hmm. Burl Ives.
Scotty
Colonel
does love-
Sanders.
he loves this time of year, too.
He does.
Just because he's a big dude, you don't think he's a big teddy bear. He is. He's nice and warm and fuzzy inside.
Raj, how are your feelings right now about the Denver Broncos Jacksonville Jaguars matchup? I think this is one of the more interesting matchups of the year that has all of us on this. We'll call it on this sports talk station, all feeling all different kinds of feels. What are your vibes right now about this one? It's hard to quantify it.
For me, it's not. Broncos country, it's time to be cocky again. It's time to be confident like you were in the 80s. It's time to be cocky like you were in the late 90s. And I understand cocky and the Jacksonville Jaguars, with respect to the late 90s, make some of you go, oh no, remember what happened with Mark Brunell? Like, remember that game?
I love Brunell.
It should have been 3 straight Super Bowls that year, and they get knocked off by Jacksonville out of nowhere. But back when Broncos country, when you were either in Super Bowls or winning Super Bowls, think about the early 2010s with Peyton Manning. It's time to feel confident and cocky again. Shirk off the, oh my God, we're back here for the first time in 10 years, and start to pick out the feelings that you had
How do you
in the
spell that?
heyday. Shirk?
Yeah.
S-H-I-R-K. Shirk it off.
Okay.
Get rid of it. It doesn't deserve a place here in the Mile High City. The Jags make you scared? Grow a pair. We're joined on the other side by Hayes Carline, reporter for 92.5 FM in Jacksonville. We could say a sister station, right? We're not affiliated with them, but 92.5 brothers. We will meet on the other side. Don't go anywhere
Eskimo,
today.
indeed.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson behind the glass, and you, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. Hanging out with you guys till noon. It's a Bud Light Football Friday, rolling along in the morning sprint. The coach, Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, hanging out with you guys up until noon, getting you ready for Broncos and Jags, 2 p.m. on Sunday. Broncos 3-point favorites as they welcome Jacksonville, coming off of a drubbing of the New York Jets. Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline, where we are joined by Hayes Carlion of 92.5 FM down there in Jacksonville, reporter for 1010 XL and 92.5. Hayes, what's up, man?
Gentlemen, great to be with you. How you doing?
Hey, we're doing great. Ready for a big-time game. I got to level with you. For years, because it's Jacksonville and they hadn't gotten it right up until this year with Cohen, we looked at Jacksonville as kind of a, do they really matter here when it comes time for playoffs? I think they're a more difficult team than even New England is. They have some legit wins on their resume. But is Trevor Lawrence as good as everyone's making him out to be right now? 5 touchdowns against the Jets?
Yeah, I mean, he obviously is coming off a historic game in terms of doing something that had never been done in the NFL before. But I still need to see more. I mean, it's a great three-game stretch for Trevor. 9 touchdowns, no interceptions over the last 3. So you hope, if you're a Jaguars fan, that this is finally it and that this is the launching point of a very successful partnership between Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen. But I think you got to see it. This is certainly going to be a tremendous test for the Jaguars offensively going up against Denver. So I think the signs are starting to become encouraging, but you need to see it a little bit more before I think you can just bank on it that now he's arrived and this is what you're going to see consistently out of Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, yesterday news broke of Jacoby Myers signing a 3-year deal, an extension with the Jaguars, recently acquired Week 10 or just before Week 10 from the Las Vegas Raiders. The numbers aren't necessarily gaudy for Jacoby Myers, but for whatever reason, it seems like a much more complete wide receiver room now with BTJ opposite Jacoby Myers and some other pieces in there. What have you seen as it relates to what the pass game has done with the addition of a legitimate bona fide number 2?
Yeah, Jacoby's been phenomenal. I mean, how quickly he was able to acclimate, process the system, and then go out and execute. He was exactly what they needed. They needed reliability, and they were plagued by drops. Brian Thomas Jr. was having a really dreadful start to his second season after a phenomenal rookie campaign, and to get Jacoby Myers from Las Vegas, I think it's been one of the best mid-season trades they've made. They made a deal for Marcel Darius from Buffalo, a defensive tackle, back in 2017 when, Jacksonville went on the run to the AFC Championship game. And this trade, I think, has been every bit as impactful as that one was. That team had trouble stopping the run, and Darius helped them, get better at that. This team, was struggling offensively. Trevor Lawrence was towards the bottom of the pack in terms of passer rating when you look at his peers in the NFL. And he needed a receiver he could trust, and Jacoby Myers has been that. It's really amazing. We've been talking about it today, obviously, with the extension, and it's incredible how, some players can go through OTAs, go through 6 weeks of training camp, preseason games, get out to the regular season, and they still don't really know what they're doing. Here's a guy that basically arrived in Jacksonville and 2 days later was playing at a high level for them in his first game as a Jaguar and is just built off of that. So I think it was a really smart signing by the Jaguars to go ahead and lock Myers in because I think it's what Trevor Lawrence needs. He needs dependable guys. I think you're willing to give up a little bit of athleticism to have guys that are going to be in the right spot at the right time. Trevor Lawrence's best season in the NFL in 2022 was when he had, veteran guys like Marvin Jones and Zay Jones and Christian Kirk and Evan Ingram. And, so I think they needed some experience in that room, and Myers has certainly provided it.
Big time defensive seasons, obviously, from Freddie Olakun, and Devin Lloyd's got 5 picks on the season. The defense has largely carried Jacksonville, considering they are one of the best teams in terms of takeaway margin in the NFL right now. Give us the latest on Josh Hines-Allen. What's going on with him in the injury report?
I think he's going to be fine. I think it was just an illness Wednesday, and so Josh practiced yesterday. He was out there today. So I would anticipate that I wouldn't even think he has an injury designation. We'll see when obviously the final injury report comes out today. But I would, if they do list him as questionable, I would anticipate Josh Hines-Allen, being active for Sunday's game.
All of us listeners out here in Colorado listening here to Jacksonville Sports Talk Radio. Travis Hunter is somebody of note for people here for sure. This was a game that a lot of us had circled to see the two-way phenom in Travis Hunter. With the news of Jacoby Myers getting a 3-year deal, do you think that says anything about what potentially could be the path forward to keep Travis Hunter not only healthy and productive, but on a field?
It's going to be really interesting because obviously they don't want to deal with any of that now, when they're in the middle of playing games of this magnitude. So it'll be more of an off-season topic of conversation, at least on the record with the brass. But, all indications are they're going to keep the plan, as is. I mean, they don't view his injury is a result of usage. It was just one of those fluke things that can happen in a practice. So I think their plan, at least for now, is to continue playing him both ways. But it will be interesting when the dust settles on this season and they're able to take a step back and reflect, what they decide to do. I mean, Travis Hunter did make some incredible plays as a receiver. And obviously we know his skill set as a corner. So it will be interesting to see. Do you have him master one thing next year in year 2? And then once he's mastered that, expand it back to being a two-way player, or do you just keep him as a two-way player? All indications right now are that they'll continue to keep him as a receiver and a corner. But yeah, he's obviously. Unfortunately, we only got a little bit of a taste of what Travis Hunter can do in this league, but I thought it was incredibly impressive.
Hayes Carlyon, our guest here on the Ramos Law Hotline of 1010XL down in Jacksonville. We know the big names. We know Lawrence, and we know Brian Thomas. We know Etienne. We know Devin Lloyd. Give me a name that I'm not thinking about that will impact the game on Sunday.
Tight end Brenton Strange has really become an unbelievable player for the Jaguars. He's all around bully in the ground game, reliable receiver, good yards after catch guy. So, he's somebody that with this matchup, with all the problems that the Broncos present, to have a well-rounded tight end that does everything well, I think could serve the Jaguars in this matchup. So I would say for Broncos fans, keep an eye on Brenton Strange in terms of a guy that maybe you haven't heard much about that might pop a little bit on Sunday.
Hey, speaking of tight ends, it seems like you guys probably knew something about Evan Ingram. Maybe there wasn't as much tread left on the tires as the Broncos were hoping there was. It's been a bit underwhelming. Does that surprise you at all that Evan Ingram has not made that big of an impact here in Denver?
It does, because, I mean, just from a personality standpoint, really enjoyed covering Evan, and obviously he was a very productive player here for the Jaguars and sort of shook off some of the reputation that he had coming from the Giants in terms of, reliable pass catcher and things like that. And so I expected that he'd be phenomenal for the Broncos. And I am surprised that, that hasn't transpired. But I have nothing but great things to say about Evan Ingram. I thought he was a phenomenal Jaguar.
Hayes, we know we got to get you out of here. But before you do, give me a prediction for the game. Give me a score.
I'll say I'm going to go Jaguars 23, Broncos 20, and that's not an insult. I think Denver's got, if it was a 7-game series, I'd probably take the Broncos in it. I just think it's hard to win 12 straight in this league. So my pick is more, it just seems like Denver's due for a game that's not necessarily a clunker, but just a game that doesn't go their way. So just nature of the league, I'll pick the Jaguars, but obviously Denver's got a phenomenal team and wouldn't be the least bit surprised if they represent the AFC in the Super Bowl.
Hayes Carlyon of 92.5 down in Jacksonville. We appreciate your time, man. Get out of here.
All right, thanks so much. Take care.
23-20, the score prediction there. A game that doesn't go the Broncos' way, which has been a very common national perspective on Denver going into that Green Bay matchup is they've found a way to come out of stepping in you-know-what, smelling like roses and perfume.
Yeah. I think some of this is the same take that you always say. Like, for example, like the take right now of Indiana University football is that they can't win a national championship because they've never won a national championship. And Raj, I know you hate that.
Least favorite.
Would you also agree that just because it's so hard to win 12 straight games, they're probably going to lose, or they might lose, or this just could be it because
it's the
law
law
of
averages.
And,
you probably end up losing a game, right? Like, I keep looking at the Avalanche right now and how dominant they are. And honestly, I keep looking at the Nuggets with a 6-game win streak and being 20-6 without 3 of their most important players, and certainly 2 of them in Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon for an extended period of time. And I go, eventually they're going to lose one of these, right? And then the Avs continue to rattle off wins. I look at the Dallas Stars and the Minnesota Wild, and I go, eventually they're going to lose one, right? And they don't.
And
Good teams just win games.
You know what the answer is? The answer is yes. For the Denver Broncos, they're going to lose one.
Yeah, in 2026. No. 2027.
No, they're going to lose one after they've completely secured home field advantage after
Week
beating
18.
the Jaguars and destroying or mollywhopping the Chiefs if they need to. And then they say, you know what, Jimmy? You can take your 2 wins this year. We don't really care because we're laughing all the way to home field advantage the entirety of the playoffs.
They can lose next year, not next calendar year. They can lose next football year.
That's also calendar year. Do you want the Broncos to beat the Chargers also?
Sure.
With nobody, like you want Stiddy to, well,
why not?
Stiddy statement game?
I talked about it yesterday.
I'd love the Stiddy statement game.
Losing for the sake of losing is stupid. If you happen to lose when you're resting everyone, I don't care. But just to get the heebie-jeebies of the law of averages out of the way, the law of averages also works when you're on a losing streak or when you're going back and forth. Remember the Christmas tree schedule for the Nuggets last year? Win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. Averages work out in that way too. Right? When the two results are win and loss, the law of averages is 50%.
Yes. When you're 12-2 or you've really won 11 consecutive games, the law of averages are...
Doesn't mean you're going to lose 10 straight.
You're really good.
Doesn't mean you're going to lose 10 straight.
No,
it means you still have a 50-50 chance of losing the next game. Like, that argument is such nonsense to me, which is why I think...
What's the spread on this game?
3.
Okay.
Denver at 3. You get your home stock 3 points. It's 2 very good football teams. And when I look at the resumes this year for New England and Jacksonville, I'm hard-pressed to not look at Jacksonville and go, that's a more impressive team. Their 3 straight wins between weeks 3 and 5.
This thing's bumped from 2.5 to 3.5.
It's up to 3.5 now. It was 3 when we started the show.
Yeah.
Houston, a 7-point win. On the road at San Francisco, who is buzzing right now.
They are buzzing.
Despite their injuries.
You watch that game last night and you forget, hey, NFC West also has the 49ers that are 10-4.
Crazy.
They're playing good ball.
San Francisco, a 5-point win on the road, and then they beat Kansas City by 3 on Monday night the next week.
Look, hey, you told us as Broncos country when you started the show, we need to start being cocky, right?
Uh-huh.
My question to you would be, watching the game last night, having just played the Packers, and even bringing about the 49ers, who would you rather play in the Super Bowl today? Rams, Seahawks, 49ers, Packers.
Niners or Packers? That Seahawks defense is real. The interior of that defensive line.
They're good.
With DeMarcus Lawrence and who's the other big tuna in there for Seattle? Can't remember his name.
DeMarcus Lawrence looked big. He has gotten jacked.
Who's the other dude on the interior of that line? Who's right next to Lawrence? I'm blanking on his name right now.
So their interior, they got dudes, man. Their interior D line, Byron Murphy the second. So he's the University of Texas.
Leonard Williams. I'm thinking of Leonard Williams.
Oh yeah, that's a pretty good football player there.
Yeah, the defensive line for that, the way that they got after Stafford in the fourth quarter last night took a beating and an overtime.
He got hit, but he was balling.
Yeah, I'm not saying he had a bad game.
Man.
Matt Stafford he's
dude is
MVP.
So freaking good.
He was good enough to win the game last night. For them, unfortunately, the craziest 2-point conversion in history. We haven't talked about it yet. The 2-point conversion last night had to have LA Rams fans in a tizzy. It is, by the letter of the law, it's a good 2-point try. But it's the most nonchalant pickup. There's no way in hell that picking up that football did Kenneth Walker think, were going to
It
score.
was Charbonnet.
Was it Charbonnet?
Yeah, it was Charbonnet.
Okay, running
Neither
back,
here nor
name
there.
running back. Charbonnet picks that up. There's no way he picks that up and goes, live ball, we now score. He picked that up going, crap, now we're down.
It was so. Here's what would have gotten me all kinds of upset as a Rams coach. I would have advocated for the fact that there was a whistle.
There wasn't. There was not a whistle.
I would have advocated for the fact that you couldn't hear the whistle because it's one of the loudest stadiums in football, and it's a very, very challenging place. And I get it that they were on offense, the home team. I think everybody just stopped playing.
There was no whistle. There was no whistle.
Was there any signal whatsoever?
Nope. There was not an incomplete signal.
You've got to play.
There was not a whistle.
Boy, that one killed me as a young coach. We had a true freshman running back that we did one of those, those like kind of rocket or laser motions where they just sprint out to create empty basically out of the backfield.
Yeah.
We threw a swing screen to him. It was basically a dead lateral, straight lateral play. And he dropped the football, and the ball just stopped right in the field of play, about 3 yards short of the sideline.
Not moving at all.
Not moving at all. And freshman from Florida, Jakari Moses, kind of like looking around, starts walking back to the huddle looking for the next signal. Meanwhile, I think it was Marshall. Marshall's defensive, it's the corner, picks it up, takes it to the crib, 7-point swing. I mean, massive swing.
I heard Herbstreit and Michaels talking about if the ball was not moving, is the play dead? Is that a thing? I've never heard anything about that. Like if the ball comes to a rest.
No.
I heard that on the broadcast night when I've never heard that before in my life.
No, because the ball, I mean, college and pro, different rules, but the ball came to a dead rest in our game. And
in your game, not in last night's game. It was still
doing some things. It wouldn't have made a difference. What would have made a difference, obviously, is if there was a signal and or there was anybody came in with their hand up or signaling the try was no good, and then the whistle is always the one that you dispute as a coach because there's a lot going on, man, in those situations. And when those types of plays happen where it just feels like time stands still, losing a game that way
brutal
is as bad as it gets.
Brutal. And it all starts because of Rashid Shaheed's punt return.
That's what it was.
And they utilize him in the way that I need Sean Payton to utilize Marvin Mims. Now, he still got like a very similar amount of touches as compared to what Mims does in the offense, but that little end around that they ran, that there was a decline penalty on LA, that's exactly what I need to see for the Broncos and Mims. That's the same player to me.
Yeah, Rashid Shaheed, 27-year-old. Where did he play last year? Because we've talked about him elsewhere.
New Orleans? Question mark?
Saints. 4-year New Orleans Saint.
Thank you.
Good job, man. He had in 2023, he had a 719 5-touchdown year. 719.
I would love that for Marvin Mims.
Yep.
That's exactly what Marvin Mims should be on this team,
Same
man.
size, 6 foot 180.
They're the same dude. The same player. They do the same things excellent. And it feels like Liam Cohen likes to use his guy more.
Liam Cohen.
Oh, what? Sorry. I've got Jacksonville on my mind.
Mike McDonald. But really, you know who it is? Clint Kubiak, son of Gary. Play caller for the Seattle Seahawks.
Ballsy move for him to go for 2, man.
Hey, he
Good
looked
for them.
confident, man. Clint Kubiak did a good job. You know what's funny is guess who was Rashid Shaheed's offensive coordinator in New Orleans? None other than Clint Kubiak.
Nurture, coach. Nurture.
Fit.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday here. That's the coach, Mike Sanford, chopping down on some meatballs. KJ Granderson is behind the glass today. PhD from noon to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6. We'll have the Avs on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 tonight, starting at 6:30 in a Central Division collision. As Connor will have the call for the Winnipeg Jets. The Jets have lost 11 of 14, and all but 2 of those have come in regulation. But Connor Hellebuck is back, so watch out for that sneaky son of a gun.
Regular season Jesse right there.
It sure is. Avs and Jets tonight on 92.5. We are giving away tickets to Sunday's Broncos and Jags game. Head over to Three Dogs Tavern in North Denver starting at 3 p.m. today. And you can win tickets to go see the Broncos take on the Jags on Sunday. Bud Light is giving away VIP tailgate passes and tickets to the game. And while you're at Three Dogs Tavern enjoying Nate and Andy's afternoon show, you can enjoy $4 pints, $12 pitchers, $3.75 bottles of Bud Light. I see Cole Smith, our assistant head engineer, wearing a Jaguars jersey today.
Ain't no sunshine when he's gone.
You're not allowed to do that.
No sunshine. Get out of here with that. It's all darkness this week. Get him out of here. Why is he wearing that?
Don't fire Cole. He's the nicest guy on the planet.
Is Cole the only Jaguars fan that lives in the state of Colorado?
Probably.
Holy cow,
and
he works here?
Dude, he's a legit Jags fan. Like, born and raised Jags fan.
You know why? What is Cole? Just a guy.
Oh, that was not nice. That was not nice.
He chose violence by wearing that jersey here on a Friday, on a Bud Light football Friday right here.
Actually, screw it. Be my guest.
Yeah, I tell you. You know what else I'll tell you?
You don't get to do those things.
I found my favorite quote of the NHL season, and you're going to get into another quote of a different variety.
No, it's fantastic.
I'm going to tell you. So my two favorite Avs, personally, just personality-wise, and just guys that are super easy to root for many reasons.
Mm-hmm.
So the quote is from Gabe Landeskog about my buddy. He doesn't know we're buddies as well as I do. I think we're best friends. We're besties in my book. Brent Burns. How old's Brent Burns?
Just parasiting the guy.
Yeah. Brent Burns is 40, right?
40.
He'll be 41 by the end of the season.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Gabe Landeskog on Brent Burns.
He's your contemporary.
I'm older. He might be 42 or whatever he is on paper, but he's 12 mentally.
Yep.
I couldn't agree more.
Yep.
And that's why I see eye to eye with the Brent Burns and I are, I think, the same guy in that sense. We are children. I mean, Raj, how many times have you looked over and be like, you are a child?
What are you doing? You walked in here with a plate of 14 meatballs. You walked in, you were on the phone before the show, and Coach is, you guys all know, Coach is a very busy human being. And he has all these different gigs, and he comes in here guns blazing, but you are ready to do the show every single day. I was talking to a high school
football coach in Houston, Texas about scheduling a game.
Coach walks into the show a couple of minutes before, and he's on the phone. I was like, all right, this is normal. He normally hangs up the phone. You know, KJ's open ends at 10:02.
Still talking.
And Mike just walks out the door.
I wasn't even talking. I was just listening.
I hit the talkback button. I was like, would you go get him?
Have you ever been on the phone with a Texas high school football coach?
I can't say I have.
They like to talk, and they're used to being in charge of their community. And they just keep on going, and their pace is really slow.
It's like talking to your mother on the phone for too long, and then you just you don't even put her on speaker, but you hold her at arm's length. You get, yeah, sure,
now,
love you too.
Now, Coach, we have about 1,800 students at our school. And he just kept on going. I didn't know because these Southern gentlemen, it's a little bit different. Texas is not the South, to be clear. We'll call it the accent. A gentleman from Houston, Texas, we're talking about scheduling a game. And the way he sounds, you can't interrupt him because he's so polite and he's so nice. And I'm like, I finally
feel like the jerk.
I just finally go, hey, man, I'm actually on the air right now. He's like, what? Yeah, I do sports talk radio.
The best thing in sports on sports radio happened last night in the Philadelphia Flyers game. Listen.
Sometimes the Flyers get a sense of urgency when they're playing from behind. Now they're going to take the TV timeout. We'll take it as well. 7 gone in the third. It's 3-2 Buffalo on the Philadelphia Flyers broadcast network. Pop it up, it up, it up, it up. While you're down there, would you mind me?
I think we're still on the air, Tim. No, we're not, are we?
Turns out they were, and somewhere Nick Castellanos is lurking in the background waiting to hit a homer.
Is he employed still?
He is suspended actively by Philly.
What was the word? Was it?
You know what the wind has been doing over the past couple of days in in Littleton and in North Denver.
So, gusting? Would you mind gusting me while you're down there?
Yep. Turns out you can't say that in mixed company, and certainly not on FCC airwaves.
Let me ask you guys a question. Who do you blame there? That guy for just saying that, or the board op?
You are both at fault. The board op is in trouble.
Kill him.
But as the broadcaster, it comes down to what you are saying. Also, probably just shouldn't say that in general about someone who's doing their job.
So, who was he talking to?
About the in-arena, entertainment gal. So she was up on the big board.
Okay. Is there any chance that somebody's working on, like, the wires underneath his feet?
No.
There's no chance?
When's the last time someone was working on wires underneath your feet as you were broadcasting?
I don't know, but I don't do it every night like Connor McGahee
You
does.
do it every day here. It's never happened to you. I know you're trying to cut the guy some slack, but...
Because that's like, if KJ were down there, I don't think that's a fireable offense in that case.
He's not fired. He's suspended. It was the funniest thing I've heard in a handful of weeks.
That's so good.
Unreal.
Raj,
again, Castellanos looking to hit a home.
Raj, I know that it's not as much of a surprise to me because we've been talking about it all week. But just to be clear, today at 6:00 p.m., the college football playoffs start.
Bama, Oklahoma. Again, the Sooners looking to become the first team since the 30s, I believe, to beat Alabama twice in a season.
What's your prediction on that contest?
I have a hard time I have a hard time picking against Alabama in playoff scenarios, but
this is Nick Saban, Alabama.
Right, my brain is wired to Nick Saban, Alabama, and I have to remove myself from it. John Mateer's the best player in the game, and he's healthy. OU should win the game.
James Madison, Oregon. How much does Oregon win by?
24.
35.
Sure.
Boat racing.
Be my guest.
Bob Chesney's not even the head football coach anymore.
Well, how about Nick Saban just killing them when they're in the grave?
He said it.
Shooting the dead body, kicking the dead horse.
AAA baseball doesn't play in the World Series.
Brutal, man. And I got to admit, he's kind of right. But if you hear that, let's say you hear that about CSU, right? CSU goes on a run, they win the Mountain West this year. And they get in, but they're either a one-loss or an undefeated Mountain West champion, and they're ranked 21. He says that about CSU, I'm probably losing my mind on the air today.
Well, probably because Jim Mora Jr. is already the head coach at Wisconsin, right? If CSU goes to that spot, by the time they play in that game, and then you're discombobulated at that time.
They are correct, though. Like, JMU and Tulane have no chance of actually winning this thing. Could they pull off the upset and win a game? Sure.
How much does Ole Miss beat Tulane by?
That's going to be closer.
Dude, John Summerall's the head football coach now at Florida.
That's going to be
He's not even
closer.
I mean, like, there's all these things
I think
it's so hard to continue to prepare when your head coach isn't even in the building.
I think they say 14. I think it's a 14 or a 17 point victory, but I think at half you're going, "Oh, can Tulane do something really special here?"
I guess the same could be held true about the Lane Kiffin component. He's gone. I mean, how about that? You're 2 college football playoff teams.
Oh, yeah. This isn't the Cheez-It Bowl.
And neither head coach stayed.
Incredible.
So dumb.
Which for me is that's the argument against expanding the playoff.
Agreed.
Like, they're supposed to be the most important games of the season.
If you expand the playoffs significantly, you might have a college football playoff game where the head coaches are literally switched.
You know what you should do is you should market yourself as you need a coach for one ball game.
Oh, I'm the guy.
You need an OC or a passing game coordinator for one ball game.
Or just an energy head coach just to go crazy.
Glue guy, baby.
I am the guy. I'll do it. I will do it for way less than most people would do it for.
1 game contract, 2 weeks, right? Because you need to get in there, know the team, establish that you're a glue guy.
Yep.
Right? A 44-year-old who thinks he's 12.
Who is 12?
Who is 12?
Yeah, I don't think I am.
Downsy.
I meant mentally 12. Miami, Texas A&M tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. This is in College Station, Texas. Who you got?
SEC team. A&M.
Okay.
That's a tough place to play.
Yeah, it is. 107, 108, 109,000
Miami
people.
ain't winning that game, dude.
You're right.
No shot.
You're right.
Who else? What other scores you want, Buster?
That's those are the four matchups that we just went through.
Oh yeah,
for this weekend,
because they're all bye teams.
The interesting
Georgia
thing is, so
Indy
essentially, you called Oregon's going to beat James Madison. They'll play Texas Tech next. Great matchup.
Awesome matchup.
Alabama, we both think that Oklahoma is going to beat Indiana.
Yes,
they will match. Or sorry, Oklahoma is going to match up next with Indiana or Alabama. Either way, I think that's not a given.
Good football game.
Yep. And then Ole Miss most likely beats Tulane. They'll match up next with Georgia. Georgia will
wipe the floor.
They will wipe
with
them. And A&M will then match up with Ohio State. Good football game. But probably Ohio State wins. But good football game.
I can't believe it starts tonight. I'm so juiced up about that. I'll probably break my popping the tops right now. I'm watching that this evening while popping some tops.
Mm-hmm.
KJ will go into hour 2 on the other side. That's the coach, 303-504-0925. We'll check out the official injury report of the Denver Broncos, powered by the Ramos Law Firm. On the other side, who's playing, who's not, who we should be nervous about. Next. Hour 2 of the morning sprint on a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
Guy.
Remember,
how good does a Bud Light sound right now?
To enjoy responsibly.
Okay, I'll enjoy responsibly.
Give me 57 minutes. Although it is 5 o'clock somewhere. There's that song plays at the end of the show.
Technically, our show's really over at 55, right?
Sure. Give me 51 minutes, and I would love to have beers with you. Wash down the tamale that I just stole from
Poquitos.
the Mix 100 morning show.
There's nothing better than a tamale around Christmas time.
Oh, yeah.
You got your abuelita just dialing up some
I never
some
knew
tamales.
the love of Mexican food around Christmas time until I married a girl from New Mexico.
Oh, gosh.
Holy smokes, was I missing out for 30 years.
That was a great decision. Great decision.
Oh, yeah.
Bring some authentic green chili into your life. It's a big deal.
We do the green chili thing. We do the Candelaria things. Those are dope. I was missing that for 3 decades.
What I love about Mexican culture around the holidays, I grew up in Southern California. A lot of my friends were Hispanic. I'm fluent in Spanish as a result, just from playing soccer as a kid on the pitch anywhere you could. I learned the bad words before I learned the real words. I ended up minoring in college, but just seeing a grandma, which is a little grandma, is an abuelita. It's a term of endearment. It's a term of affection. Just making thousands of tamales.
Well, there's 30 pounds of tamales about 15 feet to our left right now.
My dad actually had a player at USC. I'll never forget his name. Norberto Garrido. His mom made the best tamales I've ever had in my life.
Shout out Norberto.
And we would freeze them and keep them for we would get 120 of them. We'd keep them for the next 10. Like it was 10 months later. We're like, okay, time to restock, Norberto.
Your Ramos Law injury report heading into this weekend. We'll get another one later on in the show, and DMac and the fellas in the midday will let you guys know what the Friday injury report looks like. But Ben Powers, limited in practice. Jonathan Franklin Myers was a non-participant on Wednesday, limited yesterday, but that was just for straight rest purposes. He was out with the Nuggets last night, had the first shot. KJ, did he hit his free throw?
From the rumors I heard, he hit it.
Okay, there you go. I expect the football players to hit their free throw. When the hockey players go out there, man, it's toast. Like we saw Andrew Cogliano and Nathan McKinnon go out and do it, and it was not great, atrocious.
What was pretty interesting is every time we had the quarterbacks over, when I was a position coach of the quarterbacks, we'd have a dinner, and they come out and they hang out with the boys. We have a hoop in the front yard. Everywhere I coach, the quarterbacks that start playing basketball, were unbelievably good. Like they had the most pure shots, and they couldn't help themselves. I'm at Notre Dame, and there's potentially $1 million on the line, and I'm watching two of our quarterbacks that are future NFL players, dang near like ripping each other's heads off. I'm like, this is going to go down at my house. It's going to happen. That's a concerning thing if you have a quarterback
who can't play ball,
who can't play basketball.
Okay, these are the little insights.
Yeah.
Oh, see, Andrew says he missed it on the text line. He said he missed the shot.
Yeah, it's different. That's a pass rushing interior D lineman, man. It was JFM, right?
Yes.
Did the Walton Penner group say, if you make it, we'll give you an extension?
They all say he missed it. Missed it.
Let me address these texters.
Or do you want to address them now on the air?
I'm about to text every single one of them.
Oh, okay. All right. You can do that. You do that back
Why,
there. I thought you were going to
let off some
heat into the microphone,
Are you saying that he made it?
KJ thought he made it, but I've got some texts coming in that say he missed it.
I trust my sources.
I think these people were actually there.
We'll put KJ in the mystery mobile, and he'll go figure this one out, see if JFM actually made his free throw last night ahead of the Nuggets' come from behind victory. Again, that comeback that they had in the second quarter where they go on like a 22-3 run, Jamal drops 20 in that second quarter. He goes back-to-back-to-back threes. You have the Nikola Jokic and one with the technical free throw on top of that, man. It all started with the one assist that passes Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and the Nuggets go on this nutso run. They erase a 14-point deficit in a matter of like 3 minutes and 15 seconds, and they do it without AG. They do it without Christian Brown. They continue to roll. When I was watching that simultaneously with the Seattle and LA game on Thursday night, I looked at Terrence Ferguson and his touchdown catch, and I texted you guys, and I went, I know as a result of the 4 draft day trades that Denver made, from the original pick that they had in round 2, right? They would have had round 2 pick 40, which would have been 3 selections prior to when Ferguson went to the LA Rams. We had Ferguson on this very show. I know they got Savion Jones, they got Q Robinson, and they got RJ, all as a result of those trades. Wouldn't Terrence Ferguson look really good in orange and blue right now?
He would look fantastic. Heritage High School zone, Terrence Ferguson, tremendous tight end pipeline there at Heritage. I just think that you don't have the guy that has the full skill set on your roster. Evan Ingram, who hasn't had a wildly successful year as a pass catching tight end. He's not even on the field very often because he can't block at the point of attack because that's
not what he is.
He's basically he's a big slot guy. That's what he is. He's a big slot receiver. And even then, he's been okay. Strangely, I think as we continue to disparage Evan Ingram, it's like one of those perfect games.
He's Scooby-Doo for a big game.
Oh, yeah. And this is the perfect time for it.
The term in hockey is he's got money on the board tonight. And on Sunday, Evan Ingram playing against a former team of his, he's got money on the board.
How does the board go again? It's on the whiteboard, the grease board or whatever.
You put up money for, team parties and beer.
Is it just written?
Yeah, it's to have a point or have a goal or a team win on that day. And
how much money do you throw on there?
It depends level to level, man.
Okay, so just say
it could be $1,000 for a pro player.
Say my 12-year-old best friend Brent Burns is on the schneid and hasn't scored a goal.
Burnsy could be $1,000. He's made a lot of money in his career.
So who's paying for it? Would it be Grant? Would it be Burnsy?
Be Burnsy. It's his money, and you got to win. Sometimes you have to have a point as a player.
Would you ever do it for yourself, or are you doing it for a teammate? Like, are you going on?
You're putting up your own money that day.
And you're saying $1,000.
We're going to win, or I'm having a point.
Okay,
one of those two things.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
You're putting up for yourself, money on the board.
That sounds a little bit like the Tyler Polumbus. I don't know if he's listening right now, but offensive line rooms in the National Football League. That a lot of them that came from the Mike Shanahan tree. They used to have there was a whole governing body in the offensive line room. It was a fine system essentially. They had another word for it, and it was more about things that you should never get caught doing. Like in the college level.
Yeah, like a kangaroo court situation.
That's what they called it. They called it the kangaroo court.
Kangaroo court rocks.
I always forget about that.
There is nothing that brings together a team more than a kangaroo court.
Like the kangaroo court is holding your girlfriend's hand.
Can't do it.
At the dining hall.
Can't do it.
Yep, that's $10. And it just keeps building and building, and then you end up having the biggest slop fest.
Falling during pregame skate.
Or
max fine.
Yep. So in football, it'd be O lineman who's Don Joy's click, and you go ass over tea kettle because your Don Joy knee braces get stuck together, and you just fall like a bag of bones in one fell swoop.
Great.
It happens
Don Joy click
the time.
We had one no Bauer combos, so you couldn't wear a Bauer cage with a Bauer helmet because it made you look like a dweeb.
Oh yeah. Another one for O-lineman would be if any O-lineman had to wear sleeves because it was cold outside at a practice.
Great kangaroo court fine.
Really good.
I got fined once as a coach. I was very cold. Those of you who have been to the Monument ice rinks where the Colorado Rampage play their hockey, I was very cold one day, and I wore gloves on the bench, and I got fined by my 17-year-old players because I hadn't known that that's a faux pas for coaches. You just go through it. You deal with it. No gloves. I learned that day. You learn things as players and as coaches in kangaroo court. I didn't for many, many years know that when you go through the line in hockey after you score a goal, who leads it? Who's the first player to go through the line after you score a goal?
It's not the captain?
It's the goal scorer.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So 5 guys on the ice, you score the goal, you go through the line.
Yep.
And I didn't know that as a teenager. The first game that I got into in college, I was out there. I didn't have an assist on the goal, but my first game in college, we score. I lead the guys through the line, and I get max fined that night. I have to pay for, a 40 rack for the fellas after the game. So you learn things. You become one of the fellas.
In Syracuse, what is the cheap
Jenny
collegiate?
Light.
What is
Genesee Light or Labatt Blue
man.
Light. If you had an extra few shekels on you, Labatt Blue Light, and the boys were loving it.
Yeah.
But Jenny Light was that Jenny Cream Ale.
That was a pretty significant fine for you. You probably went LBLs there, didn't you? You went Labatt Blue Light, didn't you? Just to get in good with the fellas.
Well, I was also having to flex my new fake identification.
Oh, you had that. So you're an admitted felon here on this.
I wired hundreds of dollars to somewhere in China. that have not only my name.
So now you're an international criminal as well?
My address. They have my signature because it had to go onto the ID card.
So good, man.
I knew everything about the state of Arizona back then. I knew that the state bird was the cactus wren. I knew that I could draw you the state flag. Like, I draw the state flag. I could draw the star with the sun coming up above it. I knew it was the Grand Canyon State. I knew the flower was some sort of like cactus blossom. So at any time that there was a bouncer at a bar, I was like, yeah, of course I'm from Arizona. Where I got caught was the dawn of Google Maps on smartphones. The guy looked up my address. I was yards away in the middle of nowhere from the Mexican border. That's where I was from. And the guy goes, "You grew up here?"
Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad.
I could have passed had I known Caitlin at that time.
No doubt. Hey, green chili guy. You got me?
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. KJ's NFL notes are on the other side on a Bud Light Football Friday.
Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, whatever you do celebrate. And it's a great time to celebrate all the holidays and so much sports action this weekend. It's a great football weekend, college football playoffs. You've got the NFL ratcheting up with some critically important matchups at the end. But you also got a little strange boxing happening tonight. You got YouTube sensation Jake Paul against former heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua. And right now on Circus Sports Colorado, Jake Paul, for all of you YouTube loyalists, is a 800 plus 800 underdog against Anthony Joshua. And it's going to be interesting to watch here on Netflix. So if you're looking to make any wagers on any of the action this weekend, look no further than Circus Sports Colorado. Download the app or visit circusports.com today. So whether you're looking for college football playoff odds, NFL playoff futures, or props on your favorite players in any sport and more, Circus Sports has got you covered. As a reminder, you got to be 21 years or older. If you got a gambling problem, always call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Every day here at 11:20 on the morning sprint with Coach Mike Sanford and Raj, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL notes. It is a Bud Light Football Friday, but we do have hockey tonight on 92.5. The Avs will be live from Ball Arena as they look to stay red hot against the Winnipeg Jets, a Central Division rival. Coverage starts at 6:30 p.m. with the pregame show powered by Ramos Law. You can hear Mark Bertinoli and Connor McGahey there starting at 6:30. But KJ, what's first?
Well, there's apparently some beef between the Broncos and Jags didn't know about. And it's revolved around a player that's not playing in this game. His name is former Broncos wide receiver Devon Vele. If you guys remember, Sean Payton spoke in depth about the trade on August 21st of this year when Devon was traded. And here's Sean discussing whether trading him to New Orleans was considered, quote, a safe spot compared to other spots.
Well, that factors in Jacksonville, and ultimately, it's the best compensation. And when it became a 4 and a 7, that was certainly something that I think George and I both knew if it became a 4, that's something we would do.
So that mention of Jacksonville stirred things up because Jacksonville didn't want that to come out at the time. And here's Mark Long kind of detailing why Liam Cohen may have some ill will towards Sean Payton. And he was on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning, and he kind of walks us through what that may or may not be like this coming up weekend.
Hey, how about this one? I'll throw this one at you. I don't know this for a fact, but I don't think there's a lot of love lost between these two coaches.
Why?
Wow. And it has to do with who is the player the Broncos traded late in the preseason. The kid to the New Orleans Saints.
Devon Vele.
Devon Vele, the wide receiver.
I think they came out. I think Sean Payton came out and said the Jags were in on Vele publicly, if I remember correctly. And I don't think it sat well in the organization. And I'm not just saying, Cohen, I don't think it sat well in the organization that Sean Payton publicly outed the Jags were looking for a receiver.
Okay. Breaking news. Massive news flash. Other head coaches and general managers hate Sean Payton in the National Football League. I am shocked.
You know who doesn't care? Sean Payton.
You know who doesn't care?
The Saint of Narcissus?
Correct. St. Sean does not care, nor does Broncos country. They like their arrogant, pompous, do whatever the heck he wants to piss everybody else in the league off. Because you're 12-2.
Also, it makes sense. Like, Denver didn't want to part ways with Devon Vele. They just got his draft slot back in the 7th, plus a 4th, which when they made that trade, we were like, Devon's really good, but they also drafted his replacement.
And not to mention that you already basically, you got the guy.
You got a free 4th rounder.
You got a free 4th rounder, but you upgraded in the player too.
Oh, without a doubt. Pat Bryant?
Pat Bryant's a better
Devon
Vele.
I think I'd take him over Vele right now.
And I love Devon Vele. I still do.
Also, if you don't want to get rid of a player who you think can contribute to an NFL franchise, you know what you do? You trade him to the NFC. I don't want to see that guy.
When I was at the Combine in 24, just rubbing elbows with different people either currently in the NFL in different league, roles in front office, whatever, and also previous coaches in the NFL. Sean Payton hasn't exactly made a lot of friends out there in the industry. And you know what? If you're a Broncos fan, you shouldn't care. Because he's all about wherever he's at, and he's all about making sure that his people are taken care of, and he will be Slim Shawnee if he needs to.
You think there's some beef, too, because he puts New Orleans and Jacksonville in the same
that's how
category?
I read it that way.
We're going to trade him somewhere where it doesn't matter.
Somewhere that's buns.
And you know who else was on the trade calls for this player?
Probably the Jets.
Another place that doesn't matter.
It was the Jets, it was the Giants, it was the Saints, throw the Browns in there, the Raiders, and the Jags. Jags like, wait, hold on, wait a minute.
Wait, why are we part of this conversation?
Wait, I'm Liam freaking Cohen, man.
10-4.
I'm gonna be I'm in the conversation for NFL Coach of the Year.
We shout out our county's name.
I got a wild one for you. We were saying 4 weeks ago, NFL Coach of the Year.
Ben Johnson, Ben Johnson, Ben Johnson, Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson. One more time, Ben Johnson.
Mike Vrabel.
Ben Johnson.
Liam Cohen, if he wins this game and Ben Johnson loses to the Packers.
There's a lot of head coaching candidates that have something to say about that. If Denver wins out,
Sean Payton. And then make another movie about him.
No, don't do that.
Can we have the sequel be Away Team?
Was it Kevin James that
Kevin
played
James
this?
playing Home Team.
That's such a slap.
Isn't that what it's
in the
called?
face.
Home Team?
That's it?
Home Team?
Yeah.
Sean Payton, Away Team?
I never watched it. I saw the trailers. I couldn't bring myself to watch that.
My son watches it all the time. He loves it. He loved it even. It's not even a Sean Payton
At
thing.
least tell me he's a draft day guy.
You know what I think it
Home
was?
Team.
I think he got really excited when I started coaching high school football because the kids looked more recognizable to him. They were more peerish. And so he just watched it on repeat because Sean Payton, this NFL guy, is coaching high school. And I think he kind of looks at, or it was middle school, right? Wasn't even high school.
KJ, what's
Youth
next?
football.
I have 2 middle fingers.
Thank you.
The Jags and wide receiver Jacoby Myers agreed to a contract extension on Thursday that was finalized today. It's a 3-year, $60 million contract extension that will keep him in Jacksonville through the 2028 season. It also includes $40 million guaranteed. Since Jacoby got there, the Jags are 5-1 and they're averaging 31.8 points per game, which is just second to the Los Angeles Rams. In that time, Lawrence has thrown 14 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. Here's the Broncos' view between PS2 and Vance Joseph about how does Jacoby Myers make their offense better and how does he fit into their game plan in regards to what makes him their go-to receiver when Brian Thomas is out.
Obviously, he's moving in pivotal roles, important positions around the field. I think he's leading the team in targets right now as of late. So, obviously it's a good pickup for him.
When you watch the early part of the season without Jacoby, it's a good offense still. But he's added a toughness, a smarts, that vet receivers add to an offense. The quarterback likes throwing to this receiver, and that's something that they've worked out, fairly quickly. He's a blocker. We faced him twice a year for 3 years now, and he's always been a good player, and his toughness, consistency as a player has helped his offense go to the next level.
The official waving of the white flag of surrender for the Raiders was this move to no longer have Jacoby Myers because they name a receiver for the Raiders right now. Not named Brock Bowers, an actual wide receiver.
They just played Denver, too.
Twice.
Should know this.
Twice in the last 8 weeks.
I can't do it without looking at my sheets.
Because you can't. Because there's no household number 1, number 2 receiver in the National Football League. Jacoby Myers is a player that before the season started, knowing that he was going to be coming up on some free agent lists, I love this player for a potential Broncos spot.
He's a really good player. $20 million is his average for the 3-year deal. He slots in right around Christian Kirk, Deebo Samuel, Jerry Jeudy, Stephon Diggs, Chris Godwin, Devontae Adams is making $22 a year. Cortland Sutton's making $23 alongside Calvin Ridley. Is he in the right spot with other $20 million-ish players?
He is definitely in the right spot.
Okay.
And especially cool for an undrafted free agent that went to the New England Patriots initially and had a lot of success there. He's been productive every season as a guy that didn't come into this league all that heralded. From the former Dempsey and Company text thread, we just got some hot breaking takes from Chris Dempsey. Also, you know what this means? And we're talking about this signing of Jacoby Myers. It means hello defense only for Travis Hunter. And I know we brought that up earlier with our guest from Jacksonville.
He's probably right.
I think that's the case because they're good enough right now between Brian Thomas Jr., Travis Etienne at running back. I mean, Brenton Strange is apparently the guy we got to all watch for at tight end. And now Jacoby Myers, I would say he's more like a 1B to Brian Thomas Jr.
They're going to play him on one side of the ball. Is it offense or defense? I don't yet know. It's likely number 1 corner. and he'll have a package where you might get 3-5 snaps a game at the very most on offense. And again, I think it is a dream in the NFL dying. I hate that they're not really going to give him a look at it, and it all happens because he gets injured in year 1. If he got injured in year 3
was it a practice
4,
injury?
I don't remember.
I heard that with our guest this morning. Because Raj, unlike you, I listened to what the guy was saying. I know you were just thinking about what you were going to say next. I actually listened to people. Alex,
I was snoozing a little bit.
No, I'm playing. I think he said it was a practice injury. Wasn't an overuse injury. It was just a freak show deal. Like just one of those sucks, you know?
I just want them to make him Shohei Ohtani so that more players try to become Travis Hunter and more players try to become Shohei Ohtani. You're seeing it in the MLB. I know like Jack Caglione, whoever that monster first baseman for Kansas City, like he was drafted as a two-way player, can pitch. He's likely not going to, but there's at least those types of players that are coming up the ranks.
Well, it was practice.
It was practice.
Season-ending LCL tear in his right knee during a non-contact practice drill in late October. So you weren't even really to the point of the season where you would see overuse come into play. Sucks.
KJ, keep it going.
I have 2 middle fingers.
The Seattle Seahawks beat the LA Rams 38-37 in overtime and now lead the NFC and obviously the NFC West with sole possession now. But that may go down as the game of the year, but the actual show came after the game. Puka Nacua, star wide receiver for the LA Rams, he's been busy on Twitter here lately.
Wild. He's wilding out.
Here's his tweet from last night, quote, "Can you say I was wrong? Appreciate you, Stripes, for your contribution, LOL," end quote. He goes and has his post-game interview afterwards, and here's what he responds to. Does he believe official call penalties actually are a part of why they, quote-unquote, want to be on TV? And he says, quote, "No, I don't. It was just a lack of awareness and just in some frustration. I know there were moments where I feel like, man, you watch the other games and you think of the calls that some guys get and you wish you could get some of those, but that's just how football is played, and I'll do my job in order to work my technique to make sure that there's not an issue with the call," end quote. I want to ask you guys, what's like the perfect equation / formula of like diva tendencies to great wide receiver that's worth growing with that wide receiver compared to when you kind of know like, okay, this is a bit much?
Would you guys agree that some of the Puka Nacua antics as of late feel less like Randy Moss, less like Keyshawn Johnson, and more like Antonio Brown?
Yes.
Agreed.
Yes. That's a great like delineation.
They're not just
great.
They're not just like, give me the damn ball or pay me, son. It's more like
it's T.O. doing sit-ups in his driveway.
Right.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Because that was still, he's crying over Donovan McNabb, right? Or was he crying over Tony Romo? He was crying over Tony Romo, not Donovan. It's kind of more along that vein. Where he crossed the line was the YouTube thing, right? The anti-Semitic dance, like that's where he crossed the line.
That's where the Antonio Brown, like even T.O. Did T.O. never
Not
went?
Really. He was just a weird, outlandish, outspoken dude.
Yeah.
And there was some, again, like the crying over Tony Romo, and
I hope Puka reels it in a bit because he's good for the league.
He's amazing. Look what he did
in terms
last
of what
night.
he does on the field.
12 catches, 225 yards, 2 tutties.
He's not good for the league because there's a lot there.
I could live with the fines and criticizing referees. I can live with that.
Not a big anti-Semitism guy. on
No,
YouTube.
can't live with that.
Not usually one of my favorite things to partake in. So
yeah, he's got to figure it out, man. And I wonder if it would cost him money. He's good enough that it probably won't, but I wonder if it does.
What's crazy is he hasn't signed the deal yet. Have you seen what he's
bet on himself?
Yeah,
he's talking about how he can't afford to live in L.A.
and then all that stuff. But then, okay, so all this, gosh dang man, he continues to have 177-yard games. I don't know. I mean, production talks.
KJ, one more.
I guess.
I have 2 middle fingers.
Coach, this one's for you.
Let's go.
Let's go ahead and talk about the viral clip this week from Kirk Cousins as he broke down the difference between progression reads versus coverage reads. And this has been some fun audio, and I can't wait for you guys to listen to it if you haven't heard it thus far.
You followed this week's conversation about progression versus coverage reads and all that?
No, but I'd love to get into it. I can get on this soapbox if you want me to. Like, I can get on this because I lived the transfer. I lived the jump.
Right.
So I came into the league, even at Michigan State, it was you see coverage and you pick a side and you basically take 5 eligibles down to 2, down to your check down. And so you cut the field in half, and it was, I got single high, I'm going, outside the red line to inside to my back. And you're really only thinking about 3 eligibles because the other 2 over here were meant for split safety, and I got single high. And so it kind of protected you. And then sometimes you would alert that other side if you got pressure. So you'd be like, I'm working this route versus split safety or pressure. If I get single high, no pressure, then I work the other side. So that was, everything was, single high, split safety, pressure, quarters, off, bump, man zone, all these things. But what happened was defenses got so good at disguising it that I would be so stressed going into games going, the whole game plan's built on, is it single high or split safety? And I can't see if it's single high or split safety. Like, these defenses are just making it muddy until I'm 3 steps into my drop. So coaches started to realize, like, if we ask the quarterback to do that, it's going to be really hard because defenses know that's the game we're playing. They're not going to let us play it. So then it started to become, let's just give you pure progressions and let's just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then, that has its pros and cons. I remember when Kevin O'Connell was bringing a lot of pure progression reads back to him with me from LA back to Minnesota. It was like, whoa, like, I got to get back to the dagger backside after already exhausting this progression. Like, that's a lot. I mean, in my mind, like, I'm used to kind of simplifying it and cutting the field in half. So, had to kind of work through that and get to where that was more natural. And then there's a lot of positives of it too, where you're not stressing as much during the week about what if I can't see coverage, because you say, well, it's okay, I don't have to see coverage. Seeing it can be a benefit, but it's more after the snap, where are they going, and I can just kind of progress through. But there's no doubt with the way the pass rush is, if you truly try to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you're going to get sack fumbled a lot. So there's still a level of, it's pure progression, but like, I got to rule him out pretty quick here so I can get to the backside because that guy's coming around the hump quick.
Phenomenal explanation from Kirk Cousins, but I'm going to break it down to a simple man.
Give me a sentence.
I'm going to break it down to a simple man that changed football at every level forever. One guy. Mike Leach. The play White Cross is what became a universal staple concept from the air raid offense, from Mike Leach, a staple everywhere that he coached, in all of his disciples, all of his descendants, the Cliff Kingsburys, the Lincoln Rileys, all across the college football landscape and now into the NFL. White Cross was the first, I would call it perfect, pure progression read in football, and then it just continued to go and go. It's been about a 12-year period of time for me since I've been a very strong advocate of pure progression reads, meaning it's as simple as if number 1 in your progression is open, throw it to him every time if he's open. If he's not, go to 2. If he's not, go to 3. If he's not, go to 4. If he's not, go to 5.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Okay. I know nobody cares about your fantasy team on a Bud Light Football Friday.
DMac does.
But I have to put my hand up and get ready for my demise because I've spent the entire year telling everyone how I have been, without a doubt, the best fantasy manager in this building. I have wiped the floor with all of you the entire season, from draft day until last night. And I get matched up on the first day of the playoffs.
Who are you competing
with
against?
Vic, who doesn't even know how to put players into his lineup. And who does Vic have playing? 12 reception, 225-yard, 2-touchdown wide receiver, Puka freaking Nacua. And after a whole year of grandstanding about how great I am and how terrible all of you are at fantasy football here at Altitude Sports Radio, Vic's going to smoke me because of Puka.
I have one thing for you. Raj, you step right back up to that microphone. Don't walk away. I got one thing to tell you. Where?
Loser. Biggest games this weekend coming up. Obviously, we had the game of the year last night with the Seahawks taking command of the 1 seed in the NFC, a 38-37 victory in overtime as they go for 2. You just leave the tight end wide open for some reason in the overtime 2-point.
It was a chip check down, man. It was pretty crafty.
Walk me through it.
So essentially what happened there is that you got chip help on the defensive end to start to see out. So you're using a tight end. Think about a tight end like Adam Troutman. Adam Troutman, high target guy, big time. Is he the guy that everybody's focused on in that moment? Biggest play of the season?
Not at all.
So they had a route concept. Everybody called it. I had a lot of people on the text thread of the high school staff that I'm on say there was a designed wide delay. That's not true. It was a chip. So chip the defensive end, 1,001, 1,002, and then you check down. So Sam Darnold's eyes were on the back line and probably the front line for some types of concepts, and everybody flushed out underneath those concepts. And that's why the chip, you get lost, and he got dropped. And then he checks down right over the ball, uncovered. Brilliant.
Packers visit the Bears this week, 6:20 on Saturday evening. Packers and Bears, 1.5-point favorites are Chicago, who comes away with the win there.
I think Green Bay is going to rebound.
I agree.
I think Green Bay is going to rebound. I think that so much has been made of the season being over with Micah Parsons. They were a good team before Micah.
Sure, but they had to remove parts of their defense to bring in
just
Micah.
one part. Is that whatever that interior D lineman was? Good player.
Nose tackle that they really liked.
He was good.
Can't remember.
But they're still a good football team. They still have Rashawn Gary. They still have Xavier McKinney, who dropped 4 interceptions, that probably is hungry to get his hands on a few of Caleb Williams' balls. Pause. I think the Packers win that game.
Whoa. Buccaneers and Panthers both at 7-7, tied atop the South. This is in Carolina. Baker Mayfield looking to get Tampa Bay back on track. They've been struggling and reeling as of late. C.J. Stroud, while not necessarily looking like a number 1 overall pick, is looking like a bona fide NFL starter. I'm not saying he's ever going to be a top 10 guy, but
was he the second pick?
I thought he was number 1, or was C.J. Stroud number 1 that year? I thought Bryce Young went number 1 that year.
Oh, sorry. Bryce was 1. CJ was 2.
Okay.
Sorry. I thought you were talking about CJ did not look like a number 1 pick.
No, Bryce hadn't.
Correct.
And
he still doesn't.
Right. Doesn't look like a number 1,
He's
but
an
looks
NFL
like a guy
starter.
who can handle it.
He's an NFL starter.
He's not a guy I want to build a franchise around necessarily, but he could get you to the playoffs for sure. Tampa Bay has now lost 5 of their last 6 games coming out of the bye week. Their losses: New England, Buffalo, the Rams. So you look at those 3 losses and you go, that's okay. Those are really good teams. 3 of those, all 3 of them, you could go, if they win the Super Bowl, sure, I understand it.
You know what's happened, though, to Baker Mayfield? He did what I did last January.
What's that?
He gave up Zen. Takes away your secret powers,
edge.
man. Takes away your secret powers.
Their only win is a 3-point victory coming at home against Arizona. And while the 3 losses coming out of the bye week, I wouldn't say were impressive, but you can explain them away because of how good the opponent is. They have now lost back-to-back games to New Orleans and a Kirk Cousins-led Atlanta team. I think Carolina gets this thing done at home.
I do too. I like Dave Canales in this spot. I think Bryce is going to continue to play good ball, and Todd Bowles he's destined to be probably the next guy fired.
Two 8-6 teams, 225 on CBS at Ford Field. The Steelers on the road against the Lions as we look at the playoffs.
Game.
It is an interesting
kind of a quirky game.
I got the Lions taking this one because I think they're far and away the better team, and the Lions obviously have. They're both teams that are like teetering on, are you going to be the last team in?
I was shocked by this statistic I saw. I read this. The least pressured quarterback in the National Football League this season, Aaron Rodgers. Does that surprise you? The least pressured. So meaning he is throwing the football from a clean pocket more frequently than any quarterback in the National Football League. I haven't watched. Have you? Truth be told, have you watched a lot of? It's because I've said that I don't like the player.
Hey, you've outlawed him from the show.
That means like his sound bites. We can use his name to break down a football contest, but I don't want to listen to his weird sound bites that are coming from a place of being in a darkness retreat, or just making it all about you, even though you're trying to have this Zen viewpoint of the world. You're not. The only place that's Zen is right here at the Altitude Sports Radio studios with St. Sean of Narcissus.
It is very Zen-like.
Mm-hmm.
You can go over there. You can warm your hands. It's been a little chilly at night just because of the wind.
There's no odor.
There's no odor, but we are getting dangerously close to you. You made an oopsie.
I dropped the glass candle,
and now we have shards of glass at the bottom.
Yep, that are open.
It's open.
We're gonna have some.
In 3 days, we can't light that candle. So I need you to figure it out. How do we figure this thing out?
Luckily, I'm going to use the Zen ashtray for the base.
Okay.
Underneath, but I have to clear a bunch of Brett Kane and Tyler Polumbus's
Brett hasn't been here in weeks.
Yeah, and I cleared this a couple days ago. I think this is, who are Zenners anymore?
Not me right now.
Not me, not you. Definitely not KJ.
TP?
Tyler Polumbus. Is he that deep?
He's that deep. Could be. KJ, Fridays, let's pop some tops. All right, every Friday we tell you what is worth watching this coming weekend. Coach, I have a feeling you're starting with college football.
I may be, but I might not be. Because instead of watching college football, I'm attending a 9 News morning show Christmas party tonight. 6 o'clock with Corey Rose, Jordan Chavez, and all of our favorite significant others and family members. And yes, I'm going to go degenerate and say, you better turn on that 6 o'clock. We're going to watch some college football playoffs, and it is Alabama at Oklahoma, and let's get rowdy and pop a whole bunch of tops.
Coach is watching some college football tonight. I'm popping my top 2, what I think is going to be a really sneaky good game. Patriots on the road against the Ravens, playing for their playoff lives.
Same stadium we were at just last weekend.
Can Lamar Jackson figure it out? I think that's going to be one of the best games of the week is Sunday night on NBC, Pats at Ravens. We are big Baltimore fans here in the Mile High City.
We love the Ravens. Great people. Very fun. Lamar Jackson, a great quarterback.
All
great
right.
athlete.
Broncos 205 on Fox. 3.5-point favorites. The over is set at 47.5. Coach, give me a score.
38 Broncos. 20 Jaguars. Biggest win of the year.
Mr. Granderson.
16-13 Broncos.
16-13. As
that guy
far
hates,
away.
That guy hates fun.
Yeah, you hate fun.
God, you hate offense.
What are we doing here?
Come on.
Do you not believe? Does that man not believe?
I am the gatekeeper of fun.
Denver, 27-20, the underhits. Broncos continue to win. They roll. They get to 13-2.
Broncos offense is going to go nuclear. Watch.
That's KJ and the coach. I'm Raj. Thank you so much for hanging out with us all week long. PhD is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. In fact, hang out here. Listen to some Glorilla.
Get your glow on.
Another heater out there today, huh? I thought it was going to be a little chilly. It's actually pretty damn pleasant out there.
Not bad.
I was reading your pal Chris Bianchi after your meetings today was saying there are like 100-mile-an-hour gusts up there in Boulder.
Oh, enough. Enough of the wind.
Oh, okay.
No,
we're done with the wind?
Yeah, I hate
wind. The wind is over?
I hate wind.
So, but there's that. Yeah, we get into our predictions for the game and the Jags, and we got a couple of guests that I think do shows from their mom's basement and all that to come in Puka Nacua. What a game last night. Crazy. But we can start off with the Nuggets is our guy.
Is Puka on a straight crash out right now?
Yeah.
Is he crashing out?
We'll dig into it for sure. Scotty, good to see you, my friends.
Yes, sir.
Joker sets a record, which is cool.
Kind of cool, I guess.
No, you really? No? Is it cool or is it not cool?
No, I think it's cool. Like you said, I mean, what ain't that big of a deal, but something that, he could tell us, as he said in the postgame, lie to his kids about what he's, drinking a beer on the porch, which I love how he got, a guy from Serbia's already got the American colloquialism. When I'm retired and sitting on my porch drinking a beer, lying to my kids.
Well, here it is. I got it. If we're going to bring it up. Here you are talking to Joker after the game.
Wasn't as easy as you want it to be, but right now you guys are just about getting wins each and every night, aren't you? That's Rocky.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy win, but I think we controlled the game, especially after that first quarter and the second quarter. I think we controlled the game the most of the game. At the end, they kind of start playing a little bit physical. I think we didn't respond, and then we respond well, so it was a good win for us.
Now, I know you've said it before, that all these accolades and things that come your way, you don't care, but tonight you became the all-time NBA assist leader for centers in the history of the game. Does that mean anything?
Yeah, I mean, I always say those things are something for after career. I think the legacy for after career that I'm going to look back and on the porch drinking beer and telling lies to my kids.
Yeah, double.
That's funny.
But isn't that an American colloquialism? When I retire, I'd sit back on my porch drinking a beer.
That's it, man.
If he'd have just said a lemonade.
Now the rest of us have to lie to our kids. Jokic, here's the facts. What you guys want to know?
He's going to be telling his kids stuff. You probably even get it in your career where you'll say stuff to your kids and they'll go, "Oh, no way," and they'll look up and go, "Oh, wow, you did know Peyton Manning."
That's true, except also true is that every year I've been retired, the better I got at football.
That's the line on the porch.
Yeah.
Well, the big question is how much do your kids even want to hear about anything you did in the past, period, about anything.
Mama Polumbus made like a NFL scrapbook for me.
Okay.
And
your kids into that?
One day I tried to get the kids to look at it.
Yeah, how'd that go?
I'm like, I don't know who's ever going to look at this scrapbook the rest of my life, but Mom, it was great. It was a great thing you did for me. I'm grateful for it.
Right.
Just there's zero human beings that are ever going to look at it.
That might be appreciated more from grandkids. Your parents, your
maybe.
kids will pretty much hate you.
Yeah.
But then the grandkids will like you.
Dad, do you have any memories about how awesome you were that we could look at? So I got a whole book here. It's funny you asked.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Funny
it's an entire book.
My mom loved me.
Of course your mom loves you. Yes, no doubt about it. The kids, like what? The kids. I don't even know the grandkids. Who knows?
Yeah, they might.
Maybe.
Yeah. Eventually. Who knows? Probably not.
Who knows?
Probably not.
They're most likely, Jokic's kids are going to be too busy training horses. Whatever they're going to do, as it turns out, over there in Serbia and Sanford.
I saw somebody, some podcast or some panel thing, a debate, and of course the one person, well, what would you even know about that, about what professional athletes going through? And the guy go, well, I spent 12 years in the NFL.
Well, there you go.
And the guy had no do. It's like, typical young guy arguing a stupid argument. What would you even know about, And I didn't even know if the guy came back. Somebody else, dude, he spent 12 years in the NFL and won a Super Bowl. And I went,
oh.
That's why when you read comments on like X and all them things, the idiots, it's almost now like this should be written in stone.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime there's a comment on something, look at the next 4, 5, 6 comments, and it's always D-bags and idiots, right? Or the first to comment.
Uh-huh.
I just think that's just a natural thing now.
I'm just looking at the text line to see if there's any D-bags idiots up here.
Well, this isn't X. We're not posting. You sent that thing today on Izzy Smoke or
Izzy Smoke. Actually, I found out it was Cortland Sutton's wife. But go ahead. It's
all right. So Cortland said.
Do you know what wags are?
So I went and looked at it. Cute little thing, and a bunch of pregnant girls and blah blah blah.
Well, they're the girlfriends and wives of Broncos players holding a holiday party.
Yes, a couple of them's pregnant.
Yeah,
and so I'm watching, and if you go back in the next 4 or 5 comments, I mean, there's racist comments.
Oh, I didn't look at that. I didn't look at the comments.
A whole lot of white people, and I mean.
No, okay, I did not look at the comments.
See, that's what I do.
Oh, okay.
And that right there, that alone.
Glad I didn't. I guess
the first 6 or 7 comments after somebody tries to post something you think is innocuous and harm.
I thought it was
kind of cool.
I thought it was just kind of fun.
Yeah. So that right there is why I use the only time I'm on Twitter is when you send crap.
Well,
and then I always look at it because I feel the responsibility of a good partner is to look at it.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And so then it gets me in a crappy mood.
Don't look at the
I have
comments.
a bad tooth right now that's killing me, and I can't get in to see him until Tuesday.
Oh, dear.
And I am dying right now.
You got to get drill up that sucker?
The way it feels, please. A drill without Novocaine would feel better right now than my tooth.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Just brush your teeth.
Well, I've stopped chewing.
Yeah.
You
just start chewing
yesterday?
again.
No, this I'm on 5 days.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Days.
All right. Oh, dude, so you're in pain.
I'm hurting.
So you're not sleeping. Your back's killing you.
Not sleeping.
Your tooth is
back
killing
hurting. Tooth hurting. Stop chewing.
At least you're wearing fun vests on TV.
I think I've won the vest game for the holiday season, and I got it one more for tomorrow.
Do you really?
I got one more for tomorrow.
Is that your last?
No, we got a game Monday.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm not on the sideline, so I'm not out as much.
I see.
So, but I will probably wear like a red sports coat.
Yeah, when I was watching, I'm like, oh wow, Scott has like multiple Christmas vests. Like that is a unique thing. Having the vest period is a unique thing.
That's what I think.
Not many people sport the vest anymore.
But it looks good.
Yeah, it sure does. And you have multiple Christmas vests.
Yeah, well, the one I wore last night, I'm going to be real honest with you.
The green one.
I ordered that Tuesday.
Oh, it came quick?
And it came with the tie, which I had no idea, like a matching tie with the vest.
Yeah.
Nice.
Which I'm glad is a vest because it was like DMac size tie on 6'10" Scott. So you can just tuck it into here and no one sees it's real short.
Good tie for a vest.
Yeah.
Vest tie.
$13.
Perfect.
And it came in like 24 hours.
You cannot tell that it's completely flammable and dangerous on TV.
Yeah. If somebody likes
made from
if somebody lights the the candle on the Tannenbaum, watch out.
You're in big trouble.
I'm in big trouble.
We don't know you don't want to know where those materials were made from.
But to go like Billy Crystal, better to look good than to feel good.
Good game last night, though.
They got it done.
They got it done. They clearly were looking past them at the beginning, and that's what Adelman was afraid of.
Yeah, it was a rough start.
Yeah, they were just, it's whatever. I mean, you can only hype up the Magic so much. And they got caught sleeping a little bit, but then they just were like, oh, okay, I guess we got to.
Second quarter, gee.
35-7 run, wasn't it?
Something like that. It was.
They took care of business.
It was crazy.
And then there was a little run at the end, too. Yeah. A little run at the end, and you needed Cam Johnson to hit that 3 at the end. You needed Jalen Pickett to hit 3 3-pointers, and it's funny, Bruce Brown, you with Bruce in the locker room afterwards, and Bruce is like, hey, did I get the bucket on that assist from Jokic?
No, Jalen Pickett.
It was Jalen Pickett, and it was a 3.
Yeah.
Like on your bingo card, did you have Jokic to Pickett for 3?
To set the all-time center assist record. You know, the funny thing, I did tell Bruce, I said, hey, Bruce, it's not about getting this one. It's about getting his last assist. Played another 10 years. He goes, oh. He goes, ooh. And then he stopped. He goes, ooh.
Ooh, that's a whole lot of money.
That's what he said. He goes, ooh, if I could play 10 more years, that'd be nice.
Well, nice win, and now a game tomorrow,
which is another playoff game, like you had on Monday.
I don't think there's going to be any kind of issues getting ready for that one. I think that's what they got the eyes on the prize. Good to see Julian get a few minutes, so he must be feeling better. So he's got to get back in the mix.
Had a good move right away, but defensively, he just gets lost.
Yeah, it's too bad that they don't have a system in the NBA where guys on the roster, sort of like they can do in hockey and baseball, can just go down to the G League for
they can.
Veterans can?
I think you can send a guy for like a rehab.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, because Durant went to their.
He did?
I think it was Durant that was hurt for a little bit and came back and went and played a couple. I think you can do that.
I think LeBron was in the G League to start the year.
Who?
Oh, all right.
LeBron. When he was rehabbing.
Well, that's who it was. Yeah, LeBron went down.
All right, well, if you can do that, then they should send Julian down to Grand Rapids for a couple games.
And get him right.
Don't you think?
And let him play.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't disagree with that.
I mean,
if you got a minor league system, why not use it?
I would say when Christian and AG might need a couple of runs before they go. I mean, they've been out for a month or so.
Oh, did you see that catch I had during the broadcast?
Did not.
So they were doing. They had a nugget of the game. And a kid comes with his family, and all the players before the game, they're warming up. And they sit on court sides, and the players will sign autographs for them. And da. Katie's doing it's a piece. Bam. And I said, put me in. So they get me in. I said, hey, Katie, did you happen to notice that video and what was going on behind you while you were talking about, I think it was Charlie or the player of the game? And he goes, no. Christian Brown's dunking the basketball right behind you. So luckily our producer did a good job, went back, found it. Sure enough, Christian Brown got him dunking. Well, for a guy who's been out with a bad ankle for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, that's kind of a good thing to see, isn't it?
Very good. By the way, I noticed something, too, on the rah-rah breakdown. First of all, it's hysterical. Like, Adelman hands the ball in the locker room to Joker. Like, way to go, Joker, all time, gives the ball. I don't think that ball stayed in Joker's hands for more than 2 seconds. And then he was just looking for, like, an equipment guy, like, take care of the ball. Like, somebody's going to.
Well, do you remember when he won?
They're going to write on it, or they're going to, whatever they're going to do with it, right?
Do you remember when he won the MVP of the NBA Finals?
Yeah.
And somebody asked, where's the trophy? Where are you going to go?
I don't know.
I don't know what happened to it.
Not only do I
put it in my locker.
You know Cody from PR?
Yeah. Oh, no.
He was tasked with he was running down the hallway because the trophy has a case with wheels on it. Because it's kind of a skinny, long trophy. Joker had just forgotten it. He just left it wherever.
Right.
And my image is Cody running with the handle on the trophy to run to Joker before he left. That's how little Joker thought. Cody's running with a trophy. Anyways.
Well, that's going to be kind of cool someday when a grandkid or a kid goes, Dad, what is that? Well, that was...
What's that hat rack, Dad?
Well,
that's
the MVP trophy. For the league.
Yeah.
Best player in the league.
You can just put your saddle helmet on it, whatever they're called. Yeah. Christian Brown, real quick on Christian Brown. Christian Brown still breaks the team down in the locker room, even though he's injured. Like, he's the one, like, together on 3 or whatever.
Dude, I was...
so what's going on with Christian in terms of that sort of role?
I think he's really stepped up as a leader. Remember, he played KU, I think, 4 years, so I think he's kind of got that innate.
So he's kind of that guy, huh?
Yeah. Well,
interesting.
In the Houston game, I remember playing, and Tyler, when in football, first of all, the sideline's way too big. I mean, you've got 53 guys out there in uniform, and then
a lot of bodies.
Another 25 coaches and helpers and equipments and trainers and doctors, maybe another 50, And so when you're the injured guy anymore, it seems like those guys are just up in a suite upstairs or sometime, but they used to stand down the sideline. But you're always away from it. You're not in the middle of what's going on. I watched that Houston game Monday when there was a little bit of a lull, something going on. Both Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown were right there before the coaches come back and meet and sitting there and talking and rah-rahing and getting guys and getting in dudes' faces.
That's cool.
And I saw something last night that was kind of cool. JJ Barea, we ought to try to see if we can get JJ on sometime.
Would love to.
Be great. But Jamal actually played against him, I believe. I think Jamal caught part of JJ Barea's career when he first came in. And it was that lull when they started the game, and it was early second quarter. And they were having a timeout. We had forced to take a timeout. We weren't playing good. And JJ walks by and he gets to Murray, and you can see he's kind of angry. I'm right behind the lane. He goes, "You need to pick it up. Let's go. Pick it up right now." And also Murray went on freaking, he scored 20 points from there on in the rest of the quarter.
That's kind of cool.
And I don't know if Murray hurt him, but I watched JJ. He looked great down at him, at Jamal, and had that, the guy gets a mean mug look. And then also Jamal, dropped 20 in the next, 7 minutes?
Ain't the worst thing in the world.
7:55.
That's cool, man. It's a good vibe there with the Nuggets, and they're playing awful well. So tomorrow, 3 o'clock, right here on Altitude. Okay, let's get to that game last night and what the Broncos have. And Puka Nacua,
Crash Out City.
Dude, that is next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, the holidays, can you believe December 19th? What are we doing here? My goodness. So it is about to really maybe start thinking about the new year and how you're going to be. And you put things in a little perspective. Was it the year that you really wanted in terms of how you're feeling? If not, it might be low T. It might slow you down. Might feel, maybe the love life is wrong. I don't know. Whatever's going wrong, perhaps you should just get checked out because guys lose some of their T gradually once they hit their 30s. You can go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. Maybe that's it. It's yes or no. It just takes a couple of minutes. They're going to draw your blood and have your results within 30 minutes. And then you go from there. You get the consult, the T, and a PSA test. The cost of the appointment, $99, but they just, put that into your, they figure it out if you go on T treatment and blah, 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 blah. Listen, we've talked a lot about this for over 2026. Feel better. Be better. Be more active. Be the real you. Don't go another season with low T. Call 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right. We'll get to the Broncos and the Jags in a second here, but we got to talk about that game last night. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly.
What a freaking game, man. I mean, that game was awesome.
It was unbelievable. It was by far I think it might have been the best game of the year.
Probably.
It might have been the best Thursday game ever. Yeah, where do you even want to start with it? And we can get to the Puka stuff too, but the game itself was unreal.
I missed the majority of the first half. I was doing some TV stuff with CBS, so I didn't catch the first half. But by the time I'm listening on the way home, and at halftime, weren't the Seahawks down at halftime? Were they down at halftime?
Scott, you like how Tyler got in his humble brag?
It was 30-14 or 30-16.
Well, I appreciate you noticing it and pointing it out also, because I was hoping somebody would just affirm me on that. But yeah, and then all of a sudden I get home and they're up by like 3 scores. The Rams are up by like 3 scores, and I'm like, what is happening?
It was Sam Darnold sucked. I mean, he threw a couple of interceptions, and Stafford was incredible, and Puka Nacua, we'll sort of get into with other things, he was out of his brains good. Like 12 catches, 224 yards, he was unbelievable. But then the Rams were up 30-14, and they gave up a touchdown. Seattle gets the 2-point conversion.
On a weird, stupid deal.
Not that one.
Oh, was there one before that?
That was the one that tied the game.
Yeah, the one that was the goofy one was the one, Scott's right, that tied the game.
Okay.
So the Rams give the ball back instead of just sort of polishing off Seattle and being done with it. There goes Darnold, another touchdown, and then you get one of the more interesting plays in NFL history. And it was really interesting to see what the actual rule was. And I did not know what the actual rule was. But Terry McCauley, who is an ex-ref that does one of them jobs, right? Like, he explained it.
To explain the rules and protect the refs on the field as best you can.
So here's that rule. Believe it or not.
Could I just say before you go into it?
Sure.
I was watching that live. I saw the throw. I saw the drop or the deflection or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And I looked away because I thought, play's over.
Right.
And all of a sudden I look back at the screen and the score is tied, and I literally had no idea how it happened.
Right. Of course, nobody. Well,
a guy picked a football up standing in the end zone.
Charbonnet, Zach Charbonnet. But Tyler, you're not the only one, because they're lining up to kick the ball off, and they're like, it's kind of like in hockey, when they score a goal, but we're going to look like 3 minutes ago to see if a guy was offsides. Like, they have so much time to look at it. Well, here's the rule, guys. When a backward pass is ruled forward and incomplete, replay can reverse it if there's clear recovery in the immediate continuing action. The recovering team is awarded the ball at the spot of recovery, whether the whistle blows or not. That is the actual NFL rule. Nobody knew the actual rule except for, I guess, the officials back in wherever
which
they're
is
looking
really
at.
funny and controversial, but isn't it late in the game if you fumble and the ball goes forward, the offensive team can't advance it? It has to go back to where the place of the fumble happened?
Yeah, it's on like 4th downs also.
But in this particular case, first of all, is it a backward pass or not? And it's ruled yes, it's a backward pass. Okay, it's a backward pass. That's immediately a fumble.
Back it up again, Dan. Is that a backward pass?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess.
It is.
I guess. I mean, we're getting down to some
he hit the
weird
ball
details,
on the line.
But it's a backward pass. Now, the confusing part is the whistle does blow when the ball is like hitting the ground. But according to the rules, as long as it's clearly it's clear where the ball is at the recovery point, and watch, if you keep letting it go, nobody is challenging for the ball. It's literally at Charbonnet's feet. Like, there's no challenge for it whatsoever.
And he just like picks it up to hand the ball back to the referee or something.
Correct.
That's not a 2-point conversion. That's
by the letter of the law, by the rules of football, it absolutely is. It's
but again, how are you allowed in a regular part of the game? You're not allowed to advance it. The guy's standing on the 5-yard line. The guy deflects it on the inside
Scott,
of the 5-yard line.
You are correct. The recovering team is awarded the ball at the spot of the recovery. Where's the spot of the recovery?
In the end zone.
It's in the end zone.
I thought it was from where the fumble initiated.
Nope. It's the spot of the recovery.
That's a bad call.
It's a bad rule.
It's a bad
The call is correct. If you don't like the rule, fine.
I don't know. It looks like he's throwing it from inside the 5, and the guy deflects it. Like he's inside the 5.
My opinion.
Inside the 5, deflected inside the 5.
My opinion, if on a backwards pass, if a defensive player deflects it, ball should be dead. Just dead ball, right? Because that doesn't feel the same as a live fumble.
What can I tell you?
Well, and another thing, in how many times have they said, well, that was a fumble? And the guys have come back and said, no, the play was ruled dead first because people stopped playing, and so they never get to award the fumble. In regular play all the time, the play was blown down. If the whistle blew there and blew it dead there, why is that rule changed for that opportunity?
Listen, this is what was pissing off Sean McVay the most.
I've never heard Sean McVay so grumpy in a post-game press conference. Sean McVay is usually
the game's over right there. You win the game.
The Sean McVay press conference was a banger. Why? Because Puka Nacua, for whatever brain-dead reason, decided to immediately go in and tweet out a tweet ripping on the refs. So here's a guy who earlier in the day, before the game, had to apologize for an anti-Semitic gesture that he said he didn't know what he was doing.
A dance.
And then, after the game's over, he decides in his pea brain to go tweet out. And don't forget, he had ripped the refs in that live stream as well, saying that some of these guys just blow the whistle so they can get on TV, which I actually agree with. But still, he got in trouble for that. He apologized for the anti-Semitic thing. He goes to his phone and tweets out something to the refs, like ripping on the refs again. Sean McVay doesn't know what's going on. And the first 4 questions or so to Sean McVay are all about this tweet that his knucklehead, who had an unbelievable game, just tweeted out.
Was it like a distraction this week?
No, it wasn't a distraction at all. Did you think his play showed that he was distracted? I didn't think so either. He went off today. He didn't. And you know what? And I apologize for. You know what? I love this team. And man, when you put out as much as our group does, and you care so much about something, and you come up short, it's incredibly disappointing. But as it relates to just the things that you're asking, we always want to make sure that we handle ourselves with class, learn from it. I'll put my arm around him and continue to educate our guys. I love this team. I love his heart. I think he's going to continue to grow and mature. And I'm going to be right there with him to continue to help do that.
That's a small sample. He was asked, how many times was he asked about the Puka Nacua stuff?
There were a lot of details that came up. I'll say this. It was probably time for Puka to go 0 dark 30. That's probably a fact. But the tweet itself out of the game wasn't that big of a deal to me. I mean, I didn't think that was that terrible. Yeah, all he said was I wrong? Was I wrong? Appreciate the strikes for their effort.
Thanks, strikes for the
that really was not a big deal. Now, hindsight 2020, time to go 0 dark 30 after a rough week. But yeah, Sean was asked about a lot of things because apparently in that live stream he brought them on the Rams property or something, and
they were headed to the Rams. They were intercepted at the Rams property. Apparently, they were told they could go there.
Oh, so they weren't actually the reporters were just trying to make a big deal out of nothing?
Yes. But that's what the Muggles were doing there. It was like a dozen questions about Puka Nacua stuff, including the tweet, including Aiden Ross and his pals.
That tweet was nothing, though.
Why did he delete it then?
How stupid are you as a Muggle after a guy goes for 225 yards and 2 touchdowns? Did you say, did you feel he was a little distracted?
Yeah. Did you watch?
Dude, it was like 6-7 questions in a row, though, about Nacua. It was on that thing. Meanwhile, McVay doesn't even know about the tweet because he's thinking about the 2-point conversion and losing the game. Don't forget this, though. The Rams did get the ball. The score was tied at 30. They got the ball twice before the end of regulation and couldn't do anything with it.
And they scored a touchdown in overtime.
And couldn't finish it. And the Seahawks, good for them, by the way, come down, score a touchdown, go for 2, which takes, a certain amount of...
Throw a fumble play again, and who knows?
And San Francisco was throwing a party because with the Seahawks winning, they now control their own destiny also.
So here is Sean McVay. He's beside himself. As a coach, like the ways the Rams blew that game, a huge game. huge game are numerous. So here's about the 2-point conversion.
What I was referring to is that I've never quite seen anything like what happened on the 2-point conversion, where you're lined up to kickoff. Then they say it's a fumble because they had the clear and obvious recovery. Now you tack it on, you make it a 30-30 game. Very interesting. Didn't get a clear explanation of everything that went on just because of some of the timing of it. They were trying to be able to do that, but that's the thing that I've said. I've never seen anything or never been a part of anything like that, and I've grown up around this game. I'm not making excuses. We don't do that. I don't believe in that. It doesn't move us forward, but we do want clarity and an understanding of the things that we can do to minimize that when we rejected the 2-point conversion.
All right, I'll give you this. It's a crazy play. To throw a ball backwards, for that ball to go forwards and to be recovered at the feet of a team in the end zone is okay. I've never seen that. I'm doubting anybody's ever seen it.
Well, I don't even know if that ball was meant to go backwards. I mean, 90% of bubble screens are not actual backwards throws.
Fair question. So, bizarrely lucky for the Seahawks,
everybody
right?
on the field just felt like that was a lateral pass.
How could it be a backwards throw when it was the path of the ball was stopped before it got to where it was supposed to be backward?
There was deemed a backwards pass. I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm throwing it from me to that board and we're going that way, that's backwards. But if you're standing here and knocking away, how do we know it's going backwards?
Well, theoretically, if the ball had perpetual motion and would never stop, the angle of the ball, further it went, would go further and further
So we're
backwards.
supposed to theoretically now referee games.
You got to make a judgment one way or the other. Is the ball going forward or not?
The officials did make a judgment.
They did.
And it was corrected by suits and with trigonometry lessons.
It was replay assist. Because every scoring play, one way or the other, is reviewed. Everyone is. So who are you guys mad at? What pisses you off about that situation?
Well, I still don't. I don't.
I mean, if you want to be mad at anybody, be mad at the NFL for having an arbitrary rule that now looks really dumb in hindsight. It's not the ref's fault. It's really nobody's fault other than the rule book.
Like I said. When you have to go to suits in New York, 3,000 miles away.
Scott, I don't know. I mean, Dan can pull it up again. I don't think it was that hard to see. It was going backwards.
3,000 miles away, make an arbitrary call on a play that was blown dead at the site to just now give 2 points.
How about the fact that the whistle doesn't matter?
Then why does it matter any other time?
Because it's about clear and obvious recovery.
But there's no consistency.
Had one of the theoretically,
there's no consistency.
Had one of the Rams gone for the ball, it might have not been clear recovery.
Who was the Bronco that rolled over the top of a guy and scored a touchdown? But what did they say? Oh, whistle.
Troy Franklin.
Well, wait a minute. We just reviewed that, and he actually wasn't touched.
Different play because it was not a loose ball situation. It was a runner.
But it doesn't matter. Why can't that be reviewed?
Because that's the rules. Because
they got issues.
Well, yeah. I mean, listen. This is a case where the rule does not make any kind of logical sense. So Tyler's probably right. For a backward pass.
Look at this angle right here. You can see that. Hold on, look at this. Those pause.
Inside.
And now the ball's about to be all the way to the 5-yard line when they make contact.
But it's inside. It's inside the 5 where he's at. Where's his foot?
And now that ball's almost at the 5-yard line.
But it's still inside.
Yeah, but it gets started on the 4-yard line.
Right. It started. Look where his arm was when he threw it. It was right there. It's just inside the 5. You're talking a matter of inches.
It's much closer to the 4-yard line. Dude, that ball's going backwards.
Right here. It's in effect right here. No, I think it's going backwards too.
Well, that's it.
Well, then what's the argument?
Yeah, that's the end.
Because you're still assuming everything.
You're not assuming.
What if a gust of wind that took the ball off a punter and moved it 8 feet doesn't blow all of a sudden?
Well, if the gust of wind moved the ball, it's still a backwards pass.
Not if the ball goes this way before it's deflected.
It wasn't going that way.
God, you don't listen.
You're arguing something silly.
No, he throws it inside the 4. It's stopped inside the 5. It's stopped inside the 5. Now the guy's standing on the 6.
I'm confused.
He was trying to throw a backwards pass. I'm not denying that. I understand that. But to me, when the guy deflects it, what if this guy right here,
the guard or the inside pass rusher.
Well, then you probably don't have enough evidence to say it was a backwards pass.
Right.
But because the ball did go backwards, you do have evidence.
Is there a curveball in baseball?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
What's your point?
Do you think that ball was about
the ball curves? It's a backward
Dude,
pass.
you're assuming everything else. Why not assume that? Here's what I would have done.
I got to think about that one. Theoretically, what you're saying is if you throw a ball backwards, but there's enough wind that it actually pushes the ball forward like a curveball, which would be one hell of I don't even know if you can do that with football.
Then it would not be a backwards pass.
I suppose at the moment that it starts going more forwards than backwards, it becomes a forward pass.
But theoretically, we don't know because the play was stopped because the guy deflected it.
And nobody's ever seen a football curve like that on a throw.
Oh, sure they do all the time.
Ever.
Oh, all the time.
Scott.
They'll throw it on the hash and it'll end up by the edge. You ever seen games in Buffalo?
I've never seen a sideways football throw start backwards and then curve forward.
Have you ever seen in Cleveland when the one game where they're kicking field goals and they're basically going
field goals? Yes,
dead right.
Field goals, yes, but what's
the difference?
They're all going forward. They're being pushed to the side.
That happens the way the wind's blowing.
It would be something to see a football kicked and then end up behind the kicker.
Dan,
we've seen that too.
Get the Billy Madison. We are all dumber for having listened to this.
We have seen that also.
And may God have mercy on your soul.
I just think it is stupid by the NFL. I think it's probably a dumb rule, but I hate officials.
Yeah,
and I hate officials assuming everything. Don't assume everything until the play happens.
I got you.
Throws it just inside the 5. Guy deflects it just inside the 5.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask you this, Tyler. If the guy's standing on the 5, is it still a backwards throw?
Which guy?
The receiver, who is supposed to be the receiving that.
That wouldn't have anything to do with it. It would be the trajectory of the football. Whoever the target is wouldn't have anything to do with it.
How do you mean it wouldn't have anything to do with it?
Well, theoretically,
because if he's trying to throw it laterally, but he accidentally throws it backwards, it's still a backwards pass.
I understand that, but if the guy is standing on the 5, he's throwing it to the guy.
Right.
Even on this play.
But if he's trying to throw to that guy, it's the trajectory of the football.
Guy's standing
what is happening?
If the guy's standing on the 5, is it a back? I'm just asking you right now. If the guy was standing on the 5, is it a backward throw?
That has nothing to do with the
I
throw.
didn't ask you that, dumbass.
That is what you just asked me.
I asked you if he was standing on the 5, would that have been a backward throw?
That has nothing to do with the throw itself.
Scott, what if
the throw itself is where the ball goes?
What if the guy had really long arms?
What do you not get about that?
Why don't you just answer the question?
I did.
No, you didn't.
It has nothing to do with it. The ball
I don't care if it has.
The actual.
Hey, sports radio has nothing to do with sports, but we do it every day.
The ball itself determines whether it's a backward pass or not, not where the guy is standing.
Perfect. Good. Keep that in your mind.
Okay, my mind's locked in.
Now the guy's on the 5.
Okay.
Would that trajectory?
We just said that.
Oh, you don't answer questions. So if the guy were standing on the 5, that would have been a backwards throw still.
Yes. Okay. Because it's the trajectory of the football, not where the guy is standing.
So look where the guy's at.
Yeah.
He's another yard forward. That's still backwards.
If that ball is going on the exact same path that it's going and the guy's on the 5-yard line, it's still a backwards pass because where that guy is standing has nothing to do with the trajectory of the football.
The trajectory is from point A to point B. That's the trajectory.
Yeah.
So it matters.
You're assuming the quarterback would throw a straight line.
But, see, now I just said the ball curved, and now all of a sudden he's on my curving.
No, oh my God.
He just got to my curving theory.
I'm literally quitting this show for the rest of my life. I need a new job. Is anybody hiring? I don't care what the job is. I'll do anything but this job.
I know higher math is a little tough for you.
Okay, we'll take a quick break. And
Darren, would you like to?
No, it's PhD on 92.5. All right. We're giving away tickets to Sunday's Broncos-Jags game to Three Dogs Tavern in North Denver. Vic was going on this morning about like not calling it Tennyson. Like he just hates like the neighborhood names for towns like here in Denver. And I guess Kevin like went to Vic like, what is this part of Denver called? And Vic was like, that's North Denver. But I'm just going to call it Tennyson just to piss off Vic. So Three Dogs.
So that's the name of the street is Tennyson.
It's the Tennyson district.
Oh, now it's a Tennyson. Tennyson. So
It's like Rhino, Highlands.
So Tennyson Street has grown up enough to be Tennyson district.
Sure, why not? Anything to piss off Vic.
Wasn't Tennyson like a governor or mayor or something?
Yeah. It starts at 3 o'clock today. Bud Light is giving away VIP tailgate passes. It's Nate and Andy in Three Dogs Tavern. $4 pints, $12 pitchers, $3.75 bottles of Bud Light. See you at Three Dogs Tavern starting at 3 o'clock. All right, I do have something. It was a Dan Tanner idea, but I thought it was a fun idea. In honor of playing the Jaguars, the name of the game that we can do at any moment. Dan, are you ready for this game at any moment? Oh, he needs a second. But the concept of the game is Guess That Big Cat. And it's just to be played between the two of you.
Oh, you don't get to play? No,
I realize...
You just want us to yell at each other again?
Exactly. I realize if I play along with the games, it's just going to go poorly.
By the way.
Period.
But Tennyson Street in Denver was named after English poet Alfred Lord Tennyson.
There you go. He wrote a couple books.
The Charge of the Light Brigade.
There you go. Good job. That's the Tennyson neighborhood, not North Denver. Listen, we don't have to do the game right now. I'm just saying.
What is the game?
The concept is...
Let's do the game so I can yell at Scott's more.
Now, what's your concept? Because I had a concept for a game today, too.
Oh, well, okay.
It probably would have been better if you told us before the show. But
I like radio's better when you guys are surprised, and now I get off the cuff.
It's not that we can do more than one game.
I was going to sing a lyric, and you have to tell me what the song was from the Christmas songs.
Yeah, okay.
Would be really bad at that game.
Yeah, I'm not going to kill that game either. But
okay, then we won't do it.
No. We can try.
Let's do your stupid game. Pass it backwards to me.
You know what? Never mind. Don't worry about it.
This has been a great Friday. I like this Friday.
Don't worry about it.
Hey, did you?
I'm just saying it's in the back pocket. Guess that big cat whenever we want to do it.
Scott, I'm giving Scott a little grace here. Like he's a little slap drunk from his tooth pain.
Oh, it's killing me.
He can't think clearly on a Friday.
Why don't we do your game right now?
No. What? So big cats.
Yeah,
like Andres Galarraga cats,
like the Jaguars,
or like pumas,
like Jaguar, like pumas. Let's see if Puma's on the list.
Large felines.
Puma is on the list,
and I think pumas can be black or brown.
We actually have like some production and everything for this.
Pumas are a little bigger than mountain lions.
Dan, is it the concept you play the sound of the cat and then they have to name it? Is that it?
That is correct.
I mean, it's very simple.
Let's go ahead and try one.
All right, can you hear? So we have a little production for it, the whole thing.
Oh, let me get this on.
We don't have to do it.
No, I can't wait.
All right, go ahead, Dad.
PhD is getting you set for the Broncos and Jaguars. And now it's time to play.
Name that big cat!
Did you realize
that big cat on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5?
If this were 90s, like the radio, and this was Lewis and Flomax, we wouldn't say name that cat.
Oh, we know.
Okay. Oh,
I do like the music, though.
The whole thing is great. There's an intro and the big voice guy.
I'm feeling it.
It's not guess that. It's name that big cat. All right, you guys ready? It's just the two of you. It's just the two of you.
Okay.
All right, Dan is... How else do I need to set this up? Just, here we go.
I think you've been setting up for like 4 minutes.
All right, go ahead. Play the cat.
That's the cat?
Yep.
That is a baby tiger.
That is not a baby tiger.
That's a big cat?
Well, it'll become a big cat, I guess.
I'm going to go with the lynx.
It is not a lynx.
It's a kitten of some sort.
Okay.
And it's not a kitten tiger. It's going to be a kitten lion.
No way.
We need the exact name.
Oh,
A kitten tiger.
Fred.
That's a tiger lion, in case you didn't know.
Lioness.
No.
No, this is
I could give hints. I can give hints.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you trying to get country of origin?
Office. My hint is Office Space.
Office Space.
Cougar.
Good guess. No.
Leopard.
No.
Jaguar.
No. You're just going to go through all of them?
Yeah.
Who were the guys in Office Space who were interviewing people to justify their jobs?
I have no idea.
Wow, okay. I thought that was a pretty good one. I can do it again. In Mad Men, if things aren't going so great...
Time out!
What is yelled in the elevator that people use as a GIF?
Fire.
No.
I don't know. I saw Mad Men like 10 years ago.
All right. Boy,
So
Dan, I think I'm
like
killing it with the clues here.
Episode.
People on the text line are getting it left and
that
right.
was a good series. If you haven't seen it, you should go watch it.
I think like the
But I've
first
watched
couple
it 10
episodes.
years ago.
Okay.
Yeah. And you had to watch it like once a week and commercial breaks and all that stuff.
Richard
right?
Dreyfuss is a psychologist.
Who's that?
Something about Bob.
What's the cat?
Who's Richard Dreyfuss?
You got the movie.
Hall of Fame author.
You got it. It's right there. Name the big cat. You just said it. Put it together. Scott, put it together. What's the name of the movie?
Something
It's
about
a bobcat.
Bobcat is right. Tyler gets it.
Really?
Tyler gets it. 1-0 Tyler.
Wow.
Yeah.
I just kept saying
Hey,
names.
Tyler wins.
Hey,
Hey, Tyler wins.
Kind of like I won the first argument today. I'm 2-0 today.
Tyler wins. Woo!
Hey, Dad, your game is sinking to the bottom of the ocean
I
right
told
now.
you this is going to be hilarious or terrible.
It's going to be, well, what was it right now, everybody? Is this hilarious or terrible?
We're going to do one more, right?
We got like 9 more. We got 9 more that we can do at any time.
Let's do one more. Just give me one more right now.
Scott, do you want to participate or not?
No, I was going to play my game. Guess the Christmas song.
All right, sing your damn song.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to sing it. I'm just going to read a lyric from the song.
Okay.
My true love sent to me.
True love sent to me 12 Days of Christmas.
12 Days of Christmas.
DMac gets one.
Ding, 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 ding,
So
ding.
Wait,
Scott's-
I thought DMac wasn't allowed to play games.
Well, but in
this one.
Scott's game,
No,
I
you
can
said you
play.
weren't allowed to play. So I got that point by default.
See, this is why I can't participate in the games for that reason. With what you did right
Okay,
there.
ready?
Okay, I'm 1-0. We come back to the cat game later.
Prospero ano y felicidad.
Feliz Navidad, Jose Feliciano.
Really good.
By the way, there was a hockey game with the Bruins. I think it was last night, and it was hysterical. It was a bench clearing brawl, and they started playing Feliz Navidad. It's fantastic. 2-0.
Ready?
Tell you who likes Christmas more, me or Tyler. We're proving that right now.
Oh, bring us some figgy pudding.
Bring us figgy pudding. Bring us figgy pudding. We wish you a Merry Christmas.
We wish you Merry.
Huh?
Yep. Uh-huh.
I told you I was going to be really bad at this game.
No kidding. You suck at this. I
Okay,
love this game.
You're going to win this one.
No kidding.
Tyler, you're going to get this
I
one.
am?
Yeah. And I'm gonna
Silent Night.
Should I go real easy?
You can do whatever you want because I'm killing him.
Yeah. You know Dasher and Dancer.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Oh.
I just want him to win now.
Oh, okay.
I'm doing that thing where I felt bad.
Should we play another cat?
Give me one more cat. One more cat.
One more cat, Dan.
One more cat on the way out the door. It's the same cat.
Dan.
Oh, now that one sounds a little scary.
Baby Puma.
Wow. Not a puma. Let's see how fast. Let's see how fast.
A serval.
It's not a serval. Let's see how fast you can get that answer. Let's see how fast you can get the answer.
Jaguar.
No.
Baby Jaguar. Baby Cheetah.
Cheetah. Scott's on the board. Yeah, Dan, your cat sound effects.
This might have been. Seriously, you guys have had some good games.
Yeah, this sucks.
Seriously, I want you right now.
It's a shame because the intro's so good.
I want you just to name whose idea this was and throw that under the bus.
Oh, it's totally Dan's 100%.
Okay, good. All right.
But the intro was my idea,
Yeah.
which is awesome.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break. And
The Herald Angel Sing.
Hark the Herald Angel.
More vague cat sounds on the other side.
It's PhD here on 92.5. Happy holidays. If you heard the morning show talk about the Flyers announcer who got in a bit of trouble, we have an update for you coming up in a little bit. So you're going to want to stick around for this. It's an interesting twist into something that really shouldn't have been that big of a deal, but it has turned a tad. So we'll get to that coming up. It is the Broncos against the Jags. Frankie Frangie is the play-by-play voice of the Jaguars, and he's going to join us here in a second, guys, to preview this game and let us know what's what. I mean, I don't know if he goes by Frankie, but his last name is Frangie. And I'm just thinking, like, Frankie Frangie is like a character from, like, Sopranos or something. Hey.
No, Frankie
Frangie. Hanging out there in Jackson. Maybe he went down to Florida to get away from some things. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, a little hot there up in Jersey. Had to get down to Florida. But, yeah, he does radio there and does the play-by-play and life of the Jaguars. So he'll be joining us here in a second to preview this game. Real quick, what do you guys have? Broncos win, Broncos lose? What do you got?
What's the line on this one?
3.
3?
3 for the Broncos.
3 Buckaroos?
3
Buckaroos? What's the over-under on this game?
Yeah, I think it's like 43. I'm not sure.
43?
Okay, I'll check for you.
I'm going to take the over on a Broncos victory, 27-20.
27-20.
How do we get 27? Yeah. Okay, a couple field goals there.
No, you figured it out.
3 touchdowns.
3 touchdowns,
Got
2
it there.
field goals.
Yeah.
3.5. Sorry, my bad. 3.5. 47.5 is the over-under.
Okay. Well, I guess I just took the under, but I was trying to take the over.
27-20 Broncos. What do you got, Scott?
I'm going to go 27-21 now.
27.
I want the over.
27-21.
Yep.
All right. All right. 3 touchdowns. Frank, hang on one second. We have a co-host in perpetual motion.
24-16 Denver.
24-16 Denver. Frank, first of all, how are you, my friend? It's good to have you on.
I'm doing well. How are you boys today?
Do you go by Frankie?
I don't, but my mom thought I did, but she's been gone a while. But back in the day.
I'm just saying
No,
that's
I
a
don't.
great name, Frankie Frangie. You know what I'm saying? Like, that just rolls off the tongue. It's awesome.
It was probably that way till I was about 8, and then I said maybe we need to go another direction.
I
You know what I
gotcha.
mean, boys?
I gotcha.
So there's that.
All right. Is there a more overlooked market and football team than Jacksonville?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the feeling here and the theme here, and frankly, I think Liam Cohen has used that to his advantage a bit. You know, I think no one talks about the Jags are 10-4. They've won 6 in a row. They're playing, or 5 in a row, 6 of 7, playing at a very good level. And they feel around here like nobody nationally is kind of noticed, right? So,
Yes.
yeah, I think they've kind of hung on to that and used that as a little bit of a motivator.
Well, I agree with you. And when I've pointed out to my cohorts how well Trevor Lawrence has played recently, I've gotten guffaws and stares and mean, nasty, ugly looks, Frank. What can I tell you?
Yeah, he's been up and down, but he's played real well in the last handful of games. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt you. That's my bad. But that's been my whole take, because he's been great for the last few games. It's been fantastic. But if I asked you the Trevor Lawrence experience in its totality, what would you say?
Well, let me tell you this, and I'm a homer, okay, so indulge me. My disclaimer is that I'm a homer, but I do believe this. And I'm a big fan of his, and I really like him, so I'm biased in this. This is his 5th year in the league, right? He's had 3 head coaches and 4 play callers in 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Mahomes has had 1 head coach. Josh Allen, 1 head coach. Lamar Jackson, 1 head coach. Joe Burrow, 1 head coach. He's had 3, and he's had 4 play callers. And that's a different system every time it changes, and he's had to manage that. And you guys know it's hard. It's hard. NFL quarterback's hard, man. And I think he's finally adjusted to that. He's a great kid. He's a hard worker. And look, right now, if you compare, we were doing this week. If you compare Bo Nix's numbers and Trevor's numbers, they're uncanny. They've both thrown 23 touchdowns. I think one is 35-12 total yards. The other's 35-10. So, yeah, I think he's playing at a high level. He's not an elite quarterback yet, and it's taken a while to get here. That's your question, I think.
Yeah, it's funny, Frank, because you basically hit both Tyler, who you just talked to, and our takes. One, I said yesterday, he's had 3 head coaches. I didn't realize he had 4 play callers. Tyler said, listen, he's been great lately but struggled early. The point being the future for them, they believe, I'm assuming right now, Frank, that he is what you've seen recently is who this guy is now becoming, and the future for you guys looks pretty bright.
And it has to because they paid him, right? So
Well,
that's
you're
right.
hoping so, yeah.
He's going to be your guy for the next 3 or 4 years. Yeah, I think the future is bright. This new regime came in. Baselli does a great job here, and James Gladstone and Liam. And look, they're 10-4. It's a hard league to be 10-4 in, and you guys know this. We haven't been 10-4 around here very often. So I think people are pretty excited about what they're doing. Now, look, it's a tough challenge Sunday. Denver's really good. But I think people feel pretty good about the direction and about Trevor. I really do.
We're partial, of course, to Travis Hunter up here. You can understand that, Frank. But let me ask you a tricky question. Did the team get better? Not that it was Travis's fault, but did they get better when Travis was injured and they traded for Jacoby Myers?
Yeah, I think they were going to go get Jacoby. They needed a possession guy, a catch the ball in the middle of the field guy, a crossing routes guy. That's what Trevor throws really well. I think they would have done that with or without Travis's injury. I think they had to make a move. De'Ami Brown, they got him in free agency, didn't turn out to be a very good player, not playing very much. Brian Thomas Jr., who's a great talent, has been up and down. So I don't think they went and got him because Travis got hurt. But it's weird how it played out that way, and they love Travis here, not just as a player, as a kid. Everything He's done everything right. But yeah, it worked out that way in a weird sort of way. The guy you wanted so badly, when you finally lost him, your team started playing better. Part of that was the schedule. Part of that was the light kind of coming on for Trevor, to your point earlier. But Travis Hunter's going to be a big part of what they do around here. I can promise you that.
And no plans to go in a different way in terms of going both sides of the ball, right? I mean, that's still a long-term plan.
They haven't shown their hand if they have changed it. You know that? I mean, again, they're not telling us all the details, but I don't get the impression. I think at some point it's going to be more one side than the other. I don't think he's going to play 40 plays of offense and 40 plays of defense. I don't see that, or whatever the number is. But yeah, I think I don't get the sense that the plan is to make him one or the other. Now, again, if the team knows that, they'll discuss that in the offseason and figure it out. But if that's the plan, they certainly haven't showed their hand. They really haven't. I think the plan is to have him help in some capacity on both sides of the ball.
You know, we felt before the Broncos beat Green Bay last week, we got kind of the same treatment that Jacksonville did. Oh, yeah, you've won 11 games, but who have you really beaten, and so on and so forth. They need a big-time win and whatever. And then all of a sudden after Green Bay, everybody's going, well, wait a minute, maybe Denver's for real. From your perspective, what have you seen, and what are your feelings towards what the Broncos put together this year?
You know, the fun thing about this season is the Broncos and the Patriots and the Jaguars. Nobody had any of us, right? Nobody had us pegged. They had the Chiefs and the Ravens and the normal suspects. Oh, I think the Broncos are really good. Number one, they're great on defense. They have 58 sacks. Who has 58 sacks through 14 games? I mean, they can really come off the edge. I think they play great defense. I think Bo Nix, just the tape I've watched, gosh, is he good off schedule? You know, he's good in the pocket, but man, is he good when things break down. So no, I think it's one of the best coaches in the last 50 years in the NFL. That helps. I think they play great defense. Listen, you're not 12-2 with 11 wins in a row. It's a hard league to win 11 in a row in. If anybody, whether it's you, me, or the guy in Montana, hadn't figured out now how good the Broncos are, well, then they're a bunch of dummies. I mean, they won 11 games in a row in the National Football League.
Yep.
I think the Broncos, and I think that's the feeling around here, is that that's a really good football team.
Any concerns about the sea level thing? Altitude thing?
It's funny. Jeff Lagerman's in the booth with me, and Tony Baselli, who's our EVP, but has been in the booth with me. The three of us were talking about it. They played, and they said it matters early. They said it matters when you warm up. It matters in the first quarter because you got to adjust to it. You know, I'm just a broadcaster in the booth, so I'll be interested to see how they manage that. Do they not come out of the locker room too early, right? Do they not do some of the things they typically would do pregame? I'll be, and I don't know that answer. I'm not a former player, but it'll be fun to watch that and just to get an idea. But what they tell me, what the players, Bucky Brooks also on our broadcast team, all the guys that have played before say it really, if you're not accustomed to it, which our guys aren't, that it really affects you early on. Warm-ups, first part of the first quarter. Once you get through that, it's just football, but you have to adjust. That seems to be what do people tell you guys that come there for the first time? Similar stuff?
Yeah, I'm a native and I played here, so obviously it didn't affect me. I played on other teams as well, but I was on other teams coming here, and I tell you what, I mean, I think you got in guys' heads big time. I mean, whether it's a real thing or whether it's more of a placebo thing, it got in my teammates' heads.
Well, what's been happening here, by the way, Frank, is that the Broncos have just been wearing out their opponents, no matter what the score is in the fourth quarter. The Broncos have just dominated, and Sean Payton even pointed out, hey, look over there to the Packers. Those guys are gassed.
Packers were gassed in the fourth quarter.
Yes, they were. So we've seen that here in Colorado. Now, I don't know if that's got to do with the altitude or the nature of the way the Broncos defense is or whatever. Probably a combination of both. But what I've noticed, at least recently, the Jags have come out on fire in their recent games. Like they're ending games before halftime, Frank.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. We were talking about this the other day. Four times in the last month, Trevor's come out of the game because the game's out of reach in the fourth quarter, and Nick Mullins has gone in and taken a knee. How often in the national? This isn't college. How many times in the NFL does the backup quarterback come in and take? Almost never, right?
Never.
It's happened 4 times in the last month with this team. That's how big their leads have been late in the game. So it's been an odd season. It's been a great season around here, and I think they found a little bit of a rhythm, and they found certainly some momentum. But it's been odd the way it's going. That's why this game is so intriguing for all of us. The Broncos are really good. The Jags look like they're pretty good. Jags have won 5 in a row. Broncos won 11 in a row. That's a bunch of rows, you know. And so something's going to give there, and I think that's why everyone around here is so excited about this.
All right. Hey, listen, we're playing an awesome game that we made up today. It's called Name That Big Cat. Frank, would you like – what we do is we play a sound effect of a big cat. You know, you guys are the Jaguars, right?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
yeah,
we're going to –
Yes. I'm terrible at this stuff, but let's do this.
All right. Well, here you go. Go ahead, Dan. Play the sound effect. What is it?
I mean, I'm taking the chalk here, but doesn't that have to be a lion? I mean, I'm not the smart. We're not all that smart down here, but doesn't that have to be a lion? Am I way off the mark?
Frank.
Yeah.
Who's your team?
That's what I thought. I said, about halfway through the answer, I said, you dumbass. They're probably talking about the Jaguars.
It's a Jaguar. That's what it is, Frank. There you go.
About halfway through the answer, I kind of figured that part out. So
God,
there you go.
Frank, I was trying to throw you a softball there, Frank.
Yeah, you really were. You did all you could. I appreciate that.
All right, well, enjoy your time catching your breath here this weekend, and thanks for joining us, Frank.
Thanks, fellas. Thanks for having me on. Y'all be good.
Yeah, have a good Christmas.
It's Frankie Frangie. Frankie Frangie. I mean, that was kind of easy, wasn't it? You guys knew that was a Jaguar, right?
It was well played. I'll give you that.
The guy's saying it's a lion. Like, I'm going to bring you on, play a game for you. It's Frankie Five Fingers Frangie, by the way.
Frankie franchise.
Frankie Five Fingers franchise Frangie. Do you know why he's
Frankie the Freak?
Frankie the Freak Five Fingers franchise Frangie. Do you know why they call him Five Fingers?
Because he doesn't have a thumb?
He's a great pickpocket. You know what they call him the franchise?
Because he's been doing it for 30 years.
Because he's been doing it for 30 years. So you know why they call him the Freak?
Yeah, that little thing in Sarasota.
Well, it's not so little. It's PhD on 92.5. Ring-da-dum-ba-dum-bum. Just hear the sleigh bells. It's kind of funny to be, I mean, it's appropriate because of the date, but it's like 65 degrees out there today.
Not bad.
Rotate Friday. Let's go to.
Oh, my bad.
You could have gone for it.
Blown the last 6-7 weeks.
Well, it's been a little winter time.
You wore shorts yesterday.
That's true.
Hey, by the way, you know who's sick of this weather? Apparently every football player at CU, Tyler. I can't even keep track of. There's just I saw this yesterday. I don't even know who these guys are, but 6'6", 310 offensive tackle, true freshman Carday Smith, gone.
Yeah, he was your right tackle.
Colorado defensive lineman Gabriel Lightfoot, 66 tackles in his career.
He didn't actually play for Colorado.
He didn't?
That's what I was told.
He's got a CU shirt on and stuff.
He didn't play last year.
Okay. Well, he got 66 tackles in his career. Not at CU.
That's what I was told.
Okay. Well, he's gone, so don't worry about it. I mean, not that it's a big deal. Brian Howell, Colorado had 16 players play at least 300 snaps on defense this year. 10 are graduating, and 3 others are hitting the portal. Got any concerns about what's happening?
I mean, it's not great by any means. I don't know. We bring this topic up a lot because it's relevant, and guys transfer in and they transfer out, and it looks ugly. I don't have much of a thought on it.
You don't care.
Well, it's not that I don't care. It's just that this is the current NCAA football landscape that has happened at every university in America.
If it was 5 years ago or 6 years ago, you'd be going, whoa, something's going on here.
Yeah. To me, it's truly nothing to see here type of thing.
My biggest question is Prime up in his office getting these notifications? Is he down fishing in his place in Dallas?
I don't know. Good question. I have no idea how this works.
Gone fishing.
I know Oklahoma's playing Alabama tonight. How about that?
Is that tonight?
That is tonight. I believe it's tonight, right? I think I heard the coach and Raj talking about it. Gosh, I take their word on it.
Don't they got to start at least move the portal for transfer till after the bowl games?
The answer is yes, but they'll never do it. So, we got the big one, James Madison, Oregon. Yeah, tonight, Alabama, Oklahoma.
Cool.
No interest? No. Nobody cares? No? Zero?
No, I mean, I'll watch it for sure.
Yeah. We got the Avs playing Winnipeg tonight.
Well, let me check. I'll tell you whether or not.
Why? What do you need to go to?
Schedule. We just checked the schedule.
Did you get some new cheaters, by the way?
I had these in the house, yeah. Temu. You ever been on Temu?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Quality.
My daughter's bought a lot of stuff of Temu.
Quality.
What exactly?
I don't know if the items are quality.
What are you checking?
Prices are quality. Well, can you hold your horses? Dan, play thinking music.
What's happening?
Well, I don't know why he stopped. I just was going to.
I'm happy to continue. I've got all sorts of things to get to. I got Flyers radio play-by-play guy getting in trouble.
We'll get into that.
Yeah. But I mean, I do not want to interrupt you looking something up.
I am looking something up. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Go back to The Sopranos.
Oh, here we go.
It's not bad looking up music.
So what time does that game start?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
Oh, my gosh.
6 o'clock. Oh, well.
Somebody put a rubber band on my forehead.
I might be out.
The Hallmark Channel has what on?
12 Dates of Christmas.
Okay.
That's what we just took 10 minutes for?
It hit me after a while that Scott was looking up the Hallmark Channel in terms of what he's doing tonight.
12 Dates of Christmas.
The 12 Dates of Christmas.
12 Dates of Christmas starts at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
The Flyers guy. The audio is hysterical. Now, if you don't know the story, it's a hot mic moment. And hey,
so are they off the air? And this
let me play it for you.
So is this a Dan Tenner fraternity? Forget to turn the mic down?
Wait. So he could get fired for saying it, but we won't get fired for replaying it?
Well, we got it beeped.
Oh, okay.
Do we have it beeped? Dan, we have it beeped. Okay. So Now, there's a twist to this story because on the surface, this is nothing but just hysterical. All right, so here we go.
Sometimes the Flyers get a sense of urgency when they're playing from behind. Now they're going to take the TV timeout. We'll take it as well. 7 gone in the third. It's 3-2 Buffalo on the Philadelphia Flyers Broadcast Network.
Part down the mics.
Pop it up, it up, it up, it up. While you're down there, would you mind me?
I think we're still on the air, Tim. No, we're not, are we?
Yes, you are.
You're not being serious, right?
The guy tosses it to break. I mean...
And Mass, was it TV or radio?
Radio.
And so the guy forgot to hit the button and shut the mics down.
Correct.
Who might have been on a potty break and not ready for the TV.
And it's
timeout.
obvious somebody who's in the booth, I don't know, maybe they dropped a pen or who knows, something like that. And the guy's like, while you're down there, why don't you, He has been suspended for 2 games.
Well.
What do you guys think about that?
I don't know. I just got to get a mic for every day I walk in here because every day I walk in here, Dan Tanner says something way inappropriate to me the second I walk in the door.
That is a truth fact.
You don't know what's on at 8 o'clock?
I feel bad for this dude.
Yeah.
Is that suspension worthy? That's suspension worthy? Yeah.
Well, I think this guy's job's on the line.
Why?
Because this is how it usually works.
Who did he say it to? Did he say it to a female? Did he say it to...
I think if he said it to a female, he's going to be fired.
Of course.
Yeah. I don't know who he said it to.
Did he say it to his boy? Did he say it to the engineer that they crack jokes on every single day?
It's like a middle school while you're down there joke. It's not it's just,
Are you willing to say you probably said that before?
I would say we've all had jokes like that off the air or whatever, one way or the other. I think there's been hot mic moments forever, and I don't think it's worthy of the guy being fired. And we'll see where it goes. It's funny, but now I feel a little bad for the guy because it is obviously funny what he said.
Yeah, I mean, my guess, and I don't know if he said it to some female, then that's probably a different story. But if he was saying it to his boy, that's the engineer, and the engineer's down there fixing the cords, whatever,
right.
I mean, come on.
My guess it's something like that. That's what my guess is, but I don't know. But he's been suspended for 2 games, and usually it's that suspension, and then hasta la vista.
Well, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin.
There you go. So I want to have more fun with it, and it was really, really funny just to hear it. It's like, oh, isn't that's a hoot and the hot mic and the whole thing.
He shouldn't even be suspended.
But then the story comes out that he's been suspended, and it puts it in kind of a
serious perspective.
Yeah, man.
How about you ask whoever he said it to? Were you offended?
Yeah, I don't know. I was surprised that he was suspended in the first place. But I would say this, man. Sure, he's got to watch himself. But who the hell is running his game back at the radio station or whatever?
Seriously, they were on air for a long time.
Long time.
Which means, and Dan probably the guy probably stepped away to go to the bathroom real fast and wasn't expecting a TV timeout, right?
Or just incompetence.
That's a good point. It might have been a case like that. Like the board op might have been caught by surprise. Dan, has that ever happened to you as when you've run games that they've gone to a break and you've just been out of the room?
No, I'm a professional.
Okay.
Now, who else runs games?
What?
I'm not throwing anyone under the bus.
Oh, okay.
Scott wants you to throw him under the bus for him?
No, I don't know. No, it's tough. There's the first rule in handling a firearm.
Yes.
That every firearm is always loaded.
Right.
That's the first rule you learn. It's the same thing with microphones, man. You got to assume every time you got a mic strapped across your head or standing in front of you, every mic is always on.
Right.
I assume 8 times a show the mic's on, right? And it's not. So It's tough. I don't know if it's fireable. It's probably, man, I'm sorry.
Gosh, I'll feel terrible for him if he gets fired.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will too. All right. Hey, on another.
Now the question is, what happens to the board up?
Right.
Oh,
That's the dude that should really get fired, quite frankly.
Unless there was some sort of emergency and he had to be away from the board, that dude should be gone. Gone. Are you kidding me? That is ridiculous. Let me give you something else.
Is it bad that I thought it was kind of funny?
No, everybody thinks it's funny. Like, everybody thought it's funny. Because it is funny.
Except for some GM.
Well, in the Flyers team, the statement came out from the radio station, The Fanatic, and the Flyers. Like, it was released, the suspension was released on, like, Flyers letterhead. So it becomes less funny, right? Because it's the guy's job. Are you guys interested at all tonight in that fight with
Tomorrow, Saturday.
It's tomorrow? Sorry, my bad. Well, I guess you are.
On Netflix.
Oh, I'm definitely going to watch. I mean, this is not a typical Jake Paul. You're talking about Jake Paul, right?
I am.
Okay, this is not a typical Jake Paul fight.
Dude,
I'm not sure if everybody understands this.
I hadn't seen the guy he's fighting until the weigh-in yesterday.
Oh, this isn't just like a guy. This is a gold medal winner. This is an absolute dog of a human being that is 36 years old. It is not out of his prime. I mean, he's twice his size. He's got twice the reach. He's got twice the skill set. He's got twice the everything.
Now, is this unlike the Tyson fight, which wasn't a sanctioned fight, and so it was an exhibition? Is this an exhibition again?
I think it's an exhibition
or
again.
Is it sanctioned? Because they supposedly got Paul in the Tyson fight in after Tyson gave him a body shot, going, easy, man,
There's a video out there I saw of Tyson pulling a punch during the fight that makes the whole thing look like ridiculously crooked.
No, but the thing about this fight is that Anthony Joshua, he can't do that. Like he can't lose this fight. He has everything to lose. These other guys, they had nothing to win. They had nothing to lose. Anthony Joshua's got a career's worth of respect to lose by losing to Jake Paul.
Everybody's got their price though, bro.
No. This
they don't?
No, not this dude.
$5 million. We're just gonna go.
$5 million. He's making 70 on the fight.
He's making 70?
Yes.
The guy that Jake Paul's fighting is making 70.
They're going split down the middle.
Oh, well, all right, fine. Okay, that's wow. All right. Crazy. Okay.
Or $20 million if you lose.
Well, I was just going to say, what's the magic number? Is 20 the magic number?
Dude, he is not throwing this fight. That guy's got it all. He's on top of the world right now. His career's not over.
What's the difference between throwing the fight and just pulling punches like Tyson apparently did with Paul?
I don't think that happened. I think if anybody pulled punches, it was Jake Paul.
Against Tyson?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Oh, I don't know.
Yes.
There's an interesting video floating around out there.
I think Jake Paul could have actually murdered Mike Tyson.
There was a part where Tyson hits him and Paul clinches him and says, easy, take it easy.
Fight is tonight, by the way.
Yeah, I thought it was tonight.
Yeah, Tyler.
Hey, you shouldn't have talked me off my ledge there.
Oh, but hey, what time does it start?
I think it's like at 6 o'clock is the undercard, which again is the 12 dates of Christmas. Yes, we know.
Yeah. Oh, I'm highly fascinated by it. I mean, the expectation is that Anthony Joshua should knock him out within the first 3 rounds.
I couldn't believe the difference in these two dudes at the weigh-in. How is Jake Paul even going to compete against this guy?
He should have no chance.
He's going to get killed against this dude.
If Jake Paul just makes it to the end of the match, though, it actually justifies him as a fairly legitimate fighter.
Okay. I don't know how he does it. I don't know. This seems like the biggest mismatch of all time. So I'm actually looking forward to this fight. If as long as it's legit, you think it's going to be legit?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, well then I'm curious.
Would you throw a fight in the middle of your career when you're making that kind of money?
Oh man, it's
and by the way, the only way to keep making that kind of money is keep being on top.
I don't know, man. How many other fights am I going to make $70 to $90 million?
More.
Even if I'm on top.
More.
Oh, come on. He's not going to get a bigger payday in his career than this.
I'm not saying bigger, but I mean, what's $30 million is not a payday?
If he's making $70 million guaranteed, and you said, okay, you get that $70 million plus an extra 20 if X, Y, and Z happens, you're not doing that?
No. Not this
Okay.
dude.
All right. I mean, last time we checked.
Every other fighter that Jake Paul has fought, you can make that argument. Not this guy. Not Anthony Joshua.
Well, I look forward to watching it, man. I do. I kind of like big fights, or at least sort of like train wrecks.
And you don't know why. Other brothers may deny.
Yeah, I find it all interesting. I don't find the Pauls all that interesting. Like they had an HBO reality show. I watched like 2 episodes of it and was just like instantly bored about their lives. Like
Well, brother's becoming a pretty good professional wrestler.
Yeah, and they didn't feature him at all in the documentary, which was stupid because I disagree with DMac. I think he would have been the most fascinating person to feature in the documentary.
Well, there was the documentary, and then there was the reality show. It was like, I know what you're saying, though. I think Logan Paul, first of all, I think he's way smarter than Jake Paul. I think Jake Paul's like...
Well, who's richer? Then let's figure out who's
I don't
smarter.
know who's richer. That's a good
Jake Paul
question.
by a landslide.
Is that right?
Jake
All
Paul's estimated net worth is $100 million.
That's it? I would think it's more than that. Really, 100? What's Logan Paul? Logan Paul's a star in WWE. He's a superstar in the WWE.
But it takes a lot of money wrestling to make $100 million.
Well, maybe I'm just an idiot today.
What's-
or every day.
What's Logan Paul?
Estimated net worth 150. Jake 100.
Okay, so Logan Paul is worth more.
It's because of Prime. That's why.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's an interesting thing that's going on tonight as well. We'll get back into the Broncos and the Jags here in a little bit. We'll have no dumb questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present
Dum 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 dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, open for business here, one way or the other.
I got a good no dumb question.
Oh, hit it. Let's go.
I'll decide if it's good.
We can do it by sport, and we can do it by
badminton,
by combination of sport, if you feel. Best coach coaching today.
Best coach coaching.
Oh, I like that. Well, let's do it by sport.
Spoelstra in basketball.
I'm sorry, what's his name?
Spoelstra.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Coach.
You like the Heat, what they're doing?
Yeah.
Really, really impressed by the Heat these
who's
days.
the Marlins coach?
I'm not sure who's coaching the Marlins.
Who's the manager, I should say?
I don't know, actually.
Yeah.
Him?
Go with that.
Yeah.
No, okay.
You're not taking this seriously.
Football. Best today. Okay. I'm gonna do a weird DMac qualifier here. Are we doing this season, or are we doing the totality of their career?
However you want it.
All right. I have a hard time dismissing totality, because I think it matters. So top.
So you want to do the trajectory of the guy's career,
whether he's going forward or backwards.
Yeah.
It's got to be Andy Reid still, but that's a boring pick. So I'm not going to give Andy Reid because it's a boring pick.
I can give you a little fun factoid from Adam Schefter that might.
Kyle Shanahan's job this year is stupid good. Stupid good. Sean McVay's stupid good, even though he just lost.
The guy in Chicago's doing pretty good.
But he's coach of the year.
Ben Johnson.
Can I submit something for your consideration?
The guy in Seattle ain't sucking.
No. Mike McDonald.
Adam Schefter puts out, with the Broncos win on Sunday against the Jags, Sean Payton will join Bill Belichick as the only head coaches in NFL history with at least 5 13-win seasons. Sean Payton?
Scott?
Yeah.
Is it Sean Payton? Is it sneakily Sean Payton?
Andy Reid doesn't have that?
According to Adam Schefter, it's Bill Belichick and Sean Payton. That's it.
Wow.
5 13-win seasons. 2 dudes.
Well, you should see more guys get there with one extra game, right?
Kind of a surprising little factoid, I suppose. So he's got to win one more, but we all think the Broncos are going to win 1 out of 3 for him to get there. Yep. Is Sean Payton the best coach in the NFL this year?
No. He's up there. I mean, he's on the list for sure. Like, coach of the year, Ben Johnson's got it in the bag. I think Kyle Shanahan, low-key, is actually having the best season.
Andy Reid has 4.
4.
And last year he won 15. Remember, he was 15-2 last year.
You want to try another sport? You want to go basketball?
Well, we can do any and all. Is there a guy that kind of transcends all of
sports? You
hate
Dagnall, but I mean, he is leading the charge there in Oklahoma City.
Yep, I agree.
I mean, he's doing things as a coach nobody's ever done.
And he's combined it with a pretty good front office that got all these picks and got all the young guys.
Why are you a fan of his? What don't you like about him?
His sideline antics bothers the heck out of me.
Okay. But he's going from a championship to a record-setting season.
Absolutely.
You think they sustain that?
Oh, I think they'll flirt with 70 wins. Yeah.
You know what's interesting is as an incredible season as they're having, they have 2 losses and the Nuggets only have 6 losses.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, the Nuggets aren't like that far behind these guys.
And the Nuggets have played nearly half their games without 2 starters.
Yes, and if you want to include, I mean, Peyton Watson is your 6th man as well, and you won without him.
And you've got a guy who is a 2-way contract, will start his 12th game tomorrow.
It's incredible what they're actually doing.
So I mean, Adam, what he's doing this year is pretty good. Now, what's my guy that coaches Orlando?
I don't know. Should I ask BK?
I know. Jamal Moser.
Okay.
So they stayed over last night, and I'm walking to my car after the game after I did the interviews, and Jamal was leaving with somebody. And I've known Jamal. I was covering him when he was playing at CU, right? And he was coaching here and knew him pretty well. And I really love the guy. I really respect what he's doing. I said, man, great job. He goes, yeah. I said, if we can just get healthy, we got a chance to be pretty good. And I said, yeah, if these guys get healthy, he goes, psh. He goes, you got them two guys, Joker and Jamal. You can put any three guys you want with them two guys. You're going to be good.
Yeah.
And it's kind of playing out a little bit.
It's funny. I was thinking about this question with baseball, and I don't know if I would include any baseball manager in all honesty, because these teams are formed in the off season. They're set up a certain way to be operated. And I'm not going to bore you guys with Rockies updates, but just real quick, I was upset that it was Warren Schaefer. But now that I see everything else they're doing, holy cow, is he just a figurehead? Yeah. I mean, they have replaced everybody in that organization.
Patrick Saunders at the game last night. I talked to him a little bit about it.
He's great. What did he say? He likes Warren Schaefer.
He said they said they were going to look outside, and he said they did. He said, I actually like the moves they've made.
Right, because they kept Warren Schaefer because the players like him, but they have literally replaced every single other person you can think of. So. Bench coaches, bullpen coaches, pitching coaches,
but you would also
coaches,
say
GMs,
of all the pro sports, maybe the least relied upon head coaching position
is a baseball man. I totally agree.
Right.
I think more or less any moron could be a Major League Baseball manager. I really do. That's why it was so amazing to see Bud Black be so bad at it. And he was really bad at it. But yeah, Warren Schaefer just has to be a nice dude that does what the GM and president of baseball tell him to do. He has nothing to do with the development of the guys in the minors. He has nothing to do with the lineup. He has a little something to do with the pitching rotation, but that's all set up ahead of time. And now they've got an assistant coach, their pitching coach, who's going to call the pitches. You going to make it?
Yeah.
You all right?
Yeah. But is there a guy that we could say, a guy or a gal that we could say, that's right up there? Is Gino Ariami, is he now, if you're thinking basketball, does he got to go up at the top? Just for what?
I mean, are we talking career? Or are we talking this year? I don't know.
But I think there are one or two this year again, something like that.
I don't know. Sure, I guess. Who knows? And I don't know how women's basketball operates. I'm not trying to put it down. I just don't know how.
Very sexist.
Well, you know what? I would just put it back on you. I have no idea how it works. So you tell me.
Well, I think when you have the number of all Americans he's coached or made, the number of championships, we got 11 NCAA championships, something like that. You got to put him up there, don't you?
Sure. If we're having this coach conversation, I will say this. Football stands out to me as the most important sport for a coach. It's not even close.
It's the only sport that stops and starts on every single possession.
Correct.
And the coach gets to decide the play.
Yes. And the coach,
and X's and O's literally out scheming. You saw it on the 2-point conversions last night, the timeouts from one coach to the other, defense then offense. They got the right defense out there. It's not going to work on this play.
And it's complicated. Look at your staff. Look at how many players you're dealing with. It is so complicated being a NFL head coach.
I have a question about my pee.
Urine?
Yeah, my urine. I tend to pee in the middle of the night, minimum of 3 times. Okay, middle of the night, right? What's your guys' over under?
I'm right around there.
Yeah,
right around 3.
If I don't drink any diet sodas, then I'm a couple. If I drink diet sodas, I might be 4.
As soon as I say that, people are like, "Oh, you're just getting old. You're probably going to start having prostate problems here, right?" Well, what if I'm literally peeing buckets every single time I go? Do I have a problem going on, or am I just hydrated?
Do you ever see the size of a bladder?
Because I'm telling you, when I pee, I got to freaking pee. It's going for a long time. Is that normal? In the middle of the night? Where does all this pee come from? I'm not peeing that much during the day.
Are you drinking a lot of water?
Not as much as I should, quite frankly. I don't have a problem though, right? As long as I'm peeing buckets.
When's the last time you had a finger up the can?
Well, I got it on the front side the other day.
The questions that matter. The big story of the day is next here on PHC on 92.5.
Hey, the weekend's upon us, and I know that means it's time to go looking for cars for many of you. If that's you, don't waste your whole weekend driving all over the state. Go to the best dealership with the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. It's my friends at Phil Long Ford. Guys, I really believe that relationships matter in life, and that's why every time I need a vehicle, I go back to Phil Long Ford. I've been doing it since my rookie year. I bought over 5 vehicles from Phil Long Ford. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. You're going to have the exact same experience, and I always find the vehicle of my dreams because at Phil Long Ford, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this second. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices. Phil Long also has an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to check them out online at phillongford.com.
We'll get to Sean Payton here in a second. The big question of the day is how the Broncos going to do against the Jaguars. Scott Hastings, how do you think your Broncos are going to fare? Will they run it to 12 in a row?
I think they win 24-16. I think Jackson gets touchdown and then 3 field goals.
Okay. So they handled things pretty easily.
Yeah.
All right. 24-16 Broncos. So the headline on Monday is 13 wins, short week against, oh, by the way, Kansas City.
Headline on Monday is Broncos clinch the West.
The AFC West? Okay. But not the number 1 seed.
No, because I think the Chargers lose this week.
How did the Patriots do against the Ravens?
I think the Ravens win too.
Then there's I got to go through my scenarios. I feel like there's one more. Well, if the Chargers lose, the Patriots lose.
If the Chargers lose and Broncos lose, Broncos automatically AFC West winners.
Yeah.
And they might clinch number 1.
They can clinch number 1. I think there's 3 games that got to go their way.
I got it here.
Okay.
So Broncos got to beat the Jags. Okay. That starts with that, obviously. Cowboys over the Chargers. Here's the one we're forgetting. Browns over the Bills.
Browns over the Bills. Correct.
Ravens
right.
over the Patriots.
And I don't know if the Chargers will win. They're going to lose soon because their next 2 games, we got Denver. You don't want it to come down to that game, but
Ravens could beat the Patriots.
Yeah,
that could happen.
It was the Browns-Bills thing that was like...
Good luck getting the Browns to beat the Bills.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
Josh Allen, man, pressure's on this year, pal.
No doubt.
Do or die time. If you can't win a Super Bowl without Lamar Jackson, without Patrick Mahomes and without Joe Burrow, buddy, you ain't ever getting it.
Look what the Chiefs are doing, by the way, this week. Ruling out. Now, maybe they're all hurt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dudes plus Mahomes. 9 dudes are being ruled out, including Rashee Rice and Trent McDuffie. Fellas, I think what we're seeing here with the Chiefs is we're not going to lose on purpose.
We want a top 10 pick.
We ain't playing anybody who's got some bumps and bruises that we have some regard for. So if they do that this week, why wouldn't they do the same on Christmas against the Broncos?
Why wouldn't Dallas do the same thing in Dallas against the Chargers?
Maybe. But listen, I'm with you.
Well, Jerry Jones already came out and said that's not happening.
Yeah, well, so that might be the reason because of Jerry Jones, because that's who Jerry Jones is. But the Chiefs have not been in this spot before, and they might be thinking a little bit clearer, frankly. You know, they may recognize it for what it is. Jerry Jones is just Jerry Jones. Tyler, who you got winning the game? What's the score?
I got a 27-21 victory from the Broncos. I think it'll be a great game, but probably comes down to fourth quarter that the Broncos stay in control. I honestly believe my opinion of Trevor Lawrence is that the last 3 weeks is not the real Trevor Lawrence. Now, I could be wrong, man. And they're obviously a capable team that is capable of beating the Denver Broncos. Trevor Lawrence has been lights out for a few weeks now. But my gut tells me he will revert to the means here at some point. And hopefully that means he tosses up an interception or 2 to this Denver Broncos defense.
We have Brett Martineau, who's the sports director at CBS 47. Is that a station? Down there in Jacksonville. He's the guy that came up with the conspiracy theory about Cody Schrader. So we got a little bit of mom's basement of what'd you call it?
Tealstickyfingers.com.
Yes. So we'll talk to Brent at 2:30.
What's your prediction?
27-26 Broncos. And keep your eyes on Cam Little, who has the record for longest field goal in NFL history at 68 and is the dude that kicked the 70-yarder in preseason, and he's on the Jags. And Cohen is, you want to talk about something that's a little bit of fun if you get to the game early? Go watch Cam Little's warm-up. Should be fascinating to see where he's wanting to take the ball from. And will Cohen be a little bit more aggressive? Sean Payton's been very conservative on these long field goals with Big Nuts Lutz, but I don't think Cohen's going to be as conservative if he has an opportunity to let it rip with Little. So I think that's an interesting one, and I think that keeps the game a little bit closer because I think he's bombs away from almost everywhere on the field. But I do have the Broncos winning by a point because until somebody proves they can beat the Broncos at home, I'm going to take the Broncos. They've been on that kind of run. But I think the Trevor Lawrence, I think that is a huge question. What Trevor Lawrence really exists?
Well, there's a large sample size of this guy being high highs, low lows.
It's a huge game for him in his career, don't you think? Like with everything on the line, playing for a division title, going against an elite defense. Isn't this a measuring stick for Trevor Lawrence?
This is their Green Bay game like we had last week.
Tough one for them. Really tough one for them. With everything on the line. And they got a lot of weapons. He knows how to use them all. Travis Etienne is a great running back. They've got some other. Jacoby Myers has been terrific for them. They even got a good slot guy, Parker Washington, who's a dangerous return guy. They got some interesting elements there. Really interesting elements. All right, in terms of what the Broncos have to say, here is Sean Payton at the. Do we got it, Dan, or are we good, or we need a little?
Oh, something just happened to the stream. Give me a sec.
All right. Broncos are out of. Here we go. We good? All right, here we go. Sean Payton.
Everyone ready? One more plug in. No, we do this thing speed break, where we get out, get sick, and we always say, all right, I always say who's last feet set, so you'd be last with the feet getting set on the speed break. Any questions heading into this game?
You harp a lot on sack differential the last 2 years. You guys have been on top of that. I'm curious, when did that kind of really become a really thing that you?
Well, I think on offense, over the years, I've learned more and more it's a quarterback stat than maybe an offensive line stat. They go hand in hand. And then look, defensively, you've got to draft to it, sign it. We can all say, hey, the sack, it's one part of, what quarterback is playing with 3 Mississippi and what quarterback's playing with 2.5 Mississippi. When we were kids, it was a 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, And so the clock in their heads is important.
Is this a time of year and with all you have at stake where you're ever conscious about where the team is at as far as focus?
I think it's when I say from an experience standpoint, I mean, again, it's a big game. It's an important game, and it'll be bigger. And so it's the same approach last week. I don't spend a lot of time on that. More time and energy on how to approach this game, their strengths, and how do we handle and play this game. I think that it's a similar approach to last week's game, and so I think playing it at home again, and I'll say it again, that the environment, we're gifted with the altitude. That's just where we're located, so no one gets credit for that except whoever decided to move the team here. All right? But the crowd noise, and it used to always be when they got to the line, the crowd noise when he enters the huddle, 1 communicating to 10, it's amazing, because I've been on the other side of that where someone didn't hear it in the huddle, and so that noise factor prior to the huddle beginning is a big thing.
John, you've talked about that crowd noise for the past couple of weeks before games. Have you noticed it?
Absolutely. Kansas City, and then last week, and then you look at the penalties, but even earlier in the huddle can be very problematic. I just know. The message from me to the quarterback, and then him shouting in the huddle the call. There's a stress that goes with that too. Like, that's stressful, and so creating that stress is a big advantage.
Have you noticed that increasing throughout your tenure here?
Yes, yes, absolutely. And you got to earn that. You know, in other words, you know, in New Orleans, because of the dome, it was, you know, you couldn't hear yourself think. And then, but I think the part that so often was the noise peaks when they're coming to the line of scrimmage, and if it's peaking as they enter the huddle, it's very difficult.
All right, we'll follow with more what Sean has to say, but that's an interesting theme here today, especially because there will not be a significant amount of Jaguar fans here.
No.
It's amazing. Cole, our engineer, he is actually a Jags fan. He's wearing a Jags jersey today. I don't know if you caught him in his office wearing that. But
I was told that the ticket prices are slightly down. They're still very expensive.
Okay.
But in comparison to last week, they're almost like $120, $130 cheaper just to get in the door.
Well, that makes perfect sense to me that the secondary market is soft. So more Broncos fans than ever. Tons on the line.
Which it shows you how many times they're selling the tickets to other fan bases.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, the tickets were still expensive, and there's not going to be a cheap ticket for the rest of the season, but in comparison.
And I know it's Jacksonville, but if you're a true football fan, this is a good game.
Oh, I think next to the game last night, you pointed out, this is the best game of the weekend.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't flex this game, quite frankly.
I don't know either.
I guess it's because it's Jacksonville, and the market's just not big enough.
Well, and the Broncos play on Thursday night.
So?
Oh, yeah, you're not allowed to do that. You are not allowed to do that.
You can't play a prime time and
not
then
at night.
on Thursday?
No, you can't have two night games in the same week. Dan's right about that.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah, I think you're probably.
Well, I tried to teach something earlier.
Oh my gosh!
I think you're right though about the Jacksonville factor as well. By the way, how about the fact that the Broncos-Packers game was the most viewed TV program period last week, with over 24 million views on that particular game. On any TV show, not just sports, on anything on TV, there were more eyeballs on the Broncos and the Packers.
Well, until the game last night between the Rams and Seahawks, Broncos-Packers was one of the better games of the season.
Yeah, no doubt. I think Jacksonville, I don't think anybody cares about Jacksonville. Not really. I think this is a huge advantage for the Broncos. The stadium should be as loud as it's ever been on Sunday. The weather's going to be just fine. There's not going to be any Jacksonville fans there. The game's intense. It should be incredible on Sunday. Looking forward to it, man. Looking forward to it, top to bottom. We will have Let's Football Go coming up. We'll also talk to the sports director down there in Jacksonville who had a fun conspiracy theory. All still to come. Plus, if you want to, we have more. Name that big cat. We can do that at any moment. It's PHC here on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The holidays are meant to be joyful, but if you're a man dealing with erectile dysfunction, the season of love and joy can be pretty rough. If ED is putting a strain on your relationship, this is the year to turn things around. Show your partner you care by giving the gift of treating your ED and restoring your relationship with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call today and give your partner the best gift this season, a renewed and restored relationship. They're there to serve you with 5 locations up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. With an expert staff like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. That initial visit's only $99. You get the consult, the T, and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. So call today and change your life. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Bear.
That was it? Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. You guys are the best. Hey, a reminder, we're giving away tickets to the Broncos-Jags game. 3 Dogs Tavern in North Denver. That's with Nate and Andy. Looks like it's more the Highlands than Tennyson. But, not North Denver. You can pick that up and join the boys starting at 3 o'clock. $4 pints, $12 pitchers, $3.75 bottles of Bud Light. 3 Dogs Tavern starting at 3 o'clock. Dan, let's get it rolling.
All right, let's hear from PS2 and Vance Joseph on what Jakobi Meyers means to the Jags offense.
Obviously, he's moving in pivotal roles, important positions around the field. I think he's leading the team in targets right now as of late, so obviously it's a good pickup for him.
When you watch the early part of the season without Jakobi, it's a good offense still, but he's added a toughness, a smarts, that vet receivers add to an offense. The quarterback likes throwing to this receiver, and that's something that they've worked out, fairly quickly. He's a blocker. We faced him twice a year for 3 years now, and he's always been a good player, and his toughness, consistency as a player has helped his offense go to the next level.
Guys, is Jakobi Meyers the scariest offensive weapon for the Jags?
No, I think it's Etienne. Travis Etienne, I believe, is. Tyler?
Fair argument for either one of them, quite frankly. I'll say this. I get why you say it's Etienne. However, they are a different football team since they got Jakobi Meyers.
No doubt about that.
For whatever that means, I mean, he might be the most impactful player for that offense.
I'll give you another guy.
And don't discount Brian Thomas Jr. either, by the way.
Like
that's a physical, strong son of a gun.
I'm not discounting Parker Washington, and I'm not looking past Brenton Strange, their tight end. They have a wide variety of weapons on that team. They do. And even LaQuint Allen, who's a returner for them, can be dangerous. Dude, I'm telling you, there's a lot of really good players on the Jags.
Jakobi, only because doesn't it seem like his emergence and Lawrence's emergence kind of coincided together?
The timing was good, yes. Yeah, and listen, man, I think Travis Hunter is going to be a fabulous player in the NFL, but I think they're going to just shove him over to be a full-time cornerback. Maybe he gets 5 or 6 snaps as a wide receiver in special packages. The NFL is just the NFL. And his true value, in my opinion, is going to be more a corner than a wide receiver. I think those days are done. So, yeah, and I think they were doing weird things in the beginning of the season to try to make it work out with Travis. Once they just started putting that to the side, it seemed to be way better for them. Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas, the Seahawks get the overtime win over the LA Rams. They take over the lead in the NFC West. Something's crazy is going on in the NFC West this year. So there is a possibility, guys, that the Seahawks, Rams, and 49ers all finish the season at 13-4. So the Seahawks do play the Niners one more time. If the Niners win that game and all 3 teams finish 13-4, San Francisco will win the NFC West. Did you ever think it was possible that 3 teams in one division finish 13-4?
No, that's crazy.
That's why I was saying that the biggest winner of last night's game was the San Francisco 49ers, because they needed the Seahawks to win in order to control their own destiny. It reminds me of what we thought the AFC West was going to be when we had Russell Wilson. Remember when we were like, oh my gosh, we got Russell Wilson, we got Justin Herbert, we got Patrick Mahomes. It was that we thought there could be 3 playoff teams coming out of the AFC West. NFC West is actually doing it.
Well, and you almost thought about this year too, with what Denver did last year and the
True.
Chargers did, and you're thinking Mahomes and Kansas City, they're just going to keep doing. You thought maybe this year too.
Yeah, I mean, nobody would have picked the Chiefs to just be out of the playoffs before the year started, that's for sure. Next story, Dan.
Guys, the 2020
real fast.
Yeah, go ahead.
Same thing you just said. You expect the Chiefs to be out of it with their injuries and their situation. Anybody expect San Francisco to be in it this deep?
Hell no.
No.
Right?
Nope.
How many games they play without Brock Purdy? It was like 6 or 7, right?
Yeah.
They lost Fred Warner. They lost George Kittle for a long time. Tons of injuries.
Yeah, it's remarkable. All right, Dan, what you got?
So the 2026 NFL quarterback market features an underwhelming free agent class led by Daniel Jones and Aaron Rodgers, with most premium options tied to trades or draft picks. Obviously, Daniel Jones is recovering from a torn Achilles. He could command a 3-year, $100 million contract, similar to recent deals for Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold. If you guys are the Colts, what are you doing with Daniel Jones? Are you paying him?
Wow.
What do you do with him?
I'm moving on.
Whoa. Not me. I'm trying to take advantage of the injury in terms of contract situation because you want to protect yourself, so you don't want to sign a super long-term deal. But I'm not moving on from that performance. I want him in my building. I want to be able to try to repeat that again.
Yeah, and you may save some money because of the injury too. Maybe you give him 3 years, 20 average, as opposed to if he'd have played the season out, got him to the postseason, played great along the way, then you're looking at minimum of what Darnold signed, which was 35, I think, right? So he may sign and say, listen, you ain't going to probably play all next year. We'll give you 3 years, $62 million.
I get nervous about, bargain basement, discount deal quarterbacks, and I would just move on. They got a pretty good core.
Yeah, but he didn't look like a bargain basement quarterback this year. Not at all.
But he's got the injury now, and he's got to come back from that, and who knows where that's going to go.
So what do you want to do? You want to go back to Anthony Richardson?
No, I would just move on. I would literally move on to a
How?
draft
You're going to be drafted in the middle of the pack.
I got you. Not easy. It's the odds aren't in my favor. It sucks.
That's why you're bringing him back.
Listen, I wouldn't blame them if they did. I would get it. They're in a ridiculously tough spot. It sucks to be where they are right now.
Worst spot, them or Miami?
Miami, because the money that they have to blow to move on from Tua is really, really difficult. But they need to move on as well. Same thing. They got to figure it out. And that's why they want to see what they have with Quinn Ewers. I mean, they want to see if they got lucky. So I kind of don't blame them.
What's his name?
Quinn Ewers. We want to welcome to the show Brett Martineau from the sports director at CBS 47 Fox 30 Action Sports Jags. What's going on? You're on the Zoom. I love that, Brent. How are you doing today?
Hey, we're doing fantastic. We're looking forward to coming to Denver here in a couple of days, and it looks like the weather's going to be pretty good. It will feel a bit like Florida, won't it?
It's in the 60s today. We have some crazy winds in different parts of the Front Range, but it's going to be perfect for football on Sunday. You caught our attention with your conspiracy theory about Cody Schrader, which we loved. It doesn't have as much sustainable heat because the Jags did not put in for him on the waiver wire, although the Broncos wouldn't have known that when they put in for him, I suppose. You want to recap that, and do you still believe in that conspiracy theory?
Yeah, I don't really think, I don't know if it was believe in the conspiracy theory. It really backed up some gamesmanship potential, I think, is the way we kind of framed it, because of what happened back in August with Vele when you guys traded him to the Saints. And there was a little bit of interest there when the Saints ended up trading for him. Obviously, they gave up a little bit more than the Jags probably were willing to do that. And I think Sean Payton mentioned in his news conference right after that, when asked about other teams who might be interested, I think he mentioned Jacksonville. And I don't really think Jacksonville loved the fact that he mentioned that. He's kind of stopped himself. Because then it kind of gave away the Jags were looking for a receiver. One thing led to another. They ended up trading for Tim Patrick. That's worked out pretty well with the Detroit Lions. So it was kind of all on the heels of that kind of conversation going all the way back to the end of training camp. And so Schrader had been on the Jags roster for a good amount of time this year. Then he goes to Houston, obviously, for the last couple of weeks. And all of this is happening at the same time. Bashal Tutin then goes and hurts a finger, has some surgery, out for a few weeks. So what we really don't know is the timing of all of that. Like, when did they find out about Tutin? When did they know they weren't going to have him for a few weeks? But with everything going on, you're right. The waiver wire would say the Jags could have easily claimed him. But we just found it pretty interesting. Now, we've talked it out a bunch too, or well, not a bunch, but a little bit over the last couple of days. And if you look at with Schrader and what the Broncos are doing and what the Jags are doing with their running game, they seem like they're looking at a similar player a lot, because we know the Jags were interested in RJ Harvey as well in the draft. So Harvey obviously ends up in Denver. So there's some likeness there anyway, but it was certainly some good food for thought earlier in the week when Schrader ended up going to the Broncos.
Who's the real Trevor Lawrence? Last 3 weeks or accumulation of the career?
Well, I've been a Trevor defender, so I'm going to say the last 3 weeks. We've seen this. We've seen this a few times in his career now, where when he gets settled in, you see this kind of play. I think when he trusts things, you see this kind of play. I mean, the reality is. Trevor hasn't had a lot to trust in his career for long periods of time, from Urban Meyer to 3 different coaching changes to really 4 voices in his head from a play calling standpoint to drop passes, offensive line, you name it, right? And I think we all know this league well enough to know that if you don't trust things, it moves fast at that quarterback position, and well, you get some sporadic play. But I think what he's been able to do in the last month, coupled with what he did in the late 2022 and even the early stages of 23. People forget when the Jags were 8-3 Monday Night Football here and they're playing for a #1 seed before everything collapsed in 23. He was playing awesome football right then too. In fact, in that Monday night game, he was playing awesome football. So we've now seen it at various points. It's about trying to get more consistency out of it, but he hasn't been surrounded by consistency. So how do you expect it from him? And I think hey, time will tell, right? But we're about to see, I think, the best Trevor Lawrence under Liam Cohen over not just the remainder of this year, but I think going forward into 26 and 27.
When Trevor has struggled, besides the scheme and the different changes and all that stuff, what are things defenses have done to him that seems to have bothered him?
Well, I think obviously just normal pressure stuff. He's been a little sporadic in terms of getting antsy, but I think a lot of quarterbacks do that. It's not just like he's sitting back there comfortable. If everybody's sitting back there comfortable, we know that's going to be okay. Jeffrey Simmons said a couple of weeks ago, kind of the MO of defending Trevor is to take away that first read. I saw a recent stat, they get all these graphics and metrics all over the place now. And I mean, you can take a Matthew Stafford and he's going to his first read like 60% of the time this year. And he's going to be the MVP of the league. So I don't know how much goes into that, but obviously they want him to go through progressions and then they feel like they've got a better shot. But I don't really think that's too different than a lot of defenses. The one defensive scheme that's really given him trouble over the last few years, I think above anyone else, is what the Houston Texans do. And well, couple that with the fact that they're a really good defense. They've got a lot of good players, but what DeMeco Ryans in Houston have done, he hasn't had a ton of success against them in his career. Where he has had success, even seeing the Titans and the Colts and different formations of those guys in a couple of times a season. So that's where our curiosity now lies this week, right? We've got a very good Denver defense right up there with the likes of a Houston, I would think. I think Houston's a little bit better overall, but still, this is a really good defense. You got a hot Trevor Lawrence. We're about to find out which one gives.
Are you in the camp of the Jacksonville Jaguars are the most disrespected team in the NFL?
Well, not really. I don't fall into it. I like it. It's fun. What the hell, right? I do what you guys do for a living. So it certainly doesn't hurt. But I actually think that this week, especially with the way Trevor's playing, you've really seen a lot of positive stuff toward the Jags, and they've opened some eyes. But I think a lot of that has to do with him playing well, right? I mean, if we see teams around the league, you talk about the quarterback. I mean, that's what everybody talks about. It starts with the quarterback. So I think some of that might be the coach. Obviously, Sean Payton's going to get a lot of attention. He's won a Super Bowl. He's been around a long time. I doubt Liam Cohen was ever going to get a lot of attention here in Jacksonville. But Trevor's a guy that will really play across the country if he's playing well. And that was the case in 22, a little bit in 23. And now you're seeing it right now. So listen, it has a little bit of that. They're playing it up probably bigger than it is. And I quite frankly think everyone around here is fine with it, comfortable with it. And sure, the fans like to mess around with it as well. But the reality is the Jacksonville Jaguars haven't done a lot in the 18 years I've been covering them. And so they haven't been a reason to talk about. And in 2017, when they had one of the best defenses in the National Football League, I saw them all over the national stuff. And I think right now, the way they're playing, they probably should be all over the national stuff, even if guys like Richard Sherman doesn't want to talk about it.
I've been actually taking some heat here, Brent, because I've been saying about Lawrence, he's like at the moment the Broncos are playing him, he's the best quarterback they've faced at that time. So I'm not talking about his historical. I'm not even talking about this season. I'm talking about just right now, like how he's playing compared to, say, even like how Jordan Love was playing. I seriously think Trevor Lawrence is the best quarterback at that time that the Broncos have faced this year.
You might be right. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's playing better than anybody else in the league, but I'd sit here and tell you he's playing top five right now, the last few weeks. But we've seen this with a bunch of different guys. But again, I go back to 22, and if you take an 8, 9 game sample at the end of that year, he was playing top 2, 3, 4 quarterback in the National Football League that season. So he's done this before. I think it's a fair point. I think Daniel Jones played a really good game against the Broncos overall, but that was so early, so it's
Yeah,
hard
but
to
you
tell
probably
if,
don't. The Broncos had them beat. There was a leverage penalty on a kick. The Broncos actually had the Colts in that particular game. So, yeah, he was fine. Listen, we'll see how it goes. Who are you picking in this game?
I hated this game for the Jags on the schedule ever since it came out. Like, we had no idea the Jags were going to be 10-4 at this point, right? We really didn't. I thought 10 was the max, and I'm a positive guy in Jacksonville, really am. And I thought 10 was the max. 9 was probably more likely. I just didn't like the game. I didn't like it because I thought the weather would be a little bit worse. It's around the holidays. You're going out west for the 100th time, it feels like, this season. I don't mind here picking the Jags. And there are two reasons why I think, from a sports standpoint, I'm going to say, hey, I like the Jags' chances here. I think it's really damn hard to win 12 games in a row, guys. 12. It's hard to win 11 and then 10 and 9 and everything else.
We've
It's
had
really
debates.
hard to win 12.
We've had debates on our station. I don't know if you guys have caught it. Like Moser thinks, one of our morning guys, that the Broncos are better off if they lost a game going into the playoffs, if they got a little bit of humble pie. So, which I find weird, but
I think it'd have been better to do it against
that.
an NFC team than an AFC team with everything that's in play the last 3 weeks.
Like it'd have been better against the Packers than this week.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys know this team. You guys know this team way better, right? So, but I wonder, again, this is more from a sports standpoint, if Denver takes a little bit of a breath this week, knowing that they qualified for the playoffs last week. So I just think there are some things like that where it's like, are you as intentional, right? Are you as locked in? Jags can't breathe right now. They got Houston bearing down their backs, and they lose the tiebreaker. So you go from home game to maybe a 7th seed and an away game in the playoffs if you lose any game over the last 3. But yeah, I mean, what the hell? I mean, I think Denver's really good. I was surprised the line came out at 2.5. I thought it would be more. But at the same time, I got no problem sitting here telling you I think the Jags can steal one on Sunday in Denver.
You hopping on a plane? Coming out here?
Yeah, we'll be flying out with the team tomorrow, and so we'll be up there and ready to go. Looking forward to it. It's a great place always to go. Fans are great, and the place should be rocking.
All right, you got anything on your to-do list besides football? You gonna do any? What's your Colorado thing? If you got some time.
No, well, if I did have some time, it would be probably the weather the way it's going. Maybe I could play a little golf. More golf than hiking. Let's just say that. But we love it out there. We've been out there before to Red Rocks and also played a little golf. So good spot, but it'll be all football, man. We'll be there for about 36 hours. That's it.
All right, brother. Thank you, Brent. We appreciate it. Thanks for joining us.
You bet. Merry Christmas, guys.
Okay,
Merry
you
Christmas.
too. Big game for them. God, do you think it's possible that the Broncos might take a little bit of a breath?
No, absolutely not. And I understand his viewpoint if I'm looking at it very casually from a different city, right?
Mhm.
Okay, Broncos got it locked up. They made the playoffs. No, this team is focused on a goal. That goal has got nothing to do with making the playoffs or winning the AFC West. It is a singular focused goal of becoming the number 1 seed. There's no time for a letdown.
All right, let's look at the Nuggets.
We better hope.
Nuggets from last night. We also have, if you want,
name that roar.
We could finish up. Name that big cat coming up next. Thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health. You can visit them at revitalized-health.com. As we cruise into the weekend, we have Nate and Andy at Three Dogs Tavern. I think it's the Highlands more so than Tennyson, as long as you don't call it North Denver.
I don't get this joke.
It's a Vic thing.
Oh, it's Vic. He's going old school Colorado when it was just North Denver, South Denver. Now you got all the.
Well, he claims West Side, North Side, East Side, South Side. I mean, pick a side, buddy.
Exactly. Couple of notes here. Boy, Michigan apparently is hot and heavy after Kenny Dillingham.
Yeah.
So that looks to be the big move for him, which is you can't turn that down, right? I mean,
no.
My Lord.
No, you can't. That's an elite job. You can't turn that down.
He's like 32.
Is that it? Really?
Yeah. Can you believe that? It's kind of ridiculous. I think he's like something like that. I might be a little bit off, but he's in his young 30s for sure.
In the ballpark.
The disappointing thing is, ASU and CU, Tyler, more or less started at the same exact place a couple years ago. And, it is what it is. All the reports on CU is just everybody leaving left and right. So, I don't know what to say. 35. Sorry, my bad. 35 years old.
Still young.
Still. I mean, the guaranteed money in Michigan is kind of ridiculous. So we'll see where that officially goes. The college football playoff is starting tonight with Oklahoma and Alabama. Are you guys into the college football playoff?
No.
Why don't you find it interesting?
12 dates of Christmas.
Because of the Hallmark Channel.
Yeah, I'm college football I'm kind of turned off on right now.
Okay. Any particular reason?
Well, I just think it's a mess, and I just don't feel like rewarding mess.
Okay. I got you, by the way, because what is the news with college football these days? People leaving, flipping, going this, that, the other thing.
Coach changing due to this, but it's just, yeah.
And I do feel like it takes too much time for this college football playoff thing to roll out. It just feels like forever to get it going. Like when they played and I know the conference championships were just a couple weeks ago, but still, by the time you get to the semis and the finals, it feels like it takes forever. Are you into it, Tyler?
Yes, in terms of it's something to watch. Yeah, and I will watch it because it's football and it means something. So I'll put it on. Am I passionate about it? No, I'm not passionate about it. I mean, when it gets down to the Final Four, that gets pretty interesting. But if you remember last year, wasn't it last year that we had a bunch of great games and like it was the Final Four and then the finals that they were terrible games or something like that?
Well, the semifinal game with Texas and Arizona State was unbelievable.
You're right.
It was incredible.
That's what it was. You're right.
The rest of it, I really don't remember. I mean, I know Ohio State won, but I mean, that game was incredible. And that's where Cam Scatterby sort of like, if you didn't know, you found out. That's where that came from. Listen, I think James Madison being in it is a joke, and to me, that kind of spoils more or less everything. So, also, just an FYI.
As is Tulane, by the way. Tulane's not doing jack squat.
Fine. I'm with you on that, too. Arch Manning is taking a pay cut in his NIL to help them finance other things. That's the story out there today. That's the story today.
What's the pay cut?
I don't know specifically. I just found it funny that Arch Manning is taking one for the team so Texas can invest the money in other places so they can pursue a national championship.
Because they got a hard salary cap that they're running out of space.
If the story wasn't so stupid, it'd be hard to even believe.
Well, what's the rule they got now where the schools are allowed to spend X
$25 million, and it can be divvied up through all of your sports. So if you opt into it, and you don't have to opt into it, by the way, but if you opt into it, there's $25 million available to all the sports.
Will the Texas opt in?
I'm sure
they do. Is the NIL he's taking a cut on the one provided by the school?
Oh, that's a good question.
And does he still have money?
Great question.
He's doing that glasses commercial, the Warble commercial with his dad.
He's making the money the other way. Yeah, maybe it's not that big of a sacrifice for Arch is where you're going. Do you guys want to take a shot at Name That Big Cat?
We're playing the game. I've got it already.
Do you want to play your game and this game at the exact same time like we did the last time?
Oh, we could.
You want to just do that?
Yeah, might as well.
Okay.
Have fun.
4
minutes.
Let's do the intro there, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
PhD is getting you set for the Broncos and Jaguars. And now It's time to play.
Name that big cat!
Name that big cat. On Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
The Broncos playing the Jaguars. We have a few big cats. We'll hear the sound effect of the big cat. And Tyler and Scott, this game is for you two in particular. Just name that big cat when you can hear it. Are you guys ready?
Let's go.
Scott, are you ready?
Oh, I could.
All right, go for it, Dan.
You know what that sounds like?
Take a guess.
That sounds like Scott every segment.
Holy cow. Oh, my goodness.
Snow leopard.
It is a snow leopard. Unbelievable.
Nope.
It is a snow leopard.
Nope. Okay. It's a clouded leopard.
It is congratulations, Scott.
Thank you.
Dan, can we have the next congratulations, Scott. It is a snow leopard.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dan. Next one.
That's a Bengal tiger.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Bengal tiger.
That is a Bengal tiger. Scott has 2 in a row. Way to go,
this
Scott.
is impressive.
Incredible. Are you ready for the next one, Dan?
Lynx.
Go ahead. It is a lynx, Tyler. Tyler can we play the sound effect anyways? That's a lynx. Unbelievable. Are you ready for the next one? It's 3-2. Scott leads Tyler. Time to come back. We have 2 more to go. Go ahead, Dan.
Serval. No, shut up. Hey, that's it. Hey, I'm just happy with, that was cool.
That's a game right there. On the Feast of Stephen, when the snow lay round about, deep and crisp and even, brightly shone the moon that night.
I don't know.
Certainly you got us a liger or a tigun, right?
Do you want to hear the last one?
Is it a liger?
Dan, do the last one.
Liger.
It's a liger! That is a liger! How did you know that?
I don't know, but you ruined the game.
All right. Go ahead, Scott.
This is a fun game, and then you ruined it.
Scott, what do you got?
This is why you can't play the games.
Exactly.
Credit.
No, I'm listening. Go.
On the Feast of Stephen, when the snow lay round about.
Say it again.
I don't know this one.
Say it again.
On the Feast of Stephen.
No. Let it.
On the Feast of Stephen, when the snow lay round about.
I don't know this one. I don't know the Feast
If I do the tune?
Yeah.
Dun, dun,
Dun,
dun, dun,
dun,
dun,
dun, dun, dun, dun, Stephen.
When the snow lay round about, dip and crease and when a poor man came inside,
don't know the name of it.
Good King Wenceslas.
Good King Wenceslas. I should have known.
Dan can even play these.
Yeah, you got any more?
Or do I have more?
We get time for probably one more.
Okay, one more, Ray.
Yeah.
Because usually, you know, his Christmas songs usually starts off with the name of the title.
Whatever you want.
Make the Yuletide gay. From now on, our troubles will be miles away.
Make the Yuletide gay. Silent Night.
Here we are as in olden days, happy golden days of yore. Faithful friends who are dear to us, gather near to us.
That is not a cat. That's a cat.
I wish you a Merry Christmas.
That's a bird.
I know that though, Scott.
You swear that's a cat.
Have yourself.
I got it. I did have it.
What kind of cat?
I guess I was looking for the have yourself.
That's
have
a cheetah.
That's a good
Christmas.
one.
All right.
No way.
Oh, here's a good last one.
Last one. All right, last one.
That's a parrot.
Among the leaves so green, here we come a-wandering, so fair to be
That
seen.
sounds like a Friday night.
A wassailing song. The
Play
wassail
the
song.
Friday night again?
You know, I think it's the same thing as the wassailing song.
I think it's the same thing.
It's Here We Come a Caroling.
It's the same thing.
I think it's the same too.
It's the same
Here we
thing.
come a wassailing.
Yeah.
And now they changed it to caroling.
It's the same thing.
That's a double bonus point for you.
Thank you. I killed Tyler
You
in that
killed
game.
Tyler.
I was
8
talking
to
to Dan.
0.
No, I understand. And for anybody that doesn't get the joke, Scott doesn't wear headphones. Okay.
Oh, I can hear it. I turn it up a million miles an hour.
I gotcha. All right. All right, boys.
Hey, man.
Whoever came up with a kitty cat soundtrack game.
Hey, Three Dogs
That dude
Tavern.
is a genius.
Nate Kreckman at Three Dogs Tavern in the North Denver neighborhood. Or I don't know exactly what the hipster name is for that neighborhood. Nate, do you?
This would be what you would call the Highlands.
The
North
Highlands.
Denver. You can all just calm down.
It's
okay. Andy, you want to explain the Denver?
Yeah, I grew up here. Did you grow up in Boston? What's your exact neighborhood there? DMac?
We got
I like
no
Vic
den
Lombardi.
truther
He's
over
from
here.
Worcester.
Damn right we do.
maybe North Reading.
Damn right we do. We're by
So,
North High
Andy,
School.
do
We're not
you-
by Highlands High School.
See,
Last I checked,
Tyler's
North High School,
Lynn,
right?
the
They're
city
gonna have to
of sin.
rebrand it soon.
Tyler's
Maybe.
a local. He doesn't seem to give a crap about the
Because he
names.
grew up in a gated community none of us are allowed to come into.
It was a great community. Kids
Yeah.
grew up quick around there, Andy.
Okay, so you're
Sure they
saying the
did. Well, they might
defense
have. I've
or
heard
the
some stories.
hatred of the foo-foo shishi names of Denver is based on your economic status growing up?
No, I just don't. I think it's hilarious that a lot of us grew up with this is what it was, and then some
And
New
then the
York,
man
some
changed
New
it.
York real estate tycoon comes in and decides they're just gonna. Some Boston guy wants to come in and start naming our neighborhoods. You know?
Are you okay with Lodo? You like Lodo?
Yeah, because it was still Lodo when I was the kid.
When did it become Lodo?
It was always Lodo. You just didn't want to.
Ah.
You still want to go to Lodo.
Okay.
Lodo
about
is
the
where you
milk
wanted
block?
to go once Coors Field was built.
Sure.
Lodo is where you tried to prove you were tough enough to get out of Lodo before Coors Field.
No,
Yes,
the dairy.
yes.
What is it? The dairy block? What?
The dairy block
Yeah,
is really cool.
that's basically the Purina plant.
Yeah.
What? No, it's not. The dairy block.
Yeah, it is. You could smell the
Dairy
yes.
block's downtown.
Andy, you're clueless.
Period. Yeah, Andy, you're wrong on
The
that
dairy
one.
block is literally like a block in Lodo. It's actually a neighborhood inside of a neighborhood.
Yeah,
in Lodo.
I did a Whiskey X event in the dairy block, and you could see the stupid plant from there, and you could smell the
What are
the
you
smell.
talking about? You really don't know what the dairy block is in downtown Denver, Andy. I swear to God, you don't. My friend.
What's the one with the flour place? It was the old flour mill they made into condominiums. They call that something.
No clue.
It's right behind Coors Field.
Oh, that. There's a lot of stuff going on down.
I like the
don't
Golden
know.
Triangle.
I don't know the names of anything.
No,
Scotty,
they stole that name.
What about Rhino? Do you guys like Rhino?
Do you like
Rhino?
5 points? Are you a Rhino guy? Tyler was at Rhino last night.
Yeah.
What's South Broadway now? Sobo? Is that what that now is?
I've never heard that one.
Yeah. It's everything is hip now. That's the way this town works.
By the way,
and we
Andy,
are. If you're new to town, we're in the Highlands. If you're old to town, we're in North Denver today.
We don't care. Just come see us. We've had great
Exactly.
crowds at these. Let's keep it up.
We're
Let's
at
keep
the
it
Three
going.
Dogs Tavern. I have yet to see a dog here, but I'm assuming there's a trio of them here somewhere.
Oh, there's dog parks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, I saw a lot of dogs walking around Sloan's Lake.
Okay. Well, maybe those dogs are coming to the Three Dogs Tavern. But, yeah, we're here for Bud Light Football Friday. We're giving away Broncos Jaguars tickets, courtesy of our friends at Bud Light. So everybody should come down here and sign up and get the tickets. It's going to be awesome, man. Broncos Jags on Sunday. Do you guys are you guys in the same boat that I am? I didn't hear your game picks. Are you guys in
We
the
all got the
same boat that
Broncos.
I am?
Yeah.
Where it's like I can't find a reason why I think the Broncos would lose this game, and
I'm not
maybe
there. I'm not there with
maybe
you
I'm
at
starting
all.
to get nervous about that because I just think the Broncos are so inevitable when they play on their home field. And I think the Jags are good. Like I think they're a legitimately good NFL team. They could win a playoff game. If the Jaguars played in the AFC Championship game with as wide open as things are, I wouldn't be stunned at all. And yet I don't know how any team comes into Mile High and beats the Broncos right now.
I'm picking the Broncos, but like 27-26. Tyler's got it by like, what do you got, 6 points, something like that?
27-21, and Trevor Lawrence will toss up an interception.
Okay, so we both have them winning, but
right,
what are you going to be shocked if Cam Little boots a 65-yarder to win it for the Jags? I wouldn't be. I mean, that guy has the record for the longest kick in the NFL. He's coming to Denver.
It's a 3-point spread. And the Broncos have not been great as favorites this year. That's one of the kind of weird things about their record against the spread. The pass rush, the crowd noise. Like Trevor Lawrence has been playing really well. They've got things locked down offensively. Like I've been impressed with Jacksonville. Everything that I've taken a look at, I just like. Given the way they played against Green Bay, given what happened against the Giants, I'm just like, I don't know how anybody wins in this place.
Do you think the Jaguars are tougher, the same, or less tough than the Packers last weekend?
I would call that. I think Green Bay coming into that game was I would say is a better team than Jacksonville. With a healthy Micah Parsons, with a healthy Christian Watson, with a healthy Zach Tom at right tackle, like Green Bay looked like a Super Bowl team to me. And again, I know the Jags are playing well, but quality of opponents has not necessarily been great. Although Jacksonville scored a lot of points against Houston. They scored a lot of points against the Chargers.
Yep.
Like those are both tough defensive teams. That's what's so weird about it is I think that there's things Jacksonville can do to give the Broncos problems, and yet I can't find a pathway in my head where Jacksonville could come in here and beat the Broncos.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. Andy, you agree with that?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Jacksonville, I told people beginning of the year that could be the sneaky tough game because I thought they might give Houston a challenge. But look, my reasoning was based on the fact that I thought Travis Hunter might be something special for them. Obviously, that's not how the story is played out. And it's really weird, and I think, DMac, you guys mentioned it on your show this week too.
Mm-hmm.
It's just funny how Trevor Lawrence is always good with a coach in the first year, and then I guess we'll see what next year brings. But he his first year with Doug Peterson, guy was really, really good.
Yep.
So he's really, really good at playing really, really good football right now. Nate talked about it. Is a defense or Bo Nix? DMac, yesterday Nate said that we could see a game plan that looks more like that Raider game in Vegas.
Okay.
Where Bo may just have to check down a bit because he's got a lot of zone, a lot of eyes on him, a lot of maybe not taking the same chances he took last week. And, look, I love the Bo Nix game last week. I had my first helping of Bo Leaf eggnog out of the old punch bowl because I just loved how aggressive he played and some of the throws that maybe were a little dangerous that he made. And I felt like he wasn't a robot. There's just a lot of things I wanted to see he showed me in that game. But this game might require a little mixture of that game and the Raider game because of the way Jacksonville plays defense. And you see a lot of zone. You may have to take the check down stuff. You may not be great to try to fit it into a guy of a safety staring at your throw. So, but yeah, I think the Broncos. Look, I don't know how you function as an offense in the crowd noise
against
with this
pass
defense.
rush, yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree? You've been at the games, DMac. And
I have.
Is it as loud as Sean has said?
Yes,
you were there for 2015.
It's yes, and yes. Sean is not exaggerating. It's not hyperbole. It is. You can tell the difference. You really can. And there's not going to be a lot of Jags fans there, obviously. So
apparently we have one in our own very studio.
We do. Oh. Is Springer a Jags fan?
No.
Oh, are you talking about Cole?
Cole Ward.
Oh, our engineer. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. I was like, Cole's with us. No, wait. Cole isn't with us.
Is Cole – he was wearing a Trevor Lawrence jersey.
Yeah, he's it.
Cole is a diehard, going back to Gardner Minshew Jags fan.
Cole is the North Denver version of Jacksonville Jaguar fandom. Like, he had a Gardner Minshew jersey. He had a Beowulf. Remember when they were calling Gardner Beowulf? Remember he had that shirt?
It's his middle name, isn't it?
Is it? I don't know. All I know is Cole. Cole's not a Johnny-come-late. Cole is cheering
he's
for
legit.
crappy Jags teams, man.
You know what Cole is? He's the kind of guy that calls the neighborhood that you guys are currently broadcasting from the Highlands.
Oh, he's the North. See, you got it wrong, Mike. I just said it. Are the headphones on?
Do you understand the bid I just played right there? I'm saying that
Cole, I get it.
Cole is wearing a Jaguars jersey.
Cole
of course
is so
he calls
old
it Highlands.
school. He's so old school. He calls them North Denver because he's been with that thing from the very beginning.
All right.
Anyway,
he's a damn transplant.
Sanford
I'm born and raised here in Colorado. Just a tried and true Coloradoan.
I'm going to start calling it No Den.
All right. Now that we can work with. Hey, did you get your ice cream, DMac? What's the update? Did you get the ice cream?
He tweeted it out.
I haven't even talked about it, but I did get the ice cream from Sean Payne last night.
Jenny's ice cream?
Despite a little cantankerous relationship this year, he kept you on the ice cream.
I haven't heard great stuff about how Sean views you these days.
If you were on the inside or if you were one of the selected few, you got your ice cream yesterday. So I got my ice cream yesterday.
I mean, on the inside, I saw like 50 people tweet it out. How inside do you got to be?
About 50 people. I think that's about right.
Oh, cool.
It's
that's
a large
really
building.
inside.
They've
man.
got a very big inside over there.
Really, a Broncos insider here, Darren McKee, and one of 50 media members.
I was very grateful and thankful. I have my 6 pints of Jenny's ice cream.
I'm playing, man.
So I got a very non-handmade card from Sean. It wasn't at all just printed generically.
Corporate card.
It wasn't like that at all. Of course he wants to wish happy holidays to me and my family. No, I'll tell you this. All joking aside, I think it's a nice moment, and I think the Broncos PR staff at Sean's behest does an excellent job with what Sean wants. This is a Sean thing. He wants to do this, and then they have to make it happen. So I give them a lot of credit. I think it's a cool deal. It's Sean Payton, so, how seriously do you take it? But it is kind of a fun gesture. And, yes, everybody who got their ice cream was bragging about it on social media.
Yeah, don't they have to do anything that Sean Payton wants them to do in any given moment? He says jump, and they
because
say...
I got 6 pints of ice cream? Dude, so do you feel I'm compromised now because I have 6 pints of ice cream 3 years in a row from Sean Payton?
I don't. No, I don't know that I can handle it in my current diet. I'd have 2 bites of it.
I'll tell you what.
Now, back in the day, you would have had 3 of your bites would have been gone in an afternoon. But that ain't Andy anymore.
You are not right about that because last year I learned my lesson. I brought the pints of ice cream in. I put them in the freezer here at work, and the only person who had any of them was Raj to stick in his coffee. That was it.
That is
nobody here.
Why wasn't aware they were for us?
It was in the freezer. I said over and over again, take some Sean ice cream, and nobody wanted it.
That's the difference between Andy, myself, and Krecker from our guy Raj, is that Raj took his very own silver spoon and dipped it right into that ice cream without any form whatsoever and just plopped it right into his coffee because that's what apparently what's Colorado Academy graduates do instead of having just normal coffee.
Did Raj graduate from Colorado Academy?
You betcha.
I didn't know that.
Yes, he did.
Oh, come on.
Oh, I
a lot
did
of
not.
you Syracuse guys have that sort of school background.
He's a Colorado Academy guy?
He wore an ascot to school every day, a smoking scarf.
An ascot.
By the way, if you think I'm protective of the North Denver term, get me around some ice cream. If it's my ice cream, I don't want you taking it unless I told you could have some, so I was not going to eat your ice cream without a formal invitation.
Well, I thought I made it clear to everybody. But I think there's still some in there, Andy, and you're invited
from last year.
Frozen is frozen. I mean, I don't know.
I just got to find the silver spoon to be able to spoon it in.
All right, hold on. You know that Andy went to private school, right?
Yeah, Mullen.
No.
But you know what I'll tell you about Mullen?
I went to Catholic school. It was much different.
I'll say
Mullen
this about
I went
Andy.
to was not the Mullen of what it is
I
today.
am rolling my eyes, Andy. Private school, Catholic school. It's the same thing, brother.
Hey, DMac, I was serving you lunch at that school so I could go to that school, just so you know.
You were serving me lunch?
Yeah,
Where'd you go to high school?
Yeah, you don't know nothing about that. I got to vacuum the classrooms afterwards, too. You want to go deeper into it? And then when somebody got good enough at lacrosse, they decided they didn't want me to do that anymore. Just make sure you get to practice, kid.
I went to good old Ipswich High School, public school, but my brother did go to St. John's Prep, a private Catholic school.
Listen, you got a guy that owns a tennis court in Greenwich.
Who?
You know how you roll? Your uncle, Greenwich, Connecticut guy.
He had a clay court in Stowe, Vermont that I visited twice ever.
That sounds like North Denver to me.
I did have a car and a boat when I was in high school, though. That is
He
true.
is so annoyed.
That's
Hey,
pretty
what's
cool.
out of this in any way?
I know you guys. Oh, the hard scrabble life. Oh, just dirt.
Listen,
dirt
Wakanda over
floors.
here.
My dad.
I don't know. I feel
all
like I know
is that my
nothing
dad,
about your hometown.
My dad grew up in the trades, man. The trade of developing wide receiver talent at the University of Southern California, and I went to Los Alamitos High School.
Your school sounded cool because you had a bunch of ska bands bouncing around.
We had that, and we also had some pretty. We had Rob Nen and JT Snow. Pretty
now,
good.
hold on. Were you the Snoop
Rob
Dogg
Nen
guy
at your
too?
high school? Hold
Yeah,
on. Who cares? Rob Nen went to your high school?
Rob Nen and JT Snow were on the same high school baseball team, and both
No way.
were quarterbacks, quarterback and receiver at one time for the Los Alamitos
Did
Griffins.
Rob Nen, did he have the weird hitch in his delivery even then where he would tap the toe and then
He was a
throw it?
wide receiver. JT Snow was the quarterback. Rob Nen, so his nickname was the Blade because he was so tall and so skinny that he literally looked like a blade in and of himself. That was his nickname.
That's awesome.
Now, they're older than me, but I heard all
Did
the
they win a
stories.
state title in baseball? I would hope they did.
You betcha.
Yeah.
Legendary baseball team.
How
One
about
of the
the
best in
football
Orange
team
County
do?
history.
Yeah.
Football team pretty good too then?
Yeah, JT Snow is unreal. He was
Typically,
a
if you're a
baller.
pretty good baseball player that involves throwing, you can sling
Well,
the pigskin a bit too.
And you do know JT Snow's dad was like a legendary Los Angeles Ram, Jack Snow.
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't he pass? We talked to him. I used to love talking to him when he was a Rams commentator, and he passed on us way too early. It was a bummer.
Hey, speaking of
really
the Rams,
friendly guy.
Okay, was I the only one
that didn't understand half the game last night?
I heard a whistle
on the 2-point play.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying earlier today. If
I
you hear
heard
a whistle,
it's
over. Like
it's over.
I don't know what world exists that the National Football League would say an inadvertent whistle on a very questionable lateral,
right?
And you can just haphazardly pick up the football and call it a 2-point conversion to tie the game.
You know, and it's like Zach Charbonnet. There's like a faction of people that are just like, "Oh man, what a headsy player!
What a witty play!"
No, he did. He just walked over and picked up the football.
Yeah,
there was no urgency to what he was doing at all. He didn't know what he was doing.
He was half getting ready to toss it back to the refs as a polite gesture.
He was just standing there, and he just bent down and picked it up, and that resulted in 2 points for the Seattle Seahawks. That play was such garbage. Like, it was freaking crap.
I will confess to both of you all, this tells you how great our Denver sports scene is. I checked in on that game a couple of times last night, and it looked so boring. I stuck with the Nuggets, man.
Oh, that game was epic.
The Nuggets game was so much fun.
Arguably
I
the best.
saw the
My
2-point
gosh.
play on – I've watched the 2-point play on 1,000 tweets, and I'm still trying to figure out how the hell that was allowed to be – I realized it was a backward pass, and it goes forward, and you can recover the fumble and fourth down and all that crap.
That part of it
looked like just a dead pass play to me.
That part of it is all correct, except for the part where I heard a whistle.
Yeah, which means this play is stopped, and you can't unchange anything
and I thought the play was
killed
over.
action.
Yeah, and it's when everybody in the building and everybody on the broadcast, I mean, I guess Terry McCauley was there on Amazon, and he kind of jumped in on it. But when everybody in the world is just like nothing just happened, and the NFL was like, no, we have to make sure that something just happened. It was such an insane game that happened last night. And I got to be honest with you guys. Like, I know that the Seahawks won the game, right? Like, they're the 1 seed in the NFC right now. That game doesn't change the way I feel about the Rams.
Not one bit. How good was Matt Stafford? How good was Puka Nacua? It's otherworldly.
They were both phenomenal. They had a 16-point lead. It was a punt return, which, by the way, it was their first punt of the game in the fourth quarter, and Rashid Shaheed takes it to the house, and that flips the game. Okay, you get the 2 points. Like, that's wonderful, but that was random as hell. Like, they hit what, 3 2-point plays in that game to come back and win, which are all coin flips. I just and I'm not trying to take anything away from Seattle. Like, their defense stepped up and got the stops when they had to have them. Sam Darnold was there, and he had the drive in overtime when he had to have it. But again, like the multitude of events, unlikely events that had to happen for Seattle to win that game, it's just kind of like, okay, it was a coin flip. I take no doubt out of the Rams. The Rams are still awesome. That's my takeaway from that game. And also, they scored 37 friggin' points against that outstanding Seattle defense, which that defense is awesome.
Well, I also think Seattle's pretty good, too. And
they are.
Good. You know what? Good for Sam Darnold.
Mm-hmm.
Half the reason why I checked out is my buddy and I were watching the game, and I go, Sam Darnold sucks against the Rams, and we went to the Nuggets game, and I didn't think I had to check back in until Twitter alerted me to.
You know who else knows that he sucks against the Rams?
Sam Darnold.
is Mike McDonald, because he threw the ball 6 times in the first half of that game. 6 throws in the first half. It was just like, we're not going to let Sam Darnold mistakes beat us tonight. We're going to try and keep this thing close in that way. Now, later in the game, when they had to open it up, Darnold was able to make the plays, but like I don't know how much I trust Seattle to go really far with that quarterback.
We'll see.
He's just turned back into a pumpkin in my mind.
I think you're too hard on him. I just don't think you're like Sam Darnold.
You thought he was a pumpkin in that second half yesterday? And into overtime?
But again, like the touchdown drive that he put together, he made 1 throw. Like, that was it. Like, there was they had the reverse
the throw
to
that he made,
and he made the throw. And it was a really good throw to the tight end. Like, I was really impressed with the way that Darnold was playing early on in the year. I mean, Andy thinks I'm bagging on Sam Darnold, but look at the play calling.
No.
Their coaches don't believe in him right now. They're trying to win with defense in their run game. They don't trust their quarterback.
But I would tell you this. I feel like he is – look, I'm not telling you he's all pro.
Yeah.
And I'm not telling you he's a top 10 guy.
I'm not telling you he sucks.
But I do think you have a little –
But that coaching staff does not trust him. Watch those games.
Fair enough.
Look
here's
at the
what
number.
I think,
He threw 6 times
Nate,
in the first half. That's not a quarterback you believe in.
You've talked a lot about – well, we got a little of that going on here at times.
Yeah.
You've talked about this week how you can't like you look at Jacksonville and you can't get out of your head what Jacksonville is. I think Sam Darnold had such a long period of suck. You got a little of that going on with him too.
There might be some of that, but ultimately, like
I think he's played himself into a top 15 quarterback.
100%.
Middle of the league, middle of the pack.
Yeah,
they're the number one seed in the NFC right now. It has to be.
But when you say he's top 15, what you mean is he's 15th.
Yeah. Oh, just like we did our Bronco exercise yesterday.
Exactly. So that means he's 15th.
We may have to ask Sanford the kicker question about 10, by the way.
The guy on the other side, that guy's friggin' special, man.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. But, hey, are you worried? I'll ask you both real quick.
He took a shot last night.
You saw it.
He took a shot.
I mean, right in the ribcage.
Yeah.
And the way he was walking, you and I both have had our share of back problems.
Yeah.
Like, that did not look – I
Yeah.
think he took the hit to the front, but I think it screwed something up in his back.
Yep. I agree.
If I were the Rams, I'd be a little – I think you're glad you got 10 days off, right?
Wild game, though, last night. Awesome game.
But so was the Nuggets game. What a great night of sports,
How
man.
often NFL, like a massively hyped NFL game, how often does it live up to the hype?
Especially
That
a Thursday one,
lived
dude.
up to all of it last night. That thing was
most
so
of them
good.
look like Broncos Raiders here.
Yeah.
Because they're divisional and both teams are tired.
Right.
What-
It was so good.
I thought the game lived up to the hype, just like the Patriots and Bills game did a week ago.
Bills last week, yeah.
And I think that we're going to continue to see that this week. I think the Bears and Packers game's going to end up being a classic. I've got Green Bay winning that.
Hey, do we have an update on the receiver that went out, Christian Watson?
I
can't believe the guy's practicing.
I heard
all of a sudden
positive
they're trying
news.
to claim he may play.
Yeah, I've heard
It's a little nutty.
No,
they need him to.
I think he's going to be. I think he's going in. He's listed as questionable. But if you're questionable in Week 16, you're playing.
By the way, are we going to have any of this wind left around on Sunday?
I don't know. Good question.
Because I haven't thought about the weather all week because it's been so nice.
Right.
We start blowing 100 through the stadium. Good night.
Yeah, that would not be ideal. You don't want to be doing that.
Are we going to get one of those CU smells in the third quarter if that wind keeps going? It's going to blow it all out of Boulder.
Also, should we be talking about blowing that much there, Mr. Flyers broadcaster?
Yeah, I'd slow down there.
I mean,
I would slow down
do?
there. Yep.
How do? How do? And you know what? I will. I think we have a little bit of empathy. I think I speak for all of us here because I know us well. That's a joke a lot of us would make. I hate to tell you.
Spring, do you have the audio? Do we have the bleeped audio of
They do.
Flyers
It's in
guy?
there.
It's in there.
Moj called for it today. I heard Moj calling for it.
Oh, my God.
Went to see my guy Jerry.
Yes, it was so good. Live mic moment, Flyers broadcaster last night. Tim. Yeah, Tim Saunders, 30-year veteran radio voice of the Flyers. Roll it, Spring.
Sometimes the Flyers get a sense of urgency when they're playing from behind. Now they're going to take the TV timeout. We'll take it as well. 7 gone in the third. It's 3-2 Buffalo on the Philadelphia Flyers broadcast network. Pump it up, it up, it up, it up.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
While you're down there, would you mind me?
I think we're still on the air, Tim.
And that is the sound.
No, we're not, are we?
That's my
Yeah,
worst
you are.
nightmare as a board op.
Yeah, you are.
So here's the thing, okay? So that's Tim Saunders. He's been given a 2-game suspension, which
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, you got no choice, but
we're right. But I think we should be applauding him, okay? We as a society, we have evolved, okay? We have gone through Me Too. And in 2025, when that joke gets made, he was being polite. He was looking for consent.
Sure.
Would you mind?
Sure.
Hey, as long as you're down there, would you mind?
For anybody that I'm sure you and I don't know if Mike's had this happen yet, but you and I have done 1,000 remotes, especially game remotes. It's funny. I had this guy, we called him the Wizard, Kenny Danon, the engineer of the Broncos forever. I think you met him during your brief 3-week stint at iHeart. And he would always get underneath the table and start messing with wires and trying to reconnect heads because stuff happens in a broadcast.
Yeah.
So for anybody wondering why he would come up with that, there probably was like an engineer dude.
Something was getting
underneath
plugged
trying to
in.
replug it,
Right.
and he just is being locker room Joe. And
Yep.
you better hear those commercials before you go popping off because apparently the board op stepped out to see a man about a horse.
3-0
I
ball
heard
game.
No commercials, right?
It's a 3-0 ball game with the Reds in front of the Royals as we go to the top half of the fifth inning. Castellanos to lead things off.
Yeah.
Jim Day is going to take us the rest of the way through the game as Holland takes over on the mound.
Deep drive to left.
Yeah, and that's the funniest part. And then when the guy gets up, you know what I could also see? I could see the guy grabbing his little mic because the mic you hear is his mic to talk to the guy. We're still on the air. You can tell that guy is about ready to throw up.
Yeah, his color guy is just like
diamonds are coming out of orifices at that point.
So good.
I pride myself and think of myself as a man of faith. There's a deep drive into left field by Castellanos. It will be a home run.
I will say this. What Tom Brenneman said was massively worse than what Tim Saunders said last night. That was just funny. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. We are live at Three Dogs Tavern here in No Den. That's what we've settled on for today. That's North Denver here on 32nd. You want to win Broncos Jags tickets, get down here. Sign up. Kreckman and Lindahl with the Sandman on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Happy Bud Light Football Friday, everybody. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Kreckman and Lindahl along with Mike Sanford here in hour number 1 of this show. Real guesty in hour number 2. Mia O'Brien's going to be with us. We've had Mia on before. Great Jags talker. She's going to be with us today at 4 o'clock. Jeff Lakewald at 20 minutes after 4, and then Dan Hyatt at 4:45. 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. Jamal Murray continues to be phenomenal. Jokic was incredible last night. By the way, Andy, I did shed a happy tear for you on that Jokic to Valanciunas assist last night in the brief double big lineup minutes.
You know that brought me a ton of joy. You know what I thought was crazy is that I would think for some reason like it surprised the pass surprised Val more than I expected it to. He was like, "There's the ball."
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And I was just like, come on, you guys have had to play a little bit internationally together, haven't you? Why are you surprised Jokic is feeding you, big boy?
Not from the same country.
No, I know that, but I just figured maybe a tournament here, there's something.
Yeah.
I mean, he's familiar with the game of Nikola Jokic, right?
I think it's one of those things where
the ball to come your way if you're open.
I think it's one of those things where, like, and I think we watch everybody that plays with Jokic kind of do this of just like, oh, I didn't really realize it was going to be this convenient.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, he went there, and you're just going to hand me the ball right by the bucket?
Exactly.
I loved watching Val last night.
Yeah,
I really hope Val wants to come back next year, man. I'd like to see a couple years out of the guy.
Yeah, he's been really, really good.
Well, he's just so physical.
Nice victory last night. They came out kind of sleepwalking, and then a 35-7 run in the second quarter. Got a little hairy in the fourth, but all was well. Nice victory last night for the Nuggets. Jokic, another triple-double. He is approaching Oscar Robertson. He got the assist for centers record last night. Good night out there at the Big Ball.
All right, I want to ask you both a question. Mike's a coach. Nate's watched more basketball than anybody probably in this bar. Come on down to Three Dogs Tavern and join us. Mike, and I even heard you say this on the morning sprint today, and I think PhD got it. We all get on the Nuggets for coming out and taking a team lightly and this, that, the other, overlooking it. Do you think that, like last night, I don't know if they overlooked it. I just think this Nuggets team, what I feel like I'm figuring out about them, is sometimes it just takes them a minute to get into the game. I don't think they come out and they're not taking you seriously. It just, we've had a few first quarters where it feels like they got a little warm-up. They got to give a rev-up. You know what I mean? And I feel like as long as you get there, because they usually seem to get there, then what does it matter? Does that mean they're taking people lightly? Do you feel like they took them lightly last night?
No. So I agree to a certain extent with the fact that I by no means is this current iteration of the Nuggets taking an Orlando Magic team that's been pretty dang hot lightly whatsoever. But what I do see is this is a Nuggets team that's playing without the way it was constructed to play. Missing 2 of its most important central figures. And so there are some uncomfortable moments because the brain behind how this team's going to play, it's been compromised with the injuries of both Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown. So there always seems to be this Rubik's Cube equation that they're figuring out in almost every game. It doesn't even matter who they're playing.
Well, and last night, I mean, they started a lineup. Have they used that lineup this year? The Bruce Brown, Spencer Jones lineup. Has that lineup even played together?
I'm not in starter minutes.
Not that I recall.
And
maybe they did have some minutes together prior to last night. But yeah, they were starting a lineup that doesn't play together. It's just a classic trap spot. You're playing the Magic on a Thursday night between 2 Rockets games. Like, yeah, you were probably – I wasn't terribly surprised by what we saw. They also just kind of shot like crap in the first quarter.
Well, I was about to say another reason why I think they had the rough start, guys, is because Bruce Brown was great in the second half and he wasn't real great in the first half.
Yeah,
he was getting the ball stolen. And ball was going off his face on missed dribbles. He couldn't hit a shot. I mean, he fired up. They were fine.
Yeah, everything was good last night. Here's the other part about it, and this goes to show you guys just how friggin' good Jokic and Jamal have been this year, is that they're basically playing with, 3/5 of their starting lineup, and it's like they haven't missed a beat. You don't even notice it most nights. Like, think how friggin' good they're going to be when Aaron Gordon's back on the floor, when Christian Brown is back on the floor. That's what's
Peyton
crazy
Watson's
about
back
this.
in. Man, they didn't even have Peyton Watson last night.
And it's his trunk is too contused
Dude,
to be able to play.
Did you watch him walking again?
Yeah.
I think I saw him go out to give high fives, and he almost had that arm tapered to his side.
Take your
I
time,
don't think
dude.
he's gonna be ready tomorrow.
Take your time, dude. I don't think playing the Houston Rockets is a good idea.
Yeah, that's
right
not
now.
the cure for whatever it is you got done to your trunk.
Yeah.
By the way, here's all the dogs, Nate.
That's
Are there-
that's
Is there a
Pictures
parade of dogs?
Oh,
on the wall.
That's a lot more than
There's
three.
a lot of dogs. Yeah.
What variety of dogs do they advertise? The three dogs?
There's a pug. We got a little everything.
There appears to be every breed.
Is there a Scotty?
That you can imagine.
I don't see Hastings up there, no.
I don't see the guy from Star Trek up there anywhere.
I don't
Nope.
see Scotty beaming anybody up. No, I don't see a Scottish dog.
I don't see a single one of those.
One dog just has a huge tongue coming your way.
Hey, Sandman, tell me the Liam Cohen offense. What it specifically has done, what it did for Baker Mayfield last year, what it's doing for Trevor Lawrence right now, and where it could give the Broncos problems on Sunday.
The unique part about Liam Cohen's iteration of the Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDaniel spinoff of all of Mike Shanahan's old offenses, because they all come from the same spot. That's where Liam Cohen's calling card was, I learned under Sean McVay. I was most intimately connected to the Sean McVay trajectory. But what he did differently, and I respect him for this, and this is why I think it's working with Trevor Lawrence, is he went and coached college football 2 different times at the University of Kentucky.
Yeah.
And so he knows quarterback-driven run game now. He understands RPO game. And I'm not saying that NFL coaches like Sean Payton or Sean McVay don't know the RPO game or the zone read game or the quarterback-driven run game, but they don't know it as intimately as you do when you coach at places like Kentucky that frankly need to have some of the quarterback run game to have a chance in that league. He was really good at Kentucky, but the basis of all of this system is it's motion, it's wide zone, and it is the bootleg naked game off of the wide zone. But he's evolved in his own way, both as in his experience as an offensive coordinator in college football, but also this season as the years progressed to make this more of a Trevor Lawrence-friendly offense. Trevor Lawrence is never going to be Aaron Rodgers. It's not his style of play. He's never going to just live and die within the pocket and just be that guy, just like Bo Nix isn't either, I don't think. And so I think he's done a nice job of adapting and learning his quarterback, just frankly almost how Sean Payton's this year as the years progressed. It seems like he is more in line with what Bo Nix does well, as opposed to just saying, Bo, learn my offense, and if you can't, then I'm going to hang you out to dry.
You know what's interesting, what you said right there is, quarterback-driven run game, essentially. That's one thing that concerns me a little bit for the Broncos on Sunday. Last week, Lawrence, he ran for 51 yards and a touchdown against the Jets. With as much man as the Broncos like to play, that is one area where, because Trevor Lawrence is a damn good athlete, that's something to watch out for in this game is if Trevor Lawrence gets loose a couple of times on a few scrambles and flips the field with a pickup of 20, 25 yards in the middle of a drive. I think that's one thing the Broncos got to watch out for.
Well, and it's a good call, Nate. Mike, I remember us talking about it on a couple of those post-game shows a year ago, but you can't go with that zone plan like they do against Baltimore. The Broncos just are not as strong a zone team as I think Sean sometimes wishes they were. I know when they play Lamar Jackson, he doesn't want him in man coverage. He wants eyes on the quarterback, and so they're going to probably have to spy him this week, aren't they, Coach? They'll probably have to spy Trevor a little bit.
Yeah, it was interesting. Last week's game against Jordan Love was one of the highest percentages of zone coverage the Broncos had played all season. And while at the end of the day you won the football game and it all worked, it was a little bit more uncomfortable than you've been all year. Would you guys agree on that, especially early on in the game?
Jordan Love was lights out in the first half of that game. They just couldn't finish in the red zone. Red zone defense was the difference.
Well, and let's be honest. If Christian Watson doesn't go out, I mean, again, we all love the win, and I'll take the win, and I don't care if you have your best players or not. But let's not – they did get lucky that he left the game.
The
he was
double
causing them
whammy
problems.
of a turnover and an injury to their best offensive skill position player all happening in one play.
Yeah.
The Broncos were healthy beneficiaries of that, but hey, man, they finished that football game. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. We're live at Three Dogs Tavern, where you can sign up to win Broncos Jags tickets. Do have to be 21 to get into Three Dogs Tavern. So come visit us right now.
I had a friend learn that the hard way.
Yes,
when his young high school lad wanted to stop by and join us.
We'll flip the other side and let's talk a little bit about what Bo Nix and this Denver offense has to do to be successful against Jacksonville on Sunday. We're getting you set for the orange and teal showdown on Sunday afternoon.
What is it? Come on, you build it better.
The FedEx Air and Ground
Head-to-head.
Player of the Week grudge match.
I'm not letting you come off that. It's build that. That's what it is.
Build it up.
It's like Bud Light and Bud in the Bud Bowl. That's those two.
And then Bud Ice showed up and messed it all up for everybody.
Yeah, the Bud Bowl was so good. What a great contest.
Can we just have the Bud Bowl back? I mean,
just bring it back.
What did the Bud Bowl do that it got wiped out of time?
It's a great question. In the meantime, come have a few Bud Lights here at Three Dogs Tavern. Have your own Bud Bowl right here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That's Andy. I'm Nate. Sandman back at the shop. We are live at Three Dogs Tavern today on a Bud Light Football Friday, talking about that Nuggets win, getting you set for Broncos Jags, and you can sign up to win Broncos Jaguars tickets courtesy of our friends at Bud Light this afternoon right here at Three Dogs Tavern on 32nd in North Denver / the Highlands, whatever gets you here. We don't care what you call it. But come on out. And hang out with us here this afternoon as we get you ready for your football weekend that I guess is already underway with NC State handling their business against Memphis in the Gasparilla Bowl. That game is taking place in Tampa Bay right now. Of course, Bama and Oklahoma coming up at 6 o'clock. Sandman, by the way, that game, both of those teams have kind of stunk at times this year, and they're getting ready to go head-to-head tonight. What do you expect out of that game this evening?
First off, any college football game that is being held at a campus of an iconic football program on December 19th, I'll take.
Yeah, it's good.
It's good.
It's good.
I also think that Alabama—
I don't think either of these teams can win a national championship.
No, I don't think that Alabama is the Alabama, so you got to recalibrate your mind when you watch this football game. Nick Saban is not going to show up and walk through the doorway anytime soon. It is not a fit. I still stand by that. Kayla DeBoer, Alabama, not a fit. Oklahoma with a healthy John Mateer, interesting. We'll see. Brett Venables, been okay. Neither one of these two teams feels to me like they truly deserve to be in this playoff. But somehow, some way, I feel like the 2025 college football that seems so upside down, we're going to see the winner of this team beat Indiana next round.
Really? Okay.
That's your hot take today.
All right.
That's what you're throwing on us. That's the I don't believe the Jags can be good. Sandman doesn't believe Indiana will ever be good.
All right, but here's what I find is interesting, because it is the first time Indiana's going to have that serious layoff. Mike, is an old offensive coordinator, throw the hat on. What is the challenge? Because, again, you know what? Like, again, guys, it's pros. We know this. The people know this. There's no more student-athlete for the glory of the school, blah, blah, blah. Let's go sing the fight song. It's about the money. As CU has like 8 guys, 10 guys leaving for the portal. Why not just let's get done with the conference championships if you choose to do it and get the dang thing going? What are the challenges when you take 2-3 weeks off, Mike, trying to keep your offense going? And I mean, it's not the old run game and let's go ground and pound and practice. How do you keep your froth going when, we make these guys, we make the really good teams take 3 weeks off, and then, of course, their offenses don't look great in their first game back.
Because he got psycho Kurt Signetti yelling at him in practice every single day.
What's changed dramatically is when you had great seasons, I was a part of a couple good ones at Sanford, where we won the Pac-12 championship, the old iteration of the Pac-12, and then we wouldn't play a New Year's Six bowl game for 3 weeks. So it's the same. But the difference now being is that there's a team that's playing the week before that might not be dealing with that ring rust. And frankly, last year, the teams that had played right before, they fared pretty well against the teams that had the bye week. If I'm not mistaken, it was Texas that beat Arizona State with a bye. It was Penn State that beat Boise State that had a bye. And I'm trying to think of what other team. I guess Notre Dame had to play they hosted week 1, and they got all the way to the national championship.
Yeah, they beat Georgia.
The only team that actually had a bye in the opening round was Ohio State, that ended up winning their second round. Is that right?
I felt like everybody that got a bye had some problem in the next. Didn't we get an upset? Was that the Texas-Arizona State upset you referred to?
That game was unbelievable, by the way. That was the Cam Scadaboo coming out party.
Scadaboo saying, you better draft me, and then nobody listened.
Yeah, that thing was an awful lot of fun. Let's get to Broncos-Jags here for a minute. So one thing, again, you guys know this. I want to chart this stuff out. I want to see what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses. I think this is an underrated part of the Broncos' offensive success of late. They're top 10 in third and fourth down conversions right now, this offense. And last week, they were converting some longer ones pretty impressively. Flip side of this, Jacksonville, not a particularly good third down defense. Opponents are converting 42% of the time. The Broncos had some some first and second down success last week, obviously, but like they were also converting third and longs. Like Bo Nix looked comfortable, even with a Green Bay pass rush bearing down on him. That's I think a factor to watch for in this game is the Broncos' ability to keep drives alive and stay on the field. Sean Payton highlighted the turnover thing earlier in the week, which, Andy, you pointed this part out, and I completely agree with you. I think this is going to be a bit more of a conservative game out of the Broncos this week, simply because Sean doesn't want to potentially muck this thing up and turn the football over. Sandman, what's your read on this matchup, this Broncos offense going up against the Jags D?
Yeah, Sean Payton and Bo Nix, to your guys' point, they've had game plans, and then Bo Nix has essentially played the role that Sean wanted him to play in terms of how aggressive that you need to be to win the game. And we've seen that week in, week out. And really the game against the Packers was the first time all year that you felt like Sean Payton and Bo Nix were saying, we got to go score. We got to go score a lot, and therefore I'm going to take some fourth down chances as a play caller. I'm going to throw the football down the field multiple times if you're Bo Nix. I think this game's going to be somewhere dead smack between the games against the Raiders, which were extreme conservatism, and the game against the Packers, coming off of several weeks of being on a heater for Jordan Love in that offense. I think it's going to be right in the middle. And I actually think that's going to be a good place for the Broncos to be for a majority of the rest of what lies ahead, whether it be a Super Bowl run or not. I think you're gonna find it somewhere in between, and the only team that you might have to go nuclear on the AFC side is probably Josh Allen and the Bills to beat them.
Yeah, because they're going to score points no matter what. But I completely agree with you. I think a lot of the Broncos games they can stay in their play it safer kind of space and probably just let their defense bring it home, especially if they're playing all their games at Mile High. So they've got that going for them, certainly. Josh Hines Allen and the Jags pass rush, not a terribly huge pressure rate so far this season. Can they get home and give Bo Nix problems? That's, I guess, something else to watch for in this game. Can they give Bo Nix some issues with their pass rush and hopefully, for their sake, help themselves out in terms of playing that zone coverage and dropping 7? I don't know, man. Like, Bo Nix just – here's the thing is last week, actually, like, Green Bay got some pressure on him. And he looked comfortable.
Again, and Mike, you and I we haven't got a chance to really talk about this because, well, I have a voice. Nobody got a chance to talk to me at all first part of the week, except for Nate, who had to listen to me sound like I'd had 12 Pall Malls before we tried to do a show, and I had 3 scotches. I loved Bo Nix' game last week. I love the kids. The vibe through the TV of him not feeling a lick of pressure at all, I just, if he stays in that place, this team's dangerous. So I want to ask you, do you think, because you talked about it, Bo Nix and Sean Payton being more aggressive last week, was it really both of them, or do you think Bo just decided, I know I'm going to have to throw a few tonight to stay in that game last week?
I felt it was
Sean
both.
Pushed him, or do you think he just did it?
I felt like it was both, and I thought that you could tell that Sean Payton's opening script was a little bit less screen happy. It was a little bit less. And also the decision to go for it on fourth down when he did, I felt like Sean Payton was calling an overall game, not just play calls, but the actual game management piece of it. He was calling a game knowing that he needed to score in the 30s. And as much as we as coaches and play callers want to say, we're going to be process oriented. We're not going to try to go into any game saying we have to score this amount of points in order to win. There are certain games that you go into and say, you know what? This is going to be one of those games.
Yeah.
This is going to be one of those games where we got to score. And there's a chance that Jordan Love and Christian Watson are going to be able to score 40 points. They could. And if that's the case, then we can't have the same exact formula that we've used for a majority of this season.
Yeah, we need to push the ball a little bit more and get aggressive. And yeah, I think that stood out in the play calling. I think that stood out in the preparation for that game last week of just, these routes are there. Push the damn ball down the field. The great Mike Sanford, everybody. Listen to him every day, 10 to noon, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Catch him, usually Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays with us here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, talking Broncos. He'll be with us hopefully.
Next week's going to be weird. Ain't none of us going to be here Thursday, boys. I know that.
Hopefully on a Broncos victory Monday.
What's going on
I'll be here
Thursday?
next Friday. Nothing big. Don't
birthday?
worry about it.
Is it a birthday
You know
of
what? You're
sorts?
right. Nothing's going on. I think you ought to show up.
Just various birthdays of sorts.
10 to noon.
Yeah.
3 to 4.
It's Demarius Thomas's birthday. That'll.
Do you actually know any Christmas birthday people? I don't think I do.
DT.
Was he legitimately a Christmas birthday
That was
person?
his birthday. Yep. Yeah, Demarius
Well,
Thomas.
you're kind of overshadowed.
I got
if that's your birthday.
I got a brother-in-law that's a Christmas birthday guy.
There you go.
Pretty good.
Do you always do the double gift, just like the gift?
Yeah.
I do the old send a text and be like, "Yep, pretty awesome, man. Happy birthday and happy birthday, Jesus, too."
Yeah. I got to agree with you, Andy. You do get a little bit overshadowed with your birthday that day. JC wishes he had the hands of DT. That's all I'm saying.
You don't know.
Man wishes.
There's no recorded football game in biblical times. You have no idea.
Man wishes he could run those routes. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, man, listen. He could have Brandon Stokely'd it. You don't know. He could have had a little wiggle.
Sandman, good stuff, buddy. We appreciate it. He did kind of.
Who's the best sandals athlete? Who's the guy that walks in? Who's the Bill that walks in with no shoes all the time? That'd have been Jesus.
Oh, yeah, Matt Collins.
Matt Collins.
Matt Collins.
Strutting on him. What do you think about this?
For sure.
What do you think about this?
He probably comes in with thy staff.
Yeah.
They comfort thee.
Jesus out there running digs and flip-flops.
He's walking over the fountain in front. How about this? You got this in your game? I don't think so.
Really,
tell me who's got better hands.
Really
You don't
good
know
slant. Really good sluggo runner. Awesome.
There you go.
Excels the
Slug
slant.
and go.
It's been a good hour number one. Sandman, good
that
stuff.
That might have ruined all our Christmas gifts right there.
We'll go check in with Jacksonville coming up next. Happy Scott Friday, everybody. We are live at Three Dogs Tavern here in North Denver on 30 seconds. So come hang out today, Bud Light Football Friday. You can sign up and win Broncos Jaguars tickets courtesy of our friends at Bud Light. Hell yeah, Broncos Jags. This is a good one. 12-win team, 10-win team. Let's do this thing. Joining us right now to help preview this game from ESPN Radio, also covering the Jaguars, it's Mia O'Brien. Mia, welcome back to the show. How you doing?
Hey, good, guys. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. Mia, let's start with the recent Trevor Lawrence hot streak. Give us the biggest reasons why it's happening and the reasons why it can continue at Mile High against this excellent Denver defense.
Yeah, let's first talk about the big picture. This was never, in the words of, oh no, here I go, Doug Peterson, this was never going to be an overnight fix for Liam Cohen to come in. Trevor Lawrence already willingly had said whoever the next head coach was, whoever the next play caller was, he did want to adjust his footwork, something that he had not done in the last 2 years for a litany of different reasons. And so ultimately he was planning, and I've given this analogy to a lot of folks, it's the idea of Tiger Woods circa 1998, and not to put Trevor Lawrence in that conversation. However, as you gentlemen, I'm sure, are very familiar with, Tiger Woods won the Masters and then said, the way I am doing it may lead to some victories, but it is not sustainable long term. He completely redeveloped his swing. 18 months later, he went on to have the Tiger Slam. And so that was kind of the thought process with Trevor Lawrence. It may result in 18 months of not winning any tournaments, or in his case, maybe struggling and having an up and down start to the 2025 season, but ultimately it would pay dividends long term. For that to actually come to fruition, you needed to have more of the signature Los Angeles Rams-style wide receivers, not afraid to do the dirty work. The Jaguars already had that in-house in Parker Washington. They thought they may have that in Travis Hunter. He goes down week 7. Around that time, while Liam Cohen has stressed that they did not revamp the offense around the bye week after being demolished by the Rams, ironically, in Los Angeles, that was around the same time Travis Hunter's injury took place. Make no mistake about it, they were shifting the offense to run through Hunter and Washington in the slot as opposed to Brian Thomas Jr., which was their original plan. They quickly realized that while, yes, he has the capability to be a top 15, top 20, we'll say, wide receiver, Thomas's game is not coming over the middle of the field, and it's those over the middle of the field throws that you truly see Liam Cohen's play design, creativity in scheming up offenses, and in turn, Trevor Lawrence's game dating back to his days at Clemson. That's where it truly flourishes, when he can have those in-time, over the middle of the field rhythm throws. And the addition of Jacoby Myers right before the trade deadline in lieu of the Hunter injury, someone who never played for Sean McVay, but he might as well have with how crafty he is with both his route running and his ability to go over the middle of the field and endure contact. I mean, it was a match made in heaven, and it certainly has taken this offense to a new level, combined, of course, with Brenton Strange, another guy not afraid to do the dirty work underneath his return off of the reserve injured list.
All right, Mia, when you are an opponent coming to Denver, I think Nate and I would agree, first and foremost, you got to worry about the Bronco pass rush. When Jacksonville rolls into your building to play, what should be the team's top concern to shut down or try to neutralize, I guess I should say?
Yeah, and I can tell you, being in the locker room this afternoon, boys, that is the biggest concern. I've heard that from players on the offensive side of the ball for the Jaguars and the defensive side of the ball for the Jaguars. They verbatim had a player say to me that their team runs through that front 4 and that front 7. And so pass protection is going to be huge, something Liam Cohen stressed this morning at his press conference. And it'll be curious with the Jaguars to see how they counter that front, knowing that they have not been afraid to bring in a 6th offensive lineman, an eligible tackle. Who that 6th offensive lineman is will be fascinating to see, given the ongoing, not to be in the weeds here, but the ongoing local drama surrounding the left tackle position. Walker Little has been in the concussion protocol each of the last 2 weeks and unavailable. Cole Van Lanen, the only player in the NFL to play 4 of the 5, start at 4 of the 5 positions along the offensive line. He was also the backup center against the Seattle Seahawks. He has stepped in at left tackle. Jaguar fans are crying for him to be the long-term starter, but I digress. Point being, you have both of those players who you can certainly utilize in trying to scheme up against that potent pass rush. You also have the tight end combinations that Brenton Strange, Johnny Munt, Hunter Long, These are guys who have played Quentin Morris. These are guys that maybe outside of Strange are not household names, but they are the type of tight ends where they can get after it in run blocking, and they can certainly catch a pass or two as well. It's multi-dimensional offense, which not to bring it full circle, but let's be real. That's part of why Evan Ingram was shown the door by this new administration in Jacksonville, because they wanted tight ends who could create mismatches, because you don't know if they are blocking in the run game or if they're going to be, getting out wide for an open pass.
Yeah, and it's Evan Ingram. We've seen his snap count drop here in Denver because Sean Payton has been playing bigger formations of late. Yeah. We're talking to Mia O'Brien. She covers the Jags, hosts on ESPN Radio. Nobody talks Jags better than Mia does. So, Mia, let's talk about this Jacksonville defense a little bit. Kind of two numbers that I looked at this week, and I'm having trouble squaring them up in my mind. This Jacksonville defense is actually number 2 in the NFL by EPA per play. Like, they're right up there with the big boys, like right up there with Houston and Seattle and Denver and Philadelphia. And then you look at their pressure numbers, and it is not impressive. They're 20th in pressure rate so far this year. Their sack number is down as well. How are they getting it done despite the fact that they're really not putting too many quarterbacks on their back?
And trust me when I say you don't want to go back and look at where the Jaguars ranked after, say, week 6 or week 7 in that pressure or sack department. They ultimately made another decision around the bye week besides the idea of moving Brian Thomas Jr. more to that outside X role. The other decision was, you know what, we're going to let the young guys play, and we're going to try to generate a pass rush through 2 undrafted free agent rookies in Danny Strigow and B.J. Green, someone who, of course, your Colorado Buffalo fan listening audience, I'm sure, is very familiar with. And so they say, you know what, Emmanuel Ogbah has been a great little Band-Aid to bridge the gap. We need to see what we can get out of those 2 young guys. And while the numbers haven't been there, there has been more juice. DeJuan Smoot is playing inside, which he more traditionally should be playing out on the edge. I digress. Dennis Gardick, the off-ball linebacker, special teams aficionado, who, of course, is, from Sioux Falls and long hair. We got 2 of them on Jacksonville, by the way. Shout out to Denver area native Dewey Wingard.
Dewey Wingard, that's our guy right there. Hell yeah, right out of Ralston Valley.
He and I were catching up today about the last time the Jags played in Denver in 2019. I was supposed to do an interview with Gardner Minshew's family, and we didn't do the interview until 11 o'clock at night because they were at the Wingard's household. So shout out to Mr. Wingard. I'm still a fan, even though sometimes he tweets mean things at me. So anyway, back to the defense. Dennis Gardick, traditionally an off-ball linebacker, Sam linebacker, but you've actually seen him lining up much more at a wide 9. And so a long way of saying that in terms of the pressure rate, this is a defense that wasn't afraid, a defensive coaching staff that wasn't afraid to say, you know what, we're not getting enough out of these veteran guys who we thought we might get as stopgap pieces. We are going to adjust, and they certainly have. As for why they're so high in EPA per play, being the number 1 run-stopping defense, if only in rushing yards allowed per game, is obviously a reason that number is inflated a bit. It'll be curious going up against a Broncos defense and a Broncos offense that has struggled to run the ball, but also has stopped the run at a similarly efficient pace, how this one stacks up. But then additionally, the Jaguars number 2 in the NFL in takeaways. And that was always the question after the first 4 weeks of the season, gentlemen. This idea of would the takeaways actually be sustainable week over week, because the Jaguars were getting them at 3 or 4 takeaways per game clip early in the year. And it was this idea of we saw it in 2023 and they faded down the stretch. Yeah, there's been a little bit of a lull, maybe through the midway point of the season, but the Jaguars continue to find a way to turn other teams over, which, of course, going up against the Broncos team that does a good job of taking care of the ball, but also doesn't turn it over that much, another interesting matchup to see how it unfolds.
Mia, we got about a minute left. We appreciate your time. Great information. And so I'd like some information as to when Travis Hunter returns. As you said, we're familiar with him here, and I did the CU sidelines, and I loved watching him. I always thought he was a better corner than receiver, to be quite honest with you. The routes weren't, in my mind, crisp, precise, the things you need for the NFL. He was just a hell of an athlete. What do you think the ultimate decision there is? Next year when he's healthy, what will the focus be?
He's still going to play both. I think the signing last night of Jacoby Myers to a 3-year contract extension gives you the flexibility to have him major more at defensive back next year comparatively to wide receiver, which is the position he played the most throughout the off-season program. It was an even 50-50 split, they'll tell you, during training camp because wide receiver they felt was his less nuanced position. But ultimately, I agree with you. I think corner is his natural position. And knowing the Jaguars will be a bit light, if only on the payroll in that department next year, I would look for him to be a starting corner at some point next year.
All right, guys, she's on Twitter at Mia O'Brien TV. Nobody covers the Jags better. You want to know what's going on with Liam Cohen's squad, well, go ahead and give Mia a follow this week. Mia, great stuff. Thank you so much. We appreciate the time. Enjoy the game on Sunday.
Absolutely. Right back at you, gentlemen.
All right, Tamia O'Brien with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Informative.
Very. She's
very. Man.
She came prepared.
Mia knows her stuff.
Next time we just go, Mia, break it down.
Exactly. I want to talk a little bit about offensively. Like, yes, Jacoby Myers has been a huge addition to this. I've been looking at, Brian Thomas's numbers have been so far. He was like a 1,200-yard receiver last year as a rookie. You look at his numbers this year, they're way down. Parker Washington, who she brought up right there, who's the slot receiver for Jacksonville, he's the one that had the catch on the sideline last week. I don't know if you saw that highlight against the Jets. Trevor Lawrence was rolling to his left, throwing back across his body, and, Andy, he threaded that thing in there about 25 yards down the field, right along the sideline. Perfect toe tap catch by Parker Washington, but that was a throw, a lot of the film nerds on Twitter this week were just whoa, Trevor Lawrence didn't have this in his bag before.
Nate, there's no reason that Trevor should not be in the conversation with Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes. He just has not been consistent.
Right.
I really thought when the two came out, I love Joe Burrow. I thought Trevor was going to be Joe Burrow.
Right.
He's just never got there. He and Justin Herbert are just hanging out in this weird gray space.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where you think they should be better than they seem to be when you look at the records at the end of every year.
Yeah. We'll see if the footwork correction gets Trevor Lawrence eventually to elite quarterback status. Live at Three Dogs Tavern, Bud Light Football Friday. Kreckman and Lindahl getting you ready for Broncos Jags. Come on out to Three Dogs Tavern right now because you can sign up with the Bud Light promo team to win a pair of tickets for the Broncos-Jaguars game on Sunday. We'll give those away at the end of the show today. So come see us. We'll talk to Jeff Legwold, get the Broncos version of things after their week of work. That is next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We go sprinting out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. We welcome in Jeff Legwold of ESPN.com on a Friday afternoon. Leggy, let's start in this place. How have the Broncos responded internally? What has been kind of the word inside the building from a team that just played their most complete offensive game that it feels like we've seen in the better part of a decade?
I think they feel pretty good about it. I mean, in the world of, hey, and we hear it every year from every player, you want to play your best football at the end of the season. Well, when you have games like that in December, it sort of gives everybody that confirmation that it's there and that it's an important time of year for it to be there. But I do think this is the month when Sean Payton's sort of, one of his big mantras through it all is when we all or anybody asks him, is this a big game? What about this week? His response is always, we're going to play in bigger. So that's how he's framed it to these guys. Yeah, these are big games and you need to win them. But you need to win them because you want to play in the bigger ones. And I think that's how they're approaching it.
Jeff, what's the importance for this football team? Because Sean Payton has made so many massive declarations. We've been talking about it since the summer. But, Leggy, you've covered a lot of football teams in your life. And, look, every football coach has a mantra. Every football coach has his list of sayings that he posts on the wall. And if a team wins, then the mantras are great. If a team loses, well, then the mantra's failed and you don't get the buy-in. But what's been the importance for this team? I mean, in the midst of an 11-game win streak, some unlikely victories, but, Leggy, just the importance of this team having full buy-in, given both the team's success and the amount of contracts getting handed out. Like, when Sean, when he spews that stuff at these guys, it seems like they really do buy it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is always important to remember they painted over the sayings Josh McDaniels put on the wall, and they took down the ones Nathaniel Hackett put up on the wall. So yeah, I mean, sometimes it is just words, but I think when a team wins close games, and however they do it, it gives them that little bit. Is it worth a point? I don't know. Is it worth 2 points? But it gives them that little. They're not. It's not unfamiliar territory. Like, if they're playing the Jags, Sunday, and it comes down to the last 30 seconds, I think everyone on the Broncos sideline has been through that far more than everybody on the Jaguars sideline. Yeah. So it does give you that little bit. It's that old saying, experience is the painful teacher. Well, it can be. But if you come through it the right way or the way you want to, then it is just a teacher, and you have learned. And I think that's where they're at, really, from a football perspective, is they're not going to be all that nervous if things look tight, if they're down 19 when the fourth quarter starts. They've done these things this year, and it is an old football thing, but it's always true. When you're good on defense, the whole team just kind of feels like they'll keep us in it until we figure something out. And that's kind of – Bo Nix has said that out loud several times, that people ask him all the time, why is this team so good in close games? And his first response is always, well, the defense, we know they're going to get a stop after stop after stop, and that they just have to figure out something on offense at the right time.
Yeah, it's why I don't think you could call this team a fraud. They've just been in too many close games. They responded. Speaking of where are we at with Ben Powers? They released Throckmorton yesterday. Is that the sign that Powers is probably coming up to the active roster? And do you think he starts when he does, or do they like Paul Chesky enough they may slow play it?
Well, Andy, I think all of the above. I mean, Powers was a full go in practice today. They have waived the guard. I think that sets up for him to return to the roster tomorrow. And Peyton has said, yeah, he's going to play when he's ready, but he might not play 60 plays a game, that they may alternate or split series, but he's going back in the lineup and maybe not full time right away, but I think he will play. I had been told all along he would most likely play against Jacksonville, so I see him playing some snaps Sunday with Palczewski alternating some series with him.
Leggy, Trevor Lawrence, 9 touchdowns, no interceptions, last 4 games. How do the Broncos change that this week? Is it through pressure? Is it through coverage? What does VJ, do you think, got schemed up for Trevor Lawrence this week?
Well, what the Broncos have done best because of they have great personnel, and Vance Joseph is having as good a year calling defenses as you can have. They can make a lot of coverages look the same, so that'll be Lawrence's challenge. And it got to Jordan Love in the second half especially, but they take away what you like, and at the snap, you're not really sure what the Broncos are in coverage-wise, and I think that's how they can get to him, because when he has that hesitation, he holds the ball, and he gets sacked a lot in those moments, and he has a lot of turnovers in those moments. So I would think this week there was an awful lot of talk about getting him off the first read and make him go all the way through the progression, and then they can sort of set the tempo against him.
Yeah, kind of real quick to Leggy's point right there, by the way, he's been sacked 32 times this year. 7 against Seattle, 7 against the Rams, 5 against the Texans.
Holy cow.
So, I mean, it's if he plays a defense that is in Denver's zip code, which those 3 I certainly would say are, those are the games that he tends to wind up on his back
Pass
an awful
rushes
lot.
get after him, it sounds like, a little bit if the quick read isn't there. Leggy, what's maybe one thing Denver fans should watch out for? I don't want to use the term scared when you're at home, but what would be the concern for the Broncos that the Jacksonville Jaguars represent the most?
Well, I mean, Lawrence athletically can make that off-schedule play that costs you the 30-yard scramble touchdown he reverses field 3 times and breaks a tackle. That kind of stuff is always there with him. But the big thing, I think, is a lot of teams have simply bailed on running the ball against their defense. It's like they run out of patience or they get tired of banging their head against the wall. But they're good against the run. But that said, they've given up. They're not that efficient against the run, if that makes sense. Like, if you stay at it, you're going to make plays against them. But teams just don't stay at it. I think they've had one game this year where somebody hit 30 carries. I think if the Broncos can keep a lot of play action in there and take a few 2-yard runs to get the 8-yard run when it really matters, I think that's how they stay away from letting Jacksonville sort of defensively set the tempo against them.
Jeff Legwold with us previewing Broncos-Jaguars here on a Friday afternoon on a Bud Light Football Friday. We're live at Three Dogs Tavern here in the Highlands / North Denver / No Den. Stop by today.
I like No Den. You know what? You sold me on it.
It's hipster.
See? I dig that.
See? It just had to evolve. But, yeah, stop by today and sign up because you can win Broncos-Jaguars tickets for Sunday from Bud Light. We'll give those tickets away before the end of the show, so there is a ticket giveaway going on right now.
And the Atwater helmets here.
And we got the Atwater helmet. There you go. Leggy, let's talk about Cortland Sutton really quickly. And, we talked on earlier this week, what was that, Tuesday we did the show, and we talked a lot about the way that Sean Payton has been scheming Cortland Sutton open. The year that he's having right now, it's not like it's unexpected, but the leap in what he's doing, he's top 15 in most receiving numbers right now. Like, how much of it is Cortland and how much of it is Bo Nix being more accurate, being more comfortable in this offense? Because a good receiver always benefits from better quarterback play.
Always. And, I would say Nix has the ultimate confidence in Cortland. For Peyton Manning always used to tell me, and Adam Gase and the coaches used to tell me that Peyton would run off the field after throwing a ridiculous ball to Demaryius Thomas, and they'd ask him what made you throw that, and Peyton would just say, well, it was DT. And that's where Bo Nix is, not at Peyton's level of experience and all that, but that's where he is with Cortland. I don't think there are too many looks, especially in single coverage, that he won't just put the ball up toward Cortland. The key is to keep the read that he'll throw the ball. Like when it's bracketed and when Cortland's doubled, I think later in Bo's career, he'll throw that ball sometimes. But right now, he's trained to get away from that. So they have schemed Cortland much better to the wide side of the field, especially. Look, whenever they're on a hash mark, watch how they scheme Cortland to the wide side, and they almost force single coverage on it. And they've done much better with that the last 4 games. And his output, his target rate, everything is up over those 4 games because they're showing Bo Nix, hey, look, that's single coverage. That's Cortland. Go there. And that's what it's all come together. And he's had 3 games in the last 4 with at least 8 targets, and that's a good output. That's kind of where you want to be. And he's had 2 with 10 targets. So that's how you want it to go.
Is Garrett Bowles an all-pro this year? I loved his game against Green Bay, Leggy. I really did.
Yes, I'm sorry I said that too fast. I just was talking with Garrett the other day, and, I've charted every snap he's played with the team. I think it's his best season overall. And it's kind of weird to me that he can't dent the Pro Bowl votes, but I would hope the coaches and the players recognize he's definitely he's all-pro worthy at left tackle.
It's just been a tremendous season that he has had, and we were breaking it down yesterday, Leggy. We ranked our top 10 Broncos because it's Sports Talk Radio and because we got to rank things. And top 5, Leggy, and you can tear this apart if you want. We went Surtain, Benito, Zach Allen, Garrett Bowles, and Bo Nix. But I think the biggest reason we went with those 4 at the top, PS2, Benito, Allen, and Bowles, is I think all 4 of them are all-pros, and possibly all 4 of them are first-team all-pros this year.
I think you're right. And I think all 4 might be having their best seasons.
Yeah.
When you really get right to it. I know Surtain, everybody's sort of poking holes in it, but I chart it, I watch it, I see it. The guy's phenomenal. And I can't emphasize that football people are still talking to me about the interception. I mean, people just cannot believe what he did on that play. And it's the guy he's covering, the coverage they're in, what he is forced to do on that play, and just the act of intercepting the ball. It's an unbelievable play. But anyway.
Well, real quick on that, Leggy, because he was so athletic on the plate. He said it was his most cerebral on a podcast. What made that play cerebral? Can you explain that to me?
Well, they're playing kind of a match, really technical coverage. Like if one guy misses it by 6 inches, it's over, and you're giving up a big play. But they're playing sort of a match look, and he ends up on one of the fastest players in the NFL deep down the hash. And he's stride for stride, and the ball's in a place where Jordan Love probably is thinking to himself, if I throw that ball in that spot 100 times, it's a completion. And he is able to get to the receiver spot on the play in full stride, running with a guy who ran 4.3 at the combine, 4.31, 4.29. I mean, it's just an epic play, but the coverage is matched in such a way it's kind of a half zone, half man, and he gets the deep threat. Whoever pops out, that's his guy, and he wasn't late to it. He was right on it. It's a teaching tape play if you're a defensive back. just to be in the right position. You're probably not going to be able to make the play because you're not Patrick Cant, but it was a teaching tape in terms of technique, leverage, playing the ball, getting your eyes back around at the last moment. And Jordan Love is what defensive coaches call a dot thrower, which means he's super accurate down the field, balls over the shoulder. It's a tough throw, but they call him a dot thrower because he does it better than anybody. And that's why it was such a good play.
By the way, Leggy, how big is this weekend for the Top 100 2026? You know I'm already looking forward to it coming up here in the spring. I mean, this is a big Friday and Saturday night for you, man. You got a lot of college football to watch.
A lot of college football to watch. My number one player maybe is not in action this weekend, but there is a lot of college football to watch.
What do you think of Reuben Bain from Miami, the pass rusher from Miami, who we'll see tomorrow against Texas A&M? That dude, I've been really impressed every time I've watched him.
I will tell you, you're going to hear a lot of the old, his arms are too short, blah, blah, blah.
Does he have small hands?
Yeah, the guy gets to the quarterback. I don't care if he's T-Rex out there. He gets to the quarterback.
Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN.com. You get his coverage right there. Leggy, thanks, pal. We'll talk to you Monday.
Happy Friday, fellas. Thank you.
All right, good stuff with Jeff Legwold there on a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
Get another nice crowd built up. Get on down, Three Dogs Tavern.
People are getting out here. We have got Alabama and Oklahoma coming up tonight at 6 o'clock, so this is the place to be right now.
Got an Avs game, too, don't we?
We have the Avalanche in action against the
Peg.
The Peg tonight. So get out here and watch the Avalanche game as well. That's absolutely right.
Last time I was here, I was standing next to one handsome Milan Hajduk having a watch party. And I don't think I ended the way we wanted to now that I think about it.
No, I don't think so.
That was the night I had him put on our championship ring that we got, and he tells me, this one's bigger than mine. And I was like, well, maybe we ought to trade because you did a lot more to earn yours, pal. I felt bad.
The Nuggets, big victory last night against Orlando. They'll take on Houston tomorrow night. Dan Hyatt coming up next. 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't on a Friday afternoon. All right, let's do this thing. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Real good Nuggets win last night, 126-115 over the Orlando Magic. They went absolutely nuclear in the second quarter of that game. Andy, here's your second quarter numbers last night. The Nuggets outscored Orlando 43-22 in the quarter. Denver shot a very nice 69.6% from the floor, 70% from three. Out-rebounded Orlando 16-10 and had 10 assists on 16 made field goals in the period. Obviously, the story of the second was Jamal Murray, a mere plus 26 in his 8 minutes of action for 20 points last night, en route to taking that game over and really never looking back. It was crazy, though. The Nuggets didn't have a lead until I think like 53-51 last night. And what's funny about
Orlando
it is
kept hitting threes.
Yeah, exactly. That's because you can't mess with Go-Go Batanzi. That's why. Dan Hyatt time here on a Friday afternoon, NBA statistician extraordinaire. We welcome our buddy Dan into the program. Dan, a very happy Hanukkah to you. How you doing, pal?
Yeah, doing good. Hey, does that dog wall behind you have a German short-hair pointer on there? I need to know.
It might.
All right, Andy will study it.
There is there's a German puppy right at the end here. Here, Dan, I'll text you a picture, and you're going to have to tell me yes or no.
I think that dog's name is Franz.
I got boxers. That's like a Duke, I think, right there. Duke. You know a good Duke when you see him, don't you, Dan?
Absolutely. It's easy to pick the names.
Dan, let's dive into it, man. The Nuggets are pretty good. 20-6 now to begin the year. Give us some context on the start this team is off to here through the first quarter of the season.
Yeah, I mean, 122 teams all time have won 20 of 26. 3 of them this year, which is pretty interesting. OKC, obviously, and Detroit are the other 2. Yep. But only 2 teams have ever won 20 of 26 while averaging 125 per game. And that's the 66-67 76ers, which is a mouthful. But
good Lord.
You're basically seeing a team that is doing something that hasn't been done since, the moon landing, which is pretty incredible. That 76ers team won the title. Wilt Chamberlain was the MVP, which, there's a lot of parallels there. And, they're just the best offense in basketball history for points per game in any season was the 81-82 Nuggets. It was Doug Moe's first full year, 126.5 points per game. You're really close. This team is really close. You can talk about the incredible shooting efficiency, 52% from the field. They're only taking 87 shots per game, which is 5th fewest. But you are looking at, and you still haven't been at full health for more than half the season. So you're talking about a whole lot of wins against some pretty good teams and an offensive efficiency that has been unmatched for years.
And yet, as you just alluded to right there, they've mostly done it without Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown on the floor. And, I mean, Gordon is that's as efficient a player as you've got. Like, that makes it all the much more incredible that they're averaging over 125 a game right now, and they're doing it with lineups where they're starting Spencer Jones. I don't mean that as a dig to Spencer Jones, but, like, nobody thinks, like, oh, put Spencer Jones in, you'll have an electric offensive lineup.
Right, and Spencer Jones has done 2 things. One, he's been very efficient with what he does when he's on the court.
Yep.
I think his field goal percentage is like 59% when he gets a pass from Jokic and shoots. Jokic
because he's
does that
always
with everybody,
dunking.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, but he knows his. And the second thing is he learned how to play with Nacua. He watched enough. Sometimes it takes you a while. But he just jumped right in and was able to adjust with that style of game because the 2 guys you're missing are your 2 greatest athletes. They help you push the pace, fast break. They're the athletic guys who were able to create this great offense. Without them, they're still putting up better numbers. That lineup right now with Jones and Watson in there instead of Brown and AG is putting up an offensive efficiency at the rate they're going, which has never been done by any 5-man lineup in the history of tracking.
Okay, so Dan, like a lot of that credit then has to go to Jokic and Jamal, right?
Of course it does. You've got 2 guys who've been in the league for almost a decade each. Jokic has been here for 10 years. This is Murray's 10th season, and they're putting up career highs, both of them, at the same time. That's incredible. That's almost never happened.
Dan, did you give me that those Sixer teams just so you could say 6-7, by the way?
I did, yes. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Son,
Did you just juggle your hands when you said the 67 Lakers or whatever?
66,
Sixers?
67, 76ers.
Yeah. Too many sixes and sevens there. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Hey, real quick, by the way, though.
Completely embraced it.
I pulled that team up on Basketball Reference just to look at Wilt's numbers from that year. This is how funny it is. Wilt Chamberlain averaged 24.1 points per game. It's pretty good, right? His rebounding average was higher than his scoring
Shut
average.
up. What, 25?
24.2 rebounds per game. En route to the MVP award that season, playing 46 minutes a night.
Who was his Jamal Murray?
Let's see. It was Hal Greer, I guess.
Oh, yeah, good old Hal Greer. I mean, I know Dan Hyatt's got a Hal Greer jersey hanging in his house.
If you watch highlights of Wilt and you actually there's 24 rebounds per game is actually lower than it should be. Everybody missed every shot they took, and Wilt just stood there and grabbed it and took it in. It was pretty remarkable how bad they were.
He just was rebounding for the Washington Generals and led them to victories.
It really is. You know, you watch that old footage, and hey, they were the ballers of their day. But you watch that stuff, and you're like, these guys suck.
Yeah, let's get rid of these records. By the way, someone else is always calling you. We've got a moon landing truth or two on the text line. This show's all over the place. All right, what's the second stat we need to know? I'm derailing your segment.
Let's get into some Jokic talk here, Dan.
Well, look at Wilt's assists in that year. I think it was 7.8 assists.
7.8, yeah.
So, but he didn't lead the league in assists per game that year. He was second, I think, or third. Oscar Robertson averaged 9. But you've never had a center lead the league in in assists per game. Jokic is doing that right now. So the feat that he just had was passing Kareem for the most assists by a center, which is amazing in itself because Kareem needed 20 years to get to that mark, and Jokic just did it in 10. But what's more impressive to me is the fact that he's leading the league in assists per game. Trae Young's hurt, Tyrese Halliburton's hurt, but he's averaging just a whisker under 11 assists per game, which is a new career high for him. You know, Cade Cunningham, Luka Doncic, they're behind him at like 9.1, 9.2, something like that. So that just to me, that's a stat that's why all of this works, is because Jokic is in there. He's a difference maker. He's made everyone around him better. But 11 assists per game and to have a center leading the sport in a stat that's not supposed to be led by a center is just different. And he's now, if the pace goes the way it's going to go at this point, he'll own the 4 highest assists per game seasons of any center all time. So he's just tacking on to that. And it's just remarkable what he's dribbling behind his back through his legs and behind the back to Murray. Like, it's just amazing to think about the fact that the biggest guy on that court is the best passer, probably one of the best of all time, easily the best center, and it's almost leading the league in assists per game, which has never been done.
I mean, Dan, I look, Jason Kidd was incredible. John Stockton, incredible. Chris Paul, incredible. To me, it's just it's Jokic and Magic. It's those two exist on a level, on a tier that I don't think anybody. Steve Nash, I'm sorry, it's Jokic and Magic, the two best passers that have ever lived.
All right, real quick, Dan, can I give you some homework for the next time we do this? Because I don't think it'll be next Friday. Yeah. I want you to tell me, to prove Nate's point, like when I think of Stockton, I always think of him like assisting Malone. Is there some metric that would show that maybe Joker has spread out his assists among more teammates than some of the other greats we think of? I'd be curious to see that stat if you could figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Murray has gotten the most of that.
The most, right.
Christian's up there too. And PJ.
But who else was Stockton assistant to? He had Malone. I just felt like it's him to Malone every time.
He had Hornacek. He had Byron Russell. Those are the other guys that benefited from the ability to create their shots on those passes.
I'm really shocked Tom Chambers isn't in there.
No love for Mark Eaton. Remember
was
some
Dallas
Jazz?
Shrimp? Was Dallas Shrimp ever a Jazz, or was he just a Sonic?
No, he was a Pacer before
he was a
Pacer.
Sonic.
Yeah,
really.
Detlef Schrempf.
God, who'd they have? Who was their tall? Who was the Duncan Dutchman?
Rick Smits.
That was the skinniest, whitest basketball player I'd ever seen.
Smits was
he was glowing.
Oh man, that dude was cold.
That's a lot.
Too.
That was a lot of short they had to take.
All right, Dan. So those are all stats we need to know. Let's get stupid. Give us the stat we don't need to know today.
Is it about the moon landing, by the way?
No, but it does. It goes back even further than that. I got some historical dates here. So I'll tell you how I got to this in a minute. The stat you don't need to know is the first $2 bill was called a Continental. And June 25th, 1775, which is 9 days before the country was actually born, Continental Congress authorized the $2 bill. I was curious about this because 5 years before Taco Bell interrupted Jokic's draft announcement, which is now coming back because the quesarito is back or whatever, Taco Bell wanted to promote their $2 menu. So they wrote the Federal Reserve and asked for more $2 bills to be put into circulation to promote the $2 menu. And they had online petitions and stuff, and the Fed didn't budge. They didn't buy it. The first $2 bill was printed in 1962. It took 10 years off between 1966 and 1976, but they still do make $2 bills. They just don't make a lot of them. So I've got 3 of them that I've been holding on to for all these years, thinking there's got to be some rarity, right? Because people collect them, and some have been sold at auction houses for anywhere between $250 and $4,000. I'm thinking to myself, I've got something. One of these is some sort of hidden gem. So instead of prepping Nuggets notes the other day, I went on. You can go online and look for serial numbers and see if your $2 bill is actually worth something. Guess how much? I have 3 of them. Guess how much my 3 $2 bills are worth?
I'm gonna guess they combined $6.
They combined for $6.00, and in fact, one of them's torn, and I don't think it can be replaced because part of the serial number is missing. So it's probably more like $5.50. But they do make $2 bills still in circulation. Or they make them at the mints, but they don't really put them into circulation as much. And my son also took one to his bake sale at school, and they wouldn't accept it.
What? What? And by the way, was a continental breakfast $2 back in the day? Because is that where it got its name? Because I could hand you a continental to get it?
It's because the Continental Congress is on the back of the $2 bill.
It is cool. My son's got a couple of them. Now I'm going to have to go tell him you can't spend them anywhere. So really, hey, now hold on. You know what, though, Dan? If you can't spend them anywhere, then guess what they're worth? Nothing.
Even less than the $6 I think they're worth. It's very frustrating. I thought I had something there. I don't. So I'll probably just be on with you guys next week and not on my yacht in the Bahamas.
By the way, if you pay $4,000 and then tell somebody oh, what'd you spend your 4 G's on? A $2 bill. You literally overpaid.
Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna have to go back to math class. Even Andy knows that's some bad math.
Yeah, you got hosed on that one. That's a bad deal.
Yeah,
that's a real bad deal.
Sounds like you're down $39.94, guy.
Dan Hyatt, everybody. We talk to him every Friday on the show. Dan, excellent work. We appreciate it as always. And why don't you go ahead and take next week off? We'll hit you up in the new year.
Yeah, we'll see if you're on that Bond yacht by the time we get to that first Bronco playoff week.
I got all this money. I'm rich. I'm going to Taco Bell. I'll see you, boys.
$6.
I'd get a quesarito.
There he goes. That's Dan Hyatt with us there today. I didn't know it was known as the Continental.
I didn't either.
By the way, do you remember that sketch with Christopher Walken on SNL?
Yes.
The Continental. God, he was such a good creep, and that whole bit was so perfect. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are live at Three Dogs Tavern. We'll take a break, and when we come back, 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, and then at 5:20, guys, drop of the year on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. So keep it here as we roll into the 5 o'clock hour on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, everybody, it is the 5 o'clock hour here. Broncos-Jaguars coming up on Sunday. You want to win tickets? Get over here to Three Dogs Tavern.
Hurry, though. Hurry.
Yeah, you must hurry because Bud Light is giving away these tickets, but you got a little bit of time left to sign up to win tickets for Broncos-Jags on Sunday. We're going to announce the winner before the end of the hour. Coming up at 5:20, drop of the year here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We'll give you the candidates, and we will determine what is the official drop of the year on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Who will join Eric Johnson, Nate Kreckman, and Connor McGahee in the pantheon of greatness known as drop of the year on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show? Find out at 5:20. But right now, it's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We call it the High Five. And Spring, we start with Sean Payton today.
Yeah, the Broncos have a big one on Sunday hosting the Jaguars. Now, Denver has already clinched a playoff berth, but they have yet to clinch the division, and that is Sean Payton's number one goal. But they've already clinched a berth. Can they relax a little bit? No, they cannot. Sean Payton on the today talking about the challenges of getting his guys dialed in late in the season.
Look, I think it's when I say from an experience standpoint, I mean, again, it's a big game. It's an important game, and they'll be bigger. And so it's the same approach last week. I don't spend a lot of time on that. More time and energy on how to approach this game, their strengths, and how do we handle and play this game. Yeah, I think that it's a similar approach to last week's game, and so I think playing it at home again, and I'll say it again, that the environment. We're gifted with the altitude. That's just where we're located. So no one gets credit for that except whoever decided to move the team here. All right. But the crowd noise, and it used to always be when they got to the line, the crowd noise when he enters the huddle, 1 communicating to 10. It's amazing because I've been on the other side of that where someone didn't hear it in the huddle. And so that noise factor prior to the huddle beginning is a big thing.
Sean Payton coaching the fans. This is when I actually want you to yell. This is when you can make yourselves useful. Thinking strategically. Andy, it's all about the huddle with Sean Payton.
Yeah, that was a lot of stuff, man. He took us on a journey. That was an Andy Lindahl trying to buy time to make a point kind of answer.
That was like he got the question about the division, and he was like, I don't give a crap about that.
Show up and be loud.
Let me talk about the thing that I actually want to talk about.
I've asked you 3 weeks in a row or 3 home games in a row. Be loud. You've done it, so let me hit that point again.
Chargers are at Dallas. A Chargers loss or tie, Andy, would help out the Broncos in winning this division along with a victory over Jacksonville. They can clinch the AFC West this week.
What do you think happens?
I think the Chargers win at Dallas,
I would agree.
And I think it won't be clinched until next week against Kansas City on Christmas night.
All right.
Yeah.
I want to do that thing where I want to get ahead, but hey, we got to worry about this week first, Nate.
Well, Andy, also, that's the best way to clinch the division is by winning at Arrowhead. That is the statement. That's the poetic way to do it.
I'm with you. I have no disagreements there. I just wondered, do you rest guys against the Chargers? If you were to lock up the number 1 seed.
If you got the 1 seed, then yes,
but you do. I know, but then you get 2 weeks without football. Is that good or bad?
Fantastic. You want healthy football players at this time of year. I concern myself with no rust whatsoever. Sean Payton will allow no rust.
We're going to have to drum up some kind of debate if we get there, but we're not there yet, so we'll see.
I am a rest over rust guy.
I'm with you. You can't afford to lose a guy and go dot like he did in the middle of the answer and wish you had him.
Yeah, I'm also a rust over rust guy.
You're a rust over rust? What? Rust over rust?
If I'm power ranking them, rest 1,
rust
2, rust distant third.
Turns out we got Rusty Russ.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, let's talk about that first 2-point conversion from Seattle last night, the one in the fourth quarter that tied the game at 30. and then sent it to overtime. Before, of course, former Broncos tight end Eric Saubert.
Saubert. Did you say
I know
Eric?
our guy. I forgot that was our guy.
Eric Saubert, a guy well known on this show from assorted different preseason fantasy drafts. Eric Saubert was the hero last night for the Seahawks.
What are the odds, huh? You learned something new.
I think Spring took him at like 2 out of 3 games one year, didn't you, Spring?
He's also he just got
Preseason
paid.
fantasy draft legend.
He is. He's right up there.
Yeah,
with,
you know what he doesn't have? Drop of the year.
That's very true.
Did that guy ever talk?
Saubert?
Did we ever interview that guy at all?
We probably should have. He's big time now. I know that. What do you got for us, Spring?
How about the one in the fourth quarter, the lateral to out wide by Sam Darnold, picked up by Zach Charbonnet?
By the way, have you guys seen the nickname for the play?
What is it?
The Zach-word pass.
Nice.
Yeah.
There we go.
Nice.
Pretty good.
There we go.
Very odd play that was ruled a live ball. Here's Rams head coach Sean McVay, the losing head coach, after the game on that play.
That I've never quite seen anything like what happened on the 2-point conversion, where you're lined up to kick off. Then they say it's a fumble because they had the clear and obvious recovery. Now you tack it on, you make it a 30-30 game. Very interesting. Didn't get a clear explanation of everything that went on just because of some of the timing of it. They were trying to be able to do that, but that's the thing that I've said. I've never seen anything or never been a part of anything like that, and I've grown up around this game. I'm not making excuses. We don't do that. I don't believe in that. It doesn't move us forward, but we do want clarity and an understanding of the things that we can do to minimize that when we rejected the 2-point conversion.
I don't blame him for thinking that way one bit.
My friend, I got news for you. That is not an excuse. You're owed a better explanation. Yeah. It would have changed the whole strategy of because the Seahawks would have had an onside kick, right? Yep. And we know that's got like a 2% success rate.
Yeah, there's about 6 minutes left.
Was that
in
what
the
it
game.
was? Because, again, I told you I was watching the Nuggets because I think that thing was a game.
Yeah, there was about 6 minutes left, so I don't think it would have been onside kick territory. But, no, you're absolutely right about it. It completely flips game
changes the
script.
last 6 minutes between tied and
without a
ahead.
Doubt. Yeah,
so
without a doubt.
He's not crying there.
No.
Of course, he's our coworker, but, yeah.
Jared Verse hasn't hit his hand. Zach Charbonnet wanders over and just casually picks the thing up. I mean,
mainly to throw it to the ref.
And a huge part of my confusion in that is, God, Andy, I swear to God, I heard a whistle.
I can't say again because I've just mainly seen the play off Twitter, but I trust you. Look, Nate, I saw the body language you described.
Yeah.
There was
Everybody
no
stopped.
hustle from the Rams DBs thinking they needed to get that ball.
Right.
And again, I think Charbonnet was just being polite. I half grabbed it because that's what you're told to do in camp, finish the run, all that stuff. But as soon as he picked it up, it looked like he was already ready to toss it to an official.
Yeah, he was just picking.
He didn't pick it up and spike it and celebrate and think he tied the game.
Because if he knew it's a live ball, he's diving on the thing. He's not just casually walking over and bending down to pick the thing up like an old man picking the paper up off the driveway. That's what that play looked like. It was so bizarre. Look, it was also awesome. I mean,
made for a fun game, but I feel for Rams fans.
Yeah.
You got to feel right. And again, the NFL with these, you can't have these kind of officiating nights on the biggest night of the year, and there was a bunch of weird calls last night.
Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit, by the way, they pointed this part of it out because the break was so long, and they were talking about we don't even think the people here in the crowd know what's going on.
I don't think. Well, if you just all of a sudden popped up 2 points,
and then they announced that the conversion is good, the explosion inside the stadium in Seattle, it was awesome.
Hey, when they went to TV break, which is that did they go to break after the play?
No,
or what
they
happened?
stayed there. No, they stayed with it the entire time, but it started to get reviewed, and that's where Michaels and Herbstreit were confused, and they bring in Terry McAuley, and Terry McAuley is like, well, I think we need to look at this play right now.
Michaels is kind of a little more confused than he ever used to be.
He's,
Our guys, you know what? I'm with you, Al. Get all that money for retirement, but my man.
He's lost a couple of clicks off the fastball.
I know. He's a Hall of Famer, man. He's one of the greatest to ever do it.
Absolute
I
legend.
will never be in his class.
Right,
but
right.
You and I, look, this is like seeing prime Metallica versus why I don't catch every time they come through now.
So there you go. the weirdest 2-point conversion ever, a.k.a. the Zach Word pass. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, it's time for Drop of the Year on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Spring has got the entire list, the menu available, plus context, because honestly, we forget where some of these come from. So we'll do that when we come back. The way it's going to work this year, by the way, is 25% of the vote is going to be audience vote via Twitter poll, right, Spring? I'll assume we'll do Twitter poll.
Let's do text line.
Text line?
We're gonna do
Okay,
text line.
Okay, we'll do text line there. So we'll take audience vote as well. But Drop of the Year 2025, Kreckman and Lindahl, that's next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid. Check out all of the auctions that Roller Auction has available for you to be able to bid on in a given time. Things are slowed down a little bit at Roller Auction right now as they are enjoying the holidays with their families, but it is going to ramp up big time in the new year. Roller Auction is the place to find well-maintained used government fleet vehicles and equipment, as well as electronics, as well as tools, as well as exercise equipment, as well as bicycles, as well as restaurant equipment. This is the place to go, guys. Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid and check out the auctions. Just coming up in the new year, they have got a closed-down sushi restaurant auctioning off their inventory, as well as some model home furniture. You can get some decor for the crib. It's all at Roller Auction, and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude. Go right now and sign up, because you will be entered to win Avalanche Blues tickets New Year's Eve at Ball Arena in a catered suite. Sign up right now to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Oh, it's here. Everybody's favorite segment of the year, or at least the three guys that work on the show. Nate
No, the listeners like it.
Good.
You've already got one guy that wants his winner and doesn't want any challengers.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's time for Drop of the Year 2025. And for those of you that do not know, by the way, if you're wondering what the hell is a drop, well, a drop is radio parlance for the fun little sound bites that we hear over the course of a year, and then we end up inevitably saving them in our system and playing them all the time.
Josh Allen.
Cool, Carl.
Josh Allen.
What?
Those are what we call drops, folks.
Wait, did I just have a Belichick laugh there, like when he was talking to Strahan?
This is, by the way, the 4th annual Drop of the Year award here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Previous winners of the award, 2022, the first inaugural was won by the Condor, Eric Johnson. 2023, I actually, in an upset bid, brought home Drop of the Year. Cool, Carl. And last year, voice of the Avalanche, Connor McGahee, was the Drop of the Year award. Yeah! Yes. So who will win it in 2025? Well, let's dive into it, folks. And we start with, first off, Andy, I got to be honest with you. I didn't realize this drop was in the calendar year 2025, but it makes sense. January 12th, Broncos-Bills road playoff game. Bo Nix, Troy Franklin, opening drive. Spring, Jim Nantz.
The Broncos!
Yes, Jim Nantz, in his call, gave the most over-the-top yelling of the name of the local football team. Andy, what I love so much about this drop, it's so out of character for Nantz.
Well, he didn't expect Bo Nix to go 60 deep on the Buffalo Bills for his play of a playoff game.
He was fired up in the first quarter of that game, and
that probably tells you what they were expecting out of that game that day.
Seriously.
And he was like, "Oh, we got fireworks."
Let's exemplify it, okay? Here's the full call in Buffalo.
2nd and 4. There's Nix going for the long ball. He's got a step on him, and the Broncos strike early with the touchdown to Franklin from 43 yards out.
Okay.
Well done, Spring. Well
Now,
done.
Compare that to when Nantz and Romo had the Broncos-Eagles call in Philly, Week 5, and the Broncos take the lead, 18-17 on the Troy Franklin 2-point conversion. Listen to this.
Here's the rollout, the throw, it's there. And the Broncos have taken the lead.
He does like to say Broncos, doesn't he?
I think he's just happy when they score and he doesn't think they were going to get it.
2 syllables. It's got a good K sound in the middle of it.
Oh, yeah.
It's just nice coming out of the mouth.
Well, there's an entry that is not going to make it this year. We'll go ahead and put that one for next year, Spring, unless you want to earmark that real quick.
As long as you're down there. All right.
Yeah, you and Philly guy can get together. And
later, by the way, in that very same week, we got a couple of good Sean Payton drops. Give them to us, Spring.
Brutal.
Talking about how happy he was to have Bo Nix compared to Russ a year ago. Remember that presser?
What was the gah? What was
he
that
started that answer going, that was just, what was it? Spring
Misery and drudgery.
Misery.
You want the full thing?
It was brutal. Yeah, you might as well.
Here's
give
the
us
full
the
thing.
context.
We're a lot closer than we were at this time a year ago. That was misery, sorrow, drudgery. Give me some other adjectives there. Just, yeah, that was brutal. Let's say that.
He ranks Rust over Russ as well. He did not like Russell Wilson. We all knew it. That really drove it home.
Late January, everybody keeps saying this name. Vance Joseph did it first, but Chase Daniel and Jim Nantz both tried to do it as well.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
That was Nantz?
That was Nantz?
I always thought that was a different play-by. I thought that was like Catalan or something.
We got a Spiro in the system
maybe
as well.
that's who I thought it was.
Oh, yeah.
Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Everybody gives the pregnant pause in the middle of Josh Allen.
We've all heard it.
Yes.
It was actually Kevin Shockey who texted me. He was watching that Nantz game when he heard him say Josh Allen, and he was like, "You got to save this."
Hey, Kevin gets the bit. That's good.
Right. We're entertained by stupid things on this show. January 30th. I don't remember this one.
I don't either.
We got Hooters wings here or something. We had a promotion with Hooters.
Okay.
And Andy said this.
So I've seen plenty of Hooters.
Well,
that's good. That was
hey,
good.
No lies told.
We fast forward Super Bowl week, and Sean Payton is hitting the party circuit, and then having to wake up and talk to Kay Adams first thing in the morning.
He didn't wake up, let's be honest.
If he even went to bed.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I would say we need a joker.
Oh, man. I'm putting a star
I
next
can
to
still
that
see
one.
his
That's
face with
podium
his
right
rosy
there.
cheeks and his smile on his voice, his smile on his face as he says it.
Yeah, the word joker has never been pronounced that way.
Yeah.
I would say we need a joker.
Remember, 303-504-0925. You can vote on this.
Yes, you can vote on this. Jerry Jones. What has Jerry Jones got for us this
He's got
year?
a few.
Smiles and glory holes.
He is an old oil man.
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you. I didn't know it was an oil term.
I didn't either.
I Googled it after this whole thing.
Well, we had to.
Yes, on a work computer. It was all for work purposes only.
The glory hole was when you strike the oil.
That's what we have learned.
We didn't know that.
It's not anything else.
Yeah.
No, don't ask any questions.
As he was trying to explain the suck at the end of the Cowboys season.
February 19th, Jared Bednar gets in on the conversation.
Don't know.
Yeah. And that sums up a lot of our show. He could play it just all the time. What are you talking about?
What did Bedsy not know that day?
Something. It was a press conference.
Injury status.
Yeah.
Something.
Probably injury status.
I think it was probably in relation. I'm dead serious. I think it was in relation to Gabe.
Okay.
When's he going to come back? And
okay.
Don't know. Yeah.
All right.
Doesn't that sound about right?
That actually does.
Because we all asked every week. You know what I mean?
Ooh, this next one is timely. Broncos Jaguars coming up on Sunday. This was the week Liam Cohen was hired as the new head coach of the Jaguars, and he was trying to fire up the local fans.
Duval.
And he said it with like crazy Joker eyes when he did it. It was
eyes.
so weird.
Yeah.
It was his Dan Campbell moment of biting kneecaps and taking limbs on the way up and all that stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if it fired up anybody. Hey, good football coach. I tell you what, let's put Liam Cohen. He's on the Nick Sirianni, Dan Campbell list of guys that were weird in their introductory press conferences. Turns out they could actually coach.
They're doing all right.
Yeah. As opposed to Nathaniel Hackett, who was super weird in his first press conference and couldn't coach a lick.
And was even weirder making decisions to where he got a coach.
George Payton, a pre-draft media availability. What do you need to find for Sean, George?
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
I love that one. That one makes me laugh more than the Sean Payton joker. Because
I'd
at
say
that
we
point,
need a joker.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
that is where you know Payton's had enough of hearing about the Joker, that Sean has been talking way too much about the Joker in the draft meetings.
Those two have to be played back-to-back.
Oh, yeah.
That's the only way it works.
Yeah.
That's Use Your Illusion 1 and 2 right
That's
there.
right.
Yes.
You got to get both November Rain and You Should Be Mine in the
Trying
rotation.
to find a goddamn Joker.
Ooh, this next one is going to be strong.
This is maybe the top seed.
April 17th, 2025. Chris Dempsey, in a moment of indecision during a radio interview on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, gave us this guttural noise.
And it was, again, a noise to buy some time, because I think we were talking about the bench.
Yeah, in
Would you
fact, let me
trust
play
the
it for
bench?
you.
Yeah, do that, please.
Okay, Andy, you asked the question, and here's your question with Dempsey's initial reaction.
Damn it, Chris. Which bench guy is going to surprise us? You have named all the headliners. Yeah, seriously, what bench guy may show up and surprise us? Who has the ability to kind of – you remember how Christian Brown sort of made his name in that playoff run, his rookie year?
Mm-hmm.
Who has the potential to do that? Well, all right. Never mind, Chris. The hell was that? Did you just get a chicken bone stuck in your throat? What were we doing?
You know what's funny about that is Chris wasn't wrong.
No, he wasn't. He had the right answer, and it turned out nobody really showed up.
That noise described last year's bench.
That was what it was. But if out of context, it sounds like he's about to just puke. You know what I mean? Does it not sound like he's heaving? Chris, lay off the booze. Chris, get out of the – don't have the food poisoning.
Can I just get the very beginning of Andy's question? Give that to me one more time.
Damn it, Chris.
Maybe that should have been
really
drop.
good.
You know what that's from? You know what I was kind of channeling there?
Ace Ventura?
No, Bones. The old doctor
okay.
on Star Trek. Because he'd always have these, damn it, Jim, I'm a doctor, not a bricklayer.
Well, that's it. I was quoting Ace Ventura quoting that. Yeah. Damn it, Jim, I'm a doctor, not a pool man.
Show.
Yeah. Uh-huh. That was good. All right. Let's go to Game 5. Nuggets, Thunder. And remember when Lou Dort made 4 threes in the fourth quarter? How did Kaz react to that?
Come on, man. You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
Turns out you can, actually.
Yeah, it turns out it happened a little too often.
Yeah, it turns out you actually can. Lou Dort, not too bad. The very next day. What was Belichick up to? Bill Belichick. Here we go.
He was on
was
Good
that when he was
on Good Morning America or something with Michael Strahan.
Yeah, Good Morning America.
Okay,
yeah.
That's not him hanging out with Dabo or whatever?
No.
Okay.
No. Because what
he starts asking him about Jordan Hudson, and then Bill puts on his PR laugh.
I've gotten that laugh a few too many times this year. I don't think I like that drop.
That laugh doesn't bother me near as much as some of the others coming up.
Sean Payton.
Yeah, I love it.
June the 12th. This would have been OTA Sean. What was Sean mad about during OTAs? Let's have it, Spring.
That's it. That's it. Did you hear me? That's what "that's it" means.
Oh, he's yelling at Chris Thomason,
Yeah,
right?
he was upset with Thomason about, I think, an injury line of questioning.
Okay.
It
Devon
was
Vele.
pretty spicy.
Remember when Devon Vele was injured and wasn't at minicamp practices? Here's the exchange.
Sean, what's up with Devon Vele? Is he dealing with anything that's going to keep him out? Like
No. He's going to be full go. Start a training camp. Everything's good. We should be. That's it. That's it. Did you hear me? Okay. That's what "that's it" means. That means it stops.
And he sounded like me there.
Sounds like an assistant principal. My God. Calm down, guy.
The dean of students.
It's June.
Yeah, but he did not like June injury questions any more than he likes December injury questions.
Andy, do you remember the early July controversy over whether or not Jonas Valanciunas would report to play for the Nuggets or if he would go and play for, what was it, Panathinaikos or whatever it was in Athens? This is when we found this report from European basketball YouTube guy, and he was explaining the situation to us with some local knowledge.
Athens is a vibe.
Yeah, apparently that's what Big Val wanted to go vibe out in Athens, I guess.
Yeah, but boy, that guy saying it that way don't make it feel like a big vibe. Athens is a vibe.
Yeah,
really.
Give it to me again.
A stiff vibe.
Athens is a vibe.
Really enunciating and break. They want you to know every word.
I think English was the second language on that one. Jerry Jones. This is during the Micah Parsons controversy. This is early September.
Michael Parsons
went 0 for 2. 0 for 2 on the name.
Did it multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one you're right. It was the
singular on Parson.
What was the Parsons project? The Alan Parsons project?
The Alan
Is that
Parsons
what he was
project.
charged?
Yeah.
Is that
Michael Parsons.
Yeah.
He mispronounced his name like 5
every
times
time
in media
every
availabilities.
Time.
No wonder Micah didn't want to be on the team anymore.
And then he admitted he would have stayed if he just,
September 14th. So this would have been what? Broncos
Colts. This is a Jonathan Taylor run.
Your favorite.
The Jonathan Taylor run. Kevin Harlan, stop by.
69 yards!
That, of course, is the distant cousin of the Kevin Harlan Miami Dolphins drop 69 points.
69 points.
The 69 yards did not hurt me near as much.
Also, officially, it was a 68-yard run.
But your guy Harlan.
Hey, the spotter gave him 69. Yeah. Harlan hit the 69.
You ain't questioning. You're just saying.
Best in the biz. If Athens is a vibe, then what's going on with the vibes with Connor McGahee? This, by the way, Connor's only entry in 2025.
As the kids say, the vibes are immaculate.
Mm-hmm.
What was immaculate at that time?
I think we were just like previewing the season and talking about how awesome the Avs are and that Gabe Landeskog is back.
Yeah, there you go.
Know.
Yeah, thank you, Jared.
Which
I
would
love
say,
that drop.
The vibes continue to be immaculate with the Avalanche. By the way, they'll be in action tonight against Winnipeg right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We got some
Harbaugh.
Here we go, Jim Harbaugh. Was this some injury stuff? What was?
Yeah,
this?
he's talking about Herbert, everybody getting hurt, all that.
All right,
right, Spring.
It is as much as I hate the is what it is. I mean, that's what it is.
I think that's when they lost their second tackle, right?
Was that the Joe Alt injury?
Yeah, and he's just like, what do you want me to say?
Yeah. Uh-huh. It is what it is. What else do we got from Jim Harbaugh?
He's a good player.
That one he knew he wanted to say.
Okay, more September. I know this one's going to make noise in the voting. Roll it, Spring.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
Oh, wow. Jason
Kelce.
I
skipped over one.
Yeah, no, this is the one I was teeing you up for. Give me some Jason Kelce. That was Dion, right?
Dion said, I ain't ever got better not playing, did you?
Right.
And Jason Kelce, Ed McMahon, that thing's so bad. You're correct, sir.
Here's the full context.
I've never sat on the bench and said, well, I learned a lot today.
Yeah. That
great quote.
Yeah. And I really think that I think Travis was even embarrassed by his brother in that case because that came off the Kelce podcast.
It's a good quote. I don't know about bleeping great.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with the thought, but I also don't think it's not. It wasn't the Hangover the first time you saw it either.
That one has been weaponized against us so many times now on this show.
You hate it.
I kind of hate it.
You really want to fight Jason Kelce.
I really do.
Even though he's out of your weight class.
Exactly.
And the guy's done nothing to you.
Yeah, he's gonna rip my cell phone out of my hand and smash it on the ground.
Pulse just quite nice.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, it's the ultimate troll laugh.
Whereas you hate it, Spring loves it.
It's triggering. I'll tell you that. I don't like it. I don't like it. Sean Payton, the early November, he's not pleased with Denver Post reporter Luca Evans. Again, I repeat, Luca Evans, and he gave us this.
Evan.
And after that, he goes, well, my name's Luca.
Spring, do you have the full context on the Evan drop?
Yes, I do.
It's so good. It is. That's my other favorite part of it is just the by the way, that's not my name.
Yeah.
But thank you.
All
right, roll it, Spring.
I just wanted to go back when you talked about the special teams issues and you were saying, yesterday we have to get that cleaned up or we'll find someone else that can do it. Are you referring to personnel there or are you referring to coaching?
Evan, if you were paying attention, I'm referring to players that aren't on the field that need to be. All right?
There you go.
My name's Luca.
My name's Luca, by the way.
Yeah. God, that's so good. What else we got from Sean Payton?
All right, we got some butts.
Are you going to say butt? No. But there's no butts.
No butts.
No butts.
I disagree, Sean. There's a lot of butts. Andy Reid, speaking of big butts, here we go.
Yeah, this came out of nowhere.
We're going to try to tickle your tonsils.
Talking about blocking. Talking about the run game.
Well, he's talking about the Chiefs weren't going to die. The Chiefs were going to stay in this thing.
Yeah.
And the Chiefs were going to be competitive down the stretch.
They're going to be physical, and they're going to tickle your tonsils when you get hit.
All right.
I don't know what he's hitting you with.
44-year-old Phillip Rivers, the introductory press conference. What do we got, Spring?
I'm not sure, Greg.
That laugh track. I mean, my God. Yeah.
That was a room full of Jason Kelce.
That is going to be the new weaponized back against us.
And finally,
courtesy of last night.
Just entered today, Philadelphia Flyers radio play-by-play man Tim Saunders, who was not aware he was on a hot mic.
While you're down there, would you mind me? Pump it up.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I know if you'd like to, search around, you got a couple days off.
Is that a part of Tim's foreplay? Just little mouth scat.
Yeah. You're like a Sesame Street character, and then all of a sudden I get a South Park character right after it.
I think we're on the air, Tim.
Oh, and the guy freaked out. You know what? For anybody that wants to imagine the moment,
I think we're still on the air, Tim.
That is the guy that is the Ron Burgundy producer that runs in and goes, Ron, that went out over the air. That's who the second guy is.
That was his color guy.
With your poopy mouth, Ron.
Oh, thank you very much, Tim. So there it is. Drop of the year. I've got my pick. Andy, I know you got yours. We'll make our official picks, and we'll get your votes
in
at 303-504-0925 when we return on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. All right, a lot of stuff going on. Let's get you updated on everything. First off, Bama and Oklahoma going to kick off from Norman in just about 10 minutes, but the lights have gone down. Intros have started, and the college football playoff is here. So that's an awful lot of fun. Good Friday night football. Obviously, we got the Avalanche and the Winnipeg Jets tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with our buddy Connor McGahee on the call. Congratulations, Austin Gonzalez. Way to go, Austin. Austin won a pair of tickets for Broncos Jags right here at Three Dogs Tavern, courtesy of our friends at Bud Light. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Way to go, Austin. Guys, it is always worth your while to come out to a Bud Light Football Friday when we are out on the road. And thanks to everybody here at Three Dogs Tavern for having us here today in North Denver, a.k.a. the Highlands, a.k.a. No Den.
There's no more Highlands. Nate has done it. No Den.
$12.
Who can be mad about No Den?
Bud Light pitchers all day, every day, right here at Three Dogs Tavern. All right, Andy, it is time to determine what is our Drop of the Year finalist list. We're going to break down the finalists, and we'll announce Drop of the Year on Monday.
Okay.
That's right. A
All
full
right.
weekend cliffhanger here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We'll be talking Broncos Jags on Monday, and we will name the Drop of the Year award winner. Let's get the votes. And let's give our first vote to the man with the golden pipes. The voice is back, and he's ready to vote. Andy Lindahl, what is your vote for 2025 Drop of the Year on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show?
Dude, it's been Dempsey since he did it. I've never heard a noise come out of a guy. I mean, I'm not exactly. Yeah. And then when we put the question in, it got even funnier. But seriously, I don't stump a lot of people, especially smart basketball people. I don't know how I caused him to make that sound. It really sounded like he was in the bathroom dealing with Giardia or something.
That was actually, it was Dempsey's audition tape to be the next singer for Cannibal Corpse.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to go do some Norwegian death metal and tour Europe.
Oh, man. I love that drop